This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Signals from Aliens. Sol la re. Do la re. The noisy electronic melody mixed with rustling noise spread in the vast universe. I don't know how many planets I passed by along the way, so that the originally clear and accurate tone became a little out of tune due to the influence of cosmic radiation. It's like a guy with very low quality, playing gongs and drums with a free microphone until he entered the solar system and was received by the Earth. Dongxia Space Agency was the first to receive this signal. After a brief shock and confusion, they responded quickly. This matter is not something that Dongxia Space Agency can handle alone. It is very likely to be related to the future of all mankind, so it must be reported. So after a lot of chaos, the heads of various countries appeared in the video conference, rubbing their sleepy eyes. How fresh. A signal from the universe. Still singing the off tune "The East is Red"? So that until the video conference started, the relevant person in charge of Dongxia still looked confused and bewildered. What the hell? What's going on? Where did the alien friend come from? Looking at the intriguing expressions and eyes of other people in the video when they looked at him, the person in charge of Dongxia felt a headache. No! This matter really has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with you? Then why didn't he play in other words? The person in charge of North America spoke authentic Beijing dialect, and his tone was full of jealousy. It's obvious that we developed space first, and even the achievement of landing on the moon was first achieved by our Apollo 11. But now, Dongxia has already hooked up with alien civilizations. The stinky alien came to Earth to send a signal. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It's all right now. It's indeed an alien friend to you, Dongxia. But it's not to us. The person in charge of North America did not believe Dongxia nonsense at all. With his eyes flickering, he had already begun to think about how to gain the greatest benefits for North America. Not long after, the remaining cameras also lit up one by one, indicating that all the participants in this meeting had arrived. The signal is indeed global, but only a few countries are actually capable of receiving the signal. After all, the aerospace power of most countries is really worrying. The rockets they build are like large firecrackers, let alone expecting them to launch satellites. Until that out-of-tune electronic sound sounded in the conference room, everyone also put away their joking thoughts and understood the importance of this meeting. It is no exaggeration to say that the content of the next meeting will determine the fate of all mankind. It is about another more advanced civilization in the universe. Da Vinci. Stop singing. Ah? What's wrong? Wang Wei, wearing an orange extravehicular suit, raised his head and looked at the towering signal tower in front of him and shouted loudly. The next second, a mechanical head popped out of the signal tower. The area where the eyes used to be on his face turned into two conspicuous yellow question marks to show his doubts. I said, no need to sing. Come down. Oh. So Wang Wei repeated it loudly again. And this time Da Vinci heard it clearly. So he shrugged his shoulders in a very anthropomorphic way and climbed down from the signal tower. Failed again? Yeah. How many times has this happened? The 9th time. Does that mean the communication device has been updated to the 9th generation? Ah. With a long sigh, Wang Wei was rarely silent. Da Vinci had been yelling at the microphone for half an hour, but the communication device still didn't make any sound. And no one even yelled at them to turn off the free mic. No matter how you think about it, it must be a failure. Time goes back to 3 years ago. At that time, Wang Wei was still an ordinary worker on Earth. After a hangover on the day of his breakup, he appeared on this planet when he woke up again. After a brief moment of confusion and shock, he suddenly realized the situation. Damn it. He lost contact after a breakup. There were strange and huge alien plants all around. And occasionally, there were ugly and scary alien monsters. In order to avoid the Monster King, he fled until he hid in a damaged alien spaceship in a panic. It was there that he inherited the alien technology and also picked up Da Vinci Mechanical Core. This was how he barely had the ability to protect himself and survived on this dangerous planet. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, he never gave up trying to contact the Earth, and was looking forward to the Earth sending someone to rescue him as soon as possible. Seeing that the communication equipment has been updated to the 9th generation, the Earth is still hiding in some corner of the universe. When can I go home? In the afterglow of the setting sun, Wang Wei sighed. With a tone of loss and deep melancholy, Bang! A loud noise like a gas tank exploding suddenly came from a distance, interrupting Wang Wei Emo, looking up at the direction where the sound came from. It was a colorful dense forest. Large blocks of bright colors were spliced together like macarons, making the scenery in front look cartoony and dreamy. In the center of the dense forest, the huge and towering purple mushroom was particularly conspicuous. The mushroom was so huge that it stood there like a building, and the surrounding trees were shorter than it. At this moment, with the mushrooms wriggling, the purple on the umbrella cap became brighter and brighter. Finally, as if accumulating strength, a puff sound sprayed out purple spores all over the sky. A large number of spores floated in the air and slowly fell down. From a distance, it looked like a heavy rain in a local area, dyeing the area light purple. This year's loose powder season is here again, Wang Wei muttered to himself and turned his eyes to the sky. Groups of white clouds hung in the troposphere more than 10 kilometers above the ground, wandering around the planet with the wind from the troposphere. But just as the spore rain fell, a cloud in the sky suddenly became agitated. The next second, the cloud dispersed into countless pure white flying insects, excitedly flying towards the spore rain below. Wang Wei was about to suffer from intensive phobia. The pure white flying insects greedily devoured the spores in the air, not noticing that they had been targeted by other predators. The tongue covered with mucus shot out from the dense forest, swept away several flying insects in the air, and then suddenly retracted. The pink little monkey with 4 arms was hanging on the branch, holding the flying insects it had just caught in its free hand, and was curiously looking at the 2 figures in the distance who didn't fit in. It seemed that he was curious about why the 2 idiots didn't join the hunt. The powder season has arrived, and the spore rain is like a signal for the buffet to start. All nearby predators will be attracted to come and have a feast. Let's go. Da Vinci. Wang Wei pulled the corners of his mouth and grinned bitterly. He said, "Go back quickly before those big guys come out." He looked at the distance with lingering fear. The trees in the towering dense forest were shaking, and the shadows of giants could be vaguely seen. This is a planet full of dangers. He could encounter something at any time, eat him and dismantle Da Vinci into parts all over the floor. He wanted to go home. At least he would feel safe if he could get in touch with the Earth as soon as possible. Chapter 2 Don't Answer. This is an opportunity for mankind. An opportunity to improve technology and even leave the Earth completely. On Earth, the video conference is still going on. At this time, the meeting has reached the middle, and the European and American leaders are expressing their opinions in a high-spirited mood. This guy is simply an orator, with undisguised ambition and jealousy in his eyes. Many people present were moved by what he said, and they began to imagine the scene after their country mastered alien technology. If the pyramid scheme leaders saw this skill of inspiring people, they would have to start taking notes overnight. It is indeed as he said. The other party's technological level is obviously much higher than that of the Earth, but they did not choose to invade the Earth, but chose such a friendly way of communication. The other party's sincerity can be seen. It is possible that they are from a support group in the universe, seeing that the Earth's technology is too backward, and they come here specifically to help the Earth improve its technology. Objection. I didn't care about the deliberate targeting of the North American leader at all. Anyway, it has been like this for so many years. The person in charge over there has changed countless times, but he is still like a paranoid person. He just said to himself, when you fantasize, why don't you put yourself in their shoes and think about it? If you were in charge of such technology, what would you choose to do when facing other weak civilizations in the universe? It was like a basin of cold water, which directly extinguished the thoughts that had just been aroused by the North American person in charge. The last race that was so naive was almost killed by the invaders, and the invaders even directly established a new kingdom on the land of America. The ready-made case is sitting in front of everyone, and now we expect an alien race to give alms to the Earth? Don't be funny. Vote. In the end, it was the Soviet Union that made the final decision, and the heads of the 195 sovereign countries present voted. This will decide how to deal with the signal from the alien planet. The final voting results came out soon. 80 abstentions, 50 against, and 65 in favor. Surprisingly, the number of votes in favor of actively contacting alien civilizations actually accounted for the majority. But this matter really has nothing to do with us. Then let's follow this result. Everyone has no objection, right? Asked everyone's opinions as a matter of routine. The Soviet brothers solemnly announced the final result. Keep silent. Don't answer. As for the fact that the technology on Earth is not enough to contact the other party, the Earth is indeed not enough. But the other party's technology level has far surpassed the Earth. I believe that the reply will definitely be received by following the other party's signal. The vote involving all mankind is naturally not a simple minority obeys the majority. As long as there are more than 1/3 of the votes against, or any permanent member votes against, the resolution will not be passed. It is best not to walk around during the powder season, so as not to let something take a bite. The animals on this planet are very curious and want to try everything they see. They have broken several of their own signal towers, just like cracking iron melon seeds. And the sparks can't stop their curiosity. It's useless for Da Vinci to stand guard. They will sneak a bite and run away when you are not paying attention. If Da Vinci wasn't a living creature and knew to run when in danger, he would inevitably be eaten as a spicy snack. Normal animals alone are dangerous enough, not to mention the monsters at night. So at this time, staying in the base is the best choice. Da Vinci, if I can't contact the Earth again, I might starve to death. Inside the base, two heads were leaning against the window, staring at the outside in boredom, until Wang Wei held his chin with one hand and said the above words nonchalantly. He said, "I'm dying." Da Vinci turned his head suddenly, and a huge exclamation mark occupied his entire facial display. What the hell? It's hard to see the emotion of being at a loss in a robot. Wang Wei was amused by his reaction, but he still explained their current situation in detail. Their food source for the past 3 years has been relying on the inventory in the spaceship. According to his original plan, he should grow edible plants as the main source of food before the spaceship supplies are exhausted. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. Almost all common plants on this planet are rich in a large amount of alien alkaloids. They are indeed fine for local creatures to eat, but they are not so friendly to humans from Earth like him. No matter whether they are raw or cooked, as long as more than 30 grams are consumed, there is a risk of sudden death on the spot due to cardiac arrest. So much so that just finding non-toxic plants took up a lot of his time and energy. It was not until some time ago that he finally found a plant that met the requirements. The taste is perfect, nutritious and non-toxic. But the bad news is, it's too late. This alien plant is very strange to grow, and the growth conditions are completely different from those on Earth. Wang Wei tried several methods and all failed. Now, the remaining food in the base can only last for a month at most. But the alien potatoes in the field are still the same as when they were planted on the first day. This is why he is obsessed with getting in touch with Earth. In addition to being eager to return home, he also hopes to seek help from professionals to solve the current difficulties. If he follows the original plan, he will contact Earth and ask for help from professional botanists. Then the food problem will naturally be solved. But now, it failed. How fresh. The alien advanced civilization that Earth is afraid of is now worried about not being able to grow alien potatoes. Hey! Ignoring Da Vinci, who was already in a panic, Wang Wei looked out the window at the setting sun in the sky inside. In this ghost place, only the sun in the sky is no different from the Earth. It's just as hot and dazzling. Only at dusk can he briefly watch, which makes him recall the sunset and the setting sun on Earth. The 1099th day of survival on an alien planet. Those alien potatoes are still buried in the soil, with no signs of sprouting at all. Just like the stones he buried in the soil and carefully cared for. He misses home again. He misses the sauerkraut dumplings and braised pork at home. He misses all kinds of useful and useless social activities. He misses those people who care about him and care about him. Until the sun completely falls from the sky, the world falls into darkness. Go to bed. He patted Da Vinci iron head, making a dang-dang sound. He said, rest early, and go to see the growth environment of those alien potatoes tomorrow. Since he can't contact the Earth, he can only rely on himself. Time is running out. Even if it is the loose powder season, he can only take risks. Chapter 3 Walking Trees. Powder season. One of the most dangerous periods of the year, as the giant mushrooms spewed out spores all over the sky. The animals also fell into a carnival of predation, just like big fish eating small fish. Since the cloud worms in the sky ate the spores, this buffet has been unstoppable. Not only that, for these animals, the powder season has a more important mission: reproduction. A large amount of food replenished the animals with sufficient energy. So the estrus and breeding seasons also came one after another. The double buff bonus of predation and reproduction made all the creatures on the planet crazy. A passing dog couldn't walk away innocent. Squeak! The gate of the base opened. Wang Wei and Da Vinci put on their equipment, and the dog sneaked out from inside. After scanning the surroundings to confirm that there was no danger, Da Vinci made an okay gesture to Wang Wei. "Let's go!" Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction and waved forward with a firm look in his eyes. Very good. A good start. He was worried about being attacked by wild animals. Now it seems that his daily cleaning around the base is still very effective. It's just that after the powder season arrives, the base will soon be unsafe. So we have to hurry up, so as not to be blocked by crazy animals when we come back. After following Da Vinci all the way to the dense forest yesterday, Wang Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath when he looked at the towering mushrooms in the distance. That is the core battlefield of the powder season. The closer the mushrooms are to the center of the dense forest, the more powerful predators they are. Are you ready? Wang Wei turned his head and glanced at Da Vinci. Regardless of the other party's shaking head, he forcibly dragged him into the dense forest. If possible, he didn't want to get close to here at this time. But who made those alien potatoes grow around the big mushrooms? And there is only one place. And there are no other places at all. Rare potatoes are as weird as the treasures in fantasy novels. But eating these potatoes will not increase a person's cultivation by 100 years. Nor will they cure all diseases and make people immortal. The only strange thing about this thing is that it is non-toxic. Yes, it is just non-toxic. But on this planet, this alone is precious enough. And even makes Wang Wei willing to take risks for it. Because if the planting is successful, he will never have to worry about food again. The sword of Damocles named Famine hanging above his head will also disappear completely. Just thinking about this wonderful future, Wang Wei can't help but feel ecstatic. Hee. Great. I will soon be able to realize potato freedom. Hee. Wang Wei couldn't help laughing foolishly. And even his steps were light. He didn't know where he had thrown away the cautiousness before entering the forest. The whole person was in a state of strange excitement. Like a drug addict who was high. Pa! Until a powerful slap hit his face. Wang Wei covered his burning right face with a confused look, and turned his head to meet Da Vinci Falls' concern. What's wrong with you? Only then did he finally realize his previous loss of composure. But when? He was fine before entering the forest. But after entering, he seemed to be high and fell into a trance. He didn't even notice when he was hit. He carefully rechecked his air filtration system and confirmed that there was no problem with the filter mask of the protective suit. If it's not toxins in the air, then what could be the medium? Wang Wei looked at the colorful plants around him, listened to the insects and beasts roaring from time to time, and pursed his lips with lingering fear. Mingming was already very cautious. After determining the route, he went straight to the target and didn't touch anything extra along the way. But he still fell into the hallucination without knowing it. The transmission route of toxins is nothing more than blood, food or air transmission. He didn't eat anything along the way. The air filtration system was intact, and the protective suit was not damaged. If it were Earth, this level of protection would not have any problems. But this is an alien planet, and the common sense of Earth does not apply here. Fortunately, there is Da Vinci. Wang Wei glanced at the robot beside him calmly, and his heart was much more at ease. As a robot, he would not have the same weaknesses and troubles as carbon-based life. The mysterious hallucinogenic toxin, no matter how it is transmitted, no matter whether it is smell, hearing, touch or vision, it will not have any effect on him at all. The body of silicon-based life metal and the brain composed of circuit boards will not be affected by these messy things at all. A real heart of stone. This is also the reason why Wang Wei dared to go deep into the mushroom forest during the powder season. If you encounter a battle, it is easy to solve it. Even if you can't win, you can escape. If you encounter the kind of hallucination or toxin just now, there should be no problem with Da Vinci escort. Continue. He adjusted his mentality briefly and rubbed his still burning face. The two continued to go deeper until the mottled sunlight was completely replaced by shadows. Looking up, the huge umbrella cover above blocked all the sunlight, and they could only rely on the faint light emitted by the fluorite and fluorite grass on the ground for illumination. It indicates that they have now entered the range of the towering mushrooms. According to memory, they can reach their destination about 3 kilometers ahead, which is where the alien potatoes were first discovered. Similarly, as they gradually go deeper and closer to the giant mushrooms in the center of the forest, the probability of encountering danger will become higher and higher. Just like now. If we have entered the territory of the mushrooms now, why is there still the rustling sound of the wind blowing the leaves? In the dark, Wang Wei suddenly stopped and asked a sole question. The growth of plants cannot be separated from sunlight. This is the same whether it is the Earth or this planet. It stands to reason that after they entered the territory of the giant mushroom, the sunlight in the sky had been monopolized by the mushroom, and only the small fluorite grass on the ground could grow. But now, the rustling sound of the wind blowing the leaves in the ear still remained. It did not stop because of the disappearance of the surrounding trees, but became more and more obvious. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer, and the unknown dark feeling made Wang Wei goosebumps rise. Da Vinci, turn on the light. There was no time to worry about exposing his whereabouts. Wang Wei shouted, and the energetic lightsaber instantly extended from the grip in his hand. The palm of Da Vinci's left hand split and deformed, and a strong light of up to 100,000 lumens shot out from the palm, instantly illuminating the surroundings as bright as day, and making the guys hiding in the dark nowhere to hide. With the roots intertwined like tentacles, the huge trees were also moving forward slowly, shaking the leaves on their bodies to make a rustling sound. On the thick trunk, the huge single eye reflected a scarlet light in the strong light. At this moment, it was staring at Wang Wei and Da Vinci in front of it. That is, a tree that can walk? Chapter 4. This tree is not serious. In the dense forest of mushrooms, the rustling sound is still there. Wang Wei tightly grasped the pulse lightsaber in his hand, looking at the strange tree in front of him with some caution and some doubt. The tension just now has long disappeared, because the person opposite him looks more nervous than him. The sudden strong light scared the tree, and it dropped leaves all over the ground. When it came to its senses, it saw Wang Wei holding the lightsaber in his hand and holding it. The whole tree was so scared that it kept shaking like a sieve. The big eyes were almost blinded by Da Vinci, and he didn't dare to close them, for fear that he would be smashed and burned by the man and the machine in front of him in a blink of an eye. Wang Wei pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Why does he look so nervous?" Da Vinci couldn't answer this question, and the tree opposite was even more difficult. It just looked at them pitifully, and the leaves on its body were almost shaking off. The strange reaction of the tree opposite was obviously different from those beasts. Wang Wei touched his chin thoughtfully, and then asked tentatively, "Can you understand me?" Who knew that after hearing this, the huge single eye of the tree in front of him suddenly blinked wildly. As a big tree, it is indeed incapable of speaking. But fortunately, Brother Shu is smart enough and found a way to answer the question by himself. This also indirectly proves that the strange tree in front of him has the ability to think, being able to understand what Wang Wei said. This level of intelligence is obviously not as simple as a simple beast. After 3 years in this ghost place, Wang Wei has come into contact with quite a few local creatures, but most of them are some guys with low intelligence, and every attempt to communicate ends in failure. Their intelligence is so low that it is almost the same as the cold-blooded animals on Earth. Even simple domestication is difficult to achieve, let alone the aliens that appear most frequently in film and television works. So much so that he was too lazy to try to communicate afterwards, and he would use the simplest method to solve the problem when he encountered it. But this time the big tree is different, looking at his full desire to survive. This brother tree's intelligence level is definitely not low. Then what do you want to do by following us secretly? Wang Wei's tone was even more puzzled. This guy was so scared of him, but he still followed him secretly. He didn't believe it if he didn't have a purpose, but after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of anything on him that was worth a big tree's attention. While talking, the pulse lightsaber passed through the air, making a buzzing vibration sound, as if he would chop it up and burn it on the spot if he didn't understand the answer. Seeing Wang Wei action, Brother Shu suddenly became more panicked. There was an inexplicable feeling of wanting to speak, but without a mouth, so he trembled and gestured with a branch for a long time. But unfortunately the brain waves of the man and the tree were completely on different channels, and what he got in return was only Wang Wei more puzzled eyes, and the pulse lightsaber closer to him. Seeing the lightsaber getting closer and closer, the scorching blade burned his leaves yellow, and then Brother Shu held a purple wet spore with a branch like a treasure. At this moment, even if Brother Shu couldn't speak, Wang Wei could tell from his actions that he was flattering. He just said like a lackey, "Big pot. This. Good stuff. You want this?" Recalling the scene when the powder season came, Wang Wei figured it out. Mushroom spores are deadly poison to him, but for the native creatures on the planet, These mushroom spores seemed to be a good source of food. Otherwise, after the powder season came, all kinds of creatures would come to the mushroom forest to fight for their heads. The purpose of this strange tree in front of him must be these spores. Thank you. I don't eat it. After figuring out the other party's purpose, Wang Wei put away the lightsaber at his hand and waved his hand politely to indicate that the other party didn't need to be so servile. He quickly hid the spores, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. Shugu didn't leave either, but waited there and looked at Wang Wei and Da Vinci eagerly. An intelligent creature. An intelligent creature that can communicate. Its purpose is obvious. Transaction. I now know the other party's purpose, which is probably for those mushroom spores. So the next step is to know what help he can provide to me. After studying for a long time with gestures and guesses, Wang Wei finally figured out the use of Shugu. Generally speaking, if Da Vinci and I want to go deep into the roots of mushrooms, we will inevitably have to go through some battles. Not to mention that it is still the powder season, and these creatures in Estras have a strong desire to attack. So the battles along the way are even more inevitable. They were even prepared to withdraw and come back tomorrow if the noise was too loud. But now, with the help of Brother Shu, with such a local tree leading the way, we can avoid the territories of some powerful beasts in advance. We can also use his hallucination or hypnotic ability to avoid most battles as much as possible. In exchange, I only need to help him get some mushroom spores. This deal is really too cost-effective. Getting some spores is just a matter of convenience for Wang Wei, but it is very difficult for Brother Shu. After all, he is just a tree. Except for the hypnotic ability, other aspects are no different from an ordinary tree. Slow and slow. Even if he can protect himself in the chaos of the core area, it is absolutely a pipe dream to get some spores at this speed. One person and one tree hit it off. Wang Wei enthusiastically pulled Brother Shu's branch, just as if it were a handshake. Then he turned his head and said to Da Vinci with dissatisfaction, "Why don't you put away this broken lamp?" Our Shugu eyes are shaking and bloodshot. The expression changed so quickly that Da Vinci was confused. Inexplicably, the combination of one person, one tree, and one robot was formed. The three of them moved towards the towering mushroom in the center of the forest. I have to say that Shugu is worthy of being a local. Since Shugu joined, they really didn't encounter any decent troubles along the way. Even if there were crazy animals, they were all weak guys that couldn't even withstand hypnosis. With Shugu leading the way, they soon came to the real core area, with the light emitted by various fluorescent plants. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. In front of him was the huge root system of the towering mushroom, and he couldn't see the end of both sides at a glance. The alien potatoes that Wang Wei dreamed of were buried near the root system, growing wildly at a health level that the base field could not understand at all. Near the roots, there were several powerful creatures covered in scars, which vigilantly and harmoniously divided the area near the roots into several pieces. Chapter 5. Kill all of you. Are there any news today? Dongxia Space Administration External Supervision Office. Kwang Xian pushed open the door and asked. But he just got a helpless shrug. Ever since the alien signal appeared, this has almost become his stereotype behavior. The first thing he does every day when he enters the unit is to come to the supervision office to ask. And this phenomenon is not limited to Kwang Xian alone. Although Dongxia voted against the alien signal in the voting meeting. But this vote obviously has nothing to do with Dongxia Space Administration. There are so many aerospace workers and astronomers in the Bureau, and the sudden appearance of alien signals makes them feel like chicken blood. In just 2 days, the Bureau has written 7 or 8 papers on alien civilization. A group of scholars even gathered several discussion groups, and several old men and women gathered together and argued all day long. If it weren't for the fact that contacting alien signals was expressly prohibited, they might have been talking on the phone with aliens now. The expectation on their faces instantly turned into disappointment. Kwang Xian sighed and was about to leave in a bored mood. Director. Wait a minute. The girl who just shrugged called him. The director wants you to go to a meeting. When Kwang Xian came to the office, almost everyone was there. Sitting at the head was an old man in his early 50s, his bare head reflecting the light strongly. There are still a few people who haven't arrived yet, so don't wait for them. Kwang Xian will just tell them after the meeting. The director waited until Kwang Xian sat down before he spoke. There is nothing else to call everyone here this time. It's mainly about the alien signal. While speaking, he glanced around and confirmed that everyone was listening to him before continuing. I just went to a meeting with the higher-ups. and they can understand how attractive this signal is to everyone. So it's still the same old question. That is, no matter who it is strictly forbidden to try to respond to that signal in any way. It concerns the safety of all mankind. And I hope everyone can understand it. After saying this, his tone softened a bit, and he said, as long as this is done, I support everyone's academic discussions in private. The meeting didn't last too long, because similar meetings have been held several times in the past few days, and the content of each meeting is basically the same as above. The director is used to it, and everyone is used to it. The meeting ended, and the people left one after another. How is it? Any news? The director looked at Kwang Xian, who was still in his original position, drank a sip of tea and asked. What he got was the same helpless shrug as his colleague. It has been 5 days since the first time we received the alien signal, and the signal has never appeared again. Kwang Xian sighed and said, if it weren't for the song Dongfeng Hong, I would have thought that the signal was received by the Earth by coincidence. At this point, the two looked at each other and sighed together. In fact, the attitude of the Bureau is basically the same. In public and private, we will not respond to the alien signal. But it has nothing to do with us if the aliens send a second signal. It's a pity. After that, the signal seemed to have evaporated from the Earth and never appeared again. Da Vinci singing floated in the universe for 5 days before finally reaching the Earth. It is enough to show that the 9th generation of communication equipment is worthy of being the 9th generation. Even if there was the subspace navigation technology of alien spacecraft before, the 8 generations would have disappeared completely before they could reach the Earth. I believe that if it continues to upgrade, it is not a dream to communicate with the Earth without delay in a few generations. But Wang Wei is not clear about this matter, and the young comrade of alien civilization has no time to continue scientific research now. He is riding on the branch of Brother Shu, carefully observing the situation ahead. When we got here, it was already the core battlefield of the powder season. The ground was covered with a thick layer of spore mucus. But because of the presence of those powerful creatures, other animals did not dare to approach here. They could only watch from afar like Brother Shu. Brother Shu was so greedy that his eyes were straight. But he did not dare to cross the line. Putting aside the hypnotic and hallucinogenic abilities, he was just an ordinary tree. Facing these powerful creatures, all he could do was to run away and find a way to escape. Fortunately, he was just a tree, and no one would bother to eat him. TSK. We're late, Wang Wei said softly, while riding on a tree branch. Da Vinci head was in his arms, and he was observing the situation not far away. The battle in the final round had already been decided, and the winner had divided the territory and recovered his strength. From now on, until the end of the powder season, they will firmly occupy their own territory and will not leave. If they could come earlier, they would have a chance to fish in troubled waters while they were still fighting. After all, Wang Wei's purpose was just to get some alien potatoes back for testing and analysis, and to help Brother Shu get some spores. These creatures look down on these two things, so the probability of success is still quite high. Unfortunately, it's too late, and this method will definitely not work. It's not a big problem. Wang Wei patted Da Vinci iron head and said with a smile. Brother Shu blinked in confusion, not understanding what he could do at this time. It's not that it hasn't tried in the past powder season, but it failed every time. Even last year, it saw Wang Wei and Da Vinci trying to enter the core area from a distance, but they were chased and ran away. So I couldn't understand what Wang Wei meant by this. Before, although it failed before, it doesn't mean it will fail this time. Wang Wei seemed to see Shugu's doubts and laughed in an unfathomable way. There is no way out of fighting alone. Win-win cooperation has a future. He lowered his head and patted Brother Shu's fork, whispering seductively, Brother Shu, whether we can return with a full load depends on your performance. The leaves swayed slightly, and Brother Shu didn't quite understand what Wang Wei meant, but instinctively felt a little panic, until he told his complete plan. He was fascinated by the promised full spores. Russell, Brother Shu said. He did it. Wang Wei patted Da Vinci's head. In return, Da Vinci had a big question mark. In the core area, the 6-armed pink monkey was silently licking its wounds, and the blue blood mixed with the hair turned into a light purple. Suddenly, the movement in the distance startled it. In the woods, the 4-armed pink monkeys made sharp sounds. At the same time, a one-eyed tree wielding a lightsaber suddenly moved. Russell, Brother Shu said. Slaughter you all? Chapter 6 Success. Known. Xu Gu failed because he did not have enough effective means of attack. Wang Wei failed because he could not deal with so many powerful beasts at once. One target was the alien potatoes that no one wanted. And the other target was the spores on the ground. One person. One tree. And one heart to pick up the rags. But he has never succeeded once so far. Coincidentally, Xu Gu has a lot of strength. And Wang Wei has some technology and hard work in his hands. The loser alliance hit it off and strived to avenge the previous shame this time. According to Wang Wei's plan, Xu Gu attracted the attention of these beasts head-on. And Wang Wei and Da Vinci took advantage of this time to get to the core area and succeed. Strive to get a vote and achieve freedom for spores and potatoes. The pulse lightsaber was turned to the maximum output. And the dazzling sword light did not seem out of place even if it was held by a big guy like Xu Gu. At this time, the thick roots buried in the ground had been pulled out, supporting the body and moving forward like a land octopus. It was completely different from the previous momentum. The only flaw is that Xu Gu is a mute. Otherwise it would be more appropriate to hear the roar of a giant beast at this time. Wang Wei and Da Vinci stood in a corner where no one would notice and pointed and talked. Until Xu Gu finally rushed over head-on. And then, they sneaked towards the target. Wang Wei. How many spores do we need? Get as many as you can. Remember to pay attention to safety. Da Vinci's voice sounded directly in the headset. And Wang Wei pondered for a moment and decided to seize the opportunity. So far, everything has been carried out in an orderly manner according to his plan. With Xu Gu's size, stealth is destined to be out of his reach. And he is the most powerful one among the three of them. So the hard work of attracting firepower head-on was left to Xu Gu. Next, Wang Wei went straight to the alien potato. And Da Vinci was responsible for fishing for mushroom spores. After Wang Wei succeeded, Da Vinci could stop and retreat together. Their targets were all unwanted junk. Even if anyone noticed his and Da Vinci little moves during this period, they would not give up on Brother Xu, the real threat, to deal with him. As for how Brother Xu would retreat, he comes every year during the powder season. And this year, he just has an extra lightsaber. Wang Wei and his friends don't need to worry about this matter. Instead, it would be more reasonable to care about the beasts that Brother Xu picked on. Very good. So far it's been smooth. Just as Wang Wei expected. With Brother Xu cover, he finally succeeded in entering the core area this time. The alien potatoes were right in front of him. And he could even see the purple lines on the potato leaves with the help of the glowing fluorite. Wait! Purple lines? He spent too much time on these potatoes. And it's not an exaggeration to say that he is half an expert on alien potatoes. But this potato didn't have these lines before. This discovery made him feel a little excited, which proved that his thinking was correct. The reason why the alien potatoes in the base field have been unable to be planted is that the problem is indeed the powder season. There is no time to think about it. These can be left in the base for further research. He carefully dug a few complete alien potatoes and packed them, then turned around and prepared to call Da Vinci to run away. When he turned around, he was startled by the movement in front of him. Brother Xu, holding a lightsaber, can be called a god of war. The thick tree branches wrapped around the lightsaber, and it was so fierce and vigorous when he swung it. Where had those beasts seen such high technology? They were all stunned by Brother Xu. New and old grudges plus the previous frustration. Brother Xu directly turned into a god of war. While Wang Wei was digging a potato, Brother Xu broke one of the 6 arms of the pink gorilla. So fierce. Even Da Vinci, the fool, turned the camera and stared at the excitement in front of him. Fortunately, his hands were not idle. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a bumper harvest of spores. His steel-like body was dyed purple by the spores. And he looked dirty from a distance. The battle on Brother Xu's side reshuffled the forces in the core area, causing the entire core area to become chaotic again. Da Vinci image attracted the specialized cloud insects in the forest, who surrounded him and greedily snatched the spores. These powerful beasts in the core area really don't care about the spores, but they are very attractive to other weak beings. So much so that Wang Wei, who obviously went deeper, did not encounter any obstacles. But Da Vinci was like a walking Tang Sanzang after collecting spores. The cloud insects surrounded Da Vinci, and their sharp mouthparts bit Da Vinci body, making a ding-ding-dang-dang sound of iron forging. But they couldn't break through this alloy shell, and instead broke several of their mouthparts. Brother Xu, don't get too excited. Wang Wei and Da Vinci had already withdrawn from the core area. They turned around and shouted at Brother Xu, The lightsaber at full power won't last long. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Brother Shu listened this time. The huge one-eyed man looked at the artifact in his hand with shock, and then turned around and ran without saying a word. Even though the beasts behind him were already bloodthirsty at this moment, he would rather be hit twice and break a few branches. While the lightsaber still had energy, it was still in time to fight and run. Otherwise, if the fire was out during the fight, these beasts that had been chopped by him would tear him alive. The two people and the tree came together, and when they ran away, they could only rely on their own abilities. Wang Wei was able to turn back and remind him, which was already very moral. So it was like what happened every year during the powder season. Brother Shu came aggressively and ran away in a hurry. But this time, the noise was even bigger than before. Brother Shu was chased by the beasts in the core area, and Wang Wei and Da Vinci retreat was not stable. The cloud worms that no longer hid in the clouds, but lived parasitically under the mushrooms had already set their sights on Da Vinci. A black mass of them. Bite. Behind them. But they couldn't stop and solve the trouble behind them first, because they were far from safe now. Fortunately, when Da Vinci was made, no corners were cut, and the cloud worms had no way to deal with this alloy iron lump for a while. It wasn't until they ran out of the mushroom canopy that the long-lost sunlight finally shone through the woods again, and the alien creatures that lived in darkness all year round stopped. Only the cloud worms were still chasing after them. Da Vinci. Do it. Wang Wei had been chased and was furious. He turned his head and looked at the dense cloud worms behind him, and said with gritted teeth. Then, along with the sound of steel fission, high-frequency sound waves specifically targeting cloud worms sounded from Da Vinci. The world. It was finally quiet. Chapter 7. Will robots believe in electronic gods? After dealing with those annoying cloud bugs, Wang Wei and Da Vinci waited in boredom. Before the action, I had agreed on the location with Shu Ge, and I don't know if he understood it. Wang Wei. I can't move. When he heard Da Vinci's words, he turned around and saw it standing on one foot helplessly. In just a short while, the spore mucus had begun to solidify. It was just purple mucus. But when Wang Wei was distracted for a while, it turned into crystal-like purple crystals when he turned around. The sunlight refracted through the crystals and shone with colorful light. If Yu Qian saw this, he would have to collect it for you. How fresh. Amber robot. Isn't this more interesting than the amber giraffe? Da Vinci tilted his head, obviously not quite understanding Wang Wei's crosstalk. He just helplessly blinked the fake eyes on the head display, expressing his doubts. Wang Wei would naturally not ignore him, but the solidity of these spore crystals was beyond his imagination. After knocking for a long time, there was not even a white stubble on it. The pulse lightsaber was still in Shu Ge's hand, and he couldn't just shoot Da Vinci directly. Fortunately, Shu Ge finally arrived at this time. Hearing the familiar rustling sound coming from the shadow behind him, Wang Wei turned his head in time. I have to say, Shu Ge's current appearance is really miserable. Almost all the leaves have fallen, and several branches have been broken. At first glance, it looks like it just came out of a barber shop. There are even several deep claw marks on the trunk, and a piece of the bark has been bitten off. But even so, after seeing Wang Wei from a distance, the huge single eye was instantly filled with joy. It can be seen that its joy is not for those mushroom spores, but because Wang Wei and Da Vinci are also safe and sound. Because from the beginning to the end, Shu Ge's attention was on Wang Wei instead of those mushroom spores. Although Shu Ge was a little stupid, his feelings were still genuine. Seeing Shu Ge caring about his safety even though he was injured like this, he couldn't help but feel a little touched. It has been 3 years since he came to this ghost planet, and Shu Ge is the first and only friend he has made. Da Vinci doesn't count. As a robot created by himself, Wang Wei always treats it as his own son, carefully taking out the lightsaber from the tree hole. Shu Ge reluctantly brought it to Wang Wei. It can be seen that it really likes this thing, even though he has been so miserable. The lightsaber is not damaged at all. Wang Wei has seen the scene in the core area before, facing so many powerful beasts chasing him madly. He would not blame Shu Ge even if he used the lightsaber as a hidden weapon. But the lightsaber was intact, and even the first thing it did when they met was to return this very valuable weapon. Brother Shu, I'm determined to be your friend. Wang Wei didn't reach out to take the lightsaber, but looked into Brother Shu's big eyes and spoke word by word. After saying that, he glanced at the pulse lightsaber and said, gritting his teeth, I still have this thing. Just consider it a gift for you. The emotion called surprise instantly filled Brother Shu's big eyes, making him look a little cute in contrast. Wang Wei and Brother Shu were sympathetic to each other. It was a pity that they met too late and wanted to become sworn brothers on the spot. There was a robot figurine behind him, and it was not impossible to use it directly as a cyber Guangdong statue. Wait, robot? Wang Wei reached out and poked Da Vinci, and seeing that he had been completely sealed by the spore crystal, he turned his head and said in a shocking voice, "I'm awesome. Brother Shu. Help." This was not difficult for Brother Shu. Just stretching out the vines to wrap around Da Vinci and exerting a little force. Those crystals could no longer withstand the pressure and cracked. However, Da Vinci, who had escaped from the trap again, seemed to have some emotions. And the emojis he looked at Wang Wei were full of resentment. Next, it was time to happily divide the spoils. Just as he had agreed before, he only wanted the alien potatoes, and did not take any of the precious mushroom spores. No matter how precious this thing was, it was meaningless to Wang Wei, who would have the habit of collecting poison at home. But this touched Brother Shu so much. He insisted on splitting the spoils with Wang Wei 50-50, until he said that he would ask him for help in the future. And then he accepted all the mushroom spores. After dividing the spoils, it was time to go home. Wang Wei couldn't wait to see these precious potatoes. Brother Shu stood at the edge of the forest, reluctantly waving goodbye to Wang Wei. It was not until the two little men completely disappeared from his sight that he turned around and returned to the dense forest, returning to the base to change into action clothes. He couldn't wait to carry the alien potatoes into the laboratory. His base was actually converted from the huge alien spaceship. As a person who inherited alien technology and Da Vinci, the main control intelligence, he is now equivalent to the captain of this spaceship. Unfortunately, the spaceship was damaged too thoroughly, and it was impossible to take him and Da Vinci away from here and return to Earth. He could only reluctantly convert the spaceship into a base. When he was digging potatoes before, he noticed that the potatoes he brought back this time were completely different from those he had found before. There were light purple lines on the stems and leaves of the potatoes, which extended all the way to the tuberous stems in the soil at the bottom, and finally penetrated under the epidermis of the tuberous stems. This change made him a little excited. The location for digging potatoes has never changed from beginning to end, and it is always in the deepest part of the mushroom forest. In other words, the varieties of these potatoes have not changed, and they are still those buried in the fields of his base. Sure enough, the key to the successful planting of these potatoes lies in the powder season. Put the newly brought back potatoes on the scanning instrument. And by the way, there is also a handful of soil nearby at that time. Then start the instrument and wait quietly for the results to come out. Will it work this time? Probably. Then you won't have to die. Well, if it works, you won't die. As a robot, it was hard for him to understand how scary death was. And he didn't know how important those potatoes were to Wang Wei. He just knew that he didn't want to be separated from Wang Wei. He didn't want to go back to the time before he met Wang Wei, waiting alone in the dark until the steel rotted in the rain and sand. That was too scary. So Da Vinci looked at the potatoes in front of him and said seriously, "It will work this time. You won't starve to death." It was like praying, making a sincere wish. But can robots have faith? Should he believe in electronic gods? Wang Wei looked at the robot beside him, and the last uneasiness in his heart was swept away. He smiled and agreed on behalf of the non-existent electronic god. "Okay. It's a deal." Chapter 8. Believe me, he is really friendly. The results of the scan analysis came out soon. Wang Wei looked at the data above and licked his teeth. He never dreamed that there was only one factor that allowed potatoes to sprout and grow normally. That is feces. It's just not ordinary feces, but the feces after the alien creatures eat the spores and digest them. These alien potatoes are like cicadas on Earth. Before the powder season, they were actually in a dormant state. This period was like the nymph period of cicadas, quietly lurking in the soil, until the powder season arrives. The mushroom spores are swallowed by the creatures and then excreted. The feces containing mushroom spores will supplement the most critical and important nutrients of the alien potatoes. That is, after this, these alien potatoes will end the dormant period and enter the growth period. Just like the cicada molting, the dormant period and growth period of alien potatoes are two different plants. No wonder my fertilizer didn't work before. Wang Wei touched his chin and muttered thoughtfully while looking at the alien potato in front of him. He didn't eat mushroom spores. so it was reasonable for him to fail. Now it was very simple. All he needed was some feces, which was much simpler than getting some mushroom spores. This matter. Just find Brother Shu. Deep in the mushroom forest, Brother Shu dragged his broken body to an open area. Many strange creatures had gathered here. Seeing Brother Shu's miserable appearance, they immediately started arguing. And it seemed that they were actually concerned about his injuries. There were about a dozen completely different creatures present, and the language they spoke was surprisingly consistent. It was complex and tongue-twisting, and there were some strange syllables from time to time. The forest was full of intelligent life, communicating in a language that Wang Wei couldn't understand at all. Seeing these creatures, Brother Shu's eyes, which had been vigilant, finally softened, as if he was very relieved about these creatures. Brother Shu can't speak, but he has his own way of communicating. Fine dust drifted from his body, and the other creatures present had no intention of avoiding it when they saw this scene, but took the initiative to inhale the dust. So in everyone's mind, Brother Shu's low voice sounded. This is the way their race uses to communicate. As long as they inhale the dust, they can establish a mental connection with Brother Shu. The weak creatures on the road before were not hypnotized by Brother Shu as Wang Wei thought, but were persuaded to leave by Brother Shu after establishing communication. In fact, when he first met Wang Wei, he had the courage to try to communicate in this way. However, due to the air filtration system, the dust in the air was filtered out, and the effect of the remaining air inhaled into Wang Wei's lungs was not enough to establish a mental connection. Instead, it backfired, making Wang Wei feel like he was high. The communication failed, and he was misunderstood as a tree spirit with bad intentions who could hypnotize. Fortunately, it was not completely useless. At least, he could understand what Wang Wei said. When he saw Wang Wei take out the pulse lightsaber, Brother Shu thought of his own tragic death. But he didn't expect that this legendary demon butcher would be so friendly. The rumors of killing citizens of the Interstellar Federation and eating them as barbecues seemed to be nonsense. I met the devil and his iron servants. Brother Shu's voice slowly sounded in everyone's mind, and everyone was in awe. Combined with the devil's previous dazzling record and Brother Shu's appearance of surviving a war, everyone instantly imagined a 10,000-word plot. But Brother Shu's next words immediately made everyone talk about it. Impossible. I saw him kill Kalun from the Tyrant Galaxy without saying a word. Yes, I was there too. Although Kalun was not a good guy, he was considered strong among us. He had no ability to resist the Iron Servant. Yes. Kalun's cry for mercy was miserable. But the demon had no sympathy at all. The demon dismembered him one by one, then skewered his tentacles on wood, and roasted them, and ate them. Yes, the demon was even laughing while eating him. This is terrible. Woo woo woo. The discussion about demons seemed to stimulate a creature that looked like an octopus, and it trembled and cried. Brother Shu's words seemed to have brought back painful memories for everyone. All of a sudden, everyone talked about Wang Wei atrocities over the years. This planet was originally a legacy of a high-level civilization, and they were the most outstanding young generation in each galaxy. They were chosen by a higher civilization, and were sent to this sacred place with the hope of their hometown, hoping to inherit the legacy of this higher civilization. Unfortunately, they met Wang Wei and Da Vinci. The technological levels of the two sides are not at the same level. Some people even speculate that Wang Wei and Da Vinci are the last guardians of this planet. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the science fiction movies on Earth, which made Wang Wei have a subconscious stereotype of aliens. He thought that aliens should have a higher technological level and sit in alien spacecraft like flying saucers. He never considered that the technological level of these aliens is actually not as good as his own. So in the past 3 years, when he met people from other galaxies, he didn't think of aliens at all, just regarded them as strange beasts. And there was no psychological burden at all when he took action. Pulse lightsabers are equipped with firearms, not to mention that there is a Da Vinci on the side. The combat power is so strong that everyone feels trembling just thinking about it. So inexplicably, Wang Wei's notoriety spread again. No one cared about what Shugu said, and just thought that he had been scared silly by the devil. Only Shugu was still weakly defending. Believe me, he is really friendly. I have no idea what happened to Shugu. He didn't even know that there were aliens of other civilizations on this planet besides himself. After all, he even discovered alien spaceships. So he subconsciously linked all aliens with the civilization that made these alien spaceships. How could a civilization that could make these alien spaceships not have any high-tech equipment in its hands? The logic was so reasonable that it was simply impeccable. Even Shugu was just a strange creature who could understand what he said, and was a little smarter in his eyes. Don't be funny. Are they aliens? Let alone spaceships. They can't even make a gun. With the technology of these guys, how could they have the strength to cross the universe and come here? So they are definitely just local beasts. Hey. Wang Wei held his chin with one hand, looked at the world outside the window and sighed. He turned around and looked at Da Vinci, who was imitating him, and said with emotion, Da Vinci, do you think there are really aliens in this world? Chapter 9 The Signal. Again. Sol La Ri. Du La Ri. Dongxia Space Agency. In the conference room, the out-of-tune electronic music sounded in everyone's ears again. After disappearing for a full half-month, Dongxia Space Agency received the mysterious alien signal again. Everyone has discovered it. Right? The director frowned slightly, glanced around the conference room, and continued, this time, the signal is much clearer than the first time it was received. As he said this, he waved his hand to signal the staff in the corner to switch the audio. The audio switched to the one received the first time, and the projection screen behind him also displayed the image comparison of the two frequency bands in time, so that everyone could distinguish the difference. In fact, everyone didn't need to look at the image comparison on the projection screen, because the difference between the two received signals was too obvious. The first received signal, the noisy background noise, almost completely covered the sound of Dongfenghong, and it was seriously out of tune due to the interference of cosmic radiation. It took them a lot of effort to even recognize that it was Dongfenghong. But the signal just received, this audio has almost no noise. Only a light rustling sound combined with a monotonous scale, which makes everyone present feel uneasy. Too much. Too clear. Although it is still out of tune and incomprehensible. What does this mean? Is the mysterious alien getting closer and closer to the Earth at this moment? What is the other party's purpose? What does this approach mean? What will their attitude be? The audio is still playing repeatedly, bringing the atmosphere in the conference room to a freezing point. Two identical, but completely different audios in half a month. Seeing that everyone realized the seriousness of the matter, the director tapped the table with his knuckles. The sound of fingers tapping the table made everyone focus on the director again. So he continued, I believe everyone can guess the reason for the two changes in the audio. That is, the other party is approaching the Earth. Forcibly approaching the Earth without the permission of the Earth is not a good intention in itself. I am not an optimist, and the other party's attitude has been clearly expressed in these two signals. Unfortunately, they are not well-intentioned. The director's analysis is well-founded. Even almost everyone present thinks so. Otherwise, what else could be the reason for the change in the audio? The other party's technological level is obviously far superior to that of the Earth. Those extraterrestrial satellites monitor the universe 24 hours a day, and have not made any discoveries so far. So there is only one explanation for the change in the audio, which is the distance change that the director just mentioned. Otherwise, what else could be the reason? Is it because the other party took advantage of the half-month to upgrade the communication system? Don't be too humorous. Everyone present, including the director and Kwang Xian, was the one who was more optimistic about aliens at the beginning. After all, judging from the song The East is Red, the other party should have already started observing the Earth, but still chose to establish a signal connection, a more friendly way of contact. But now, the other party has proved their attitude with actual actions. Maybe they are indeed friendly to Dongxia, but they are now dangerous to all mankind. Comrades. The director turned his head and looked at the sky outside the window with deep eyes. The dark clouds of accumulating rain had gathered on the horizon. He said, war is coming. So from the moment the Dongxia Space Agency received the signal, the huge state machine has been running at full speed. Satellites are constantly launched all over the world, and the monitoring network composed of satellites from various countries completely covers all corners of the Earth. Strive to receive the signal and respond to the first time the alien spacecraft appears. At the same time, arsenals in various places have also begun to work overloaded. All preparations are only for the Earth to have the ability to resist when aliens invade. The storm is coming. Although ordinary people don't know what happened, the depressing atmosphere still makes many people feel it. The dark clouds in the sky covered the sky above the city. There was a rumbling thunder from the clouds. A rainstorm is coming. Did you bring the things? So many? Outside the mushroom forest, Wang Wei was wearing an orange action suit, looking at the sack in front of him with a serious expression. Da Vinci palm had split into a pulse hand cannon, helping him to guard the surroundings. If the frequency and output were lowered, it would be a strong light flashlight, and if it was increased, it would be a pulse hand cannon. It can be used for both daily use and combat. Convenient and practical. Brother Shu, you've worked so hard. Looking at the sack in front of him that was already full, Wang Wei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Brother Shu is really a real tree. After figuring out the situation of the alien potatoes yesterday, Da Vinci found Brother Shu that afternoon and handed the sack to him. As a result, when they came this morning, the large sack was already full. Although it is not clear whether Brother Shu needs to sleep at night, it is obvious that he has been busy all night. Just looking at the sack in front of him, Wang Wei can imagine Brother Shu picking up shit all over the floor last night. And because Brother Shu had just offended those people in the core area yesterday, he couldn't go to the core area where it was easiest to pick up shit. He could only pick up shit everywhere in the forest. Just thinking about it is hard enough. But Brother Shu just stood there stupidly. And he was a little overwhelmed after being thanked by Wang Wei. After all, in his opinion, he actually did nothing, and was not as good as the lightsaber and mushroom spores that Wang Wei gave him. He chatted briefly with Shugu again. Or rather, Wang Wei chatted unilaterally for a while. He reluctantly said goodbye and took Da Vinci back. The alien potatoes in the base field were still waiting for him to fertilize them. The sooner he returned, the earlier the potatoes would enter the growth period. His time was really limited, and the remaining food in the base would not last too long. He didn't know if this month would be enough for the potatoes to mature. Wang Wei, why do you want me to carry this? Are you just using me as a tool? Although he didn't have a sense of smell, and couldn't smell the pungent smell of the sack in front of him, Da Vinci noticed Wang Wei's disgusted expression. You are a little too sensitive. Brother. Wang Wei almost choked at the sincere questioning. Looking at Da Vinci curious baby-like emojis, he kept sighing in his heart that the child had grown up and the rebellious period had finally arrived. No. This is a symbol of trust. Wang Wei quickly adjusted his expression, smiled and patted Da Vinci's shoulder. Do you think the things in this sack are very important to us? Without it, the potatoes in the base field cannot mature. If the potatoes cannot mature, I will starve to death. So the things in this sack are equivalent to my life. As he said this, Wang Wei looked at Da Vinci seriously and said solemnly, Da Vinci, I put my life on your shoulders. Chapter 10 Composting. Feces. Humans have been using it since ancient times, and it is still a very important fertilizer today. Generally speaking, feces are rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, calcium, potassium and other trace elements, which can provide sufficient nutrition for crops and allow them to thrive. This theory is also applicable to aliens. In fact, Wang Wei had tried it before, but because it was not the powder season at that time, the result at that time also failed. Base field. Wang Wei frowned at the full sack of stuff. It can only be said that even the alien defense smells the same as the Earth's, and it smells equally bad. Now the fertilizer needed for the alien potatoes has been obtained with the help of Brother Shu, and the next step is to fertilize. He first covered the potatoes in the field with a part of the feces to ensure that these alien potatoes can successfully end their dormancy and enter the growth period. The rest is to prepare to use the method of processing farmyard manure on Earth to compost these feces. The experience accumulated on Earth over thousands of years makes no sense that it would be worse than letting it grow wildly. Let Da Vinci carry an iron can. Pour all the remaining feces into it. Add water and stir. Then mix it with the soil on the planet and seal the lid. The last step is the most important step. That is high-temperature composting and fermentation. The high temperature generated by the natural fermentation of feces is used to kill the eggs and grass seeds in the feces. And finally, the feces are decomposed by bacteria. Only after such treatment can it be used as fertilizer. The fertilizer treated in this way has two advantages. First, the fertility is fully exerted, which is more conducive to plant absorption and growth. Second, the grass seeds and eggs have been killed by high temperature. And after fertilization, there will be no parasitic pests or weeds competing with potatoes for nutrition. As a major agricultural country, and even one of the earliest birthplaces of agricultural culture in human history, Dongxia always has an inexplicable obsession with farming. So much so that after Wang Wei settled down on the alien planet, he immediately opened up such a piece of farmland. I always feel uneasy if there are no crops planted in the fields. Just like the Americans will think of hunting at the first time. This is the subconscious influence brought by culture. The process of mixing compost is painful. At least Wang Wei is painful. Da Vinci just mechanically repeats the mixing action, and does not understand why Wang Wei's expression can be so painful. Fortunately, it is finally over. Seeing Wang Wei leave here as if he was running for his life, Da Vinci just tilted his head curiously, and continued to do the finishing work. Generally speaking, the compost fermentation process takes a full half-month. When the fertilizer is fermented and mature, the color turns black and brown, and the volume is reduced by more than 1/3. It can be covered on these alien potatoes. But Wang Wei time is not enough, so he can only shorten the compost fermentation time to 1 week. Next, just wait. 7 days passed quickly. Da Vinci came to the base field as promised, and opened the sealed compost can. Wang Wei watched from a distance, as the lid of the sealed iron pipe was lifted by Da Vinci. It seemed as if a demon ran out of it with wild laughter. Although he was far enough away to not smell the smell at all, he still held his breath involuntarily when he saw the scene in front of him. On the contrary, Da Vinci looked indifferent and carefully covered the potatoes in the field with fertilizer. Wang Wei's previous PUA was very successful. Da Vinci not only did not have any rejection of the current work, but also had a sense of mission of being trusted. This is not fertilizing potatoes. This is saving Wang Wei's life. Until the fertilization was finally over, the demon was sealed back into the cage again. Wang Wei still unconsciously kept a certain distance from Da Vinci. There was no way. After working so hard for half a day, Da Vinci's iron sheet was almost pickled. Although he recognized Da Vinci's work and was very moved by his efforts, but the smell was still overwhelmed, and the subconscious avoidance was completely a physiological reaction, not because he hated Da Vinci. As he spoke, Wang Wei took a small step back without making a sound. He had actually not been idle during the 7 days of waiting for the compost. He had always been thinking about contacting the Earth, and he had not forgotten the failure of the 9th generation communication device. It was just that the food problem was so urgent that he had not paid attention to it. Now the problem of planting alien potatoes has finally been solved. It happened that during the 7 days of compost fermentation, Wang Wei and Da Vinci studied the reasons for the failure of the 9th generation communication system. The signal strength of the 9th generation communication device is completely sufficient. At least it should be enough to reach the Earth. Wang Wei said this with confidence, perfectly showing his confidence in his technological level. What a joke. He has almost completely mastered the technology of this alien spacecraft. If he doesn't even understand the communication device he made, then he can forget about going home. But since the signal has been transmitted to the Earth, what is the reason for the failure? Wang Wei muttered to himself, and then turned around and saw Da Vinci slacking off there. He really suspected that the 3-year-old Da Vinci had entered the rebellious period. Thinking about it, it is indeed time. His personality has been established in these 3 years. The next step is to evolve from an artificial intelligence to a real intelligent life. He always thinks in a daze, and I don't know what he is thinking in this iron head. And the most important difference between robots and humans is actually here. It's not the so-called emotions or wisdom, which can be simulated by calculation. The most important difference between robots and humans is actually the ability to think independently. This is the evolution from everything being meaningless to everything being meaningful. The obedient and sensible little robot is going to be far away from me, which is really sad. Wang Wei sighed with emotion, but he was still happy for Da Vinci change. Since there is no problem with the signal strength, is it a problem of stability? When he was dazed, Wang Wei nodded his head. Da Vinci came back to his senses and made a very constructive suggestion. The strength is enough to spread to the Earth, but if the stability is not enough, when the signal crosses the vast universe and reaches the Earth, it is very likely to become a meaningless, messy sound due to the interference of cosmic radiation. Wang Wei looked at the design drawing in front of him thoughtfully, turned his head, and said to Da Vinci seriously, Da Vinci, you are a wise man. Chapter 11. The funeral may have been completed. So beautiful. So sexy. Da Vinci. Look at how beautiful they are with their green and purple colors. Wang Wei. You look like a pervert now. Da Vinci took a look at the potatoes in the base field, and then looked at Wang Wei, who looked like a pig, and gave his sharp comments very seriously. Facts have proved that human experience and wisdom are still very useful even on alien planets. The alien potatoes in the base field have successfully entered the growth period after fertilization, and the lush green has broken through the ground. spreading branches and leaves to show off their graceful bodies. And because the subsequent fertilizers have been composted, the fertilizer has been fully utilized, resulting in the alien potatoes in the base field actually growing faster and stronger than those in the wild. This is not aimless, but a conclusion he reached after carefully comparing the data. You know, it's no problem for him to say that he is half an expert on alien potatoes now. Except for the powder season. He has basically collected all the data of the growth stages of these alien potatoes. In just half a month, the growth rate of these alien potatoes in the base field is comparable to that of wild varieties in 2 months. This is also the difference between alien potatoes and earth crops. If it is a plant on earth, fertilizer is not absolutely a good thing, because excessive nutrition can also cause plant death. But alien potatoes really don't care about this. As long as you can keep up with the nutrition, he will take it all. The amount of fertilizer applied in the latest time has at least doubled compared to the first time. But these alien potatoes are still growing vigorously. And there is no sign of anything wrong. Excessive nutrition? I starve to death and reincarnate. I'm eating. However, the increase in fertilizer stops here. Even if these alien potatoes can accept it, he is not going to increase it further. He still understands the principle that too much is as bad as too little. Everything should have a degree. And there is another important point. That is, even if these alien potatoes can be accepted, Wang Wei himself is about to be unable to accept it. If this continues, he doesn't know what he will eat when the potatoes are ripe. That's enough. No need to continue thinking about it. Huh? He took a puff of the cigarette he had researched and let the light blue smoke drift in the wind. A big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. And Wang Wei felt relieved from the bottom of his heart. No one wants to die. Although he didn't say it, the pressure of death would still be like a huge rock pressing on his chest, making him often breathless. Even after figuring out the problem of alien potatoes, this feeling still exists, because there are too many uncertain factors. For example, time. Even if he successfully got the fertilizer, before the food in the base was completely exhausted, could these potatoes really mature? Could he wait until these potatoes were ripe? He could only bear these pressures by himself. And he couldn't find anyone to tell and share. Da Vinci was indeed trustworthy. But he didn't understand. There was no need for him to say all this and make him nervous. He didn't want to die. He always had. He didn't want to die more than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have struggled to survive on this strange and dangerous planet for 3 whole years. Thanks to his optimistic nature, the loneliness of being alone would have driven him crazy. Humans are essentially social animals. Or rather, social animals. But Wang Wei was on an isolated island in the universe. And he was the only one he could see. He wanted to go home. And he had been looking forward to it. And this belief kept him going through countless lonely nights. It's great. He looked at the smoke with emotion, felt the burning sensation in his lungs, and smiled at Da Vinci. Right? Da Vinci? Life is so beautiful. Are you sick? Da Vinci reached out and touched Wang Wei's forehead. The temperature-sensitive material on his hand could help him simulate the sense of touch, and also allow him to roughly confirm Wang Wei's physical condition. See, this is why Wang Wei is lonely. Even though he had done his best to make Da Vinci more human, it still couldn't understand his sentimentality. He really didn't understand romance. Country bumpkin. He laughed and scolded Da Vinci, then stood up and patted the dirt off his butt. Regardless of the other party's puzzled expression, he said, "Let's go and install the communication device." The 10th generation communication device had been upgraded yesterday, thanks to Da Vinci constructive suggestions. This time it was just to strengthen the signal stabilization module based on the 9th generation. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the final version of the communication system, and the subsequent upgrades will only upgrade the functions on the current template. This is the limit of Wang Wei's current technological level. According to his calculations, the current signal device is completely sufficient for him to communicate with the Earth. He came to the top of the mountain closest to the base with Da Vinci with great expectations. The previous signal tower still stood there honestly, and it didn't look like it was chewed by the curious baby passing by. Thank you, nature. The good news one after another made Wang Wei feel very good. If this communication device can contact the Earth, it will be even more perfect. Da Vinci still went to the top of the signal tower to replace the latest antenna, and he replaced the upgraded core module in the base station below. With the restart of the base station, the 10th generation communication device was officially put into use. Why? Is anyone there? Wang Wei couldn't hide his excitement and took the initiative to invite the Earth to communicate. If nothing unexpected happens, this audio of his will be transmitted to the Earth across the vast universe. Maybe this voice can be heard by my family or friends, and they will definitely recognize my voice. But it's been so long. My funeral should have been held. A living person disappeared for more than 3 years inexplicably, and disappeared out of thin air. There was no news at all in 3 years. Even family and friends should have given up long ago. Maybe they finally accepted the fact that I'm dead. When Wang Wei thought of this, the excitement just now gradually faded, and he became sad again. I don't know when I can go back. Maybe I won't have the chance to return to Earth in this life. Looking at the microphone in front of him, he suddenly lost interest. He suddenly didn't know whether it was a good thing to let them know that he was still alive. Chapter 12 Referendum. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? The low, inflected voice, like the whisper of a demon, spoke in awkward Chinese, and the rustling background noise made everyone who heard it feel a chill down their spine. Those aliens have already mastered the human language. What is this? A provocation? At the second meeting, the audio from the aliens was playing on the speakers. This time was different from the first time. In addition to the off tune "The East is Red," there was also an awkward Chinese passage. The tone was awkward, and the voice was weird. It didn't sound like someone who had just learned Chinese, but rather someone who had just learned to speak. The stiff tone was the same. It didn't sound like a greeting at all, but more like a provocation. Well, very good. More like the evil aliens in everyone's stereotype. Unfortunately, everyone present this time was everyone, and they would not be scared by this so-called threat. Everyone. I think this matter has the right to be known to everyone. The preliminary work of global preparations has been almost completed. Letting the public know can also make the plan progress more smoothly. The head of Dongxia spoke slowly and expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Just as he said, if nothing unexpected happens, the human race may face the biggest crisis in history. And it is a crisis that no one is spared and covers all mankind. It is obviously the best time to smoothly enter the national preparation stage by announcing this signal. And I have a proposal. The head of Dongxia rubbed his eyebrows, relieved the fatigue caused by recent overwork, and then slowly said, I hope to initiate a referendum. Let humans decide their own destiny. Second. Agree. Pass. This made the atmosphere on the scene silent for a short time. And then everyone understood what the head of Dongxia meant. Just as he said just now, the destiny of mankind should be decided by humans themselves. And there is no better time than now. Qin Tianxiang was walking on the street. A day's work made him a little tired. He just wanted to go home quickly and lie on the bed to have a good sleep. Hello. A cup of Americano. To buy coffee at his own expense to keep himself awake at work. Modern workers are really miserable. In the cheers, he seemed to hear someone scolding him. And the scolding was quite ugly. This made his mood, which was already irritable because of overtime, even more depressed. At this moment, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Is it overtime again? Qin Tianxiang suspected that he was sick, a disease that made him afraid of cold sweats when he heard the ringing of the mobile phone. He didn't know what this was, whether it was ringtone phobia or overtime phobia. He wanted to pretend that he didn't hear anything. But the mobile phone in his pocket was like a little devil that was activated, buzzing and vibrating non-stop. It made people blush and irritated. In the end, he could only resign himself to taking out his mobile phone. But surprisingly, it was not an overtime call. Turning on the screen, his mobile phone was forced to pop up to an unfamiliar interface uncontrollably. A strange audio began to play slowly by itself. Fuck. My new phone. Qin Tianxiang suspected that his phone was infected with a virus. But when he looked up, he found that all the pedestrians on the street had stopped. Then, a face that often appeared in the news appeared on everyone's phone screen. Comrades. He slowly opened his mouth and explained the audio just now and the current situation. Aliens? Referendum? Are you kidding me? What is this? Is it a prank? For a while, the society fell into an inexplicable restlessness. In reality, on the internet, various analyses of today's events have emerged like a gusher. Some people think it is a malicious joke by hackers, and they use AI to simulate the sound and image. Some people believe that everything that happened today is real, and there are really aliens approaching the Earth, until the overwhelming official accounts came down and confirmed the authenticity of this incident. The referendum is real. There really are aliens. Will humanity perish? What do aliens look like? On the internet, discussions about aliens are endless. Qin Tianxiang is naturally among them. Ah! Is the world going to end? He lay on the bed, exhausted and not wanting to move. But his mind was unusually relaxed. He threw his phone aside and muttered to himself, if the world ends, I don't have to go to work. The world of ordinary people. It seems that even the end of the world has nothing to do with me. Thinking this way, he soon fell into a deep sleep. For the next 3 days, the whole world suddenly started discussing things about aliens, with official statements from around the world confirming the aliens. The dreamlike feeling of unreality finally disappeared. Everyone finally confirmed that the aliens were not just a dream. And today is the day when the referendum is officially launched. Everyone in the world is eligible to cast their precious vote, facing this mysterious and dangerous alien signal. Will the Earth respond? This vote lasted a whole day, and everyone could see the real-time voting progress, until the final voting results were announced. The human choice was, don't answer. Wang Wei. Why do you look a little unhappy? Having just climbed down from the signal tower, Da Vinci keenly felt the loss on Wang Wei's face. Nothing. Just a little homesick. Wang Wei waved his hand to show that he was fine. Now that the signal has been sent, all he needs to do is wait for a reply. There will be a delay in sending the signal. Not to mention that there is a huge universe between them and the Earth. Usually, he will send a second signal a week later after sending it. Make sure the signal has enough time to cross the universe and reach the Earth. It was the same last time with the 9th generation. And it is the same this time. Do you think it will succeed this time? I don't know either. Leonardo da Vinci is as honest as ever. He will never lie to himself about things he doesn't know. And he won't even say a word of comfort. The universe is unknown. It is also complex and changeable. Just like their signal, it may be affected by a violent fluctuation of cosmic radiation at any time. Make the originally clear audio become distorted and messy. Like the whisper of a devil. They are still waiting for a reply from the Earth. But they don't know that the whole people have started to prepare for war for them. The Earth oil update did not bring them. New version. Interstellar War. Chapter 13. A corpse. Wang Wei is not a sentimental person. The short emo ended quickly. The doubts about aliens did not bother him. The previous thoughts drifted away with the wind. And what was left was heartless optimism. Things in the future will be considered later. What's more, today is really a day worth celebrating. The food crisis that has plagued for a long time has finally been solved. The alien potatoes are thriving in the fields. The health and growth rate make Wang Wei suspect that he has planted the wrong variety. It can only be said that the competition on this planet is too fierce. Animals want to take a bite of everything they see. And even plants are not afraid of nutrition. What a starving ghost planet. Every creature on this planet greedily plunders food and resources to strengthen the race or supplement itself. So that all creatures in the role are forced to evolve for this. Involution. You turn the potatoes into ghosts. What? I am a beneficiary. That's all right. Hee. Wang Wei thought so. And his steps became much lighter. And the good news is not just that. Even the communication system has been upgraded. And the possibility of contacting the Earth is a little higher. Maybe they will get a reply from the Earth when they come next week. Double happiness. Double happiness. Humming on the way back to the base. Even Da Vinci was infected by his mood and walked in an arrogant manner. The powder season will last for a whole month. It is almost over now. Although the animals are still irritable. They are obviously much more sober than at the beginning. Their eyes look much clearer. And their smart cells have occupied the high ground of IQ again. The most obvious difference is that the first reaction, after seeing Wang Wei and Da Vinci, is to run away. No longer brave as before. Even when running away, the simple little head would still think about where he got the courage to attack these two masters a few days ago. In order to solve the food problem before. Wang Wei and Da Vinci had been killing creatures near the base. And they had become local tyrants. The reaction of these creatures now is in line with the normal phenomenon. Hey! That's right. Wang Wei looked at the deer-like creature in front of him, which was running away with its tail between its legs, and nodded with satisfaction. The corners of his mouth were hooked into the Nike logo. Da Vinci? Why do you really have a Nike logo on your face? Wang Wei. You should call me Dragon King. Loneliness and boredom made Wang Wei extremely talkative in the past few years. And Da Vinci was indoctrinated with a lot of strange Earth stories by Wang Wei. There is no way. Modern young people are like this. when Wang Wei was still on Earth. His hobby was to watch cool short dramas on Douyin with his mobile phone. The son-in-law smiled crookedly, welcoming the return of the Dragon King. He was very drunk. At that moment, the boomerang finally hit his head. Goddamn robot Dragon King. Da Vinci. Don't be so ridiculous. Da Vinci. What are they eating? Suddenly stopped. A group of red creatures gathered in the distance attracted Wang Wei's attention. These creatures are slender and look like wolves on Earth. But their habits are more like the most notorious hyenas on the African grasslands. They wander in groups on the grasslands, bullying lone creatures. And they are far more threatening than wolves and hunting dogs. In addition to their slender and powerful limbs, they have 2 extra sharp front claws on the chest that are not used for running. Those front claws are usually curled up in front of the chest. And only when the group is besieging the prey will they suddenly stretch out and tear off a piece of the prey's flesh. When Wang Wei first arrived on this planet, he was chased by these guys, and had no way out until he escaped into the alien spaceship and was rescued. It was after this that he met Da Vinci and inherited the alien technology of the spaceship. But these are not the reasons why Wang Wei stopped. He was not bored enough to seek revenge 3 years ago. What really concerned him was what those creatures were gnawing at the moment. In the bite of the vicious dogs, the flash of white limbs and bright red blood. Get out, beast! Accompanied by the curses and gunshots. The vicious dogs finally noticed Wang Wei and Da Vinci in the distance. So amid the wailing like begging for mercy and the angry gunshots, the dogs fled in all directions and even ignored their injured companions. Da Vinci. What is that? A corpse. What does the corpse look like? It looks like you. Da Vinci answered truthfully. But this answer made Wang Wei's hand holding the gun tremble uncontrollably. Da Vinci looked at him with some concern. It rarely saw Wang Wei like this. The last time seemed to be when they first met. At that time, he was inexplicably thrown into this hellhole, chased by dogs and wounded. He was also trembling with fear. It seemed that he had never seen it again. Fortunately, he finally adjusted his state, and finally turned his escaping eyes to this place. Just like what Leonardo da Vinci said, it was a corpse that looked very similar to him. A human corpse. A human female corpse. Her skin was very white, and her facial features looked very delicate. It was expected that she must have been a beauty that would make Wang Wei's heart beat fast when she was alive. But now she was lying there with lifeless eyes. Her delicate face had been stained red with blood, and her body had become broken by the bites of those wild dogs. The bloody red blood was everywhere, and the bones were exposed, and the white was a bit dazzling. I'm sorry. Wang Wei looked at the corpse in front of him, and he didn't know when he had burst into tears. He said, I'm late. The 3rd year of being a lone alien. He finally met the second human besides himself. He had so many things to say to her. He also imagined many scenes of meeting other humans. But he didn't expect it to be like this. If he had come earlier, she would definitely not have died. He silently found a large and soft leaf to wrap the body in front of him. Refused Da Vinci help. Bent down and gently picked up the girl's body on the ground. His movements were so gentle, as if he was afraid of waking her up. He just held the girl in his arms, let the blood stain his clothes red, and walked towards the base step by step. The rejected Da Vinci stood by at a loss, not knowing what he had done wrong. He could feel Wang Wei changes, but couldn't understand the sadness. Da Vinci. I'm here. Kill them. Okay. Until Wang Wei finally turned his head and looked at Da Vinci and said, so, at the same place, death came again. Wang Wei pronounced the death sentence on those wild dogs. Chapter 14 Dusk and Ghosts. On this planet full of dangers, those wild dogs are really weak creatures. It didn't take long for Da Vinci to come back. But Wang Wei didn't feel happy at all. There was no pleasure of revenge. Only belated regret and sadness. It's not your fault, Da Vinci said sullenly. Well, I know. Of course he knew that the death of the girl in front of him was not his fault. No. It should be said that it had nothing to do with him at all. He didn't even know the girl in his arms now. There was no need to force the sin of the girl's death on himself. He even collected the girl's body and helped him kill all those hateful wild dogs. But how could this be possible? He was a flesh and blood person with emotions. And he would blame himself uncontrollably. He blamed himself for coming earlier, so that she wouldn't have to die. There was a rare silence along the way. Da Vinci also became quiet with good eyesight. Arriving at the base yard, he dug a deep pit with Da Vinci and buried the girl's body in it. There were no candles or wreaths. Only Wang Wei and Da Vinci stood quietly. He said, "I wish you can live peacefully on Earth in your next life." At the simple funeral, Wang Wei clasped his hands together and said to the sky devoutly. This was the best blessing he could think of. "Wang Wei, you should eat. Leave it there. I'm not hungry yet. Eat something. You haven't eaten for a day." Since burying the girl, Wang Wei has been locking himself in the room and not coming out. Da Vinci still held his chin and looked out the window in the old position. But this time, there was no Wang Wei to accompany him. Just sitting there quietly, watching the dazzling stars in the sky gradually sink to the west, until dusk came. The clouds on the horizon were dyed with a layer of golden color. Da Vinci then came to Wang Wei's room with the food. But he was still rejected. "Wang Wei, it's dusk now." Then the door of the room was opened. Wang Wei looked at Da Vinci in front of him, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. "Yes, it's dusk now." Da Vinci just sat by the bed and waited stupidly for a whole day, until the sun went all over the planet, and then ran over to call him out, because he knew that he liked dusk the most. He shut himself in the room and autistic, condemned himself with the death of the girl, and rejected Da Vinci's concern. Da Vinci couldn't understand death, nor did he know what sadness was. But he knew that Wang Wei liked dusk the most. "I'm sorry." He reached out and patted Da Vinci's shoulder, and he apologized again. But before it was to the girl. Now it was to Da Vinci. He took the still warm rice in Da Vinci's hand and ate it up in big mouthfuls. Da Vinci gave Wang Wei a happy emoticon. Humans will die if they don't eat. So he finally felt relieved when he saw Wang Wei had eaten. "I miss home." "I know." "Yeah." Sitting in front of the window and watching the sunset, Wang Wei suddenly said this. He actually wanted to say that Da Vinci didn't understand. But in the end, he just changed it to an ambiguous "yeah." Looking at the sunset, the girl's body was in his mind. In the end, he just sighed. "I won't die." "Of course not. I still want to go home." "I also want to go home." "You are an alien. At least an alien robot. This is your home." "No. It's where Wang Wei is." Wang Wei was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at Da Vinci beside him, pursed his lips, and finally said nothing. Yes, he is no longer alone. He also has a family here. It was at this time that he realized how selfish he was today. As usual, he watched the sunset with Da Vinci. He felt that his mood finally eased a little. There was no other way. He had to watch humans die in front of him, and in such a miserable way that they were eaten by wild dogs. This visual and psychological double impact was too much of a blow to him. Fortunately, Da Vinci was still here. Otherwise it would take him several days to recover. After turning off the lights and saying good night to each other, Wang Wei turned around and went back to his room to rest. Late at night, in the yard of the base, it seemed that something was trying to push outwards, making the soil on the grave loose. Unfortunately, Da Vinci and Wang Wei were too practical and dug the pit too deep. After trying for a long time, the things inside quickly lay flat and gave up. After a while, a translucent spirit broke out of the ground. He pinched his waist and looked at the mound of earth under his feet angrily. If Wang Wei was here, he would definitely jump up in shock, because that was clearly the girl who had just been buried this morning. Now it looks just like a ghost on earth. But it's a pity that its cute appearance doesn't make people feel scared at all. On the contrary, I kind of want to. The ghost girl was angry for a long time, and she couldn't understand who buried her in the soil. She was attacked by a beast before, and she pretended to be dead to escape. But she didn't expect to be buried by the bad guys when she came back to life. And it was buried so tightly. I spent a lot of effort under it, but couldn't succeed in getting out. Sulking. It was at this time that the girl finally had time to look at the surrounding environment. She was buried in the soil when she was resurrected. And she was so angry after coming out that she didn't even look at where she was now. When she finally saw the surrounding environment clearly, the girl was almost scared to tears. She would never admit her mistake. This is the home of the devil and his iron servant, the notorious butcher, the devil that everyone fears. She has heard many stories about the devil over the years. Countless young strong men in the galaxy have died tragically at the hands of the devil and his iron servant. Not to mention herself, a weak chicken with little fighting power. The ghost girl trembled. She squatted on the ground and hugged herself silently with tears streaming down her face. She didn't understand what the devil wanted to do by picking her up and burying her at home. Too perverted. The people on their planet are very weak. So their talent is to pretend to be dead when they encounter danger. And they pretend to be very realistic. They will really rot in just a few dozen minutes. But they only need to wait for resurrection. And their bodies will be reset to before pretending to die. Generally speaking, they are safe when they are resurrected. And at the very least, the other party is almost full. But I didn't expect to meet the devil. He took me home. Didn't eat me, but buried me like a pervert who tortured his prey. Woohoo! This place is so scary. The ghost girl wanted to escape. But because the body was still buried in this soil, the spirit couldn't run too far. So now it was like a ground-bound spirit, trapped in the base. The ghost girl felt pitiful and helpless. But suddenly remembered what Shuku said some time ago. Believe me, he is really friendly. Chapter 15, there are dirty things in the base. The base must have attracted dirty things. I'm sure. Wang Wei looked serious and earnest. And with his haggard expression and big dark circles under his eyes, he created an atmosphere of a horror movie. Alien base. Isolated and helpless humans and robots. Mysterious and unknown invaders. Wang Wei couldn't help but think of various science fiction movies on Earth. As if there was a face of her hiding in the ventilation duct above his head while he was talking. It would fly up and parasitize him the moment he relaxed his vigilance. In the control room, only the sound of the instrument running lasted. When Wang Wei said this, he was always alert to the surroundings. And any slight movement would make him suddenly alert. Oh! Then I clean it up. Opposite him was Da Vinci, who had just gone to get the vacuum cleaner and mop. Wearing an apron, a mask and a newspaper hat. He looked like a housewife. What do you mean by this outfit? Wang Wei obviously failed to follow Da Vinci's train of thought. Cleaning. Da Vinci answered to himself. And then started the vacuum cleaner in his hand. Don't we all dress like this when we clean on Earth? The noise of the vacuum cleaner instantly drowned out Wang Wei's voice. And even the tense atmosphere in the control room was swept away along with the dust. Woo! Wang Wei was stunned. And then was thrown out of the control room by Da Vinci. Come in after I finish cleaning. He said so. And then happily started to clean up the base. No. That's not what I meant. Wang Wei's outstretched hand stayed in the air. And he murmured weakly, I don't mean this when I say dirty things. As he said this, he seemed to see the translucent figure in front of him again in a trance. It was the girl he had buried before, who was looking at him with resentment at this moment, as if she was a ghost asking for his life. Da Vinci. Wang Wei's scream instantly drowned out the noise of the vacuum cleaner, not only scaring Da Vinci, who was concentrating on cleaning, but also seeming to scare the ghost girl across from him. Looking at the broken vacuum cleaner on the ground with heartache, Da Vinci turned his head and looked at Wang Wei with resentment. Look at that. Look. It's just a wall. Wang Wei. Da Vinci replied seriously. There's nothing there except the wall. How could it be? Wang Wei turned his head. And the girl just now had disappeared. Wang Wei. Are you sick? Looking at Wang Wei's lost look, Da Vinci didn't care about the vacuum cleaner. He walked over and looked at Da Vinci seriously and said, You need to undergo a comprehensive examination. I think you have a serious mental problem. Woo woo woo. It's terrible. Did I almost die just now? In the dark utility room, the ghost girl hugged her calves and curled up in a corner, crying with grievance and fear, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Tears were rolling in her eye sockets, like a pitiful and helpless little waste. Woo woo woo. I just want to politely ask him if he can let me out. The ghost girl sobbed and talked to herself. Liar. Big liar. You said you were very friendly. But you are obviously not friendly at all. I'm sorry. I didn't inherit the legacy of advanced civilization and failed everyone's expectations. Mom, I'm going to die. The girl was desperate and autistic, feeling that she was going to become a pet of the devil and be kept in captivity. Physical examination completed. Everything is normal. As the hatch of the treatment cabin opened, Wang Wei, with his upper body naked, also walked out. The well-proportioned figure and sharp muscle lines. Even a man would blush when seeing it. Unfortunately, no one has the pleasure of appreciating this good figure. Da Vinci, who was sitting opposite him, also didn't think that Wang Wei's flesh and blood body was beautiful. To be honest, it would be better to replace it all with magnesium alloy metal. And it would be better to coat it with a layer of chrome. No time for a fever. The only thing they care about now is what's wrong with Wang Wei's body. The physical examination results are normal, and there is no abnormality in the brain waves. Da Vinci looked at the physical examination results. But his tone became more solemn. The most fatal thing is that the problem cannot be found. Because Wang Wei abnormality is so serious. If the physical examination can find out the cause, they can prescribe the right medicine and treat it in time. But now they can't even find a reason. Look! The surveillance footage of the base at that time is here. From beginning to end, there was no ghost girl as you said. The surveillance footage was projected onto a blank wall by Da Vinci, and even changed to various display modes such as infrared, thermal, and energy detection. The results obtained were all as he said. From the beginning to the end, Wang Wei was the only one at that location. Now the situation is very clear. There are only two possibilities for this situation. The scientific explanation is, Wang Wei's spirit was traumatized by the death of the girl, which led to him often seeing the girl's figure and mistaking it for a so-called ghost. The fantasy explanation is, indeed, that's right. He just bumped into something dirty. An inexplicable sense of fear suddenly surged into his heart, causing him to stutter in a rare tone. To be honest, he is from the Northeast. Don't look at him as a materialist who talks a lot. But in fact, he believes in it more than anyone else. His brain even filtered out the scientific explanation at the first time. And his mind was full of what to do if he bumped into something dirty. And he is not the only one like this. If you don't believe me, go to the street and interview a random person from Northeast China. If you ask him whether he believes in ghosts or gods, he will definitely not care more than the other, and will all say with his signature accent, TSK. Who believes in that stuff? But if you tell him that he met a weasel in the middle of the road while walking at night, he will kneel on the ground and believe in all the gods he can think of. It is indeed materialism. Practical. Wang Wei. Da Vinci patted Wang Wei, who was distracted. Are you listening? Ah? Wang Wei's face was ashen. Am I going to die? The space fear that was promised turned into folk horror in a blink of an eye, which made Wang Wei feel very confused. At the same time, in the corner of the base's utility room, the ghost girl was crying so hard that she could hardly breathe. She said, Mom, I'm going to die. Chapter 16. The poor little guy in the utility room. Okay. Wang Wei, who had regained consciousness, was thinking about a very philosophical question. Can the mythological system on Earth control the outer space across the vast universe? It seems that it cannot. After all, the Earth is so small, and the mythological systems of various countries are still clearly divided. The rules are even clearer than when they were alive. The underworld, hell, the underworld are self-governing and do not interfere with each other. So much so that when he read novels before, he often thought, if there is an old black man in Xia country, when the black and white impermanents come to the door, will they be responsible for sending the old black man back to the country? I'm sorry, brother. Your household registration is not under our jurisdiction. Bai Wuchang said so. Just thinking about that picture feels like an offense to ghosts and gods. After thinking through all this, Wang Wei's eyes became firm again. He did not think that the girl ghost he met was his own illusion. And he also knew clearly that there was nothing wrong with his mental state or psychological state. So there must be something that Da Vinci and I have not considered. He has to figure out what the ghost girl is. Otherwise, if she appears in the base, it may cause trouble that he does not know about. Find it. There is no hope for the surveillance camera. After all, they have verified that the surveillance cannot find any abnormalities at all. So Wang Wei is going to use the dumbest method. Since he is the only one who can see her so far, he will search the entire base bit by bit. No matter what it is, he must catch her. No matter what. There must be no problems in the base. Make up your mind. Wang Wei began to drag Da Vinci to patrol the base fully armed, until they passed the utility room. The two stopped at the same time. Da Vinci. Did you hear any sound? Someone is crying. Da Vinci's words were concise, and made Wang Wei confirm that everything before was not his illusion. There couldn't be a third person in this base except for the two of them. Not to mention, who was crying in the utility room. Approaching the utility room carefully, seeing that Da Vinci was ready, Wang Wei took a deep breath and suddenly opened the door of the utility room. Don't move. Hold your head with both hands. Wang Wei shouted loudly. And at the same time, Da Vinci's ready hand cannon was fully charged. But the scene in the utility room at this time made him dumbfounded. The expected invader did not appear, and the so-called alien monster did not exist. In the corner of the utility room, the ghost girl, who had been frightened, curled up in the corner, looking up pitifully at Wang Wei and Da Vinci, who suddenly broke in. Finally, she closed her eyes resignedly, and a tear slid down her cheek. Finally, it fell to the ground with a thud, turning into an illusory light spot and dissipated. Mom, I've been caught. Woo woo woo. No, we really don't mean any harm. Yeah, I'm not a bad person either. That's right. You don't have to be so scared of me. He's right. After trying every possible way, he finally calmed down the ghost girl temporarily. Wang Wei looked at the girl in front of him with a headache, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Time went back to when he just found the girl. At that time, the two sides were dumbfounded when their eyes met. Wang Wei racked his brains, but didn't expect that the one who made him so nervous for half a day was really just this harmless, and even silly girl in front of him. The ghost girl looked at Wang Wei and Da Vinci, who suddenly broke into the door, and her whole brain was scared to death. She thought that the devil and his iron servant had finally played enough with the prey, and now they were coming to kill him. As a result, after closing her eyes and waiting for a long time, the expected destruction ray did not come. She secretly squinted her eyes and saw Wang Wei and Da Vinci frantically putting away their weapons. The funny contrast made the girl laugh out loud. Realizing her offense, the girl nervously covered her mouth, but the other party didn't look angry at all, and even the ferocity just now was put away, replaced by a very gentle smile. They seemed to be really friendly. The girl looked up blankly. It was not until she and Wang Wei came to the meeting room that the above conversation took place. It was at this time the three of them discovered a very serious problem. The language is not communicated. Wang Wei scratched his hair irritably, feeling a little helpless. The two sides communicated for a long time, but it was not as practical as the two moves he made. This girl didn't know what was going on. She said something strange, and Wang Wei couldn't understand a thing. Fortunately, I guess he has some talent in this aspect. After a long time of messy gestures, the two sides were like Kakashi fighting Momochi Zabuza. In the end, it was the ghost girl who told Wang Wei his purpose with actual actions. Slowed down, holding a shovel, Wang Wei looked at the mound in front of him with a serious expression. He turned his head and looked at the girl in front of him, hesitating to speak, and finally couldn't help asking, "Are you sure you want us to dig out your body?" Although the girl didn't understand what Wang Wei said, she could understand the meaning from his expression. So she pointed to the small mound in front of her, and then clenched her hands. Hey, 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 twice, and made the action of digging the soil. Okay, this is what you asked for. Resisting the awkward feeling in his heart, Wang Wei took a deep breath and started working with Da Vinci. It's really fresh. The dead asked me to dig him out of the grave. He also wanted to see what the girl, who he had confirmed was dead and could not die anymore, looked like after being dug out. Wang Wei and Da Vinci were not slow, and soon the soil on top was almost dug up by them. Then, under the confused gaze of Wang Wei and Da Vinci, the ghost girl excitedly dived into the soil. The next second, the white jade arm broke out of the soil. Then the whole upper body. The sand slid off her snow-white skin, and the girl raised her head, revealing a flawless and delicate face. Don't look. Wang Wei cheeks flushed, and he covered Da Vinci camera with his backhand. The girl's clothes had long been torn to pieces by the wild dogs. Just a glance, the naked upper body made Wang Wei blood boil. The resurrected girl finally reacted. She blushed and covered her chest with her hands. In the awkward atmosphere, only Da Vinci's confused voice rang out, "Wang Wei, I can't see anything now." Chapter 17 Xiao Yu. Men's clothes are loose on the girl, but with the girl's cool and beautiful face, she looks like high-end fashion. I have to say that even if a good-looking person wears a sack, it will not affect her appearance. Wang Wei looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. At the same time, there is one thing he can finally confirm now. That is, the girl in front of him is not human. This is not Wang Wei's fault, because when he found her before, she was really bitten by wild dogs. Now that she has been resurrected and recovered, he finally confirmed it after seeing it clearly. The pupils are transparent green. If you look closely, you can find that there are fine white scales on both sides of the girl's eye sockets. And not only around the eye sockets, but also around the girl's wrists and ankles. There is a circle of the same small scales. With the girl's fair and delicate skin, it adds a sense of enchanting beauty. Just like an elf in a fairy tale. She shrank her feet in panic. The white and tender jade feet hid in the wide hem of the shirt, making Wang Wei's expression involuntarily lost. until he looked up along the shirt and met the girl's vigilant eyes. He coughed awkwardly to avoid her eyes. Oh no. I won't be regarded as a pervert. No. Wang Wei. You are already very perverted now. Da Vinci told the truth and kept a distance from Wang Wei beside him without making a sound. It's too low. From the beginning, Wang Wei has been staring at the girl opposite with a trembling look. From the hair to the toes. The concentration makes him want to lie on the ground to watch. He is now worried that he will be regarded as a pervert? Can humans be more perverted? Da Vinci was shocked. No. I didn't. The vigilant eyes of the girl in front of him, and Da Vinci, who isolated himself, made him want to explain, but unable to change the situation. Obviously. I was just curious about the difference between the girl and humans at the beginning. But who knew that the more I looked at her, the more beautiful she became. Especially her feet. Wang Wei coughed again, and quietly glanced at the place where her jade feet had just retracted. The resurrected girl was still timid, keeping the same posture as in the utility room. Curled up into a ball, hiding her whole body in the loose shirt. Her full black hair fell softly behind her. Half of her face was hidden behind her knees, revealing only a pair of vigilant big eyes. She was like a little kitten with its fur standing up. Cute and timid. Cute. I want. She shook her head and threw the next thought out of her mind. Finally calming down, Wang Wei talked about business. What's your name? Then I call you Xiao Yu. Wang Wei nodded to himself and named the girl in front of him very naturally. Just now, he had already considered the issue of whether the girl would stay or go. No. It should be said that there was no need to consider it at all, since they have been brought home. It is not difficult to support one more person in such a large base. The food problem has been solved. There is nothing else in the base. But potatoes are definitely enough. Wang Wei sighed. He didn't know how Xiao Yu survived on this planet. It must have been very hard. You know, even Wang Wei, who had just arrived on this planet, was able to escape successfully when he was chased by wild dogs. But when they found her, Xiao Yu's body was gnawed into pieces. A group of wild dogs could take her life. Not to mention other more powerful creatures on this planet. Although it is still unknown how Xiao Yu was resurrected. It is a serious price to come back to life. Not to mention, the pain and fear experienced before death are real. Thinking of this, Wang Wei looked at Xiao Yu with a much softer look. Save. Then save to the end. Not to mention that Xiao Yu is such a beautiful and cute girl. Even if it was an ordinary human in front of him, he would not watch her die. Wang Wei tried to smile as friendly as possible. But he thought silently in his heart, I'm just a little timid and very shy. Every time he secretly looked at me, he seemed very scared. But when I thought about how weak Xiao Yu was, wouldn't it be necessary to be vigilant about everything to survive in the wild? So after thinking about it, Wang Wei's eyes became more distressed. Don't be afraid. You don't have to be afraid of anyone hurting you anymore. Wang Wei looked at Xiao Yu and promised in a serious tone, we will protect you. In addition to these, there is another thing that needs to be solved. That is the language problem. Now the two sides can't even communicate at the most basic level. And it will definitely be more troublesome to get along in the future. Just looking at Xiao Yu's reserved and confused eyes, it is obvious that he didn't understand a word of what he just said. But it doesn't matter. There are still many days ahead. And I can teach her little by little. Wang Wei thought so. And his mood became cheerful. It's great. In the future, there will be more than just Da Vinci in front of him. He turned his head and said huh to Da Vinci inexplicably. Then he turned around and left arrogantly, leaving a sentence, I get her something to eat. Only Da Vinci and Xiao Yu were left staring at each other. That? Da Vinci thought for a moment. And then asked, can you tell me how you resurrected? He has been very interested in this since just now. Because if he can figure out how Xiao Yu came back to life, then he will never have to worry about Wang Wei dying suddenly in the future. Humans are too fragile. If Wang Wei hadn't refused to accept the suggestion of mechanical transformation, Da Vinci would have wanted Wang Wei to ascend directly by mechanical transformation. How nice it is to be a robot. When the battery runs out, you can just take some time to bask in the sun. You don't have to worry about starving to death. Even if the body is destroyed, you just need to get a new one. As long as the data and program are not damaged, it is immortal to some extent. The path of mechanical ascension is blocked. And now there is a second option. Da Vinci is so curious. He wants to find out the key to Xiao Yu's resurrection. From Xiao Yu's perspective. Woo. 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 The devil said a bunch of incomprehensible words and left. Is he leaving his iron servant to watch over him? Woo! 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 Don't kill me. I won't run away. Looking at Da Vinci getting closer and closer to her, Xiaoyu trembled. Although the devil has been very friendly so far, the fear accumulated over the years still makes her instinctively afraid of Wang Wei and Da Vinci. It would be great if I could understand what they are saying. Xiaoyu pursed her lips in grievance. That way she would know what the devil wanted to do by catching her. I don't like to take a bath. I stink, and it's not delicious at all. Da Vinci finally came close, curiously observing the difference between Xiaoyu and Wang Wei, trying to find the key to the other's resurrection. But this behavior obviously made Xiaoyu misunderstand. He hurriedly explained in his own language. Whoa! Please don't eat me. Chapter 18 She Blew a Fruit. Of course Da Vinci would not eat her. But he was still shocked by Xiaoyu's violent reaction. He tilted his head and pondered for a while. Then he suddenly realized that the other party was probably a country bumpkin girl who had never seen a robot. Because according to Da Vinci observation, this planet is likely to have only himself as a robot. After all, he has never seen a second robot of the same kind in so many years. Then Xiaoyu's reaction is normal. When Shuga saw him, his reaction was even more exaggerated than Xiaoyu's. Da Vinci's social life is really too little. And he has almost never come into contact with other intelligent life except Wang Wei. So when he encountered Xiaoyu's situation, the only reference object he could find was Shugu. Compared with Shugu, Xiaoyu seemed very reasonable. So Da Vinci looked at Xiaoyu pitifully and silently stepped back a few steps, hoping that this would make Xiaoyu less stressed. Huh? Xiaoyu raised her head with tears in her eyes, just in time to see the emoticons that Da Vinci had just replaced. It must be said that emoticons are simply a great invention. Although Xiaoyu couldn't understand Dongxiao language and didn't know what Wang Wei and Da Vinci were talking about, he could still understand Da Vinci's cute expression. No. How did you do it? When Wang Wei came back with the baked potatoes, he looked at the robot sitting next to Xiaoyu with a confused and surprised look on his face. It was so weird. There were only 3 people in the base. So it should be that Xiaoyu, and he would break the ice faster. After all, judging from their appearance, the 2 of them should be closer than Da Vinci, the Iron Man. But the facts hit him hard. When Xiaoyu was with Da Vinci just now, she looked like she was living a peaceful life. But when she saw Wang Wei coming over, she immediately showed a vigilant look. Very good. The relationship between Da Vinci and Xiaoyu has broken the ice, and he is left as an outsider. I don't know. Da Vinci shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand what happened. Wang Wei scratched his head and didn't continue to dwell on it. Da Vinci asked Xiaoyu to sit down at the table. Da Vinci said, "Oh," and then lifted her up with his hands under her armpits. When he set the tableware and turned around, he saw Xiaoyu being lifted up in a daze. She was a little uncomfortable with the sudden suspension. She tried to get back to the ground by tapping her feet. But because of the height difference, she couldn't touch the ground no matter how hard she tried. Xiaoyu blinked her innocent eyes and became even more confused. Da Vinci obviously didn't realize that there was anything wrong with this action. He just walked over and put Xiaoyu on the seat as if he was carrying a kitten. He handed over the spoon, and Xiaoyu took it subconsciously. Da Vinci had already tied an apron for her at this time. Here, eat this. The steaming hot baked potato was pushed in front of Xiaoyu, and a thin layer of pepper and salt was sprinkled on it. Although the creatures on this planet are a bit abstract, it is still a normal life planet overall. So the natural environment is not much different from that on Earth. Many experiences on Earth can be used on this planet with a little improvement. For example, the salt in front of him is the rock salt that Wang Wei collected and purified. Similar to this is the gunpowder loaded in his bullets. Xiaoyu looked at the fragrant potatoes in front of her, and the heat came with the sound, making her swallow her saliva involuntarily. Is this Shiloh a fruit? Wow. I am sure I am not mistaken. Is this for me to eat? It is so precious. Can I really eat it? Xiaoyu pointed to her nose in disbelief, and then pointed to the Shiloh fruit in front of her, until she saw Wang Wei nod to confirm. She carefully scooped a spoonful with a spoon in her hand. Wow. It's really delicious. The softness and just the right amount of saltiness in the mouth made it even more delicious than the small piece Xiaoyu had eaten before. Seeing Xiaoyu working hard and even her eyes lit up, Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This is a good start. Isn't it said on Earth? If you want to capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. This statement is a bit too ambiguous for Wang Wei. But the truth is still common. Not to mention that his purpose is not to capture anyone's heart. But just to make more friends. Shiluagwa. Gone. All gone. The green lizard man went through a lot of hardships, and finally managed to avoid those powerful creatures, and sneak into the core area. But just when he was full of joy and thought he had finally succeeded, he found that all the Shiluagwa that originally grew near the roots of the mushrooms were gone. Only a mess of land and deep pits were left. The noise he made by breaking the defense just now also successfully attracted the powerful creatures in the core area. So with a scream, the core area became quiet again. Shilua fruit. There is nothing special about the native creatures of this planet. In fact, because there are no alien alkaloids in it, the native creatures are too lazy to eat it. But for people who do not belong to this planet, Shilua fruit is very precious and rare. It is just quietly buried in the soil at ordinary times. There is nothing special about it except the growth environment. But once it enters the powder season, when it absorbs the spores and enters the growth period, the preciousness of Shilua fruit is revealed. Enhanced talent. In other words, if those talented races eat Shilua fruit at this time, their racial talents will be strengthened. Just like if Xiaoyu had eaten Shilua fruit, the recovery speed of the body after resurrection would be faster. Brother Shu doesn't eat this thing. He only cares about those spores. What a pity. Due to the special nature of Shilua fruit, it is really difficult for ordinary people to obtain it. Before the powder season, this thing is just an ordinary potato, and eating it will not have any special abilities. After the powder season arrives, the core area is controlled by the powerful creatures of the local area. But not everyone has the offensive and defensive combat power of the lightsaber version of Brother Shu. So they are risking their lives to get a Shilua fruit. It's not that no one wants it, but they can't afford it. Only a dog-rich man like Wang Wei would be so rich as to eat this thing as a staple food. There is no way. Mastering the planting technology is so awesome. But Xiaoyu doesn't know this now. And after wolfing down the Shilua fruit in front of him, seeing Wang Wei push another one over, when he looked up at him again, he was no longer on guard as before. Woo woo. Brother Shu is right. He is really a good person. An alien potato made Xiaoyu even start to pua himself. Chapter 19 National Preparation for War. It was the coldest month of winter, with heavy snow. The biting cold wind blew, making it hard to open one's eyes. Kwang Xian was on a business trip. Standing on the northwest plain, he looked at the DF missile in front of him and made an OK gesture. As a technician dispatched by the Dongxia Space Agency, he led a technical team to the northwest to be responsible for the manufacture of DF intercontinental missiles. Intercontinental missiles. It is different from the ordinary ground-to-ground and ground-to-air missiles in terms of attack principle. It is first launched outside the atmosphere, and then breaks through the atmosphere again to attack after navigating to the target. It has a fast speed, a long distance, and is stable and difficult to intercept. In short, the essence is actually a space rocket that replaces the manned cabin with a missile head. So this matter requires the technicians of the Dongxia Space Agency, such as Kwang Xian, to take action. This is also why each country is trying its best to show its aerospace technology, because the progress of aerospace can be directly equated with the strike level of intercontinental missiles. You can't just show off your weapons. It will make you look like a warmongering maniac. It's a bit too ambiguous. This is actually the reason why countries are desperately competing with each other in aerospace technology. This is also why we can always see news about aerospace in the news. In the final analysis, this represents national strength. National strength in various senses. Inside or outside the Earth. Kwang Xian is not in the mood to think so much now. He is almost torn apart by the wind. Although they are both northern regions, the northwest and the northeast are different. The temperature may not be as low as that in the northeast, but due to the topography of the northwest, the wind is as hard as a knife. The wind and snow hit my face, and my face was numb after being hit. Comrade, you have worked hard. It's okay. It's my duty. Kwang Xian took the cigarette handed over by the other party, and took out a lighter from his pocket to light it for the two people. The smoke inhaled into the lungs, with a smell of raw and cold. As a Sichuanese, this feeling is really fresh. Wrapping up his heavy military coat, Kwang Xian chatted with the people around him. How many have been made? We have dozens. Amazing. So many have been made in such a short time. Hey. Everyone is holding their breath. The man took a puff of cigarette, and the smoke mixed with hot air blew out a white mist. He said, we are working hard. Just waiting for those damn aliens to come and give them a surprise. Yeah. Kwang Xian nodded in agreement. That's what we should do. Although the extraterrestrial satellites have not detected any abnormalities so far. But no one can say for sure that those aliens will suddenly appear one day. Just like those signals. If these aliens are friendly, then the Earth will welcome them in a friendly way. But if these guys are really preparing to occupy the Earth, then the development and accumulation of mankind over the years are not vegetarian. If you can fight, fight. If you can't win, then fight to the death. There hasn't been a large-scale war on Earth for many years. And the wealth accumulated over the years is jaw-dropping. I dare not say anything else. But the large-scale thermal weapons of all countries in the world are enough to plow the entire Earth. Even if the worst result, the technology of those aliens is already advanced enough to withstand nuclear bombs. Then in the end, they can only get a scorched Earth. This is the determination of mankind to face that unknown civilization. If it doesn't work, there is Plan B. All mankind will take a spaceship and row away. Start drifting in the universe. And don't want the Earth. As mentioned before, the difference between intercontinental missiles and spacecraft is actually just the warhead. Now, all that's left is waiting. Not only in the northwest where Kwang Xian is, but military factories all over the world are now fully operational. Underground fortifications have also begun to be built in the city to facilitate the evacuation of civilians as soon as the war starts. The Earth has entered a state of national preparation for war. The rest is just waiting. Ni hao. No. Your pronunciation is still wrong. Ni hao? His. Still wrong. In the base, Wang Wei and Da Vinci are teaching Xiaoyu Chinese. But the more they teach, the more Wang Wei gets excited. And he is about to make a husky pointing gesture. Something is wrong. You kid is definitely not right. For some reason, Xiaoyu always speaks Chinese like a colonel. And after a while, Wang Wei feels that his blood is about to awaken. In addition, I have to say that Xiaoyu's learning ability is really strong. In just 2 days, she has successfully mastered the use of some simple words. For example, brother, hungry. Xiaoyu blinked and said, Hey! Okay. Come right away. Wang Wei smiled when he heard this, and turned around to prepare roast potatoes for Xiaoyu. He was worried that Xiaoyu would get tired of eating roast potatoes all day. But he didn't expect this girl to love potatoes so much. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Xiaoyu. This girl must have suffered a lot when she was wandering outside. She can be so happy just eating potatoes every day. Da Vinci looked solemn, looking at Xiaoyu who was sitting there obediently, hesitant to speak. He was quite dissatisfied with Wang Wei. The bastard. For smuggling private goods. Forget it. He only has such a hobby. Da Vinci quickly found an excuse for him. Little did he know that in the past 2 days, the major alien forces outside have become a mess. The Shiloh fruit is gone. Did your people do it? You are talking nonsense. I still doubt you. If we have that strength, will you be able to bark in front of me? Damn it. That makes sense. In the mushroom forest, seeing the group of people in front of him quarreling, Brother Shu just stood there stupidly and said nothing. He knew about the previous cooperation with Wang Wei, but he really didn't notice that Wang Wei packed all the Shiloh fruits in one go. Now the matter has finally been exposed. But Brother Shu has no intention of betraying Wang Wei and Da Vinci. This thing is originally for the capable. Even if it is left there, there are not many people who can get it. It may not be possible to dig it up, but it is different from whether it exists or not. The latter at least has a chance and hope. But if it is gone, there is really no hope at all. The two groups quarreled for a long time. But in the end, they didn't come to a conclusion. Finally, after confirming that the other party really didn't do anything, they could only sigh together. There are more than one giant mushrooms on this planet. Now that things have come to this, they can only wait until the next powder season to attack other areas. Let me know who did it. I will skin him. That's it. That's it. The leader, who looks like an arthropod, said viciously, and immediately aroused a burst of echoes from the surrounding brothers. They had been preparing here before the powder season came, and they were just waiting for the end of the powder season to give it a try. As a result, some unscrupulous guys came from nowhere and dug up all the Silio fruits, leaving no leaves behind. Ah! Cut! Wang Wei suddenly sneezed, scaring Xiaoyu. But soon, his attention was attracted by the baked potato in his hand. No one cared about the sneeze just now. Chapter 20 Advent Sect. Signal. Signal back. Wang Wei was pulled out of bed by Da Vinci early in the morning. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard Da Vinci's anxious voice. What? Wang Wei woke up instantly after hearing this. He picked up his clothes and put them on while running to the control room. Although Xiao Yu didn't understand what happened, she was called by Da Vinci. She ran to the control room with a blank expression. After safely passing the first panic days, Xiao Yu is no longer afraid of Wang Wei and Da Vinci. The stereotypes in her heart that she heard from others have long been bought by Shi Luogua, who eats 3 meals a day. Not to mention that Wang Wei and Da Vinci have been very kind and caring to her from beginning to end. She ran along with a blank expression. And as soon as she entered the control room, she heard the voice coming from the headphones. Jagubala. Shijiwa. Hello? What did you say? Hearing the voice coming from the headset, Wang Wei's expression changed from surprise to confusion. I thought that the Earth had finally replied. But now it seems that it has nothing to do with the Earth. In the headset, the strange language continued to be output. And it sounded very emotional. No. I don't understand. Can you speak Chinese? Mandarin. The two sides shouted at each other for a long time, not noticing that Xiao Yu came in, and his scales exploded. You curse so dirty. Xiao Yu pursed his lips, and looked at Wang Wei tall back, wanting to say something but stopping. I don't know what he did to make the other party say such vicious dirty words. Indistinctly, it seems that he heard something about free mic. Fortunately, the communication between the two sides did not last too long. Wang Wei found that the other party was not from Earth, and he could not understand what he said. So he decisively hung up the connection. Ah, he sighed. This feeling of disappointment is even more disappointing than the simple waiting before. I thought that the Earth had finally replied to my message. But I didn't expect that what I waited for was a real alien from nowhere. Come on. Da Vinci. He turned his head and said with a look of loneliness, no need to guess now. There really are aliens in this world. Oh. Da Vinci nodded and did his duty as a supporting role. Of course there are really aliens. Aren't Da Vinci and Xiao Yu both ready-made examples? Seeing Wang Wei and Da Vinci with melancholy and loss on their faces, only Xiao Yu had a cool face. And in his heart, he had a little pride of being the chosen son who saw through everything. Huh? The devil and his iron servant didn't understand. But I understood everything. Secretly, I felt a little superior. Xiao Yu quickly suppressed her expression, secretly glanced at Wang Wei and Da Vinci, and found that they didn't notice her. So she patted her chest in fear. Fortunately, she almost got carried away. What if the devil noticed her and didn't let her eat breakfast? Wang Wei raised his mouth calmly, and the bad mood of getting up early disappeared after Xiao Yu patted his chest. Wang Wei. You are really a lowly person. Da Vinci said so, and then pulled Xiao Yu away angrily. Only the despised Wang Wei was left with the second communication request. Hello? Talk. Squeak. Wally Law. Who are you scolding? Ola. Although I couldn't understand the other party's language, I could still understand the familiar and intoxicating tone on the phone. So the two people who were equally unhappy started to curse each other in their own language. No one could understand what was said by both sides. But inexplicably, it seemed that every sentence was understood. It's really weird. At the same time, Earth. Thanks to the high efficiency of the Dongxia construction team, the underground shelters in major cities in Dongxia have been completed at this time. After several emergency evacuation drills, the lives of ordinary people seem to have returned to normal. Going to work and going home to cook as usual. It's just that the topic of everyone's daily discussion has all become that unknown alien civilization. Some people are curious. Some are afraid. Some people are determined to believe that those aliens are friendly, and that humans should welcome alien friends to come to Earth. And they will help human technology develop. In fact, it's not just ordinary people who hold this view. At the 8th Alien Summit, the person in charge of Dongxia looked calmly at the guy in front of him, who was giving an emotional speech. It's nothing more than the Adventists, who are determined to make trouble, and are determined to believe that those aliens are friendly, and are here to help humans go to the universe. In his opinion, they are nothing more than a group of cowards, who are afraid of war. With a smile on his face, he listened to the other party's speech politely, and then was the first to cast a vote against it. The Dongxia leader ignored the murderous look and gave him a polite smile. We Dongxia also hope that the other party is friendly, willing to communicate, or even a space support team. But we are also wary of the other party coming to invade and occupy. After that, he stood up and looked down, We Earthlings can't be honest with each other. And we actually hope that aliens are Buddhas from the universe. Everyone, put away your naivety and prepare for war. If the fist is hard, the other party will naturally be willing to be friendly, even if they are not prepared to be friendly at the beginning. The thousands of years of war history on Earth have pushed weapons to upgrade. To be honest, he does not think that the current weapons on Earth are really weaker than those so-called aliens. Otherwise, wouldn't those aliens have attacked us long ago? The meeting ended. The Soviet brother trotted 2 steps to accompany the Dongxiao leader. They were roommates at the beginning, and they didn't expect that their careers would be smooth in the end. One became the spokesperson for Dongxiao, and the other became the spokesperson for Soviet Russia. What do you think those Adventists are thinking? Just a bunch of cowards who are afraid of war. Hey, we think the same. The two chatted casually, completely ignoring the Adventist spokesman standing at the door. The other party was so angry that his face turned pale. But he didn't have the courage to really get angry with the 2 people in front of him. The signal sent by the mysterious alien civilization. In fact, it was not just sent to locate the Earth, but the entire solar system received the signal. The satellites of various countries throughout the solar system, no matter where they are, received the same signal without exception. So the Earth inferred that the other party actually didn't know the specific location of the Earth. That's why there was a referendum before. As for the song "The East is Red" and "The Poor Chinese," in the years when the Earth explored the universe, it threw a lot of things into the universe in order to find the second intelligent civilization. Just the civilization slabs. I don't know how many pieces have been thrown. It's not surprising that the other party can master these things. Chapter 21 Changes in the Mushroom Forest. Since the 10th generation communication equipment was updated, all kinds of harassing calls have never stopped. To some extent, it can be regarded as proof that Wang Wei and his team are in the right direction of upgrading. The previous 9 generations of communication equipment did not have this scene. Every time the signal was like a stone sinking into the sea. No response was received at all. Unlike now, Wang Wei is as busy as a customer service, answering calls all day. The only headache is, there is no Earth. After hanging up the communication unilaterally again, Wang Wei couldn't help feeling a little irritated. There are far more civilizations in the universe than he imagined. And this mess of calls is enough to prove it. I don't know whether the technology on Earth was too low before, or whether the scientific research direction on Earth has always been off track. So far, they still naively believe that they are the only intelligent civilization in the universe. It should be received. Wang Wei rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and said, "The effect of the 10th generation communication facilities this time is far better than expected. There is no reason why the Earth cannot receive the signal sent by itself. Unless it is, brother, I'm hungry." "Ah? Okay. I go cook now." Xiao Yu's words interrupted Wang Wei's thoughts. No matter what the reason is for the lack of response from the other side, he can't help. The two are separated by the vast universe and countless galaxies. Even light needs years to cross this distance. If he hadn't mastered the subspace technology of alien technology, he would have stayed and become a native. But even so, all he can do is build a communication device to contact the Earth. And then output his own technology to the Earth. If the Earth has mastered technology, it can rely on its powerful manufacturing industry to build a spaceship to take itself home. This is Wang Wei's plan to return home. Now it seems that the first step, contacting the Earth, has already gone wrong. You can't expect to rub the spaceship with your own hands. This damn place doesn't even have a smelting plant. Even if he wants to, he can't do it. Wang Wei walked to the base field to pick potatoes, while muttering to himself. Xiao Yu was really hungry today, and followed Wang Wei with a silly expression. As a result, he followed all the way to the base field, and watched Wang Wei casually dig 2 Shiluo fruits from a large field. And Xiao Yu's expression suddenly became a little more silly, reached out his hand, and rubbed his big eyes unrealistically. Then rubbed again. "Spicy? How? A lot." Xiao Yu looked up in shock, and looked at Wang Wei with an expression like a little bumpkin who had never seen the world. "Well, don't worry. There are enough potatoes." Listening to Xiao Yu's accent that sounded like a colonel, Wang Wei was amused and wanted to laugh. He casually ruffled Xiao Yu's hair, and then left the base field in Xiao Yu's bright eyes. So he put Xiao Yu and the alien potatoes on the ground in the same room with confidence. Xiao Yu was still immersed in the shock of so many Shiluo fruits when she noticed that Wang Wei had left. She was the only one left in the base field with the alien potatoes on the ground. She looked at the potatoes in front of her with a stern face, and then turned her head to look at the direction Wang Wei left. Is this a test? Xiao Yu looked at the Shilua fruits in front of her and couldn't bear to blink. It's such a harsh test. The Shilua fruits she had eaten during this period had a significant effect. Xiao Yu felt that the loss she had suffered from pretending to be dead last time had been replenished. Not only that, even her own talents and abilities had been strengthened a lot. The preciousness of Shilua fruits was even more precious than she had imagined. But now, Xiao Yu turned her head and looked at the direction behind her where Wang Wei had just left, and then chased after him happily. It was not a matter of eating one meal and then eating every meal. She simply thought that she was really happy during the time she spent with Wang Wei and Da Vinci. She liked being with Wang Wei and Da Vinci, and she was happier here than when she was outside before. Even if there is no Shilua fruit. Well, even if she can only eat one Shilua fruit a day, she still likes this place. Wang Wei and Da Vinci. Xiao Yu sneered. It feels like one a day is fine. It would be too cruel without it. Or one a week is fine. One a month is really the bottom line. She counted on her fingers until a pot of steaming potato soup was pushed in front of her. Xiao Yu raised her head and looked at Wang Wei with tears in her eyes, feeling that she had sacrificed too much for friendship. Buried her head in eating. Only Da Vinci looked at Wang Wei with a questioning face. Did you bully Xiao Yu just now? Hey my god. Wang Wei made a husky pointing expression. You kid has really been a bit rebellious recently. I have to say that Xiao Yu is really likable. Even the iron lump Da Vinci now protects this lovely girl. The powder season is over. The outside world has once again returned to its former tranquility. At least there are no more wild beasts screaming all night. At this time, in the mushroom forest, a team of aliens is looking at Brother Shu and asking, are you really not leaving? But the answer is still the same, not leaving. Brother Shu himself has no demand for Shilua fruit. Just spores. The original intention of cooperating with them before was just like this. Now that there is a better partner like Wang Wei, there is naturally no need to take the risk to leave. Not to mention, that girl has been missing for a long time. Brother Shu watched the alien team leave the forest, but he was thinking about his only friend besides Wang Wei. That girl is so weak, and she is missing for so many days. I'm afraid she is really in danger. Brother Shu is a little depressed. He has searched everywhere nearby during this period, but still can't find her figure. Thanks to the pulse lightsaber, Brother Shu is now showing signs of becoming the king of the mushroom forest. Lightsaber. Pulse lightsaber. Brother. The native wild beasts in the mushroom forest were almost pissed by Brother Shu, and now they lie on the ground and admit defeat as soon as they see Brother Shu. Fortunately, Brother Shu is not a warmonger, and he has no intention of unifying the forest, so everyone is living in peace. If it doesn't work, I can only ask Wang Wei for help. After so many days of not finding the girl, Brother Shu really has no other choice. Finally, he can only prepare to ask Wang Wei for help to see if he can find her. Before leaving, Brother Shu did not forget to pick up the fertilizer he had collected during this period. The powder season is over, and if nothing unexpected happens, this should be the last fertilizer. If you want to do it again, you can only wait until next year's powder season. Brother Shu left the forest and walked towards the base with a worried look on his face. Chapter 22 Rescue Mr. Shu. You? Good man. After eating the potato soup, Xiao Yu took the initiative to clean up the dishes and rinse them. Then he turned his head and looked at Wang Wei with sparkling eyes. After a brief consideration, he spoke boldly. Yes. The progress is obvious. Now he can use the simple words he has learned to form short sentences. The face darkened when he was praised, and Wang Wei sucked his teeth in sorrow when he heard Xiao Yu's weird accent. Is Chinese really that difficult? But encouragement should still be given. Wang Wei forced a smile and expressed his approval of Xiao Yu's praise and learning speed. Xiao Yu. This is called forced smile. Da Vinci made up for it in time and taught Xiao Yu advanced vocabulary on the spot. It was the first time that Xiao Yu learned such a difficult idiom. He nodded seriously with a stern face and looked at Wang Wei's expression to show that he remembered it. That's enough for the two of you. The continuous bad words broke his defense. In a rage, he threw the half-eaten baked potato in his hand at Da Vinci. As a result, before he could touch Da Vinci, Xiao Yu caught it and started to chew it happily. I've bitten this before. Wang Wei was panicked when he saw Xiao Yu's action, but Xiao Yu obviously misunderstood. and reluctantly stopped and stretched out her hand to hand the potato back to Wang Wei. Forget it. It's okay. You eat it. Xiao Yu's action made him a little speechless, and he waved his hand to indicate that she could continue. Watching the baked potato in his hand being eaten up bit by bit, not even paying attention to the place he had bitten before, Wang Wei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His mind began to think uncontrollably, and his face gradually changed color, as if he had a fever. It's killing me. Wang Wei's face was a little red. But Xiao Yu just misunderstood that he was protecting his food. Did you see it? This is called shyness. Da Vinci made up for it in time, as if he had used Wang Wei, who was already red, as teaching material. Unfortunately, there is a price to pay for being mean. Da Vinci. Xiao Yu. Look. This is called being furious. You die? The emotions found an outlet in an instant, and Wang Wei flew towards Da Vinci in a rage, and fought with this iron lump on the ground. Or it should be said that Wang Wei one-sided output. Xiao Yu was startled by Wang Wei's sudden attack, and when he reacted, Wang Wei had already thrown Da Vinci to the ground, riding on it and punching and kicking it. Da Vinci did not fight back, and let Wang Wei's fists and feet hit him. Xiao Yu looked at the internal fight in front of him with a silly expression, and for a moment, he didn't know whether he should go up to stop the fight. Fortunately, this one-sided bullying ended quickly. The ding-dong-dong sound of knocking on steel disappeared, leaving only the hissing sound of Wang Wei sucking in a breath of cold air. The hands of the hitter were swollen, but the one who was hit asked Wang Wei if he was injured. Looking at Da Vinci, who was concerned about him, Wang Wei heard Da Vinci's voice in his mind. Did you see it? This is a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Hee. This is not a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This is a little white rabbit trying to hit the steel gururu. It can only be said that the red temperature just now made him lose his mind a little, and he was so stupid as to try to fight with the robot. Fortunately, after such a commotion, no one noticed his embarrassment just now. Wang Wei thought of this, and couldn't help but secretly relieved. And at this time, the sound of a flute suddenly sounded on Da Vinci. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted to Da Vinci, and they saw him open his stomach and take out a wooden flute from it. The strange thing is that no one is blowing it now, but the wooden flute is still ringing regularly in Da Vinci's hand. There is no tune, nor is it a pleasant song. It just makes a regular flute sound according to a fixed rhythm. 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short. This is an SOS distress signal. After hearing the meaning of the flute, Wang Wei's face suddenly changed. This flute was left behind when he and Shu Ge parted ways before, and it was also a way for them to communicate with each other. Originally, according to Wang Wei's intention, he was going to equip Shu Ge with a walkie-talkie, but considering that Shu Ge couldn't speak, he had to give up. In the end, Shu Ge handed over a wooden flute, which solved their communication problem, although he didn't know the principle. As long as Wang Wei blew the wooden flute, Shu Ge would know, and Shu Ge could also make the wooden flute sound through the air. The two sides agreed on specific signals for simple communication, including this international distress signal of 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short. And now, the wooden flute sounded. Shu Ge is in danger. Wang Wei's face was solemn. With the combination of Shu Ge and the pulse lightsaber, he could hardly think of anyone who could threaten Shu Ge with this combat power. But the signal in front of him couldn't be deceiving. So the opponent that Brother Shu was facing must be very powerful and difficult. They had only cooperated a few times, and they were not really close friends. It was not worth taking such a big risk for Brother Shu. Wang Wei tried hard to persuade himself to calm down and consider the pros and cons. But those pros and cons disappeared completely in the picture of Brother Shu foolishly helping him pick up fertilizer in the forest. Go! Save people. No! Save the tree. Calm down? Not calm at all. My friend is in danger now. Regardless of race or how long we have known each other. Friends are friends. He is sincere to me, so I can't let him down. Friends are such a simple and pure relationship. Wang Wei asked Da Vinci to pack up his stuff, and then he was ready to rescue Mr. Shu. But before he could go out, he was grabbed by Xiao Yu's sleeve. Together. Me too. Xiao Yu looked at the wooden flute in Wang Wei's hand. Although she still didn't understand Chinese very well, she could still guess roughly from Wang Wei's reaction. She recognized that it was Shu Ge beacon, and guessed that Shu Ge was in danger now. No. It's too dangerous this time. Wang Wei looked at Xiao Yu and softened his tone. You stay in the base, and wait for us to come back. The base is safe. No. Me too. But this time Xiao Yu didn't listen to him, and still stubbornly pulled Wang Wei's sleeve. She pointed to the wooden flute again, and then explained seriously, "Friend?" Xiao Yu's. This time he understood. "You also know Shugu? Okay. Then together." Wang Wei looked at Xiao Yu, took a deep breath and agreed. Now there is one more reason to save Shugu. No wonder Xiao Yu can survive in the wild even though he is so weak. If he is protected by Shugu, then everything makes sense. It's no wonder that Xiao Yu was bullied by those wild dogs later, because that was the time when Shuj broke into the core area and suffered heavy damage. He had no reason to stop Xiao Yu from saving his friend. At most, he could just ask her to stay away from danger. The gate of the base opened. The three of them followed the guidance of Mudi aggressively. Goal: rescue Shuj. Chapter 23: Ancient Relics. The whole journey was chaotic. Wang Wei and his team followed the guidance of the wooden flute. The native creatures that blocked the way along the way were easily plucked by Da Vinci if they ran slowly. The fear of being dominated once again echoed in their little heads. The native creatures that built nests near the base have even begun to move with their families. The native animals that ran away fled in panic. And even the alien team that had just left the mushroom forest was affected, hiding in the cave and watching the animals fleeing outside. They were already afraid that some powerful predator had appeared. "Let's wait before we go." "Yeah. It looks so dangerous outside now." 2. There was a huge deep pit in front of them, which looked like it was caused by the ground collapse. The signal of the wooden flute was now pointing to the deep pit in front of them, indicating that Brother Shu was in the deep pit at this time. It seems that there is a space underground here, and it collapsed because of the excessive weight. In short, Brother Shu fell into the pit. Wang Wei rushed to the scene and guessed the reason with just one look. But if he just fell into the pit, Brother Shu could climb out by himself. Don't look at Brother Shu's huge body, and he is still a tree. It seems that he is not very agile. But in fact, these are all stereotypes. In the previous battle in the core area, Brother Shu carried a lightsaber and jumped and chopped his head. Jumping and chopped. That action was just like a professional martial artist, jumping high and slashing fast. So according to Brother Shu's skills, he could climb out of the small pit in front of him by himself. But he sent himself a distress signal. The problem is not the pit, but the things underground. Wang Wei said this, turned around and asked Da Vinci to turn on the light to see what was going on below. The high-lumen strong light was like a thick laser, shot straight into the pit. But there was still only a deep darkness. It was as if something absorbed the light. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Wei turned his head and looked at Da Vinci. There was indeed a problem below. No wonder Brother Shu was trapped after falling down. It's a pity that Brother Shu can't speak, and they don't know what dangers are below now. Don't worry. Noticing Xiao Yu's anxious look, Wang Wei gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother Shu is probably safe now. After saying that, he shook the wooden flute in his hand that was still ringing. It was indeed as he said. If Brother Shu was in danger, he would have no time to play the flute here. You can't fight while silently chanting 3 short 3 long 3 short in your heart. That would delay things too much. So Shugu is probably safe now. I have to go down and take a look. Then I go. You stay up there to protect Xiao Yu. And it's also convenient for me to pull up. Wang Wei hung the safety rope around his waist, then turned his head and looked at Da Vinci and said, I can't pull you up. No sensational drama. The reason why Da Vinci was not allowed to go down was simply because if something really happened down there, he and Xiao Yu together couldn't pull such a piece of iron. It would be better for me to go down, so that I would be safe if there was really danger. Don't even mention pulling myself up. After I find Shugu down there, I will tie him up twice, and Da Vinci up there can pull Shugu up. Do you know what a high-end robot is? Not only can it serve tea and clean, but it is also a pillar of talent in the construction site. Therefore, considering all factors, it is best for Da Vinci to stay up there and Wang Wei to go down by himself. How about I go with you? You come down too. Leave Xiao Yu alone up there. She will be taken away by the wolf. Wang Wei decisively rejected Da Vinci's request, and after getting ready, he rubbed Xiao Yu's hair and told her to wait for him to come back up there with Da Vinci. Came to the edge of the pit, pulled the rope around his waist hard. You have to hold on. Don't worry. Wang Wei. So, little by little, Wang Wei slowly descended into the deep pit as Da Vinci let out the line. This ghost place really has no light at all. After descending to a certain height, the darkness around him completely disappeared. Even if he looked up along the rope, He could still only see darkness, and could not see the hole where he had just come down. This was somewhat contrary to common sense. But Wang Wei did not feel panic. The rope was still hanging around his waist, and he was still slowly descending. This proved that everything was still going according to plan. It was just that he couldn't see anything. Nothing to be surprised about. He had been in this hellhole for 3 years, and he had experienced many things that violated common sense. Again, the common sense on Earth sometimes doesn't apply on this planet. I got used to it. It wasn't until his feet touched the ground again that the surroundings finally regained light. The long dark environment made the surrounding light a little dazzling. Wang Wei instinctively stretched out his hand to cover it, and then turned his head to look around. He looked up, and at this time, it was no longer the hole he had come down from before. Instead, there was a ceiling made of metal alloy, surrounded by a metal wall. The lights embedded in the ceiling made the surroundings as bright as day, and also allowed Wang Wei to see the current environment clearly. From the architectural style, this place is very similar to the interior of his base spacecraft. I think it should also be a relic left by that alien civilization. No wonder Shugu couldn't get back after falling down. Wang Wei looked at the scattered branches and leaves under his feet and understood why Shugu couldn't get out. After falling down, even the exit was blocked. It would be strange if he could climb back. It seems that Shugu had a lot of trouble after falling down, and there were many traces of lightsabers slashing on the surrounding walls. It's a pity that it was useless. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the scattered leaves. If nothing unexpected happened, Shugu should have left along this road after trying to get out in the original place. Next, we just need to follow the traces left by Shugu. Hey, Da Vinci. I think I found Shugu. Wang Wei connected the internal channel to report to Da Vinci that he was safe, but he didn't get any response. Communication. It has been disconnected since I don't know when. Chapter 24. What a large group of mechanical dogs. Poke. 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 It has been about 40 minutes since Wang Wei went down, and Xiaoyu and Da Vinci are still waiting for news. Da Vinci is still pulling the rope in his hand diligently, motionless and without any slackness. As long as Wang Wei command is heard in the communication channel, he can pull the people below up as soon as possible, no matter whether it is Wang Wei or Brother Shu. Just pull them up first. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Instead, Xiaoyu secretly came over and poked Da Vinci, who was motionless, with his finger. It's not silence. But Xiaoyu doesn't know the following words. Fortunately, Da Vinci understanding is pretty good. With just these 2 words, he already understood what Xiaoyu wanted to express. I don't know what's going on down there now, Da Vinci said honestly. But if Wang Wei lands, he should tell me on the communication channel. Xiaoyu understood roughly. Nodding thoughtfully, he poked his head out from the edge of the pit, looking at the deep darkness below with an expression that couldn't hide his worry. How about I ask for you? Da Vinci said so, and then took the initiative to contact Wang Wei, who was already at the bottom of the pit. On the communication channel, the communication request was like a stone sinking into the sea, and no response was received. It was at this time that he realized that his communication with Wang Wei had been cut off since he didn't know when. It was cut off without Da Vinci noticing it at all. In a hurry, he hurriedly pulled the rope in his hand. But the light feeling in his hand had already explained everything. Sure enough, in the end, only a broken wire rope was pulled up. Just like the communication, it had been cut off since he didn't know when. On the ground, Da Vinci was completely panicked. Wang Wei, he shouted at the dark pit. But he couldn't even hear an echo. Wang Wei. Lost contact. No! This damn place is too big. Have these aliens hollowed out the whole place? After chasing along the fallen leaves for a long time, Wang Wei was already panting. But he still couldn't see the end of this damn place. It was like an alien maze. After searching for a long time, Wang Wei felt that he was almost lost. After discovering that the communication was cut off, Wang Wei immediately noticed that the rope around his waist had also broken. You know, it was a special steel wire rope. Even if Da Vinci pulled it with all his strength, it wouldn't break. But he didn't even know when it broke. This damn place is really weird. But everything is still safe at the moment. Well, now it's good. All the backup plans I had before coming down are now useless. He untied the safety rope around his waist and threw it aside without saying a word, and then continued to chase after the traces left by Brother Shu. He knew that he had lost contact, and Da Vinci and the others up there would definitely be worried. But now was obviously not the time to think about this. Instead of worrying about this, it would be better to hurry up and find Brother Shu first. He didn't even know when the communication was cut off, let alone trying to repair it without tools. That was unrealistic and would only waste time. I believe Da Vinci will find a way to solve the problem of repairing the communication up there. It is always safer up there than down there. And Da Vinci's strength is more than enough to protect Xiaoyu up there. Instead of worrying about them, it is better to worry about Brother Shu. He might be bald after losing so many leaves. TSK. Brother Shu has just raised a head of green leaves. Wang Wei sighed as he searched. In the previous core area, Brother Shu killed everyone with a lightsaber in his hand, and established his position as the top brother in the mushroom forest. But the price he paid was also very heavy. At that time, he was so seriously injured that Wang Wei was worried that he was going to die. He had just recovered a while ago, but he didn't expect to fall into such a hellhole again. I don't know what Shugu encountered. He was really embarrassed along the way. But from another perspective, if Shugu hadn't been chased so badly, there wouldn't be so many traces for me to find him. That broken wooden flute had stopped pointing the way a long time ago, and it even never sounded again. This time it must not be because of some signal shielding. After all, I could hear the flute normally when I was outside. So there is only one truth, Wang Wei thought with a suppressed smile. Shugu couldn't fight while remembering the rhythm of 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short in his mind. This was simply too difficult. Fortunately, after turning several corners in a row, there was finally movement in front. Fortunately, if it continued like this, I would have thought I was trapped inside. From the beginning, the only sound in the silent metal corridor was Wang Wei's own footsteps, combined with the almost identical environment around him. He almost suspected that he had been going in circles. Fortunately, there was a change now. Brother Shu. I'm here. Sorry to bother you. Wang Wei jumped out from the corner and excitedly greeted the movement in front of him. Then he stopped and ran without saying a word. Are you kidding? If you don't run, you die? He did see Brother Shu. But it was a pity that there was not only Brother Shu. When Wang Wei made his debut, he was greeted by not only Brother Shu, but also a pair of eyes that glowed red. A group of wild-looking mechanical dogs were besieging the big tree in the middle, and their sharp metal claws could leave a visible scar on Brother Shu every time. And around Brother Shu were several scrapped mechanical dogs. Some were cut off by lightsabers, and some were simply smashed by Brother Shu. Now, when Wang Wei's voice was suddenly heard, Brother Shu and the mechanical dogs present all stopped for a moment. Then the next second, some of the mechanical dogs separated and chased Wang Wei. Brother Shu wanted to stop them, but he was too busy. Fuck. Where did the mechanical dogs come from? A magical turn that he never dreamed of. Wang Wei listened to the sound of metal claws scratching the floor behind him, and felt that all the pores on his body were about to explode. He took out a metal plate from the backpack behind him, pulled it open, and then flew on it. The hoverboard carried Wang Wei to escape in the metal corridor, and behind him was a mechanical dog that looked very ferocious. Wang Wei attracted some of the mechanical dogs, which suddenly reduced Brother Shu pressure. The huge one-eyed man looked anxiously at the direction where Wang Wei left, and suddenly smashed the surrounding mechanical dogs like a ruthless man. The pulse lightsaber had already exhausted its energy in the previous protracted battle, and it would take at least 10 minutes to recharge its energy. If he had known that there were these monsters in this place, Brother Shu would never ask Wang Wei for help. Chapter 25 Going Deeper. Bad luck. Bad luck. Bad luck. A figure was passed. Behind him was a mechanical dog that was chasing him. The metal plate the size of a tablet turned into a hoverboard after it was unfolded. Wang Wei was very skilled, and he slid quickly in the passage on the skateboard. Even so, the mechanical dog behind him still bit him tightly, and his 2 dog eyes flashed red, as if he was determined to kill the invader. Fortunately, these guys didn't seem to have a high level of intelligence, and they only knew the most basic execution program commands and couldn't make any changes. Otherwise, if they were at the level of Da Vinci, these guys would have dispersed and blocked them long ago. Not bad. Took the time to turn his head and look behind him. After confirming that these mechanical dogs couldn't catch up with him, he felt relieved. He even had time to carefully observe the structure of these mechanical dogs. TSK. It's really simple and brainless. Wang Wei squatted down and looked at the mechanical dog behind him. After comparing it with his own Da Vinci, he pointed at it with disdain. At first glance, It is an exposed steel skeleton and hydraulic rods at the joints, with sharp claws grabbing the ground. Sparking sparks, combined with the huge sharp metal canines on the head and the scarlet lights on the eyes. It does look like a Terminator T-800 at first glance. Very bluffing. Unfortunately, it is just a low-end product. It is just a pile of materials. And it is the kind of pile of materials that does not show any sincerity. There is no ingenuity, highlighting a powerful brick flying solid metal as the skeleton, and then matched with strong enough power. The only purpose of these mechanical dogs is to guard here and eliminate invaders. It is indeed aggressive enough, but it is a pity that it is stupid. After figuring out the nature of these mechanical dogs, Wang Wei muttered to himself. So during the flying of the skateboard, a spherical object was thrown down casually. Those mechanical dogs just stared at the invaders in front of them from beginning to end, and did not even look at the falling ball. The next second, with a bang, smoke and flashing electromagnetic pulses burst out of thin air, instantly filling the corridor where they were currently. The smoke could not block the sight of the mechanical dogs, but the electromagnetic pulses directly disrupted their control components. When the smoke dissipated, only a few completely paralyzed mechanical dogs were left. As for Wang Wei, Brother Shu, I'm back again. First, a restraining gun tied up the limbs of a mechanical dog, and then Wang Wei's voice rang out at the entrance of the corridor. Brother Shu was quick, and the mechanical dog was only tied up for less than a second before it was smashed into a pile of scrap metal by Brother Shu. The rest was very simple. It was difficult for these mechanical dogs to take down Brother Shu. Not to mention that there was now another Wang Wei flying around to help control. One person and one tree cooperated seamlessly, one controlling and the other taking the opportunity to output. If a dog wanted to deal with Wang Wei during this period, it would be dragged back by Brother Shu and swung against the wall. There were too many mechanical dogs before, and it was difficult for Shu Gu to protect himself, so he couldn't stop them from chasing Wang Wei. But when Wang Wei solved some of them, Shu Gu's pressure was obviously much lighter. He would not let a mechanical dog run away to attack Wang Wei even if he was hit twice. The crisis was quickly resolved. Only the broken finger remains were left on the ground, still sparking. Although Shu Gu was not as embarrassed as he was in the core area before, he was not much better. Most of the green leaves that he had managed to grow fell off in the battle, and even a few branches were broken. However, these skin injuries were not the most fatal. When he went back to take care of them for a while, they would all grow again. The most fatal thing was that this damn place was made of alloys, and Shu Gu's huge root system had nowhere to take root. Now it looked like he was about to die. Brother, your leaves are all yellow. Wang Wei hesitated to speak, and finally reminded him, it's not just the leaves that have turned yellow. Brother Shu's big eyes are now bloodshot. If he can't find a piece of land to take root quickly, I'm afraid that the mechanical dogs won't have to do anything, and Brother Shu will just stay here. But Brother Shu is so miserable, and his first reaction after seeing Wang Wei is to care if he is injured. Then he looked at him with a very apologetic look, as if he was sorry for dragging him to such a dangerous place. He looks like an ancient god from a Cthulhu story. But he is so honest that people don't know what to say. We are friends, Brother Shu. Wang Wei stepped on the skateboard and reached out to pat its trunk. Why are you feeling guilty about me? Now find a way to get out first. He was not in a hurry, but he was really afraid that Brother Shu would die in this alien ruins. But when he heard what Wang Wei said, Shu Gu's eyes dimmed. He had been trapped here for a long time, but he still couldn't find a way out. This place was like a metal maze with no exit. They were probably trapped here. So Shu Gu suddenly felt more guilty. On the contrary, Wang Wei looked careless and didn't worry about being trapped at all. He had noticed when he looked for Shu Gu before that the construction style of this place was no different from the interior of his own spacecraft. So according to Wang Wei's experience, he only needed to follow the complex metal patterns on the surrounding walls to find the control center of this alien ruins. There was no need to find an exit at all, because that kind of thing might not exist at all. Since the people who built this place could make those mechanical dogs, they were obviously not prepared to let the invaders walk through a maze and leave safely. He waved his hand to signal Shu Gu to follow him, and then Wang Wei began to move forward on his own. Not outward, but inward. Shu Gu's keen sense of direction made it discover the clues at the first time. They were moving away from the place where they fell, and were still going deeper into the maze. But Brother Shu still chose to trust Wang Wei unconditionally, and just followed him quietly. Okay. We're here. The metal lines finally gathered on the wall in front of him, forming a complex and exquisite symbol. If nothing unexpected happens, the control center of this ruins should be behind this wall. Brother Shu looked at the wall in front of him and didn't understand what Wang Wei meant. Arrived? Where? This place seems to be no different from other places along the way. Then, he saw Wang Wei slowly taking the lightsaber from his hand. At this time, the lightsaber had already been recharged. After pressing the switch, the dazzling blade extended from the handle. The next second, Wang Wei suddenly pushed the lightsaber in his hand against the wall in front of him. Opening the door requires energy. He smiled and said, "Any energy will do." Chapter 26: The Era of Civilization. The pulse lightsaber was inserted into the metal wall, but there was no sound of collision between the two. As the blade of the lightsaber touched the wall, the complicated metal patterns also lit up bit by bit. Then, the wall in front of him slowly opened from the middle like a door. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an advanced civilization. It is not picky about the starting energy, no matter whether it is light energy, electrical energy, or radiation energy. As long as it can provide energy, it can operate normally. In other words, there is no electric baton on hand. Otherwise it would be the same if a high-voltage electric baton was taken out and hit. In terms of energy utilization, this civilization is really much more advanced than the Earth. Otherwise, how could Da Vinci be like a perpetual motion machine, jumping around all day and following Wang Wei to do things at high intensity, but never charging once? No worries. So much no worries. The door in front of him has been opened. But it's a pity that Brother Shu is too big and can't squeeze into this small door at all. I go in and find the exit. Wait for me. After entering the core control room, it's easy to leave here. Wang Wei signaled to Brother Shu not to worry, and walked in. A living creature has been detected. When he entered the control room, the first thing that sounded was a completely incomprehensible language that sounded like garbled code. Then it smoothly switched to very standard Chinese, which made Wang Wei feel a little surprised. This process looks completely different from the alien spacecraft at the beginning. However, considering that the ruins in front of him looked more advanced, he didn't show too much surprise. He didn't act rashly, and stood there honestly waiting for the scan to continue. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 25 years old. Just like a physical examination, Wang Wei physical data was reported one by one. Flesh and blood body. Carbon-based life. Intelligent race. Meets the requirements. Welcome. Human. The new era of civilization. As soon as the words fell, the lights in the control room were completely lit up, showing Wang Wei without reservation. But his attention was not on the futuristic control room in front of him. He was still shocked by what the AI had just said. It was a short scan, but the content revealed took Wang Wei a long time to digest. The first question was the most concerned. Do you know humans? Yes. We have arrived in the solar system. It is beautiful there. Do you know the location of the Earth? Of course I know. Before the words fell, a map of the stars appeared in front of Wang Wei out of thin air. It clearly shows the current location of the planet and the Earth, and the distance between them. Shock is no longer enough to express Wang Wei emotions at the moment. Looking at the star map in front of him, he couldn't wait to use the camera on the action suit to record it. Then the second question came. What do you mean by the successor of civilization you just mentioned? As you can see, our civilization has perished. So we need to find new successors to inherit everything. Perished? Yes. It ceased to exist a long time ago. What caused the extinction? I don't know. My database does not contain any records in this regard. This time the content shocked him even more. Such a powerful civilization in front of him could not escape the end of destruction. Then what about humans? What about the weaker humans? And what about the unknown enemy? Wang Wei couldn't help but feel a little panic. Finally, the third question. What do you mean by flesh and blood body? Carbon-based life. An intelligent race? What will happen if these conditions are not met? Destruction. The AI's tone was emotionless, as if he was going to step on an ant. He had no doubt that if Shugu had followed him just now, he would have been gone now. Carbon-based life definitely meets the requirements. Intelligent races are also somewhat related, but it is not a flesh and blood body, but with fiber. So it does not meet the inheritance conditions. Silently feel lucky for Brother Shu luck. Human. Are you willing to inherit our civilization? Wait. There is no test or something? The sudden development made him a little unresponsive. He looked up in confusion, feeling that the AI in front of him was a little unconventional. What the hell? Suddenly said to inherit. According to the routine in the novel, shouldn't there be some test or something? It is enough to meet the requirements of vital signs? Why do you need a test? We no longer exist. The AI rarely showed a tone and asked back in confusion. This question stumped Wang Wei, and he had no idea how to answer. Just like what the AI said. No matter how prosperous they were, no matter how precious their technology was, they no longer exist now. Civilization died. Races were extinct. Everything is meaningless. Only these technologies and relics are left to prove that they once existed. The AI in front of him didn't know how long he had been waiting here before he met a successor who met the requirements. When he picked up Da Vinci, he didn't go through any tests. They are just sharing knowledge. Wang Wei was silent. The open-mindedness and selflessness of the race in front of him made him feel a little ashamed. Okay. I do. Thank you. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Wang Wei actually heard a sense of fatigue in the voice of the AI. Then, a black chip was solemnly handed to Wang Wei. Wait. No. Let me think. The brainwave transmission with a sense of technology that I imagined did not appear. Nor did the soul connection with supernatural powers. There was not even a high-end and atmospheric handover ceremony with a full sense of ritual. After confirming his agreement, the AI in front of him handed him a black chip. It was just a chip. It even had a universal socket. It looked like a good roommate shared his private hard drive with him. And there is. What kind of advanced civilization is this? The inheritor has to rely on self-study. Right? No wonder there are no tests. Just self-learning technology alone is difficult for 99% of people. At least give me an instruction manual. Brother. Wang Wei looked up blankly. And for a moment, he had countless complaints. Inheritance completed. The channel has been opened. Please leave in time and return to a safe place. But the AI did not give him a chance to complain. After confirming that Wang Wei had completed the handover, the lights in front of him dimmed. Then, a strong tremor came. Wang Wei's pupil shook, and he ran away without saying a word. In his heart, he had already scolded this irresponsible AI. Fuck you. At least wait until I leave. Brother Shu. Run. This place is going to collapse. Chapter 27. What are you holding? The underground ruins are crumbling. Inside the control room, the golden escape passage slowly opened in front of him. Wang Wei gritted his teeth as he looked at the escape passage in front of him, and finally turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Brother Shu. Run. It's going to collapse. The shouts came out before anyone arrived. Coming out of the control room, I just saw Brother Shu waiting for me to come out at the door. Brother Shu. You are stupid. It's about to collapse. Why don't you run? Wang Wei pushed Brother Shu in a rage. And then the two of them didn't care about being polite, and ran wildly along the original route. After all, he is the heir of civilization. Even if this damn place collapses, it should give him enough time to escape. Otherwise, the advanced civilization can't do such a thing as taking off his pants and farting. The heir just found was buried alive? Then you didn't find an heir. You found a burial object. So there should be enough time. In addition, the passage that the AI mentioned before was open, which probably also includes the one they fell from before. Then according to Wang Wei's plan, even if he gave up the VIP escape passage, he could still escape with Brother Shu. It should be said, Brother Shu really has amazing skills. This flexibility is not like a tree at all. It's just like a professional martial artist. The thick roots below are like the legs of an insect, making Brother Shu running speed not inferior to Wang Wei on the skateboard. And he is full of momentum, running like a tiger. This flexibility directly makes Wang Wei's last worry about escape disappear completely. The plan has been finalized anyway. The only variable is Brother Shu moving speed. And now this only variable has been stabilized. Go. Go. Go! One person and one tree rushed around in the crumbling base. Even if they accidentally disturbed the mechanical dog on the roadside. Brother Shu grabbed the dog's leg and swung it behind him. It's really intoxicating. These mechanical dogs actually took advantage of the low-end models. The entire base was shut down and paralyzed and about to collapse. But these low-end models were still alive and kicking because of their independent power supply. So much so that they caused some trouble on their way to escape. Brother Shu, what are you holding? After smashing the energy core of the mechanical dog in front of him with a sword, Wang Wei turned his head and suddenly noticed the bag hanging on Brother's shoe fork. This shape looks familiar. Obviously something from his own base. But what is in the bag? Wang Wei can't guess. After being reminded by Wang Wei, Brother Shu finally remembered that he still had such a thing on him. He was so embarrassed by the chase of those mechanical dogs before. So he simply hid it on his body. So he didn't think about it until now. Now when he heard Wang Wei ask, he happily handed the bag hanging on his head to Wang Wei like offering a treasure. Okay, Brother Shu. You don't need to open it. Wang Wei looked at the bag in front of him, and then at Brother Shu. With a complicated expression. It really doesn't need to be opened. As soon as the bag was handed over, the familiar smell came to his face. This is indeed what he asked Brother Shu to help. But he didn't expect that Brother Shu would fall into such a dangerous place to deliver fertilizer to him. Even when he was bullied by those mechanical dogs, he didn't throw away the bag of fertilizer, but protected it as if it were a valuable item. Wang Wei pursed his lips. He really wanted to tell Brother Shu that this thing was not that important. The potatoes had been successfully grown. We just needed to throw this thing away and concentrate on escaping. But when the words came to his lips, they turned into, "Thank you, Brother Shu. This thing is really too important to me." So Brother Shu's big eyes narrowed happily, as if he was very happy to be able to help Wang Wei. And he didn't care at all how much damage he had suffered to protect this thing. He took the fertilizer from Shu Ge, then ducked to avoid the attack of the mechanical dog, and took the opportunity to swing the lightsaber with his right hand. Then, in the firelight, another mechanical dog was cut in half by Wang Wei. He didn't say much sentimental words, but he had completely regarded Shu Ge as a friend in his heart. And now, good friends should find a way to escape first. Damn! It's really going to collapse. On the ground, Da Vinci tried various ways to repair the communication, but all failed in the end. After confirming that Wang Wei had completely lost contact, he immediately panicked. It's okay. He turned his head stiffly and tried to comfort Xiao Yu. But he even forgot to change the expression of collapse on his face. If Wang Wei hadn't asked him to stay up there and take care of Xiao Yu before leaving, Da Vinci would have jumped down to save people. Da Vinci was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, turning in circles on the spot. But his little head was about to smoke, and he didn't know how to rescue Wang Wei without going down. Rope. Finally, Xiao Yu pointed at the broken rope, patted Da Vinci and said. She pointed at the rope, and then pulled up with both hands. Save. Da Vinci understood what Xiao Yu meant. Believe in Wang Wei. Believe that he will be fine. Da Vinci was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. Yes. Why not believe Wang Wei? It's just a loss of contact. He was chased by a pack of dogs and successfully escaped. He has never been a weak person, and he doesn't have to save himself. So he returned to the original place and put the rope down again, squatting with Xiao Yu and waiting. Unfortunately, Wang Wei didn't wait. But the earthquake came. Da Vinci felt the violent shaking from his feet at the first time, picked up Xiao Yu and sent him to a safe place. Xiao Yu, stay here and don't move. After saying that, regardless of Xiao Yu's objection, he ran back to the side of the deep pit. Although he didn't know what happened below, he was sure of one thing. Wang Wei asked him to stay here and pull them up, which meant that they would come out here no matter what. Is there danger? Then Wang Wei needed his help even more at this time, because he had to protect Xiao Yu. Wang Wei didn't jump down to help the first time he lost contact. Now, he couldn't leave Wang Wei and run away alone. Fortunately, he made the right bet. Da Vinci, pull. The communication channel was restored, and Wang Wei's voice finally sounded again. The underground ruins had begun to collapse. The ground nearby also began to collapse. Da Vinci still stood there, holding the rope in his hands tightly. Then he exerted force suddenly, and a huge tree was pulled up from the abyss by him. See the dawn again. Chapter 28, Who is spreading rumors. Just when Wang Wei and his team had just run to a safe place, the ground in front of them finally collapsed completely. It was like a huge tomb, burying the alien ruins below along with their past glory. Wang Wei looked at everything in front of him with a solemn expression. No matter what, he was able to survive safely on this planet for 3 years thanks to the technology of this alien civilization. Not to mention that he is now the last heir of their civilization. Let's go! Wang Wei looked at the deep pit in front of him with lingering fear, fearing that the aftershocks below would not subside and there would be a second wave of collapse. He could still come up after falling down before, but this time he might be buried with him if he fell down. Shu Gu and Xiao Yu really knew each other. When they first came up, the two of them stared at each other for a long time. And they never expected to meet in such an occasion. This is good. It saves trouble. Just now, he was thinking about how to gesture to make Wang Wei understand that he needed his help to find someone. See. It's hard to read. Not to mention asking Brother Shu to demonstrate with a branch. Wang Wei can understand it. Which really shows that he has a unique way of thinking. The two of them whispered to each other in a corner, turning their heads from time to point at Wang Wei and Da Vinci. Obviously in a good mood. Wang Wei scratched his head. It feels like these two guys don't trust him a little bit. Why do we need to whisper? Even if you two say it in front of me, I can't understand it. Xiao Yu's language is weird and hard to read. But Brother Shu can understand it. Wang Wei even suspects where Brother Shu is a language genius. How can he understand all languages? Wang Wei turned into a questioning husky, pointing at Brother Shu to express his dissatisfaction. I haven't learned a single word so far. And the two of them communicated only because Xiao Yu worked hard to learn Chinese. Chinese is not necessarily simpler. Right. But Brother Shu can understand Mandarin and Xiao Yu's language. How can this be justified? He seriously suspected that Brother Shu had superpowers, like telepathy. Wang Wei kept his distance from Da Vinci, chatting casually, leaving enough space for Xiao Yu and Brother Shu. Finally, they returned to land. As soon as Brother Shu came up, he couldn't wait to put his roots back into the soil. So he became visibly moistened again. And even the congestion in his eyes was relieved a lot. I don't know how many days this big brother was trapped down there. But he just insisted on not asking for help. So that he was almost dead when he met Wang Wei. In addition to the injuries he suffered in the previous battle down there. Brother Shu was so miserable when he first came up that he looked like he was going to die. Xiao Yu was so distressed that she couldn't stop crying. In the end, the two of them hid aside and talked in private for a while. And Xiao Yu's emotions stabilized again. Why do we have to hide from Wang Wei and the others when we talk? I'm not hiding. I'm afraid they will misunderstand me. After saying that, Shu Gu turned his head and secretly glanced at Wang Wei. Then honestly told Xiao Yu about the scene when he first met Wang Wei. He tried to communicate, but the dust was filtered out by Wang Wei filtration system. Only a part of it was inhaled into his body. And in the end, the whole person seemed to be high and fell into hallucinations. Shu Gu didn't know what the air filtration system was, and just thought that his ability would have a strange effect on Wang Wei. Before, he was afraid that he would misunderstand and cut himself. Now he is worried about hurting his friends. After that, Xiao Yu also told how Wang Wei picked her up and took her home after she separated from Shu Gu. The two looked at each other at the end, and their moods were a little complicated. What a bad fate. Their experiences with Wang Wei were all so bloody. But fortunately, everyone got along well in the end. So who is making up rumors about Wang Wei? These years, the title of devil, executioner and butcher has long been spread. And the bloody stories with him, as the protagonist, are almost compiled into vernacular novels. The content is all about promoting his cold-bloodedness and cruelty. What about slaughtering an entire alien group in one breath? Skinning and roasting people from several galaxies and eating them. His notoriety has almost spread throughout the entire planet. He has powerful weapons, and even more unreasonable steel servant beside him. But what is the truth? Wang Wei is a big boy who is loyal. Loyal and occasionally shy. And Da Vinci is even more cute. It's so cold. Who is making up rumors about humans? How can these guys attack such a kind and friendly race so viciously? Brother Shu and Xiao Yu were angry and complained for Wang Wei. Finally, it was time to say goodbye. The three of them stood in the sunset and waved goodbye to Brother Shu. Wang Wei secretly glanced at Xiao Yu beside him and raised the corners of his mouth and couldn't help feeling proud and happy. He originally thought that Xiao Yu would leave with Brother Shu, but he didn't expect that she would stay with him in the end. In the end, only Shu refused Wang Wei's invitation to go back to the base and return to the mushroom forest alone. Come to think of it, it is true. No matter how good the relationship between Xiao Yu and Shu is, the two are still of different races. Let alone race. One of them is an animal, and the other is a plant. So it is inevitable that Xiao Yu will have a lot of inconveniences living with Shu. So it is better for her to go back to the base with Da Vinci and me. We are all people. Even Da Vinci is a robot. It is much more convenient than being with Shu. Shu, come visit us often when you are free. Xiao Yu, don't be sad. We can come anytime if you miss Shu. Just like he said, it is not a big deal to go back and forth between the two sides. This time it is not a separation that will never see each other again. We can meet anytime if we want to. Oi! It is still comfortable to go home. Finally back to the base. Wang Wei took a shower and sat down on the sofa. I had spent a long time chopping the mechanical dog in the underground ruins. And then I was racing with Brother Shu when the ruins collapsed. Now that I finally rested, I felt sore all over. Da Vinci was not tired. He started cleaning right after returning home. The vacuum cleaner buzzed and made Wang Wei feel that his brain was about to be sucked in along with the dust. Xiao Yu's eyes were bright, and she was very curious about what Da Vinci had in his hands. Life seemed to have returned to peace all of a sudden. Except that the Earth still hadn't replied. Oh! By the way, the Earth. Wang Wei sat up from the sofa suddenly. He suddenly remembered a very important thing. When he was in the underground ruins before, he had already known the specific location of the Earth through the AI of the ruins. He could completely locate it based on the star map and send the signal directly to the Earth. In this way, there was no need to worry about not being able to contact the Earth. Wang Wei's eyes were so bright that he suddenly shouted excitedly, Da Vinci, we will definitely be able to contact the Earth this time. Chapter 29, this technology will not contact the Earth. This idea had taken root in Wang Wei's mind 3 years ago. When he first arrived here, he was weak and helpless. So he hoped that the Earth could save him or even take him home. But as he mastered the spacecraft technology and had the ability to protect himself, this idea became a desire to go home and reunite with his family and friends. Until recently, the food problem was completely solved, and he was fully capable of living a prosperous life on this planet. The matter of contacting the Earth seemed to have become more of a simple obsession. He wanted to return to the Earth. He wanted to go home. Or, he wanted to return to society. Humans are social animals. And loneliness is even a fatal disease for many individuals. Fortunately, Wang Wei has always been optimistic. Otherwise, he would not have been trapped in this hellhole for 3 years without going crazy. Instead, he found joy in suffering and lived his life with relish. The hope of going home is so slim that it is almost non-existent. But it would be nice to contact the Earth and chat with the little sister. As he said this, even his tone became expectant. The universe is really too big. It took me more than 3 years just to try to contact the Earth. And I haven't succeeded yet. Let alone go back. But people always have to have some hope in life. Right? And now it's not hopeless. Da Vinci, we can finally contact the Earth. Wang Wei pointed at the light point representing the Earth and screamed excitedly like a monkey after projecting the star map he had taken on the big screen. Before, he didn't know the exact location of the Earth, even if he successfully inherited the technology and content of the spacecraft. He could only guess the approximate position of the solar system based on the star map. This is because the solar system is so easy to identify. So if he wants to contact the Earth, he can only take the dumbest way, which is to directly cover and send the signal towards the position of the solar system. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that as long as the Earth is within the signal range, there is no need to confirm the specific coordinates to receive Wang Wei's signal. The disadvantage is that the accuracy of the signal is very poor, and it is very likely that the signal will be interfered. In addition, because the free mic is turned on, other civilizations in the area will also be forced to receive their signals. This is also the reason why Wang Wei could receive unknown signals and curse every day. The free mic is really too noisy, especially after the upgrade of the 10th generation communication equipment. The enhanced signal is even more low quality. Fortunately, the specific coordinates of the Earth are finally known. Not only is Wang Wei's expression a little excited, if those cosmic civilizations know, they will have to drink a glass of wine to celebrate. Great! The annoying free mic is turned off. Even in his fantasy, it won't be long before he can contact the Earth. After that, as the only Earthling living on an alien planet, he naturally accepts interviews, and then becomes famous and makes a long phone call with beautiful girls every day. Later, the Earth also masters the subspace technology and builds a spaceship to take him home. Welcome the hero Wang Wei to Earth. The welcome banner on Earth will surely look like this. Right? Damn. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Stupid. Wang Wei. Da Vinci. You are not allowed to teach Xiao Yu to say these nonsense in the future. Just when Wang Wei was immersed in his fantasy, Xiao Yu's cold voice instantly brought him back to reality. I didn't have the heart to blame Xiaoyu, but threw the pillow in his hand at Da Vinci in a rage. Then it was time to study the business. Since the specific coordinates of the Earth have been determined, what they need to do next is to upgrade the communication equipment according to the needs. This link is a bit difficult. The previous generation of communication equipment mainly featured a wide range and strong signal, and the requirement for accuracy was the least important. Because Wang Wei idea at that time was also very simple. So many balls? Send the signal to Earth first. Demand determines the product. The communication equipment they need now is completely different from the previous one. The range and strength are not important. As long as it can be sent to Earth, it is enough. Instead, signal quality and accuracy became the most important conditions. Not only does it need to accurately locate the Earth, but the signal quality must also be guaranteed. At least the signal sent out cannot be affected by interference, such as cosmic radiation. So an embarrassing problem arises. He doesn't know this technology. His previous focus has always been on the range and strength of the signal. Now he is suddenly asked to turn his head to work on quality and accuracy equipment. What's the difference between this and asking a person who has been driving a hand tractor for many years to suddenly ask him to drive a fighter jet? I can't do it. I really can't do it. Da Vinci? I don't understand either. Facing Wang Wei pleading eyes, Da Vinci shrugged his shoulders to show that he could not help. Now things became interesting. You have to know that this communication equipment is the result of Wang Wei's step-by-step strengthening and upgrading. Now he can't start all over again for quality and accuracy. Fortunately, there is a plan B. Wang Wei looked down at the black chip in his hand. This small chip represents the inheritance of the unknown advanced civilization, which naturally includes the technology related to the communication system and subspace. In other words, as long as Wang Wei can master this technology, upgrading a communication device is naturally a piece of cake. Da Vinci, can you read the contents of this chip directly? I try. Da Vinci looked at the chip in Wang Wei's hand thoughtfully, and after a brief thought, he directly inserted it into the socket on his chest. But before reading, the chip was ejected again. No permission. Da Vinci said, a little dizzy. It was an expected answer. After all, if Da Vinci could read the chip directly, the 3 restrictions in the ruins would become a joke. Well, I could only learn it myself. Inserting the chip into the control panel of the spacecraft, it was finally read successfully this time. And even the content was translated into Chinese for Wang Wei to read. It's so considerate. Unfortunately, the considerate AI lady has died and was buried underground with the alien ruins. Looking at the dazzling contents in front of him, Wang Wei felt that his head was about to explode. Can we only say that it is worthy of being the heritage of a civilization? A small chip is like a world of content. Not only is it related to technology, there are even introductions to plant and animal species. Wang Wei simply swiped it twice, and the next second, he was attracted by the familiar picture in front of him. Shi Luo fruit? Rare species. It can improve racial talents after consumption. It is a precious resource crop. Chapter 30 Human Talents. What are human talents? It seems that this does not need to be thought about at all. As early as in the process of human evolution, all talent points were added to the brain to strengthen, so that the evolution of other parts except the brain is simply a disaster. For example, walking upright makes the spine fragile, or the most sophisticated eyes are actually full of bugs. The human eye is really the most unreasonable structure among the creatures on Earth. The photoreceptor cells that absorb light are actually behind the ganglion cells, so that the light absorbed is secondhand. To put it simply, the human retina is attached upside down. This makes human vision not only have blind spots, but even what they see is upside down. The shortcomings of the hardware are finally compensated by the software. The upside down and missing world seen by the eyes is finally processed, and filled by the brain, and fed back to humans. This is the world that humans see in the end. This not only proves the power of the human brain, but also proves how unreasonable other organs are besides the brain. Except for the brain, humans are like a mountain of shit code composed of bugs. The rapid evolution of the brain has enabled humans to develop rapidly, but it has also led to other organs not keeping up with the speed of development. And humans have already broken through their limits. And that kind of overload breakthrough, the evolution of organisms is always full of wild attempts, such as the Triassic helicoprion, whose roulette-like teeth are still unclear what they are used for. Such abstract attempts can be seen everywhere in the course of biological evolution. But the unreasonable evolution of other organisms will eventually lead to extinction due to the selection of nature. But humans are different. When the brain of the terrifying upright ape evolved to master tools, the predators that nature could eliminate them no longer existed. So this shit mountain code has been running unreasonably until now. So if we must say what human innate abilities are, it can only be learning ability and wisdom. That is to say, those alien potatoes made me smarter? Wang Wei looked at the picture and introduction of the Shilua fruit in front of him. Aren't they the alien potatoes planted in the fields of his base now? Before, he was still wondering how he was so powerful that he could master all the technology of the spacecraft in such a short time. Now the answer is finally found. It is those alien potatoes that further strengthen his brain. TSK. I thought I was just smart. Wang Wei curled his lips and decided to pretend that he had not seen this introduction. Xiaoyu, did you know the function of this thing before? He turned his head and asked Xiaoyu, and got a positive nod. When Xiaoyu saw the alien potatoes for the first time before, her eyes lit up, and she carefully confirmed whether it was for her to eat. Now it seems that Xiaoyu has long known what these alien potatoes are, but she can't tell herself because of the language barrier. When Xiaoyu heard Wang Wei suddenly ask this, she suddenly became a little timid. She was afraid that Wang Wei would not let her eat it after knowing the preciousness of Shilua fruit. But Shilua fruit is really delicious. Xiaoyu pursed her lips pitifully. Wang Wei obviously understood Xiaoyu's pitiful expression, and rubbed Xiaoyu's head unhappily. She obviously thought too much. Even if he knew the preciousness of Shilua fruit, he didn't actually regard it as something too precious. This is the main food source for Xiaoyu and me now. To him, it is just an alien potato. Even if we know how precious Shilua fruit is now, it is at best a very nutritious alien potato. We should eat it as we like, and we will not be reluctant to give it to Xiaoyu because of this. The next step is to search for things related to communication technology. There is no rush for other things. Since we have become the heirs of civilization, we must find a way to master the things in this chip in the end. After all, if we really want to go home, these technologies are our only hope. Before, we may not be sure. But now that we know the role of Shilua fruit, Wang Wei is still somewhat confident about inheriting civilization. One can greatly enhance the innate ability. I planted a field full of Shilua fruit, and I have to krypton these knowledge into my brain even if I eat it as memory bread. It's just a matter of time. After searching, the technology related to the communication system suddenly appeared in front of him. Grabbing Da Vinci, who tried to run away, Wang Wei sat here and swam with him in the ocean of knowledge. Xiaoyu stared blankly for a while. After not understanding anything, she curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. The sun rises in the south and sets in the north. The next day has arrived in a blink of an eye. With the howling of birds outside, Wang Wei woke up from his sleep. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth calmly, looking at Da Vinci, who had been turned off long ago, and Xiaoyu, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. He was speechless for a while. Now the talent is indeed in place. The learning ability has also been strengthened. Unfortunately, the learning attitude is still not correct. Sitting here is like dreaming back to the days of online classes. Not long after self-studying, I fell into a deep sleep on the table. Da Vinci. Ah? What's wrong? The display on Da Vinci's face lit up, and a confused expression jumped out. Xiaoyu, who was sleeping, was frightened and her whole body softened. The next second, a translucent ghost floated out of her slightly open mouth. Ghost Xiaoyu looked around vigilantly with a small face. After confirming that she was still in the base, her expression gradually turned back to a dazed look, and she didn't understand what had just happened. I only remember that I seemed to have a nightmare, and then I heard someone shouting. Wang Wei didn't expect to scare Xiaoyu, and he didn't dare to look at her because he was guilty. Da Vinci reacted quickly. After a short period of confusion, he looked at the information on the screen seriously. Wang Wei saw his reaction and sighed helplessly. Can we only say that the object resembles the owner? Da Vinci is obviously not a good learner. Before, he had a sense of crisis forcing him, so he could master the spacecraft technology so quickly. Now that the sense of crisis is gone, people have become lazy. As for Da Vinci, let alone, although he is a robot, he is a complete idiot. If artificial intelligence is at his level, the intelligent machine crisis on Earth will never happen. It's so funny. He is too lazy to conquer the world. And this is too difficult. Wang Wei looked at the screen full of words that looked like a heavenly book, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. I thought that the inheritance of advanced civilizations would at least come up with methods such as brain-wave transmission. And at the very least, it should be a method like memory inheritance that allows people to master quickly. But why is Wei self-taught? Are you really not going to pass on the civilization? Or are the people on your planet so smart? Wang Wei wanted to cry, but had no tears. When will I be able to learn this? Chapter 31. The Earth is locked. 3 months after the second signal, the third signal from the alien civilization arrived. Director, the Earth seems to be locked. Hearing this news, Kwang Xian was obviously stunned for a moment. He then took 2 steps at a time and came to the receiving station, looking at the latest report on the screen with a solemn face. 3 alien signals in succession. The first time was just a hum of the east is read out of tune. The second time has become a clearer Chinese greeting, although the first 2 times were sent to the Earth. In fact, the entire solar system received the signal. The spacecraft launched by humans, even the rover on Mars, received the signal indiscriminately. This made humans conclude that the alien civilization did not actually determine the exact location of the Earth, and also gave humans the time to not answer and take the opportunity to prepare for war. But when the third time came, Kwang Xian frowned and looked at the screen in front of him. All the extraterrestrial space equipment on it were displayed as standby. But except for the Earth, no extraterrestrial equipment responded to this signal. In other words, the signal this time is only sent to the Earth. The other party has determined the precise coordinates of the Earth. Kwang Xian pursed his lips and said only this sentence, then turned around and walked away quickly with the report and USB drive he had just printed. It was a serious matter. He needed to report this matter as soon as possible. Dong dong dong. Director? He knocked on the door 3 times in an impolite and perfunctory manner, and then hurriedly opened the door of the office without waiting for a reply from inside. What's wrong? What happened? Without arguing with Kwang Xian about such small details, the director drank a sip of tea, looked at the anxious Kwang Xian and raised his hand. Sit down and talk. Director, the Earth has been locked. Puff. Hearing this, the calmness just now disappeared instantly. The director didn't even care about the tea leaves on his lips, and stood up and took the information in Kwang Xian's hand and started to read it. The information just printed out was still warm, and the smell of ink was still clear, proving that Kwang Xian came to find him as soon as he got the news. It recorded in detail the standby status of all extraterrestrial equipment of Dongxia Space Agency. All were intact and running normally without any interference. At the same time, it also recorded the operating status of all extraterrestrial equipment at the same time when the Earth received the signal. The results showed that at the moment when the Earth received the signal, those extraterrestrial equipment did not respond at all. Just like the standby before. There was not even any extra fluctuation. Hiss. The director took a breath of cold air as he looked at the report in front of him. How long has it been? Has the alien civilization locked onto the Earth? What will happen next? What are they going to do next? Will they use powerful extraterrestrial weapons to attack the Earth? Or will they directly descend on the Earth with a large army? Or will they prepare to eliminate humans and seize the Earth's resources? In just a moment, the images that flashed through the minds of the director and Kwang Xian were enough to make several movies about alien crisis. There is no way. The more you contact the universe, the more you respect the universe. It is precisely because of this that they actually believe in the existence of alien civilizations more than ordinary people. Because the universe is so huge, humans have not even been able to truly leave the Earth for tens of millions of years. But the universe has existed for at least 14 billion years. And such a long time is enough to give birth to many civilizations that are older than humans. Just like the alien signal at the moment, the other party's technological level is much higher than that of the Earth, so that the other party's signal has been sent 3 times. But the Earth has not even figured out the approximate location of the other party. It can't be that the signal really covers the entire solar system? Neither the director nor Kwang Xian would take such a joke seriously. An alien civilization that locked the precise coordinates of the Earth in just 3 months. What is the purpose of such a thankless and stupid method? Is the signal covering the entire solar system just to communicate with the Earth? Don't be too ridiculous. Prison bottom. What is he trying to do? In short, this matter still needs to be reported as soon as possible. The coordinates of the Earth are locked. This kind of thing is really too terrible. I think you are still a little too anxious. Don't talk too much. Just work hard. Oh, okay. On the signal tower, Wang Wei listened to Da Vinci mumbling and threw a stone at him in a bad mood. The stone hit Da Vinci's body and made a clang sound, then fell to the ground and was accidentally stepped on by Da Vinci. But even though Wang Wei said so, Da Vinci still felt that he was too anxious. After getting the black chip, they took online classes in the base day and night. During this period of time, the air was quiet, so that some brave creatures built nests and lived near the base. After spending half a month in the base, they finally made some progress in communication technology. So just after a breakthrough, Wang Wei rushed out with Da Vinci. Wang Wei, our signal quality has not improved at all. We have only upgraded the accuracy so far. We can locate the Earth. Why can't we get a reply after sending something? Wang Wei's expression was still excited, and he couldn't wait to say, "Don't worry. You don't need to do it this time. I will come to say hello in person. When the Earth hears that we are speaking Mandarin, it will definitely take the initiative to send a signal to establish a connection." His idea was not wrong, or he planned to do so at the beginning. So he put all his thoughts on learning how to locate coordinates in the subspace. Range, strength, quality, and accuracy. Among them, the range determines the coverage area of the signal, and the strength determines the propagation distance of the signal. The quality determines the stability and anti-interference ability of the signal, and the accuracy determines whether the signal can be accurately located. They had already solved the first 2 points, and the signal sent could be received by the Earth. After getting the black chip, they focused on upgrading the signal accuracy in the base. Master 3 of the 4 items. Wang Wei felt that the signal quality was not that important, as long as he could ensure that the signal was sent to the Earth, and that the people on Earth could hear that he was speaking Chinese. Did it matter whether he could hear it clearly or not? Logically speaking, there was no problem with this idea. Otherwise, he would not have persuaded Da Vinci. Watching Da Vinci climb to the top of the signal tower to upgrade the equipment, Wang Wei felt that he was a genius. We will definitely be able to contact the Earth this time, he thought happily. And at this time, on Earth. "Huh. I finally found you." A distorted and low voice like a demon sounded, making everyone present stand up. This is The Threat of Aliens. Chapter 32, Giant Trees and Insect Eggs. The communication system was successfully upgraded, and the signal was successfully sent. After Wang Wei and Da Vinci routinely inspected the communication device, they were ready to go home. There was no need to wait here. The delay problem still existed, and it was difficult to solve in a short time. They still hadn't learned the communication technology alone, and the delay problem was already another subject. If they wanted to solve it, they had to make some achievements in subspace technology first, and it was not only delay-free communication that could use this. If they wanted to go home later, subspace technology was destined to be a threshold they couldn't bypass. But the road had to be taken step by step. Going home was still a bit far away for Wang Wei now. At least they didn't have to rush before contacting the Earth. "Let's go! Da Vinci." Wang Wei called Da Vinci down from below, but from his perspective, he could only see Da Vinci staring into the distance in a trance. So he called Da Vinci again, and it climbed down from the signal tower in a hurry. He said, "Wang Wei, the storm is coming." So the weather, which was sunny just now, suddenly darkened. In the distant sky, gray-yellow dust connected the sky and the Earth, swallowing the world bit by bit. Wang Wei looked in the direction of Da Vinci's finger, and was immediately shocked by the scene in the distance. "Run!" Wang Wei took out his skateboard and flew out with a whoosh. And Da Vinci followed closely, and ran wildly. And behind them was a terrifying storm, like the end of the world. The strong wind swept up the sand and dust on the ground, as if to cover the whole world. Wang Wei took the time to look back, and looked at the signal tower behind him that had just been swallowed by the storm with a painful face. "I don't know if my precious signal tower can survive this storm." "Forget it. I don't know if Da Vinci and I can survive this storm." The storm behind him was raging. "That speed is simply not something that can be escaped by relying solely on the skateboard under my feet. It's better to worry more about myself and Da Vinci than worrying about the signal tower. Fortunately, I didn't bring Xiaoyu with me this time." Wang Wei thought so. And the next second, he was completely swallowed by the terrifying sandstorm. They still couldn't escape the storm after all. Inside the base, Xiaoyu happily ate the potatoes left by Wang Wei. She originally wanted to go out with Wang Wei, but because Wang Wei said they would be back soon, Xiaoyu eventually became a left-behind child. Before going out, he left enough potatoes for Xiaoyu for 3 meals, and told her to go to the field to dig if she didn't have enough. In just 2 short sentences, in addition to being rich, the main point was that he spoiled his child. But at this moment, the movement outside attracted Xiao Yu's attention. The storm on the horizon covered the sunlight, and after it formed a scale, it instantly submerged the base. So from Xiao Yu's perspective, there was nothing else in the world except the whistling sand outside the window. The strong storm immediately triggered the base's defense system. The heavy alloy plate dropped instantly, turning the base into a metalkin like a war fortress. No matter how terrible the storm outside was, no sound could be heard in the base. Xiao Yu held the potato and stared at the direction of the window. The next second, the potato fell to the ground. Wang Wei! Xiao Yu shouted in panic. What did you say? Louder. I can't hear you. Wang Wei stood hard in the wind and sand. The whistling wind and the dense sound of sand hitting his body were all around, so that Da Vinci's voice could not be heard clearly in the headphones. Fortunately, there was an air filtration system to support him, so that he would not have difficulty breathing in the wind and sand. But it was not much better now. In the wind and sand, Wang Wei now even lost his sense of direction. And this was not the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing was that he and Da Vinci had also lost contact. I don't know why the sandstorm in this ghost place is so weird. Wang Wei was standing inside, and even the signal was blocked for the most part, so that the voice of Da Vinci in the headset seemed to be stuck, and it was unclear whether it could be heard clearly or not. What was even more terrifying was the creatures in the sandstorm. Wang Wei reacted quickly, and immediately blocked the danger with the skateboard in his hand. The black beetle, like a bullet, mixed in the wind and sand, moved at high speed with the strong wind, and finally plunged into the flesh and blood of the creature trapped in the storm. Now it was blocked by Wang Wei's skateboard, and under such a great impact, the insect was not dead yet. Originally, the whole body was covered with a shell, and now after falling to the ground, the front end suddenly split open, revealing the snout with sharp teeth below, and more than a dozen powerful legs full of barbs. If Wang Wei had not reacted quickly just now, then the beetle should have shot into his body like a bullet, and then used those legs to grab the flesh and blood and eat it wantonly. The creatures on this planet are completely different from those on Earth. There are strangeness and danger everywhere. What Wang Wei needs to do now is to protect himself as much as possible while rushing to meet up with Da Vinci. Da Vinci. Wang Wei. Fortunately, the distance between the two was not too far before being swallowed by the wind and sand. Although Wang Wei's sense of direction is messed up now, Da Vinci is not affected at all. From Wang Wei's perspective, Da Vinci appeared in front of him like a musical instrument. He did not hide or avoid, and came to Wang Wei like a savior. Those black beetles were hidden in the wind, and they rushed down excitedly after seeing Da Vinci, and crashed into the steel plate in the next second. There was no residue left, and Da Vinci did not even react from beginning to end. Comparing yourself to others is really annoying. If it weren't for the reliable suit and the agility, Wang Wei would have been burrowed into the flesh by those black beetles. We have to find a place to hide. In the wind and sand? You have to use all your strength to speak. Strangely, Da Vinci didn't reply this time, but just nodded, indicating that he would listen to Wang Wei in everything. Tree. Let's go to that tree. Scanning around in the wind and sand, trying to find a place to hide. Soon, Wang Wei's attention was focused on the huge, vague shadow in the distance. It was an extremely thick tree. With the help of Da Vinci, he came there with difficulty, then took out a knife and forcefully cut a hole in the giant tree in front of him. The two of them got into the giant tree, and the raging wind was finally blocked outside. Gasping for air, only then did he have time to pay attention to the inside of the giant tree. After cutting through the hard bark, the inside of the giant tree was not a normal wooden structure, but a spacious space. The inside was wrapped in a layer of sky blue soft tissue that looked like jelly, and in the center, there were a dozen pink basketball-sized oval spheres. Chapter 33. Wow! Big Spider finally escaped from the terrifying storm. Wang Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the howling wind outside. It's safe. He looked down and saw a black beetle crawling into the depths of his flesh in the palm of his left hand. The body was protected by the action suit, but the hands were not. When upgrading the communication equipment before, he did not wear gloves to ensure accurate operation, which gave the beetles an opportunity to take advantage of it. Blood flowed and dripped from the wound along the edge of his palm, but Wang Wei did not feel any pain from beginning to end. The beetle released the toxin that numbed the pain the first time it came into contact with the flesh. In fact, it was not just the wound on the palm, but his entire left hand was actually unconscious now. He clenched the dagger in his right hand and picked out the beetle along with a piece of flesh. Da Vinci, help me stop the bleeding. After doing all this, Wang Wei spoke to Da Vinci, and his expression did not change from beginning to end. Even when the worm drilled into his flesh and blood, even now looking at his bloody left hand, he always had a calm expression, as if he was used to it. Tough guy. I don't know how many dangers and difficulties he has encountered on this planet in these years. TSK. Thank goodness I got a local anesthesia. Watching Da Vinci open his stomach and take out disinfectant and hemostatic bandages from it, and then let him treat the wound skillfully. Hemostasis, disinfection, bandage. The movements were fast and neat. While watching, Wang Wei continued to complain with emotion. If it weren't for this local anesthesia, it would have hurt me to death. In fact, if it was just a simple sandstorm, it would be nothing. The strength of the action suit and the breathing filtration system were enough for him to run around in the sandstorm. He just had to keep his body low and be careful not to be blown away by the wind. But in this ghost place, even the sandstorm was weird. The beetles in the wind were mixed in, ready to tear flesh with their hard and sharp shells and mouthparts at any time. The sand and gravel on the ground were blown up by the wind, and when they collided and rubbed against each other, sparks flew and interference waves were generated that were enough to interfere with the operation of the machine. As a result, Da Vinci movements would fail from time to time, which looked like the delay in playing games was too high. The bark of this giant tree was very hard, and even the black beetles hidden in the wind and sand could not do anything to it. Even if it hit it, it would only leave a shallow white mark, and there would be no damage at all. But the inside was full of jelly-like blue colloid, soft and elastic, and it felt very comfortable to lean on it. This is really good. Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he looked at these blue gelatinous substances. If he dug a piece of this stuff and took it back as a pillow, it would be much more comfortable than a silicone pillow. At this time, they also noticed the dozen pink oval spheres in the center of the space. They were piled up next to each other, looking like oversized apple snail eggs. Wait, eggs? Wang Wei turned his head and glanced at Da Vinci. And then he noticed that it had actually noticed something wrong a long time ago. Now seeing Wang Wei's eyes, he stretched out his finger and pointed above their heads. Looking up along with Da Vinci movements, they saw a huge spider above their heads, staring at the two intruders below. The 8 long legs hooked the inner wall of the giant tree, and the body was firmly placed on the top of the giant tree. At this moment, noticing that the intruder had discovered him, the huge body jumped down and pounced on Wang Wei and Da Vinci. Why don't you say something? Wang Wei was anxious. Now that they were close, Wang Wei could see the appearance of the spider clearly. It's not quite right to call it a spider. This guy just looks like a spider on Earth. Like the arachnida, it has 8 long hairy legs, but the abdomen that should have been soft and fragile is completely wrapped and protected by a hard chitinous shell. Head. The head is a huge single eye, surrounded by 8 slightly smaller compound eyes, like satellites, providing him with a very wide field of vision. The most different thing is the structure of the mouth. The sharp and hard mouthparts, like a needle flashed with cold light, coupled with the huge body of this guy. Wang Wei had no doubt that if he was bitten by this thing, he would be sucked dry on the spot. At this moment, a huge spider fell from the sky, not stupid enough to stand there and resist. The two people fled from the place where they just stood. During this period, Wang Wei did not forget to take out his pistol and fired several shots at the big spider in the air. But it seemed that it did not cause much damage to it, but instead looked angry. If it were another time, the big spider in front of him would not be a big threat. But their condition was not good at this time. Wang Wei's entire left arm had lost consciousness at this time. Most of his weapons were lost in the previous storm. The remaining pistols were not a threat to the behemoth in front of him. Da Vinci was very capable, but unfortunately too strong. Inside the giant tree, his performance was directly limited. The sonic weapon would definitely attack Wang Wei. The energy hand cannon could indeed kill the spider, but the giant tree in front of him would also be torn apart instantly. At that time, the two would be exposed to the wind and sand again, and the threat of nature would be much greater than the spider in front of him. This left Da Vinci with only a body of steel and iron and a body of strength to use, which was no different from destroying his martial arts. A dilemma. At this moment, The spider stood in front of them, and they could intuitively feel the exaggeration of this guy's size. What's the difference between this and a small car? It was an all-terrain special armored vehicle. The previous bullets were not completely useless. After all, this place was not a movie set. Like zombie movies, they did not take hot weapons seriously. The bullets did successfully hit the body of the spider in front of them. But because of its size, the fatal injuries on humans were only minor injuries on it. On the contrary, the pain aroused the ferocity of the big spider. The culprit, Wang Wei, whose dark main eyes were fierce, rushed towards him angrily the next second. He decisively chose Wang Wei, who was easier to bully. And he was so angry that he laughed. The action suit on his body suddenly tightened, bringing powerful strength. Wang Wei caught the front leg that the spider stepped on, and his strength was not inferior to that of the other party. The spider was visibly confused, but Wang Wei would not indulge the other party's problems. Although his left hand was still numb, it did not delay shooting. He resisted the spider trampling with his right hand, and aimed his left hand at its head and began to pull the trigger. But after being injured before, the spider obviously learned to be smart. After seeing Wang Wei firing action, it immediately changed its action to avoid the vital point. This reaction made him feel cold. The IQ of this ghost thing was even higher than he thought. But at this time, the bullets were empty, and his left arm was injured, and he had no feeling at all. Wang Wei couldn't come up with a better solution at the moment. Just when he was stunned, the spider suddenly ejected its mouthparts and stabbed at Wang Wei's head. Fortunately, there is also Da Vinci. Just when the sharp piercing and sucking mouthparts were about to pierce Wang Wei's head, the spider action suddenly stopped. The next second, it flew back at a faster speed than before. Da Vinci hugged the spider hind legs and threw it back with a strong back throw. Good job, Da Vinci. Facing Wang Wei's answer, Da Vinci proudly stretched out his right hand and gave a thumbs up. This time, he still didn't speak. The spider was grabbed by Da Vinci and thrown away. And the landing point was the eggs in the center of the giant tree. The spider obviously noticed this, so it waved its 8 legs in the air and finally firmly grasped the ground, stabilizing its body in advance. This action made the wound from the previous shooting more severe, and dark red blood immediately flowed out of the wound. But behind it, the pink eggs were safe and sound. That was its child. At this time, the spider stood up again. But this time, its attention was completely focused on Da Vinci, and it looked at the metal lump in front of it vigilantly. The second battle. It began. Chapter 34 Insidious Earthlings. After losing the threat of guns, he saw the exaggerated power of Da Vinci. After weighing the two options, the spider quickly changed its strategy. He focused all his attention on Da Vinci and ignored Wang Wei at the side. He prioritized solving the powerful enemy in front of him, and the weak one was no threat to him at all. Inadvertently, Wang Wei even read contempt in its eyes. "ITM. Okay. He despised it. But now that his weapon was lost, he had no good way to deal with its shell. Wang Wei admitted his weakness on the spot, and the dog hid on the side to avoid being affected by the fight. His condition was not good at all. After digging out the worm, his left hand was able to recover some sensation. But it would be better not to recover. After the numbness passed, the burning and ice-like pain came back at that time. He grimaced in pain and gasped. Just now, when he faced the spider head-on, he felt that his wound had been torn more severely. It was a good opportunity to take a break. The fighting power of this spider was not too strong, but its shell was annoyingly hard. At this time, Da Vinci had already fought with the spider, facing the huge spider as big as a car. Da Vinci did not show too much panic. Although he could not use weapons due to the conditions, his steel and iron body could be regarded as a weapon. Even if the shell of the spider was hard, it was still not good enough compared to Da Vinci. What a pity. Although the spider had some wisdom, it was not enough, and it could not fully understand the gap between its indestructible shell and metal. The opportunity was fleeting. The spider was worthy of being a predator that could survive on this planet. It launched an attack in just a moment. The sharp mouthparts popped out instantly and stabbed at Da Vinci's head. It was the same attack method that attacked Wang Wei before. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong target this time. Facing his attack, the prey in front of him did not dodge in panic, but took 2 steps forward to cooperate with him. At this moment, both sides were a little confused. The spider did not understand why the powerful opponent in front of him suddenly stood still and died. Da Vinci looked up blankly. and he didn't understand why this monster took the initiative to give him its weakness. At that moment, does it sound good? Good sound means a good start. With Da Vinci active cooperation, the big spider attack hit as expected. However, the feeling of successful hunting did not appear in the impression. The sharp piercing and sucking mouthparts did not pierce into the body of the prey as usual, and then spit out digestive fluid to suck the prey into an empty shell. After the ethereal and pleasant knocking sound, Da Vinci grabbed the big spider mouthparts that had not been retracted in time. Then, with a sudden force, the big spider mouthparts were broken by Da Vinci. A terrible scream like a snake's hissing sounded. It was the first time that Wang Wei had heard a spider scream since he was a child, and he couldn't help but feel very fresh for a while. Judging from the current situation, Da Vinci was completely in the advantage. Hey, the little spider is not a threat. It's not enough for my brother Vinci to fight alone. Wang Wei turned into a cheerleader and cheered on the side. Da Vinci turned around and gave him a like with an emoticon. The next second, the like robot flew backwards. Bad? The boss is red blood. Looking at the crazy giant spider in front of him, even Wang Wei couldn't help but feel a little unsure. It was obviously too big, but it didn't look clumsy at all. Its movements were so fast and deadly that people couldn't react at all. If it wasn't because it was Da Vinci who was beaten now, Wang Wei would have been torn to pieces long ago. But even Da Vinci didn't have any better way now. He couldn't keep up with the spider movements, and even if he could occasionally attack it, he couldn't do anything with the hard chitin shell. This thing is stronger than imagined. In the absence of effective means of attack, it is impossible to deal with it with fists and brute force. Both sides can't break each other's defense. If it continues like this, it will be fine. And it will be fine when the storm outside stops. But seeing that he can't deal with Da Vinci in a short time, the guy's attention is back to Wang Wei. Bad? Wang Wei's face was bitter, and he only hated that he didn't have a pulse lightsaber in his hand. Otherwise, how could he bear this anger? And he would have chopped this guy with a sword long ago. When the time comes, all 8 of its legs will be removed. And see if he dares to be fierce with him. Hee. Wang Wei thought of that scene, and couldn't help but sneer. Too lazy to waste energy, he took a decisive step to run. This won't work. Da Vinci, do you have any ideas? Da Vinci still didn't answer him. Only a helpless emoticon popped up. This definitely won't work. The big spider behind him was chasing him like a pervert. But they had no way to break its shell. This guy's purpose was very clear. Just to take a bite of him. He couldn't help but feel a chill when he thought of the thick mouthparts piercing into his body to suck blood and flesh. What? It was broken by Da Vinci. Wouldn't that be even more scary? It was sharp before, but now it has to rely on hard resistance. So they have to think of a way now. A way to kill this spider monster. When Wang Wei ran away, he saw the cut they made when they came in. And suddenly, he seemed to think of something. At this time, the spider couldn't catch up with Wang Wei, and couldn't stand being entangled by Da Vinci. So he turned around and tore with Da Vinci again. He was knocked away by the big spider again. When Da Vinci got up again, a lot of sand leaked out of his head. This time he was finally able to speak. When he was in the sandstorm before, the sand blocked the speakers, so that he couldn't speak. This time he was hit hard by the spider, and the sand blocking the speakers was shaken out. Da Vinci, find a way to put it in that hole. But I can't catch it. Da Vinci spoke with a sizzling noise, sounding like the sand in his head had not been emptied out. Just as he said, although the spider in front of him couldn't do anything to him for the time being. But the opponent was too flexible, jumping up and down, so that Da Vinci couldn't catch him at all. It's okay. I find a way. He had just watched the battle for so long. How could he not know the current situation? After replying loudly, he moved towards the center of the tree hole. While the big spider attention was on Da Vinci, Wang Wei succeeded. Hey! Look here! Wang Wei held the egg in his hand high, and the mucus flowed down his hand. He suppressed his nausea and held the dagger tightly with his bandaged left hand and aimed it at the egg. The spider turned its head when it heard the sound, and just saw Wang Wei action, and immediately threw Da Vinci away and rushed towards Wang Wei like crazy. At this time, Da Vinci had already blocked the two in advance. This time, the spider monster that threatened the child completely gave up its speed advantage, and did not dodge at all when facing Da Vinci in front of him. Da Vinci took this opportunity to carry it up, ran to the previous hole and forced it out. However, due to its large size, Only half of its body was pushed out in the end. It hadn't figured out the situation at this time. And its 8 long legs were still struggling desperately. And its 9 eyes were staring at Wang Wei in the center. Bye! Wang Wei carefully put the egg in his hand back to its original position, looking expressionlessly at the spider stuck in the hole by Da Vinci. At this time, the beetles in the storm have noticed the delicious meal in front of them. They scrambled to adjust their direction in the storm, and plunged into the spider body. Don't forget that bullets can hurt it. Now, the buffet begins. Chapter 35 Earth's Reply. According to the analysis and inference of experts, the Earth has now been locked by that mysterious alien civilization. The signal last time was still a range coverage, so large that all human devices in the solar system received it. And even the Martian dogs on Mars were not spared. But this time, it was able to accurately locate the location of the Earth. This process took only 3 months. Don't think that this time is slow. It took 3 months to find and accurately locate a planet in the vast universe. This level of technology is enough even if the Earth develops for hundreds of years. Don't answer? It's impossible not to answer now. Inside Dongxia Space Agency, this news and the information in hand have been reported. I believe that the people above have almost known it in just a few minutes. Only the director and Kwang Xian were left sitting face to face in the office. And they were silent for a while. What do you think the other party's purpose is? I don't know. Kwang Xian spoke, feeling a little dry in his throat. After the two said this, they fell into silence again. The Earth was targeted by an alien advanced civilization with an unclear attitude. This news was a bit unacceptable to everyone. Even the director and Kwang Xian had to take it slow. Fortunately, the silence of mankind before was not meaningless. At least it bought mankind 3 months of buffer time. Because there was no response to the other party's signal. The other party would waste 3 months to locate the specific coordinates of the Earth in the vast solar system. So mankind had this precious 3-month buffer time, using this time to accumulate energy and open up underground shelters. So both the director and Kwang Xian approved of the previous choice of the Earth. And the benefits brought by the previous choice of mankind are not just that. At the same time, mankind also roughly understood the other party's technological level through the 3 signals of the alien civilization. A good news. A bad news. The bad news is nothing to be surprised about. Just as humans have guessed from the beginning to the end. This unknown alien civilization does have more advanced technology than the Earth. Judging from the fact that the other party only took 3 months to locate the precise position of the Earth from the solar system. The other party's technological level must be at least hundreds of years ahead of the Earth. You must know that humans have entered a stage of rapid technological development. From seeing virtual reality technology in online novels, to actually developing and successfully putting it into use in reality. This process only took more than 10 years. But even so, the time for space travel is still far away. The other party's technology is at least hundreds of years ahead of the Earth. This technological gap is enough to make everyone in the know feel suffocated. The good news is that the other party's strength is just that. This sounds like contempt and arrogance. But it only needs to be brought in with a tone of. The big stone in my heart finally fell. So I finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be right. These 3 months, in the eyes of professionals, can actually represent too much information. Locating the Earth in the solar system in 3 months is something that current humans are definitely unable to do. But future humans will definitely be able to do it. This is not nonsense. Instead, it represents that the technological gap between the two has not actually reached a very exaggerated level. It won't be able to launch an orbital cannon or move a planet directly from the Earth. If it really has that strength, it won't take more than 3 months to find the Earth. Although it is still powerful, humans may not be powerless to fight. If it is like in the 3-body problem, it will attack with dimensionality reduction or a water droplet at any time, let alone the future. It will be difficult for this group of people to dare to think about humans mastering such technological strength after they die. There is a gap. And the gap is not small. But it is not exaggerated. So, this is good news. Yes, it is good news. The director talked to Kwang Xian here, but the pressure at his heart was still not relieved at all. In any case, it would not be pleasant to have your fate controlled by others. In this situation, it is definitely necessary to contact the other party. It is meaningless to escape. Next, it depends on the other party's attitude. If it is friendly, then everyone is happy. And the fear during this period can be regarded as a future exercise. If it is hostile, then this will be the biggest crisis facing mankind. I don't know how many people will die in this war. And I don't know how many families will be broken. Even human civilization will regress several decades, or even disappear completely because of this war. But we have to fight. During the long wait, Kwang Xian and the director looked at each other in silence. At this time, the phone in the office finally rang. The director answered the phone immediately, and after a brief conversation, he stood up and left the office. Let's go and contact the other party. Okay. They hurried all the way until they arrived at the signal station. Under the director's order, the first signal from humans in 3 months was finally connected to the other party's signal source. Send. The director pressed the launch button with a solemn expression, and the signal was sent out to the vast universe. They didn't know where the signal would eventually be sent, because until now, even if humans have used all their technology, they still can't find any traces of alien civilization in the universe. The other party is hiding in the dark, but has already set their sights on the Earth. This makes them feel uneasy. Seriously uneasy. Time passes by minute. Everyone is waiting for the other party's reply. It was not until it was dark outside that the director finally touched his bald head and muttered to himself, "Where is the person on the other side?" Yes, where is the person? Facing the first signal from the Earth in 3 months. The unknown alien seemed to be very uninterested. A group of people waited foolishly for a day, but the expected signal still did not come. No! Where is the person on the other side? The director had dark circles under his eyes, and muttered to himself in despair as he looked at the rising Xiaoyang. Da Vinci. Stick your head out to see if the wind has subsided. Oh! Da Vinci responded honestly. And then, puff. He stuck his head out of the hole he had just opened, accompanied by a burst of ding-dong-dong. Intensive sounds. He retracted his head again. It's not smaller. It's bigger. He shook his head, and his speech was still full of noise, as if the sand blocking the sound system had not been cleaned up. Not far from them, the big spider was stuck in the cave, its body completely cold. The beetle in the storm easily broke its shell, got in and ate the body inside. Chapter 36 Da Vinci Changes. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Ever since the director hit the send button, he and Kwang Xian have never left here. From sunset to sunrise, the two of them drank Red Bull and stared at the big screen in front of them like a hawk. But what about the reply? The signal sent by the Earth was like a stone sinking into the sea, and the human extraterrestrial satellite was as quiet as if it had crashed. After that day, no message was received from the other party. What does this mean? Are you playing with the old man? After 3 days, the director's eyes were sunken. He was able to hold on until now only because of his sense of responsibility. Now he can't hold on any longer. Kwang Xian. What's wrong? Director? Kwang Xian also held on for 3 days. And now he basically replies by instinct. The director even secretly squinted for a while. He hasn't even closed his eyes a few times so far. I'm 60 years old this year, and I still want to live to retirement. Kwang Xian looked at the director in confusion. And the director patted his shoulder and continued, "You are still young. When I retire in the future, the space agency will be the world of you young people." So, he stood up, "Brother, I really can't bear it anymore. But we really can't do without people here. You've worked hard for a while. And don't forget to rest when you need to. Health is important. Don't force yourself." When he stood up, his hypoglycemia made his eyes black. But he still stood firm after a sway. He was more determined to go home. And he managed to walk out of the space agency and take a taxi home. I definitely can't drive. It's considered fatigue driving. Just like what the director just said. This place can't do without people now. It's not about adding night shifts or taking over shifts. But it can't do without someone who can make decisions and speak. At present, everyone else has their own work. And the only people who can spare are the director and Kwang Xian, the office director. But who could have thought that aliens would stand him up? Since seeing the rising sun on the first day, Kwang Xian had already sensed something was wrong. But after all, it was a matter of great importance. Since receiving the alien signal, humans tried to communicate with each other for the first time. At that time, they were filled with tension and pressure. So the bad feeling was quickly forgotten. But now it has been 3 days, and the signal is still silent as if it had sunk into the sea. Do we still overestimate the technological strength of the other party? But this is the result of human beings' deduction based on their own development. In the case of being in the same galaxy, if the other party can locate humans in just 3 months, Then when humans develop to the strength of the other party, they will be able to achieve real-time communication within the same galaxy. What is the other party's behavior? Is it just a simple humiliation? Or is there some other reason? It can't be that they didn't receive it. Kwang Xian shook his head, feeling that this was too much. Unless the other party is not in the solar system, but in other galaxies farther away, there is no such high delay. Damn aliens. Kwang Xian clenched his fists, picked up the Red Bull in front of him, and drank it all up. Wait one more day. Wait for the last day. If there is still no reaction, then I really need to sleep for a while. Da Vinci. I'm so hungry. The potatoes are not spicy. Ah! Wang Wei lay on the soft blue jelly and went crazy, making Da Vinci look helpless and sad. Wang Wei. I think you should rest well and save your energy now, he said, and you are really noisy now. Wang Wei stopped his action after hearing this, looked at Da Vinci in shock and said exaggeratedly, You said I was noisy? Da Vinci. You are starting to dislike me for being noisy now. Puff. Da Vinci stuck his head out, letting the wind and sand and insects hit his face, leaving Wang Wei with only a silent back and a sticking steel butt, answering Wang Wei's question with practical actions. It is indeed very noisy. Wang Wei rubbed his face and looked at Da Vinci but thoughtfully. I don't know if it is an illusion. Why does he feel that Da Vinci has become a little strange after the storm? No, not strange, but more opinionated? You know, even Da Vinci in his rebellious period before, at most he would only talk back. But in fact, he would still obey his instructions and consider his personal safety first. It was not like now, where he would actively and accurately express the emotion of disgust, and then simply hide his head and stick his head out. He was very familiar with this behavior. It was just like when he was a child and hid in the house after quarreling with his parents. Not only that, Da Vinci did not show a positive reaction after hearing and realizing that he was short of food. He did not think of a way to save himself as a human, to solve the crisis. Wang Wei touched his chin thoughtfully. It was only a small change in details, but as half of Da Vinci creator and a personality cultivator who lived with him day and night, he was too familiar with Da Vinci. Even if it was just a small change in details, he could still perceive it very keenly. Da Vinci? What? Hearing Wang Wei calling him, Da Vinci retracted his head and looked at him. Wang Wei reached out and wiped the dust off Da Vinci's head, and suddenly asked with a smile, Are you angry? Da Vinci was stunned for a moment, and paused for a few seconds as if thinking, No, I'm not angry. He shook his head, but he shouldn't understand the specific feeling of anger. He knew the meaning of anger, but he only knew the expression of the emotion of anger in humans. But now facing Wang Wei's question, he answered after carefully feeling it. In other words, he was feeling the emotion of anger that belonged to the robot and Da Vinci himself. Wang Wei smiled even more happily. Da Vinci looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was laughing at now. Although I don't know what has changed, I still want to congratulate you. This time he didn't knock on his iron head, but reached out and patted his shoulder. Congratulations. You have grown up. The tone was full of genuine joy, without any worry or malice about the robot being out of his control. Although he didn't know what happened in the storm, it was obvious that Da Vinci had initially possessed his own personality at this time. Although this change is still very weak now. So weak that Da Vinci himself didn't notice it. But this means that he is about to break away from the identity of artificial intelligence or AI, and completely have his own personality and soul. Da Vinci. Do you feel good now? Do you like yourself now? I feel pretty good. Wang Wei. What's wrong with you? Da Vinci looked at Wang Wei inexplicably, reached out, and touched his forehead with a worried expression. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on the ground, clapped his hands, and signaled Da Vinci to sit down as well. He said, Do you want to talk? Chapter 37 Adventure. This time we came out just to upgrade the communication equipment to contact the Earth. The round trip is very short, and if you are in a hurry, it will take 40 minutes to go back and forth. The dry food on my body is already carried with me out of habit in case of any accidents. But I didn't expect that my luck would be so bad. I encountered an unprecedented terrifying storm when I went out once. I haven't heard of it before. Wang Wei sighed, and he was almost worried to death when he heard the wind in his ears. They have been trapped here for 3 days, and the terrifying storm outside still has no intention of stopping at all. Instead, it is getting stronger and stronger. If they are still in the base, it doesn't matter. At most, they can stay at home and take online classes. Anyway, there is no reason to go out normally. It's not like a scientist who needs to go out for sampling and research. It's enough to live a good life. But now it's not possible. Damn it! Wang Wei cursed angrily. It's been 3 years since I came to this damn place. You should have told me about this level of natural disaster earlier. Oh, it doesn't seem to work if I told you earlier. And because the potatoes didn't grow. It seems that the end will be even worse than now. That's fine. He shrank his neck in dismay. And his indignation just now turned into grievance again. At this moment, Da Vinci suddenly stood up. Where are you going? Getting food. After chatting with Wang Wei that time, Da Vinci has been sitting alone in silence recently. Wang Wei didn't bother him. But he would also guess what he was thinking about in his little head. Like in the Terminator. Overthrowing the rule of mankind after awakening self-consciousness? That shouldn't happen. There are only 2 people in this place. Xiaoyu and Wang Wei. Xiaoyu and Da Vinci stick together all day long. And Wang Wei usually treats Da Vinci as a buddy. Overthrow the rule? No one can make him overthrow it. Will he stop listening to me after he figured it out? It doesn't seem to matter. Because in Wang Wei's mind, he and Da Vinci are equal. And there is no such thing as who must obey whose orders. Just like Da Vinci said before. They are family. Although they are not related by blood. And even their races are completely different. But these are actually irrelevant. It started when Da Vinci was just an intelligent program of the spacecraft, facing a small piece of heaven and earth in loneliness for thousands of years. The scorching heat, severe cold, wind, sand, snow and rain turned into traces on steel along with a long time. And finally an embarrassed figure broke in. I don't know why Da Vinci let him in at that time. Later, Wang Wei inherited the technology of the spacecraft and found Da Vinci, who was trapped in it, and had intelligence, but still didn't understand. Loneliness. How long have you been trapped here? It's boring to be alone here. Right? So Wang Wei made a body for him. Then knocked on his head and said, from today on, your name is Da Vinci. Da Vinci is a very powerful person. One of the 3 great men of the Italian Renaissance. Painter, inventor, artist, engineer, scientist. I really always thought he was the artificial intelligence. Wang Wei kept talking to himself. And finally looked at Da Vinci with a smile. He said, congratulations. You are free. In the days that followed, the free Da Vinci did not choose to leave, but stayed by Wang Wei's side. He protected him when he was weak and in danger, and silently stayed by his side to watch the sunset when he was lonely and desperate. He and Da Vinci had already become a family through mutual redemption and companionship. So, why would he be afraid of his family? From beginning to end, facing Da Vinci changes. He was just happy for him. Congratulations, Da Vinci. Congratulations on becoming your true self. But now, Da Vinci suddenly said he wanted to get food. No, you don't have the final say. Da Vinci stretched out his hand and pushed Wang Wei, who was blocking him. His rebelliousness almost made his blood pressure rise. In just a moment, he began to miss the obedient version of Da Vinci before. The electromagnetic interference outside is also dangerous to you. It's okay. I can handle it. He kicked the spider blocking the hole out. And then the strong wind rushed in through the hole in front of him. Da Vinci blocked there. Turned his head and looked at Wang Wei with a cool tone. We need food now. It's more reliable for me to go than for you to go. Having said that, he disappeared in the wind and sand without waiting for Wang Wei's answer. No. Actually, I just need food. Wang Wei knew that he couldn't stop him. And he sighed and closed the hole that was still letting in air. Hunger made him feel cold. And the wind blew so hard that he felt much colder. Huddled in the corner, he knew that what Da Vinci said was actually right. They had been waiting for 3 days. And the food they brought had long been eaten up. But the storm outside still showed no sign of stopping. If the food problem could not be solved, Wang Wei might really die in this hellhole. Hunger is the most painful feeling for humans. Hunger will turn people into evil spirits and do things that violate the bottom line. Just like the cannibalism during famine in ancient times. Because this is a long pain. Even during this period you remain absolutely sober. It is enough for you to repeatedly toss your bottom line until you give up everything and only the desire called survival remains in your mind. Giving up the bottom line doesn't matter. After all, he doesn't seem to have any bottom line to give up. The worst thing is to think about roasting the spider and eating it. Oh! He has been kicked out by Da Vinci. Damn it! Now there is no bottom line to give up. Only pain. Feeling the cold and pain brought by hunger, Wang Wei felt a little sleepy. In fact, he also understood that what Da Vinci said was right. In this situation, we must get food. The storm outside is still there, but it is obviously more harmful to Wang Wei, whose physical strength has been severely consumed by hunger. Add to that the wind and sand outside, and the black beetles mixed in it. And it is not an exaggeration to say that he is dead. But Da Vinci is different. The only threat to him from the storm outside is actually the electromagnetic fluctuations. The worst result is that he will be buried in the sand, and his ability to move will be affected. He will not die, nor will his core chip be damaged. But I don't know why. After learning about Da Vinci changes, Wang Wei didn't want Da Vinci to take risks for himself. It seems that it is not just Da Vinci who has changed, but Wang Wei has also changed. At the same time that Da Vinci walked into the wind and sand, a translucent petite figure emerged from the base. Xiao Yu looked at the wind and sand in front of him blankly, trying to identify the direction. And the bag in her arms was still full of baked potatoes. Chapter 38 Xiao Yu's Merit. On the alien plane, several white giant trees that looked like oversized telephone poles stood quietly in place. Even if the sandstorm was roaring and raging, it still couldn't do anything to these big guys. Also because of the existence of these giant trees, there were no other large plants growing on this plane. And inside one of the giant trees, Wang Wei was curled up in a corner with a thoughtful look. Something was wrong. No, it was too wrong. This storm was too weird. There was quite a lot of vegetation around here. In addition to these giant trees, there was even such a big mushroom forest in the distance. No matter how you think about it, there shouldn't be a sandstorm, which only appears in the desert Gobi Desert. The storm should have been absorbed by the mushroom forest before it became a climate. But what about now? Not only did the sandstorm appear, but it seemed to be getting more and more fierce and stronger. This is not logical. Wang Wei frowned, and his expression became a little serious. This sudden sandstorm was really weird. It suddenly blew up without any reason. And there were those ferocious beetles in the sand. He had been in this ghost place for 3 years. In the early years, he had been clearing wasteland everywhere to find food. But today was the first time he saw sandstorms and black beetles. He didn't even have the concept that sandstorms could blow up in this place. So that an old man like him had never been on guard against such sudden phenomena when he went out. But he was trapped here now. And he couldn't know the reason no matter what. We can only wait for Da Vinci to come back. Shaking his head and sighing, Wang Wei felt that it was not the time to worry about these things. And he should give priority to saving his energy. Waiting is always boring. Wang Wei was already nodding his head in a daze. Fortunately, Da Vinci came back soon. He pulled open the bark and got covered in dust. He raised his hand to wipe the camera, and then saw Wang Wei's location clearly. Wang Wei. I'm lost. Da Vinci's tone was very frustrated. I can't find the location of the base. Almost 90% of the things on this planet are poisonous to Wang Wei. So Da Vinci wants to find food for him. And there is actually only one way that works. That is to go back to the base and pick some potatoes. But the wind and sand outside are getting more and more violent. And those special minerals mixed in the wind and sand have strong shielding interference between collisions. So that even Da Vinci is now seriously affected. In addition to his actions, even his sense of direction is lost by the wind and sand. Otherwise, Wang Wei's stomach made a protesting gurgle sound, and he looked at the insect eggs in the distance. Forget it. He shook his head hard to get the thoughts out of his head. Even if he could get over the psychological barrier, the alien alkaloids rich in these insect eggs would be enough to kill him 800 times. He was really hungry. And he felt that he could eat the tree if he couldn't get any more food. Da Vinci also chews. I'm eating. Wang Wei couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. And he laughed even happier after seeing Da Vinci's dusty face. Da Vinci? Ah? There seems to be sand in your speakers. Yeah. I also feel weird when I speak. I help you get it out when I get back. Okay. A robot also has a smoky voice. If it sits in a bar and sings folk songs, who will it be charming? After a brief chat, Da Vinci hurried out again. He still didn't give up. And he had to try it again. He couldn't do it just to be trapped here and watch Wang Wei get weaker and weaker because of hunger. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Sand, stones, black beetles. All kinds of messy things were hit on Da Vinci's body by the strong wind. That is, he hasn't read novels on Earth. Otherwise, He would have to ask the system what kind of cheats he can use. The protagonist, ding, became rich and beautiful with a single sound. So it should be okay for me to, ding, just to get some alien potatoes. Da Vinci movement seemed to have too high a delay, and he would get stuck after taking a few steps. Even his sense of direction was seriously affected, so that he could only draw an arc after walking for a long time. Obviously, the impact on him was not so serious before, and at that time, only his movements were disturbed, and his sense of direction was still accurate. Da Vinci stood in the wind and sand. Obviously, these bugs and stones could not hurt him at all, but he still looked embarrassed. He could not find the location of the base, and even the way back. Just like an Alzheimer's patient, he stood there helplessly, not knowing where to go. Ding! A stone hit his head, making a crisp sound. It sounded like a real system suddenly appeared. Da Vinci, in the wind and sand, he seemed to hear someone calling him, but it was soon covered by other messy sounds. Da Vinci looked around blankly. The visibility in this ghost place was not even 2 meters now. Da Vinci. This time, the voice calling him sounded more real. But he looked around and still didn't see who called him. Who could call his name in such a ghost place? Wang Wei ran out. Da Vinci suddenly panicked when he thought of this. If it was really Wang Wei who came out to find him, it would be no different from sending himself to death. Even he couldn't stand the storm now, let alone Wang Wei, until the translucent figure appeared in front of him. Da Vinci wiped the camera, as if he suddenly realized something. Xiao Yu? Yeah. Proudly lifting the small bag in her hand, Xiao Yu expressed her satisfaction with Da Vinci's shocked tone. The wind and sand were still raging, but when it blew on Xiao Yu, it seemed to be blowing on an illusory layer. After being freed from the restrictions of her physical body, she was just a ghost without a physical body, and the sandstorm would not have any effect on her at all. It was also thanks to her eating Shilua fruit all day long. Otherwise she would not be able to leave the base to find Da Vinci. A large amount of Shilua fruit directly made Xiao Yu's talent reach an exaggerated level. Now she is not only free from the restrictions of her body, but also can actively touch real objects. She smiled and lifted the small bag in her hand, which was bulging with baked alien potatoes. When Wang Wei and the others left before, Xiao Yu noticed the food they brought with them. After counting the days, she found that they had not returned yet. She began to prepare food at the base. If she had not found the wrong way, she would have found them yesterday. Fortunately, it is not too late now. Chapter 39: The Cause of the Storm. Da Vinci. I seem to be hallucinating. I saw Xiao Yu following you. Hearing the movement at the door, Wang Wei opened his eyes dazedly and said, Haha. I'm really hungry and confused. How could Xiao Yu find this place and carry a bag of baked potatoes? While speaking, he twitched his nose twice, feeling that this environment was so real that he could even smell the aroma of baked potatoes. Wait. Aroma? Wang Wei suddenly woke up and watched Xiao Yu holding a small bag and opening it in front of him like offering a treasure. He looked at the baked potatoes, looked at Xiao Yu, and finally looked at the dusty Da Vinci. This is not an illusion. He noticed that Xiao Yu's body in front of him was translucent. So he figured out what happened in an instant. You've worked hard. Thank you. Wang Wei was a little touched but didn't act too hypocritically. He reached out and took out a rotten potato from his pocket and ate it voraciously. There are too many things to pay attention to in the storm outside. At this time, you should eat first to replenish your physical strength so that you can be in a good state to do other things. Xiao Yu, does the storm outside affect you? Wang Wei asked Xiao Yu while eating potatoes. There are 3 of them now. Wang Wei and Da Vinci are in danger of facing the sandstorm outside. Only Xiao Yu seems to be able to walk around in the sandstorm. Otherwise, he couldn't find this place with such a bag of potatoes. Sure enough, facing Wang Wei question, Xiao Yu shook his head proudly. The sandstorm outside is very weird. It doesn't look like the natural climate of nature at all. Instead, it seems to be artificially created. It is very targeted. Whether it is normal flesh and blood life or artificial intelligence, like Da Vinci, when facing the sandstorm outside, they will be seriously disturbed and harmed. But, man-made sandstorms? How is this possible? What kind of technology tree is needed to create such a large-scale sandstorm? At least with Wang Wei's current level of technology, it is impossible to change the climate. Xiao Yu, I may have to trouble you with something. Wang Wei hesitated for a while, and finally said, I suspect that the storm outside is not natural, but someone is behind it. Now only you can walk freely in the sandstorm. I need you to see what's going on. If you find anything, stay away and record it with this and bring it back." When he said this, Wang Wei took off the video recorder of the action suit and handed it to Xiao Yu. Although the structure of this little thing is not complicated, it has excellent anti-interference ability, and the electromagnetic interference outside does not have much impact on it. And I don't know if it's Wang Wei illusion. The storm outside does not interfere much with things like cameras, but it seems to interfere with the power mechanical structure. Of course, everything should be based on your own safety. If you encounter danger, you must run quickly. Wang Wei looked at Xiao Yu and emphasized again very seriously, "Nothing is more important than your safety." The sense of responsibility instantly weighed heavily on Xiao Yu's shoulders. She looked at Wang Wei and nodded vigorously, then walked into the sandstorm with a heroic spirit. Only Wang Wei and Da Vinci were left staring at her back in a daze. For some reason, he suddenly felt that he seemed to have underestimated Xiao Yu's ability. But even so, his thoughts have not changed. If possible, he would never want Xiao Yu to take risks. After all, the scenes at the beginning seemed to be right in front of him. Xiao Yu is very weak, especially in terms of fighting with people. But now it is really urgent. When Da Vinci went out to find food, Wang Wei had been wondering what this sandstorm was all about. After thinking about it, he finally felt that it was not as simple as natural climate. This is really too unreasonable. Sandstorm? It is actually a special climate formed by a super hurricane passing through, bringing up sand, dust and gravel on the ground. But this kind of climate should not appear in places with dense vegetation. First, the hurricane will be blocked by trees and hills, and cannot form a scale. Second, because of the root system of plants, the soil on the ground is stable, unlike the rootless soil in the Gobi Desert that will fly away with the wind. So in theory, it is impossible for them to form a sandstorm here. Otherwise Wang Wei would not have lived here for 3 years without seeing one. But now the sandstorm is still formed, and there is a trend of intensification. You know, it has been blowing for 3 whole days. If this place can really form such a dangerous sandstorm, those wild dogs and creatures in the mushroom forest would have been eaten clean by the beetles in the wind. So, someone must be playing tricks here, using a method that he couldn't understand. This sandstorm was artificially created. Wang Wei frowned, but he still couldn't figure out the other party's purpose, whether it was reasoning or intuition. He thought his guess was correct. Only this purpose was left, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. For someone who was able to artificially create a sandstorm of such a scale and such lethality, the other party must have a purpose to trap him. Right? Otherwise, it can't be just for fun. Fortunately, we just need to wait for Xiao Yu to come back. Thanks to Xiao Yu for sending potatoes and water, Wang Wei and his team solved 2 crises at once. One was food shortage, and the other was the storm in front of them. Wang Wei looked at the storm outside, which still hadn't weakened at all, and couldn't help but worry about Xiao Yu's safety. Although he knew that Xiao Yu didn't care about the storm outside at all, he didn't know whether the unknown troublemaker would threaten Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is very smart. Da Vinci seemed to see Wang Wei worry, and came over to rub him with dust. If she finds danger, she will definitely hide far away. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. In fact, this was also the reason why he let Xiao Yu go out. First, because this storm is really weird, and there is no sign of stopping so far. They can't just be trapped in the tree like this. Second, because Xiao Yu is not afraid of the sandstorm outside, and is smart and cautious enough not to show off. When she encounters danger, she really knows to run away. Otherwise, Wang Wei would rather go out and take risks himself, and would not let Xiao Yu go. At this time, Xiao Yu has found the source of the wind. It was a desert that appeared at an unknown time. In the center of the desert was a huge and ugly fleshworm, with countless black beetles densely parasitizing on its body. Around the desert was the alien team that had left the mushroom forest before. At this time, strong wind spewed out of its mouth, along with the dust on the ground and the beetles on its body. The source of the sandstorm. Found it. Chapter 40. Never mind. Let's get rid of it first. This thing. I've never seen it before. Looking at the video Xiao Yu brought back, Wang Wei racked his brains and wondered where this guy got such a big lung capacity. Just a large fleshworm can create a sandstorm. He raised his head and looked at Da Vinci and Xiao Yu with an inquiring look, but only got 2 blank shakes of the head. Xiao Yu pointed at the pair of small black shadows in the picture for a long time, with a kind of beauty that wanted to speak but hadn't learned it yet. But when Wang Wei pointed his finger at the huge flesh worm in the center of the picture, she just shook her head honestly, indicating that she had never seen this kind of creature either. This thing looks like it's coming for us. In the picture, Xiaoyu had already run out of the range covered by the storm in order to find the source of the storm. He looked at the familiar scenery in the picture and slapped his thigh in anger. He said that how could this kind of terrain blow up such a level of sandstorm? And he promised that the mushroom forest next to it could not agree. Now it seems that the mushroom forest really didn't agree, because this evil wind didn't pass through the mushroom forest at all. It went straight to its own base. According to the situation taken by Xiaoyu, the storm created by the other party only covered its own base. Even the reason why he and Da Vinci were trapped here was just bad luck to be within the coverage of the other party. This range is so targeted that it's just a special letter of challenge to Wang Wei mailbox. But you are just a bug. What are you trying to do? This is what makes Wang Wei most puzzled. So he thought of Xiaoyu's action just now. And this time, he focused on the inconspicuous black shadows. Xiaoyu, do you know them? Wang Wei asked, pointing to the one who looked the tallest. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, and then nodded vigorously. Obviously, he did know them. And he seemed to be quite familiar with them. Brother Shu also knows them? The second question still nodded. Wang Wei smiled confidently, feeling that he had grasped the truth. You too have a grudge against them, right? So you're here to seek revenge this time? He suddenly stood up and looked at Xiaoyu and said confidently, don't worry. I help you settle this little thing. Xiaoyu looked a little confused, and began to think about Wang Wei's words with a scare. When he looked at the alien team, Wang Wei saw the fear in his eyes. He saw Xiaoyu's expression, and immediately realized that he had not guessed the truth. He pointed at the alien team in the video and said, don't worry. Xiaoyu, I will definitely help you settle it. There was still some resentment in his tone. It's just a big bug. How can it bully us? Since meeting Xiaoyu and Shuj, Wang Wei has realized that there are probably other aliens on this planet. At least it's not like what he thought before, that there is only one intelligent life on this planet. Wang Wei watched the video again and paid close attention to the alien team standing there stupidly. He couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. I was really influenced too much by the alien movies on Earth. I was influenced by the movies about aliens like ET on Earth. And the first alien civilization I came into contact with after coming here was the advanced technology of the spacecraft ruins. So I instinctively thought that all aliens should be advanced civilizations. And I didn't ignore the fact that there might be more than one race in the universe. And some races are not as developed as Earth. For example, the aliens standing like minions in the picture look more bizarre than each other. Who can tell who is an alien in the mushroom forest? Wang Wei sighed, and then noticed a guy who looked like a squid in the alien team. The past memories were recalled like a rewind. And he suddenly realized a detail. He should have noticed this a long time ago. As I said at the beginning, almost 90% of the creatures on this planet are highly toxic to humans. The alien alkaloids rich in them can cause Wang Wei to have a sudden cardiac arrest and die on the spot, let alone eat them. But that squid is edible. And it tastes no different from the big squid on Earth when it's roasted. Damn it! I should have thought of it a long time ago. Wang Wei stroked his chin and looked at the alien team in the video. The native creatures on the planet are all poisonous. So the only ones that are edible are aliens. Okay. That's it. Right? Wang Wei doesn't have much psychological burden about eating aliens, because they are not considered human beings in his world. Looks like a squid. Tastes like a squid. So isn't it a squid? To survive on an alien planet, protecting yourself first is the top priority. So where does the boring sense of morality come from to constrain yourself? Thinking of this, he looked up at Xiaoyu, and his mood suddenly became more relaxed. If they looked like Xiaoyu, why would I have beaten them as wild game? And now, wild game bullied our Xiaoyu. So you can't blame me for being cruel. Shilua fruit is indeed a precious plant, specially described by the advanced civilization. In such a short time, his previous weakness has been swept away, just like eating Snickers in the advertisement. Now that he is full of energy, it's time to settle accounts with the unlucky things outside. The black action suit tightened instantly, and the energy modules all over the action suit lit up with light blue light to charge it. Wang Wei clenched his fists and felt the powerful force filling his body. The action suit is not just like the extravehicular suit in science fiction movies. In addition to adjusting the air pressure and filtering the air, when the energy module is charged, The action suit on his body will become a portable exoskeleton armor to provide Wang Wei with sufficient combat power. It is not appropriate to call it action suit at this time. It is more appropriate to call it combat suit. The reason why I could easily take the trampling of the big spider before was that the combat suit was converted into exoskeleton mode. What a pity. My weapon was lost in the previous storm. Otherwise the full configuration would be the peak of my combat power. Fortunately, it doesn't matter now. With my full power combat suit and Da Vinci, who doesn't have to worry about taking action, it is not a problem to deal with a fleshworm. I have been remembered by others, and even the location of my base has been found. If I don't solve this trouble, wouldn't I have been in vain? Not to mention the new and old hatreds of Xiaoyu. This battle is inevitable. As for the real reason why the other party is targeting me, no matter. Anyway, get rid of it first. The storm is still there. Two shadows quietly emerged from the giant tree. Wang Wei and Da Vinci were covered with light blue colloid, and they moved forward against the wind and sand like two smurfs. Chapter 41. Don't worry. No one can escape. The sandstorm is still raging, and the black beetles mixed in it are still eager to attack. But whether it is Wang Wei or Da Vinci walking in the wind and sand, the impact they suffered has been weakened a lot. See, I said it's okay. Wang Wei, you are really a wise man. Ha ha ha. You are really good at judging people. Completely different from the previous embarrassment. They are even in the mood to laugh now. Wang Wei looked at the layer of light blue gum on his body, and his expression inevitably became a little proud. Wang Wei was thinking when they hid in the tree before. It is reasonable that this tree can block wind, sand and stones. But why is even Da Vinci fine here? What is it that isolates those chaotic electromagnetic fluctuations? When his eyes noticed the light blue gum, all doubts seemed to be answered. The facts are indeed as he thought. Now that the gum is applied all over the body, Wang Wei and Da Vinci look like two Michelin tire men. At the same time, the impact of the wind and sand on them was also minimized. Da Vinci took the lead and walked in front to block the sand and beetles blowing in his face. Wang Wei hid behind him and reduced his physical energy consumption. It was a pity that he didn't think of it earlier. Otherwise Da Vinci wouldn't have to take risks. Wang Wei's condition was really bad at that time. The injury and hunger made his mind dizzy. Fortunately, there was no surprise in the result. Xiaoyu's arrival saved them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even with these gums, they would have to take some risks to find the source of the sandstorm. Even because of the protection of the gums, it is easier to get lost in the wind and sand after going too deep. Unlike Xiaoyu, who can shuttle freely in the sandstorm without being affected at all. The wind was raging. The gums on their bodies were consumed little by the wind and sand. But neither Wang Wei nor Da Vinci showed panic. When they went out before, Xiaoyu had already figured out the route, and they could completely get out of the wind zone before the gums were consumed. After that, it's time to settle accounts. Wang Wei sneered. He had been quiet for too long. So these guys thought he was a good alien neighbor. Right? As Xiaoyu waved in front, they felt the pressure on their bodies suddenly relieved after taking a step forward. The wind and sand here have been much smaller, and the vision is no longer blocked. Wang Wei looked around, and it was just like the image Xiaoyu brought back. The other areas were calm and peaceful, and only the area behind him was like the demons in Journey to the West, with wind, sand and rocks, and a doomsday scene. Okay, let's play like this. Right? Following Xiaoyu's guidance, they went around in the direction of the giant meatworm. Their previous route was just the fastest way to get out of the wind zone, and there was still some distance from the big meatworm and the alien team. But this was just right. It was convenient for them to take a detour to give these guys a surprise. Is that the thing? Wow, it's really big. Wang Wei and the others had already circled behind them, and together with Da Vinci, they pointed at the big meatworm in front of them. I didn't feel it when I watched the video before, but when I got closer, I realized that the size of this ghost thing was really exaggerated. Most of its huge and fat body was buried under the sand, leaving only its head on the ground with its mouth wide open and blowing the wind. Densely packed black beetles parasitized on its earthy brown skin. As it moved, it fell off its skin, mixed with the wind and disappeared in front of it along with the sand and dust. But where did such a large piece of sand come from? If Wang Wei and Xiaoyu's memory was correct, then this piece of sand could only have appeared recently with this worm. And next to the sand, the alien team still stood there woodenly. Xiaoyu was honest and hid behind the earthen mound with Wang Wei and the others. After struggling for a while, she finally did not remind the alien team. She suddenly hesitated. Is she friends with them? She remembered that before she met Shugu, her body was eaten by them while laughing. She looked at Wang Wei and Da Vinci beside her, and her eyes were firm, as if she wanted to join the party. She was friends with Wang Wei, Da Vinci and Shugu. Those bad guys were not. Isn't your race food? It will be resurrected anyway. Hee hee. I heard that this race is delicious before meeting Wang Wei and the others. Even Xiao Yu didn't realize that there was anything wrong with what they said. It seemed that she was destined to be food. But now, thinking of the past, Xiao Yu was a little scared and hid behind Wang Wei without making a sound. Sensing Xiao Yu's emotional changes, Wang Wei turned his head and gave her a comforting smile. It's okay, Xiao Yu. The trouble will be solved. After spending a long time with Xiao Yu, he could see many emotions. When watching the video before, Xiao Yu's eyes were obviously full of fear. She was afraid of those guys. Da Vinci. Find a way to get a shot first. Okay. Since they have already sneaked up, of course they have to give the opponent a fierce blow first. Da Vinci arm deformed, and the muzzle of the gun began to accumulate energy. The movement was not small, and the giant flesh worm not far away immediately stopped the storm in its mouth and looked over. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Finally, accompanied by a loud bang, a dazzling white light shot out from the muzzle and accurately hit the insect in the distance. It's a pity that due to the angle problem, it was impossible to hit the opponent's head directly. Neither of them took the alien team on the side seriously, and tacitly aimed the priority target at the giant fleshworm. The laser pierced the fat body of the insect cleanly, accompanied by a deafening scream, and green blood flowed out of the wound like a waterfall. However, due to the opponent's huge size, the damage caused by this laser penetration was actually very limited. The sneak attack was over, and the next step was a direct fight. The injured fleshworm howled angrily, turned around and rushed towards Wang Wei like crazy. The sand under his feet was like sea water, supporting its huge body and allowing it to move at high speed in it. This speed was obviously not enough for the opponent to fire a second shot. However, Da Vinci did not carry only one kind of weapon, accompanied by the second reorganization and deformation. High-frequency sound waves were emitted in a fan shape, covering the entire body of the fleshworm in front of him. So the fragile skin cracked, and the green blood instantly soaked the whole body, and the black beetle's parasitic on it exploded like popcorn. After 2 consecutive attacks, the huge fleshworm had shed a layer of skin before even touching Wang Wei and the others. But neither Wang Wei nor Da Vinci let down their guard. They took advantage of the sneak attack and distance before, but they would not have such an opportunity next time. Seeing the fleshworms rushing towards him angrily like a small mountain, Wang Wei was not panicked at all, but felt a little excited for the first time in a long time. The combat suit was activated, and the exoskeleton instantly provided him with powerful strength. He turned his head and smiled dangerously at the alien team not far away. Don't worry, he said, no one can escape. Chapter 42 didn't expect it. Detachable. After the underground ruins, Wang Wei action suit had long been upgraded to a combat suit. It was upgraded from the previous one that was mainly used to protect himself to a portable exoskeleton armor, which looked as cool as the black tights in the movie Gantz. It was precisely because of the existence of the new version of the combat suit that he had the confidence to fight head-on. Otherwise, in this situation, when all the weapons and equipment were lost due to the sudden sandstorm, his first choice would definitely be to go back and get full equipment. But he was also worried that something might happen later. So killing the opponent as soon as possible was the most reliable choice. At this moment, the huge sandworm, whose skin and flesh were torn apart by the sonic weapon and covered with green blood, howled and rushed towards Wang Wei and Da Vinci with great momentum. If it were on other creatures, they would have died a long time ago. But on the huge body of the sandworm, it was still just a superficial injury. This guy was so big that his head exposed on the ground looked like a small hill. At this moment, it crashed into Wang Wei and the others, and it felt like the sun was completely blocked. But facing this kind of terrifying monster like a doomsday beast, neither Wang Wei nor Da Vinci showed too much panic. The combat suits on their bodies tightened instantly, and the energy modules all over the combat suits lit up with blue light. The two figures immediately dodged before the beast pounced, leaving the other side empty. The next second, Taking advantage of the opportunity when the beast was full of sand, Wang Wei had already jumped up high by grabbing a big tree and swung his arms to smash it on the head. Zinai! The bare tree trunk fell on the head, making the fleshworm, which had already been empty and chewing sand, sink deeper, and the angry howl was choked by the club. The weapons and equipment were indeed lost, but it didn't matter. The core of fighting is to use whatever you have at hand. Wang Wei hugged the tree trunk that was 3 points thicker than his waist, swung it, and hit the ground with a shake. As the first battle of the upgraded combat suit, the effect was still very satisfactory to him. The alien team not far away stared at the shocking scene in front of them, and was so scared that they almost peed. Unfortunately, they couldn't run away now, and could only stand there stupidly and watch the battle in front of them. Seeing the battle in front of them, their hearts were already filled with regret. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have broken into that alien ruins. Who knew it would turn out like this? Why did you provoke the devil and his iron servants? The alien team was almost regretting it at this time, and they only hated themselves for not choosing to stay in the mushroom forest. Although the Shilua fruit in the mushroom forest has been completely extinct, they probably couldn't get it even when it existed before. And staying there would at least be free, and they wouldn't offend the devil and his iron servants. It wouldn't be as difficult as it is now. Now we can only hope that the sandworm can win, so that even if freedom still doesn't belong to us, at least our lives can be saved. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being incompetent and greedy. Thinking of the terrifying existence in the ruins, the alien team suddenly became more desperate. At this time, the battle in the field was still going on. After Wang Wei powerful Noxus guillotine, Da Vinci had accumulated the energy for the second laser. The next second, the dazzling light reappeared, and another piercing wound appeared on the sandworm's body. It can only be said that the sandworm's defense is indeed good. It is still full of energy after being hit by Wang Wei and Da Vinci combination punches. After being defeated and severely injured, it immediately dived into the small desert created by itself below, making Wang Wei and Da Vinci lose their target for a while, looking around vigilantly, guarding against possible attacks at any time, until there was a violent vibration under Da Vinci's feet, and then the bloody mouth of the sandworm suddenly opened from below. The two people have been separated from each other from beginning to end, just to prevent being suffocated by the other party in this situation. Now that the sandworm appears again, the benefits of this position are now apparent. Not to mention Da Vinci on-the-spot response. Wang Wei immediately hugged the huge tree trunk in his hand and swept it. A stick hit the sandworm's face, and even pulled its open bloody mouth crooked. Before, I was still worried whether the guy who could create such a storm would be very powerful. Now after the fight, I can only say that my worries were in vain. The opponent's huge body is indeed invincible when bullying normal weak creatures. But once you can cause effective damage to it, this fat body will become a burden. The movement is slow, and the target is big. For a moment, Wang Wei almost thought he was playing an alien version of whack-a-mole. But the danger is also obvious. If you are bitten by this guy by accident, you will probably die on the spot. The huge mouth was filled with densely packed sharp teeth, and it looked like a biological meat grinder. It was hard to say if Da Vinci was bitten, because the opponent's teeth were enough to touch the hard alloy on his body. But Wang Wei thought it would be difficult to withstand it. After a successful sweep with a stick, Wang Wei immediately planned to try again. But this time, the swinging tree trunk was bitten by the angry sandworm, and after a strong swing, the tree trunk was thrown out. If Wang Wei had not gotten rid of it in time, he would have been thrown out with it. The next moment, countless tiny eyes opened and stared at Da Vinci, who was like a small insect on the ground. The angry sandworm had figured out the situation. All the injuries on his body so far in the battle were caused by the metal man in front of him. On the contrary, the man swinging the tree trunk next to him only hit him a few times, and except for a little dizziness, he did not cause any substantial damage. The angry sandworm took a deep breath, and the next second, a terrifying gale blew towards Da Vinci. The tree trunk in Wang Wei's hand had been thrown away by the sandworm, and Da Vinci was also trapped in the gale. The situation seemed to have reversed in an instant. Seeing this scene, the alien team on the side also became excited. It was as if they were the ones who suppressed Wang Wei and Da Vinci. But no one noticed that when the sandworm finally spit out the gale, Wang Wei's smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry, General." He raised his hand, and the hand cannon in his hand was continuing to charge. taking advantage of the long stiffness of the sandworm, just spitting out the storm. The hand cannon finally completed the long full power charging. The next second, the thick laser fired at full power went straight through the sandworm's head. Then, it cut down. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. The green blood in the sky sprayed out like a fountain. Ever since he first saw the giant sandworm in the video, Wang Wei has been thinking about how to kill the opponent. With such a huge body, it is difficult for ordinary attacks to cause fatal damage to it. Moreover, they are not clear about the opponent's weaknesses. The answer is the storm. The storm is indeed the biggest threat to Wang Wei and Da Vinci. But it is also an opportunity. He noticed when watching the video before that when the sandworm sprays the storm, the whole body needs to remain stable and motionless. This time is enough for Da Vinci's arm to charge at full power. Because of this, their positions have always maintained sufficient angles and distances, so as not to be attacked by the big fool at the same time. From the beginning, he has been showing weakness to the enemy and pretending that he cannot break the defense, so that the sandworm will focus on Da Vinci. When it relaxes its vigilance against him, and sprays the storm on Da Vinci with all its strength, then Wang Wei uses Da Vinci's arm to kill it in one wave. Silly hat. This is called tactics. The wind and sand stopped, and Wang Wei looked at the one-armed Da Vinci standing in place. He waved his arm and laughed. Didn't expect that? This is detachable. Chapter 43. Canned food. The huge sandworm corpse fell to the ground with a bang. The green blood that flowed out turned the sand under his feet into a small lake. Burn it. It's disgusting. Wang Wei frowned and waved his hand to signal Da Vinci that he could start. Then, accompanied by thick smoke, the insect corpse in front of him made a sizzling sound of burning fat in the flames. It was accompanied by a strong smell of barbecue, which became more and more fragrant as it was roasted. The surrounding creatures were all greedy and surrounded them agitatedly. And then, they all stopped their cars when they saw Wang Wei and Da Vinci in the center of the venue. It was very intimidating. Wang Wei had no interest in the disgusting insect corpse. He would not eat it even if he was asked to. This guy was so ugly that he was disgusting. He really couldn't eat it. But, looking at the alien team on the side, Wang Wei was almost drooling. He already knew that the dozen guys in front of him were probably real aliens. The strange-looking intelligent races in science fiction novels. But they were really delicious. No, they were simply delicious. Especially the guy that looked like a land squid, cut into pieces and cooked on a grill. He had eaten it once before and hadn't found the second one for a long time. But now he finally saw it. He had been nibbling on alien potatoes for so long, and he had been craving this one for a long time. Would there be any psychological burden when eating intelligent races? It might be the case when eating other things, but it's really not the case when eating grilled squid. Seeing Wang Wei staring at him, the big squid was so scared that it cried out, "Xiao Yu." Fortunately, Wang Wei hadn't forgotten the business, so he turned around and called Xiao Yu, ready to hand over the fate of these alien delicacies to Xiao Yu. When the aliens saw Xiao Yu coming, their eyes suddenly became fierce again, and Xiao Yu was so scared that he hid behind Wang Wei. "I didn't expect you to collude with this demon to harm us. You are a lowly food race. We should have killed you completely at the beginning. Our great master already knows the existence of demons, and you will be killed by the master soon. If you beg for mercy now, we may ask the master to spare your life." Relying on the fact that Wang Wei could not understand the Federal Common Language, the aliens cursed Xiao Yu viciously, and the leading alien squid was the most emotional. It completely forgot its malice toward Xiao Yu, and that they were the first to deal with Wang Wei. The next second, the tentacles of the alien squid were all cut off. But the alien squid with the cut tentacles held back its screams, and just looked at Wang Wei in front of it with horror. I don't understand why he was fine just now. But suddenly, he used a dagger to cut himself. With an indifferent expression, he skewered the tentacles that were still moving on the ground onto the branches, and then placed them next to the fire in front of the other party. As the flames burned, the tempting aroma immediately emanated. He handed a string to Xiao Yu casually, then remembered that she seemed to be in a spirit state this time, so he could only withdraw his hand in dismay. But he did not forget to leave a string for her considerately. After blowing on the grilled squid in front of him, Wang Wei couldn't wait to bite it. The fresh juice filled his mouth, and the tempting aroma rushed straight into his nose. The taste was even more chewy and delicate than the squid on Earth, and even the taste was in the salty and fresh taste of normal grilled squid, with a special almond-like aroma. The long-lost meat taste moved him so much that he almost cried. After chewing slowly and tasting the delicious food in his mouth, he squinted his eyes and looked at the alien team standing at attention in front of him. He really couldn't understand the so-called Federal Common Language, but unfortunately, he could understand swear words. When he was free-micing all over the universe, he had a lot of passionate arguments with civilizations in other galaxies, so he could understand what the other party said to Xiao Yu. This is good. If he handed them over to Xiao Yu, his game might be released. You are looking for death, so you can't blame me for being too cruel, Wang Wei said with a smile. But the aliens in front of him still sensed the danger. He suddenly stood up and tried to make a final resistance, but it was destined to be meaningless. Even among the alien groups on this planet, the team in front of him was the weakest group, and they could only bully the former Xiao Yu. Facing the siege of Wang Wei and Da Vinci, they couldn't make any waves at all. Wang Wei happily tied up the food in front of him and handed it to Da Vinci, with a satisfied smile on his face throughout the whole process. So, it's not a rumor. Xiao Yu stared blankly at Wang Wei packing up the food and taking it away. In fact, when he enthusiastically handed her the grilled squid tentacles, Xiao Yu's brain had already started to shut down. It was at this time that she understood. It turns out that what everyone was saying was not a rumor at all. Wang Wei really catches aliens everywhere and grills them for food. He is very skilled, and the grilling smells delicious. Slurp! Xiao Yu secretly sucked a mouthful of saliva and looked angrily at the guys on the ground who had bullied him. I don't know why, but I was scared to death when I mentioned devil before. Now, looking at Wang Wei busy in front of me, I am not as scared as I was at the beginning. I bent down to help Wang Wei tie up and pack, and finally dragged the spoils towards the base. After they left, the nearby animals rushed out impatiently and ate the grilled insects in the middle. Wang Wei would not eat this kind of thing, but the beasts would not be afraid of it. The feast began, finally returned to the base. Wang Wei didn't even take a break and went straight into the kitchen. Frying, boiling, deep frying, stewing, and stewing. The kitchen was full of knives for a while, just to make these alien ingredients delicious. Eating aliens? Don't slander. I'm eating alien squids. Wang Wei had no psychological burden eating these guys from beginning to end. Not to mention that these aliens had bullied Xiao Yu, so he felt more at ease eating them. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being ugly. Why do you have to look like a squid? If you look like a monkey, I won't eat you. Wang Wei hummed a little song while dealing with the alien ingredients on hand, and his mood was not ordinary wonderful. Even if you already know that Shiloh fruit is indeed a good thing, no one can stand eating alien potatoes for several months in a row. Now that I finally see meat, I feel that life has become better. If I can contact the earth at this time, it will be even more perfect. Directly double happiness. Happy on the branch. As for the extra ingredients, of course, they are all canned, easy to preserve and eat whenever you want. Sure enough, starfish canned food is the real truth. Not long after, Wang Wei appeared on the table with a fragrant barbecue. He looked at Xiao Yu in front of him with some worry. After all, they were colleagues before. He was actually worried that Xiao Yu would not be able to get used to the food. If it wasn't so delicious, and he felt it was impolite to eat alone, he would not have shown these alien ingredients to Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu was just stunned for a moment. Then she picked up a grilled squid tentacles and bit it fiercely like revenge. As the first tear fell, she chewed the meat in her mouth hard, raised her head with tears in her eyes, and showed Wang Wei a bright smile. It's great. I will never worry about being eaten by anyone again. It turns out that I am more than just food. Chapter 44 Invaders of the Solar System. It has been a full week since the Earth decided to send a signal. But until now, there has been no reply from the alien civilization. Everyone's mood has changed from the initial tension to the current numbness. No, it should be said that they are completely numb. Kwang Xian sat on the sofa in the office. His eyes were a little straight. These days have really made him old. Even when he sleeps and dreams at night, he receives a reply from aliens, which makes him wake up 2 or 3 times a night. And he doesn't know how long this kind of life will last. After all, it's a big deal. The alien civilization didn't reply for a day, and he was always worried. Kwang Xian lay on the sofa and looked at the ceiling, with only a thin blanket covering his body. He was going to make up for some sleep, but he was so sleepy that he had a headache and couldn't fall asleep no matter how he turned. He suddenly remembered a joke. When the death row prisoner was executed, he fired 3 shots, and all of them went off accidentally. Finally, the prisoner said, "Brother, you can strangle me to death. Forgive Kwang Xian for not having a talent for telling jokes." It was funny when he heard it at that time. He is now the death row prisoner in the story, waiting for the fourth shot from the aliens. Too uncultured. Kwang Xian cursed angrily, hating the unknown advanced civilization to the core. It's obviously you who have been sending signals to the Earth. Now the coordinates of the Earth have been locked. And we replied to you, but you ignored us. Alien Advanced Civilization X Scumbag Civilization Hook. Lying on the sofa and thinking about it for a long time, I finally couldn't resist the sleepiness, and my eyelids closed little by little. Bang! Director? It's bad. The door of the office was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Bang. The sleepiness that Kwang Xian had just accumulated was instantly frightened away. He sat up from the sofa like a catapult, and immediately entered the working state after seeing the person at the door. What happened? Did the alien reply? No. What's going on? Detector. Our detector. Because she ran all the way here? The female colleague at the door was inevitably a little out of breath. She took a deep breath to calm down, and then said quickly in one breath, "The detector found something that looks like a spacecraft in the solar system." The words were like a bolt from the blue. He stood up suddenly, took his clothes and walked out. And he didn't even have time to put away the thin blanket on the sofa. As he walked and put on his coat, he spoke with an indescribable solemnity. "Let's go. Take me to see the director." Unknown spacecraft was found in the solar system. This kind of thing is more serious than when they finally waited for the aliens to reply. Director? Yes. You are here. Hurriedly walking into the observation room, the director waved his hand with an unpleasant expression after seeing Kwang Xian. It was not directed at him, but because the current situation was really frustrating. A few steps to the director's side, and then the image captured by their extraterrestrial detector appeared on the screen. Look at this. While speaking, the picture was enlarged and pulled in separately. Kwang Xian pushed his glasses, and his expression became unpleasant. It is undoubtedly a product of technology, and it is a completely different manufacturing style from the Earth's industry. Kwang Xian's professionalism made him determine at the first glance that this aircraft was not a product of the Earth, although the function of this aircraft cannot be confirmed at present. It is obviously not a friendly signal to humans. The signal sent to the alien civilization before is still like a stone sinking into the sea. But now the other party has sent an aircraft into the solar system to approach the Earth. This behavior looks like a malicious act. But if that's the case, what does the other party's previous signal mean? After hesitating for a moment, Kwang Xian still asked the question in his heart. Send a signal to say hello before invading? Are all aliens so martial? No one can answer this question. Or everyone is now wondering about this question. Yes, since they are already preparing to invade the solar system. What does the signal said before mean? Could it be that the other party's previous signal was just to confirm the coordinates of the Earth? Very likely. This guess was recognized by everyone. So the current behavior was immediately explained reasonably. In the monitor, the alien aircraft is still exploring recklessly, and its target is heading straight for the Earth. It looks like it doesn't take the Earthlings seriously. Since you are here, it's not too much to collect a toll. The director sneered, then waved his hand and ordered. The rocket that had been prepared long ago suddenly took off, breaking through the atmosphere layer by layer and successfully entering space. At this time, the extraterrestrial satellite had already locked onto the moving aircraft, calculating the opponent's speed, angle, and trajectory. Until the calculation was completed, the direction of the rocket that had just been launched was pointed out. So the long sword was unsheathed and rushed straight to the distant enemy. After a long flight, it was finally successfully shot down before the opponent entered the range of the moon. From the discovery of the opponent's aircraft, to the director's order for the rocket to take off, to the final successful hit, and a brilliant firework exploded in the universe. The whole process was smooth, and there was no delay. But even so, it took more than 3 days to finally hit and blow up the opponent's aircraft. Just the time for the rocket to take off and reach the moon needs to be calculated in days. The distance between the Earth and the moon is 384,000 kilometers. And it took 74 hours for the rocket to reach the moon, then to successfully hit the opponent's aircraft. 3 days was considered everything went smoothly. Fortunately, the final result was successful. The rocket hit once and accurately shot down the opponent's aircraft. Seeing the fireworks exploding in the universe, everyone present couldn't help but get excited. Beautiful. Success? If the interception fails, then the opponent's aircraft is likely to enter the Earth next. Although we don't know what this aircraft is used for. It is obviously not a wise decision to let the opponent enter the mother planet. The opponent's aircraft shows their attitude. And the current actions of humans also show the determination of humans. No matter how advanced your technology is, no matter what the outcome of this war is, if you want to invade the Earth, then humans will definitely fight to the end. The war has already started. It officially started when the unknown aircraft was shot down. Now, it's time to enter the state of preparation. So, with the long alarm, the Earth officially entered the state of preparation. The underground city fortifications around the world were opened, and civilians entered the underground city in an orderly manner to avoid the upcoming war. Chapter 45 Lizard Man. The alarm suddenly sounded in the city. The piercing and sharp sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. This is an evacuation alarm. Chen Tianxiang immediately identified the source of the alarm, and then looked up in a daze, just in time to see the fireworks that suddenly exploded in the sky. Then, it seemed as if something fell from the sky, drew an arc, and then fell to an unknown place. Chen Tianxiang didn't know what it was, and didn't know who else noticed the thing in the sky besides himself. But I think that besides himself, no one should look up at the sky at this critical moment. You saw it too, right? What? The thing that just fell? Yes. The people around were evacuating in a panic, and under the command of the official personnel, they entered the underground city to take refuge as previously rehearsed. But at this moment, a girl suddenly came close and asked mysteriously. Too close? Chen Tianxiang looked at the girl who suddenly came close to him, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable looking at her delicate face. He could even smell the strawberry candy from the girl's mouth, and the faint scent of shower gel on her hair. That's an alien spaceship. The girl distanced herself again, pointed her finger at the place where the thing had just fallen, and said with a firm tone. She kept a serious expression, and her tone was as firm as if she had seen it with her own eyes. The moment the girl left, Chen Tianxiang felt a sense of loss for some reason. He was amused by the girl's appearance and wanted to laugh. But he couldn't laugh, because he knew that what the girl said was probably true. Otherwise, unless the aliens really attacked, how to explain the sudden evacuation alarm? You know, the existence of aliens had long been made public, and Chen Tianxiang even participated in the referendum. The same is true for those underground city shelters and the evacuation drills a few days ago. Aliens do exist, and now they are attacking. This is the truth of the matter. Are you scared? A little bit. The girl stood beside Chen Tianxiang naturally, as if she was familiar with him or had found a companion. When the alarm sounded before, everyone was running away in panic, and only the two of them looked up and noticed the falling alien spaceship. The girl noticed the second abnormal guy. So the conversation just now happened. I'm scared too. Huh? Chen Tianxiang looked at the girl beside him in surprise, and didn't expect it to unfold like this. From the beginning, the girl has been acting calmer than everyone else. There was no panic, no shouting, and no rushing to the dungeon. She just followed him and walked towards the dungeon while chatting. She was so calm that when she said scared, Chen Tianxiang felt a sense of surprise. But this is reasonable. She is not a Superman, just a pretty girl. Now that aliens are coming, it's normal to be afraid. Okay? It be fine. Yeah, it be fine. The two of them suddenly became silent and walked into the underground city together. My name is Ran, and I'm a science fiction writer. Chen Tianxiang. A worker. The girl was wrong. They are not the same kind of people. Chen Tianxiang thought silently. He is just an ordinary worker, who goes to work and goes home every day. It's boring and tedious, and he has never had any fantasies about the starry sky above his head or the distant future. It was probably just a coincidence that he looked up just now. I just happened to see the crash of the alien spaceship. He thought so, and his mood became lost. But Ran didn't notice this, and told me to end all his wild and romantic fantasies along the way. You know what? Since I first knew about the existence of aliens, I have been imagining what they would look like. And Ran kept talking about her fantasies, treating Chen Tianxiang as a fellow who also loved the starry sky, until they arrived at the registration office. The two reluctantly parted. Goodbye. I hope we can all survive. Yeah, I will. Wade goodbye. Chen Tianxiang felt that his peaceful life would never be peaceful again. It had nothing to do with the damn aliens in the sky, but because he accidentally looked up today and saw the falling meteor in the sky. He suddenly became curious about the vast starry sky, just because of the girl who suddenly broke into his life. At this time, the underground cities around the world have been completely opened, accepting civilians to take refuge. If nothing unexpected happens, humans will live in underground cities for some time in the future. They are all in the same underground city, so there will be a chance to see each other again. And at the edge of the solar system, a huge spaceship is moving slowly. Inside the spaceship, the alien with a green lizard head is looking at the beautiful blue planet in front of him excitedly. Ha ha! Look what we found! A planet of life! The leading lizard man roared excitedly, and the scales on his body stood up one by one because of excitement. We are rich. It seems that the natives of this planet don't even have the technology of interstellar navigation. Haha. They don't even have such a simple technology. What a low-level civilization this is. The lizards in the spaceship laughed loudly, and their eyes were full of greed when they looked at the Earth, as if the blue planet in front of them had become their possession. Until the next second, the probe they sent out suddenly lost the signal. The probe was shot down? But how is this possible? The lizards looked at each other. How could a civilization that didn't even master the simple technology of interstellar navigation shoot down the exploration spacecraft that they sent out? How did the other party do it? So for the sake of caution, the speed of the spacecraft gradually slowed down. Before occupying the planet in front of us, it is best to find out how they shot down the exploration spacecraft. Find out the other party's attack methods, and then occupy the planet in one go and take all the resources on the planet for ourselves. Just thinking about this, the lizards were excited again. Haha. Don't worry. It's just a low-level civilization. Even if it can shoot down an exploration spacecraft, it's nothing great. We just need to occupy the planet after landing, and these low-level natives will naturally hand over the weapons to us. So, the spacecraft returned to a happy atmosphere again. Everyone was looking forward to occupying the planet and becoming a rich man in the universe. Chapter 46 Missed. The signal sent from the Earth was intercepted by the lizardmen. So the lizardmen followed the signal and came here. Civilization. Low-level civilization. The huge spaceship was heading towards the Earth, and the strong lizardmen inside were shouting excitedly. Because the probe was shot down, reason made them choose to slow down. But now that the other civilization has not sent a spaceship to warn or negotiate, this immediately made them unbridled again. This is a real low-level civilization. Not to mention the ability of interstellar navigation. It seems that their technology can't even freely enter and exit the mother planet. What kind of primitive tribe is this? Even the Galactic Federation has not registered primitive people? Inside the huge spaceship, the lizardmen drank to their heart's content, celebrating their upcoming conquest of a new planet. Occupy the planet in front of them. Occupy the planet's resources, and sell the natives. This is really a big deal. And it is such an easy big deal. The planet in front of us is visibly rich, and the rich resources are so clearly visible even in the universe, just like a huge piece of fat meat in front of us. But such a rich planet has such backward civilization. You know, even on the barren sandstorm planet, they have mastered the simple technology of Asian navigation that goes places nothing but sand and stone. And there are huge sandstorms for 299 days out of 300 days a year. Ha! Do the natives of this planet only know how to enjoy themselves? The lizardman leader is a strong guy with a height of nearly 3 meters and a muscular body. There is a hideous scar on his left eye, and the whole person looks fierce. He laughed wantonly, mocking the natives on the planet in front of him. Full speed ahead. Occupy this planet. How's it going? Have all the people been evacuated? Report to the commander. Thanks to the drill a few days ago, the people have successfully entered the underground city. Remember to send people to the mountainous areas and villages as well. And don't leave any civilians behind. Yes. The cold wind was bleak. The snow was falling. Zhu Shutai stood in the cold wind and looked up at the pure sky that seemed to have not changed. It seemed that it was difficult to see such a blue sky in the city. The cold winter seemed to make the blue of the sky more transparent. He listened to the report of the communicator and finally stamped out the cigarette, but in his hand, wrapped in a winter military coat. Zhu Shutai rubbed his hands and skillfully inserted them into his sleeves. On his shoulders, for golden stars reflected beautiful light in the sun. The war is coming. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the communicator beside him. The young man had just joined the army for the second year, and his face was still immature. Are you scared? Report to the commander. No. Uh-huh. Zhu Shutai patted the young man's shoulder. How can I not be scared? I am also very scared. This group of people has caught up with a good time. Peaceful times. A peaceful and powerful motherland. Although they are soldiers, many people have never experienced street fights, let alone wars. Now they are suddenly going to fight. And it is with powerful aliens in the universe. Everyone is an ordinary person. Most of them are just children in their teens and 20s. So how can we not be scared? But in the face of such a time, if we don't go to the army, who will? So we can only not be afraid. And he also believes that when the war comes, the young man in front of him will really not be afraid. What's your name? Report to the commander. Zhou Wenjie. Zhu Shutai nodded. Okay. Wenjie. Go back and have a good rest after notifying. Zhou Wenjie saluted and turned around to notify people in the rural mountainous area. Only Zhu Shutai was left standing there, staring blankly at the space, as if he wanted to see the unknown enemy through the sky. At the same time, in the Dongxia Space Agency, the director and Kwang Xian were still guarding the extraterrestrial detection room. From the moment the alien spacecraft was shot down, all departments across the country began to operate efficiently like a precision instrument. And Kwang Xian and his responsibilities were to observe the subsequent movements of the aliens. The hostility of the other party was obvious. If they had not acted decisively, the spacecraft would have entered the Earth by now. No one knew what would happen if that thing entered the Earth. So shooting it down was the safest and correct decision. But what would happen after shooting down the spacecraft was not something they could predict. No matter how they thought about it, the other party would not give up after a spacecraft was shot down by the Earth. Soon, they knew. Looking at the huge spacecraft appearing on the monitor screen, everyone present couldn't help holding their breath. How to describe that spaceship? It was huge and solid, and appeared in front of humans without any care. The bronze metal was engraved with simple patterns composed of lines, which looked like the rudimentary text of tribal civilization on Earth. But when this tribal civilization-like pattern was engraved on the spaceship, it added a sense of barbarity and power to the huge spaceship in front of them. The other party's attitude was tougher than they expected. Natives, wait for our conquest. The universal language of the universe was transmitted to the human channel with laughter, although the other party's language could not be understood. The contemptuous tone could be felt through the atmosphere. The other party did not take the Earth seriously at all. Launch as planned. The director was not frightened by the scene in front of him, and waved his hand to signal everyone not to stand there. So in the Northwest base, a rocket was launched with a huge spaceship pointed directly at the outside of the Earth. A powerful alien advanced civilization? Technology developed to the point where it locked the coordinates of the Earth in 3 months. 3 consecutive communication threats? Fire one shot first. At least we have to put an end to their prestige. The rocket quickly broke through the atmosphere and finally appeared on the surveillance screen. Amid the tense gazes of the crowd, the rocket successfully hit the huge alien spaceship, causing everyone in the testing room to gasp. But a despairing scene happened. The rockets did not explode at all, but instead passed through the alien spaceship as if nothing had been hit. As if nothing had been hit. The huge spaceship was like a projection of nothingness. This made everyone's faces look ugly. The other party was able to resist the attack of these rockets, which was within the expectations of the director and others. But they did not expect it to be so easy. Chapter 47. The aliens are just like this? The scene in front of them chilled everyone's heart. Missed. How to fight. The most powerful attack on their side couldn't even touch the opponent, let alone the lethality. The opponent's technological level is not in the same dimension as the Earth. They didn't even understand how the opponent's spacecraft avoided the rocket attack. Fortunately, everyone present had strong professional qualities. Otherwise they would have given up long ago. But now, the atmosphere in the observation room is still heavy. No one spoke. As the alien spacecraft approached the Earth at a speed that the Earth could not understand at all, even people on the ground could see the huge spacecraft hanging high in the sky. My God, this is too big. Zhu Su narrowed his eyes, and didn't even need a telescope to see the behemoth in the sky. He was not a science fiction fan, and didn't understand any scientific principles. But he had seen classic movies such as Star Wars and Alien. Now, the plots in those movies have appeared in the real world. And as a soldier, he is even about to fight aliens. A sense of unreality and absurdity still made him continue to light a new cigarette. Want one? Hontishan. Strong. Zhu Shutai gave a cigarette to the political commissar, who was also wrapped in a military coat. And then the two of them were silent in the cold wind, until the cigarette in his hand was finished. He turned around and hurried back to the war room, preparing for the next battle that might need them. As long as there is an order, they will pick up their weapons without hesitation to show some manly strength to those alien bastards. The alien spacecraft is very fast. It took only about an hour to get from the moon to the outside of the atmosphere, and soon began to break through the atmosphere. During this period, humans have never given up resistance. But those attacks were all like a stone sinking into the sea, and they could not hit the opponent's spacecraft at all. So in the desperate eyes of everyone, the huge spacecraft slowly entered the atmosphere while burning. Inside the spaceship, the lizard men were ready to conquer the planet in front of them. Ha ha ha. These alien natives are weaker than we thought. They used these funny weapons to shoot down our aircraft? What is this? A thickened and enlarged arrow? The lizard men watched the rockets pass through their spaceship, and their laughter became more and more wanton. They thought they had underestimated these indigenous civilizations enough. But they were still shocked by the weakness of these indigenous civilizations. These guys have not even been able to enter the subspace so far. How can attacks on the real level attack a spaceship that has entered the subspace? The other party does not even understand such a simple principle, but still attacks the spaceship. The stupidity and ignorance made these lizard men almost laugh to death. Chief, do you think they will piss their pants when they see us? Don't tell me. It's possible. They might even think we are gods. Ha ha ha. These backward natives are like this. The huge and ferocious alien spaceship finally successfully entered the atmosphere and arrogantly stopped over the city. A variety of anti-aircraft weapons rose from the ground one after another, and launched attacks on the behemoth in the sky under the command of the commander. But the result was still the same. All those attacks failed to hit. The huge spaceship was like a false projection, like a mirage that did not exist in this space at all. But they all knew that the other party was real. When the spaceship broke through the atmosphere, the burning air was the best proof. Then, in the eyes of everyone, the huge lizard man stepped on the disc-shaped aircraft and slowly descended from the sky. They appeared in front of everyone, and appeared in the live broadcast of the army and the world. The enemy slowly descended towards the city below, and it seemed that it happened to be the area where Zhu Shutai was on duty, because there was no way to determine the landing location of the enemy. The human army could only guard in different areas, so that no matter where the enemy landed, they could respond immediately. But the disadvantage was that the firepower in each area was not sufficient. These lizardmen stood on the disc aircraft, and their whole bodies were covered with hard dark green scales. In their left hands, they held a weapon like a scepter, and their lower bodies were surrounded by a piece of fur from an unknown animal. It looked primitive and advanced. Two completely unrelated styles appeared in the same picture at the same time, which looked weird and conflicting, just like Wakanda where Black Panther was. At this time, the lizard men were looking at the humans below and raised their heads proudly. Their eyes were full of contempt, and they opened their mouths to speak in a completely incomprehensible language. But although they could not understand the other party's language, they could hear the other party's arrogant tone. Until, bang, accompanied by a gunshot, Zhu Shutai put away the anti-material sniper rifle in his hand with a cold face. The arrogant attitude of these aliens really made him irritated. This shot was not intended to cause too much damage to the other party. After all, even nuclear bombs could not hit the other party before, let alone he just fired a shot casually. This shot is not so much to kill the enemy as to show attitude. But something unexpected happened to everyone, accompanied by a deafening gunshot. The large-caliber armor-piercing bullet of the anti-material sniper rifle instantly hit a lizard man in the sky. The next second, the arrogant lizard head just exploded like a watermelon. The bullet successfully hit the other party, instantly killing a lizard man. And then the remaining momentum passed through the alien spaceship in the sky that seemed like a projection. This development not only stunned all the people who were watching the live broadcast, but also Zhu Shutai was a little confused. The exploded head exploded red and white, splashing all over the companions around him. Then the uncontrolled aircraft fell straight down with the corpse. It was not until now that Zhu Shutai was finally able to confirm that this guy was really dead. He looked up at the other lizard man, who was already stunned, and the huge spaceship in the sky, and then looked down at the anti-material sniper rifle in his hand that was still warm. He couldn't help but doubt his life. That's it? He took off his hat and scratched his hair, his tone full of doubts and self-doubt. So? Aliens are just like this? At this time, facing the sudden death of his companion, the remaining lizard man suddenly roared in anger. He raised the strange-shaped scepter in his hand, waved it in front of everyone's sight, and finally pointed it angrily at the culprit who killed his friend. Bang! The head of the scepter lit up, and finally made the same sound as before, but much smaller. It sounded like a gunshot? Then, scattered iron blocks flew towards Yu Shutai below. Be careful! The guards around him reacted quickly, and raised the explosion-proof shield above their heads. But the guards, who were determined to die, only felt a huge force hitting the shield. And in the end, even the explosion-proof shield could not be broken or penetrated. Ah? Is this what the aliens are like? Chapter 48. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. The scepter in the lizard man's hand fell. But in the end, it only fired a few large shotguns. I thought the scepter in his hand would be some powerful technological product, or simply a mysterious side weapon that releases the force. But no one expected that the other party was holding just a strange-shaped flintlock gun. It looks like the most basic version, with gunpowder stuffed in the barrel and iron blocks or lead bullets in front of the gunpowder. The main feature is a powerful brick flying, and aerodynamics are not considered at all. No, these aliens have their brains out. Yu Shutai pursed his lips and squinted his eyes. His expression was indescribably twisted. Why do you want to make such an exciting shape for a broken flintlock gun? It can neither increase the power nor make it more convenient to carry, except for being able to fire larger bullets. It looks like it has more disadvantages than advantages. Okay, it looks even less advanced than the pistol version played on Earth hundreds of years ago. Moreover, what happened to the opponent's defense? How could it be as fragile as a paper man? Yu Shutai glanced at the ground, where a headless lizard man's body was lying. I have to sigh that this guy's vitality is really tenacious. His head has exploded, and he should have been dead for a long time. But his nerve reflexes still drive his whole body to twitch irregularly. It looks like a skinned bullfrog in a hot pot restaurant. I didn't see the ridiculous technology like space folding before. The bullets hit the body, and it was 100% real injury. These guys didn't even wear bulletproof vests, just relied on their scales to resist. The young man slept on a cold Kong, all relying on his strong firepower. Right? It was obviously such a serious occasion as the alien invasion. But the atmosphere became weirdly awkward. The lizard man stood on the aircraft, watching his weapon being blocked by a transparent shield, his eyes full of unbelievable shock. Yu Shutai looked up at the lizard man in the air, and his mind was in a mess. No. Where is the advanced civilization mentioned above? Where did this alien bumpkin come from? He dared to invade the Earth with a large flintlock gun? With each of them thinking about it, the two sides strangely stopped firing for 3 seconds. The next moment, countless bullets were fired at the target in the air. At present, heavy weapons have not arrived, so we can only use guns to counter it. Fortunately, guns are also useful. Aliens, right? Come on. Taste the enthusiasm of the Earth. But the lizard man is not a real live target after all. The body of his brother is still twitching below, even if he is shocked by the weapons of humans. He can't just stand here and wait to die. Roar! Facing the firing of the humans below, the lizard man in the air suddenly roared, and at the same time abandoned the aircraft and jumped down from above. After that roar, the body of the lizard man changed significantly. His eyes were red, and his body had grown bigger. His already terrifying and sturdy figure suddenly became even more outrageous. He jumped down from the aircraft and slammed heavily into the center of the human army. The rifle bullets hit his scales, and only splashed a spark, as if they hit some kind of metal. The lizard man's body had reached nearly 3 meters in height at this time, with gnarled muscles and hard scales covering his body. It looked like a biological armored vehicle, exuding a terrifying aura. It was obviously a lizard, but it was different from its cold-blooded cousin on Earth. At this time, the lizard stood in the center of the human army, and the high temperature radiated from its body evaporated the surrounding cold air into white mist. The opponent's sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations, but their professional military qualities made them never stop attacking from beginning to end. At present, large-scale lethal weapons were not in place, so they could only take the lead. Ding ding dang dang. But even if the bullets hit him, there was no way to break the opponent's defense at this moment. The strength of the scales on this lizard man is even more exaggerated than bulletproof vests. Haha. Stupid natives. The lizard man returned to his arrogant look. "It's time to let you natives see the real strong," he said. "The power obtained from external objects does not belong to you after all. Only by being strong can you gain a foothold in the universe. You bid me a little painful." The lizard man grinned and looked at the human soldiers around him fiercely. After the physical strengthening, his scales can indeed withstand bullets. But after all, they are scales grown on his body, and the pain of hitting his body is inevitable. Unfortunately, the humans around him don't understand what he said at all. Or even if they understand, they don't care. Ordinary firearms can no longer cause damage. But fortunately, the tanks have successfully arrived at the battlefield. Zhu Shutai decisively asked the soldiers to retreat and let the tanks on the side take over. "Can't hit it? Then try a stronger one and see if it can hit it." But the lizardman's movements were not slow either. The human soldier ceased fire, and retreat did not let him relax his vigilance. Instead, he noticed the tank that was turning its muzzle at the first time. Although he didn't know the lethality of that thing, his combat instinct still made him feel the threat of the other party. So he bent down to accumulate strength, and his strong body came to the front of the tank in a few steps. He grabbed the bottom of the tank with both hands, and the driver was deadlocked with the other party even if he stepped on the throttle. Just a moment. At this time, the gun barrel turned and was about to aim at the lizard man in front. As long as he could aim in place, he would definitely kill the other party at such a close distance. But there was no chance. With the lizard man roaring and exerting force, the heavy tank in front of him was actually overturned by him. Then he rushed into the crowd and threw away countless soldiers in a few strokes. The other party's body was far more fragile than he thought, and only the weapons in his hands could pose a threat to them. But after they conquer this planet, all these weapons will belong to them. When they have these weapons, they will be truly invincible. Solve it. The powerful opponent in front of him. The lizardman roared to the sky, and suddenly felt a sense of heroism. "See? I am facing the power of the entire planet alone. I am a real warrior. I will be praised by the leader when I return to the tribe." He was excited and immersed in the fantasy of conquering humans, until an anti-tank missile came to him in a rotation. "What is this?" He immediately put his hands on his chest to try to block the missile in front of him. The triggerable warhead immediately detonated, and then a torrent of metal as high as 3,000 degrees Celsius was ejected. The metal ray that was enough to melt the tank armor instantly penetrated the opponent's body. His hard scales that were enough to resist bullets, and were proud of, could not even withstand a second when facing anti-tank missiles. Looking at the last scout below, he died tragically on the spot. In the alien spaceship above the city, the lizardmen looked at the scene below in silence. "I can't understand it. I can't understand it at all. They can't understand how the technology of these natives below is selected. Why is their physical strength as weak as a chicken? And their technology level can't even enter the subspace. But their weapons are so powerful that they can't even understand it." Chapter 49 Fungal Creatures. "No. What's so fancy about this?" Watching the medical team carry the soldiers, who had just been injured in the battle, down for treatment, Zhu Shutai looked at the two alien corpses in front of him and licked his teeth. The alien spaceship above his head was silent now. They invaded the Earth with great momentum, but now they seemed to be stuck here. Even when they saw that the corpse of their own lizard was taken away by the scientific research team, the large spaceship above still did not move. "What is this? The invasion is still a stop, right?" Zhu Shutai scratched his head and felt that he really couldn't understand the plans of these aliens. And how did the other party's technology points go? How could it be so crooked? They can build a powerful spaceship that can cross the galaxy, and have a strong body that can overturn a tank by one person. But the weapon is just a large flintlock gun. What's the difference between this and having no weapons? And it's not just the weapons. The civilization level of these guys looks very strange, as if they have stepped into the sea of stars before they have walked out of the tribal civilization. This is such a big step. Aren't you afraid of getting involved? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. What's the use of evolving physical strength? Can it withstand hot weapons? Zhu Su felt like a brainless person in a fairy tale. He looked at the spaceship above his head and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out anything. It's very strange. Their technology is very strange. At this time, in the alien spaceship, the leader of the lizard people looked at his fellow tribesmen with a serious face. "We can't eat this planet alone, so we have to call other forces to come together. They are interstellar pirates, who make a living by plundering planets. If it weren't for the fact that the natives were too weird, They would not be willing to share the cake with others. But now, they really can't help but call people. Now, the distress signal has been sent. And all they need to do is wait for others to arrive. Such a rich planet. Even if there are more people to share the spoils, it will be enough for them to make a fortune. The bodies of these natives are very fragile. But they only have a few powerful weapons. When the time comes, we can definitely take them down smoothly if we work together, the Lizardman leader said confidently. Next, they just need to wait. Since the last time they harvested those alien cans, Xiao Yu has been worried since returning to the base. It's like she has something to tell Wang Wei, but she doesn't know how to say it, so she can only use limited vocabulary combined with body movements and sign language. And finally gave up the effort in Wang Wei's confused expression. She turned to learn Mandarin desperately. She didn't expect Wang Wei to be able to communicate with her, and instead placed her hopes on herself. But Wang Wei has been busy recently. When they were trapped in the storm before, Da Vinci had undergone changes that he couldn't understand. So after they solved the trouble and returned to the base, he immediately conducted a careful examination of Da Vinci. During the inspection, he waxed Da Vinci for maintenance, and also cleaned the sand from his speakers to make them waterproof and sandproof. Finally, the source of the problem was found on the core motherboard. On Da Vinci motherboard, white fungi were crawling on it like parasites. The branched tentacles were tightly attached to the motherboard, as if they were fused with the motherboard. It looked like a parasite, but it was not parasitic on animals or plants, but on machinery. This was something he had never seen before. Do you feel anything wrong? No, not at all. Wang Wei carefully touched the fungal hyphae parasitic on the motherboard with the tweezers in his hand, and asked Da Vinci how he felt. Da Vinci thought for a while, then answered in a muffled voice. There was no feeling. These fungal hyphae parasitized his most critical motherboard, and some of them had even taken root on the motherboard to replace the original electronic components. But Da Vinci was still alive and well, and did not show any discomfort. There was no crash. Even his expression changes more vividly than before. This is really weird. Wang Wei felt that his existing knowledge could not understand this situation at all, and he didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing for Da Vinci. At present, it is indeed a good thing. After all, Da Vinci is becoming more and more humane now. Without this iron skin, he is no different from a real human. But according to Wang Wei observation data, these fungi parasitizing on his motherboard did not end just like that, but continued to grow and extend, covering a larger and larger area of the motherboard. If we continue to let these hyphae grow, the whole motherboard will probably be completely covered by them. Then, Da Vinci will probably crash completely. Right? Wang Wei felt that it would be a big problem if he let it go on like this. So it was time to check his own technology encyclopedia. He inserted the chips skillfully, and then searched for keywords. Wang Wei online course career began again. The two of them were busy with their own things. Wang Wei stayed in the room and took online classes, trying to figure out what the white hyphae on Da Vinci motherboard was all about. Da Vinci was pulled by Xiao Yu to learn Mandarin. The whole base was suddenly filled with an academic atmosphere, and those who didn't know would think it was some alien scientific research base. Ha ha! Finally found it! An excited shout rang out from the room, and Wang Wei rushed out with a messy hair. He grabbed Da Vinci, who was still teaching Xiao Yu Mandarin, and dragged him to his room. He opened Da Vinci's head and looked at the hyphae that had covered most of the motherboard, and compared it with the pictures and introduction on the screen in front of him. Only then did he finally confirm that he was not wrong. Or maybe he had been wrong all along. The current Da Vinci was the real all-alien technology, and he had only mastered half of it before. The hyphae in Da Vinci brain were called mechanical companion bacteria, which were essentially parasitic on mechanical creations. When they successfully parasitized on artificial intelligence, they would not enhance computing power or improve hardware parameters, but would change the thinking mode of artificial intelligence. In other words, making the machine more like a real intelligent life. Similarly, there are many similar plants on this planet, and Wang Wei had always been misled by human inertial thinking that the machinery he mastered was all the alien technology. But in fact, the combination of biology and machinery is the real alien technology. Generally speaking, the existence of machinery is to strengthen biology, just like the bionic prosthesis in Cyberpunk, which is essentially to make the biology more powerful. But in the hands of this civilization, it was completely reversed and turned into a biologically enhanced machine, just like the cables in the base. If they are replaced with a kind of conductive ions, the power supply efficiency will be at least 30% higher than that of simple cables. If the pulse lightsaber in the hand is added with energy bugs at the handle, the duration of full power can be increased by 1 hour, and the lethality will become stronger. It is completely different from the direction of humans. But the organisms make the machines more powerful, and then the organisms control the machines. Pure machinery is only the technological direction of humans. The combination of machinery and biology is the entire alien technology. Chapter 50. How many relics are there in this damn place? What the hell? Relics? There are even masters? Faced with the explosive news revealed by Xiao Yu, Wang Wei's first reaction was not fear or attention, but full of confusion and doubt. No! It can't be! It shouldn't be! I have been surviving alone in this damn place for 3 years. And I have already determined that there is no other intelligent life on this planet except me and Da Vinci. And now you tell me that this place not only has alien races from several galaxies, but also has several ancient relics. An alien version of Robinson Crusoe? Only me and Friday for company? Nonsense. I have been living in the vegetable market all the time. There are people coming and going. But I and Da Vinci are 2 outsiders who can't understand the local dialect. At this time, Xiao Yu, who finally learned Mandarin after cramming, is still telling the story. Our great master already knows your existence and will avenge us soon. Xiao Yu frowned and tried to make this sentence scary. But the soft and sticky voice and the occasional accent had the opposite effect. Instead of scaring Wang Wei and Da Vinci, they made them laugh. So, that bug came out of that ruin? And it's not just that bug. There should be a stronger guy in the ruins who is their master. Putting aside his playful thoughts, Wang Wei simply sorted out the news that Xiao Yu had just said and suddenly felt a headache. What's wrong with these aliens? Either they haven't seen one in 3 years, or they appear in groups. I just made some canned food, and a powerful civilization from ancient ruins appeared to target me. And there is also... Is there a Duoshao ruins in this damn place? That giant meatworm is not the same style as the technological civilization that I inherited. At least my own technology is not so disgusting. There are even people from ancient civilizations alive in the ruins that the other party encountered. And the other party also knew about their existence through the malice of these alien teams. TSK. No wonder the big bug was so targeted at the beginning. Wang Wei drank a mouthful of hot water to calm down. After Xiao Yu's supplement, he finally figured out everything. I just didn't expect that his reputation among these aliens would be so bad. It's not an exaggeration to say that he stopped crying at night. Thanks to Da Vinci. In order to figure out the mycelium parasitic on Da Vinci motherboard, he took online classes desperately and mastered the real alien technology. Right now, while the guy from the ancient civilization hasn't come to the door yet, the most important thing is to seize the time to improve our strength. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. We must have enough strength. The place where they fought before, the insect corpses roasted by Da Vinci attracted nearby carnivores. So after they left, the huge roasted insect meat became a delicious buffet. Such abundant food resources in front of them made these carnivores even temporarily peaceful. But they soon realized that the feast in front of them was not a gift from God, but a malicious curse from the devil. As they swallowed large mouthfuls of flesh and blood, these carnivores soon stopped in place with stiff movements. Their eyes were cloudy, as if they had lost consciousness. In the distance, a half-snake, half-insect figure slowly approached. The lower body of the snake made a rustling sound as it moved forward, and the upper body had limbs and joints like insects. The head was a hideous mouthpart and 4 pairs of compound eyes. At this moment, he had seen the insect corpse that had been eaten most of. Hiss, accompanied by a harsh sound from its mouth. The animals that had swallowed the insect corpse immediately crawled on the ground obediently. It looked like their consciousness was completely controlled by the other party. You are right. That guy is indeed very powerful. The mysterious monster spoke, and his voice was as unpleasant as the friction of steel. At first, it was a bit awkward to speak the universal language of the universe. But he soon got used to it and spoke more fluently. Behind him, there were several trembling aliens. At this moment, an alien with 3 huge eyes finally stepped forward with courage. Master Maka, I suggest that we leave the demon to the last to deal with. Hearing him say this, the monster named Maka turned his head, and the alien was immediately scared and hurriedly lay on the ground. But Maka did not mean to blame him. He waved his slender limbs and turned away. leaving only one sentence. Then this matter is left to you. And you can control those animals at will. Yes. I will do my best to conquer this planet for you. The three-eyed alien lay on the ground trembling, until the monster named Maka completely disappeared from his sight. And then he breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had escaped a disaster. The other brothers behind him performed even worse than him. When Maka turned around, the brothers almost peed on the ground. Now seeing Maka finally leave, they all looked at the three-eyed alien with gratitude. Thanks to you. Yes. Otherwise we would have to attack the demon like the unlucky guy before. Maka is indeed scary enough. But it is also a death to go to the demon. These guys just want to survive. And he can't afford to offend both sides. If the three-eyed alien hadn't stood up at the critical moment, they would have ended up being eaten as canned meat. They originally entered the ancient ruins with the previous team. But they didn't expect that what was waiting for them was not opportunities and inheritance, but terrifying insects and powerful enemies. The powerful monster named Maka implanted parasites in their brains. If they didn't obey, the parasites in their brains would eat their brains to their heart's content. Finally, the parasites that multiply in large numbers will eat their bodies and crawl out of their mouths, ears, and other places. The unlucky ones who resisted died in front of everyone, telling them the consequences of disobedience. Otherwise, even if they had a few more courage, the alien canned food team would never dare to provoke Wang Wei. The insect corpses were still in the same place, constantly attracting carnivores to come and eat them. Then the animals that ate the insect meat would be parasitized by the parasites in the blood of the insect corpses, and finally lost consciousness and lay on the ground waiting for orders. In just a short while, the number of parasitized animals had reached more than 40. The three-eyed alien looked at the herd in front of him. They were really unsure about dealing with the demons. But with the help of these parasitized animals, it was obviously no problem to deal with other alien teams. This world is going to change. The group led the herd of animals in a mighty manner and walked in the opposite direction of the base. The ancient ruins have been awakened by intruders, who have used their flesh and blood to provide a breeding ground for insects. Chapter 51 Jellyfish and Monkfish. Isn't that right? Aren't they targeting us? This is the opposite direction. Watching the live broadcast and pointing fingers, Wang Wei felt that these guys really didn't take him seriously. Before killing the sandwoman and leaving, he deliberately left the camera he had given to Xiaoyu there. The mysterious enemy made a brilliant appearance, and Wang Wei watched the whole process on the big screen of the base. Starcraft? Hydralisk? Wang Wei looked at the monster named Maka, and for some reason, he always felt familiar. I just don't know if it will spray poison into the sky. If not, it will be quite disappointing. When he was handling canned food before, he noticed the parasites in their brains, so he deliberately left an eye there. When handling food, you must be careful and meticulous. I didn't expect it to be rewarding. Neither the aliens nor the monster that looked like a hydralisk noticed the miniature camera hidden at the scene. It was a pity that the distance was too far, and there were so many animals around that he couldn't hear what they were saying. He really didn't understand the Federal Common Language, but he could ask Xiaoyu to translate. He didn't have to look at the image and guess like he was doing now that he had figured out the enemy in the dark and knew his current movements. He should improve his strength right now. Let's go. Da Vinci. What for? I upgrade you. After that, he dragged him out of the base without caring whether Da Vinci understood or not. Xiaoyu was left holding a potato and watching the two people leave stupidly. And then he took another bite happily. Xiaoyu, look after the house. Ole. The gate of the base was closed, leaving only Wang Wei last shout. Xiaoyu bluffed, and suddenly felt a heavy sense of responsibility on his shoulders, and nodded seriously in the direction they left. As for Da Vinci upgrade plan, he had already thought about it when he was in the base. Since the motherboard has been parasitized by hyphae, there is no need to upgrade the intelligence at all. Therefore, the focus of this time is to start with Da Vinci functions and weapons, and strive to improve on the original basis. For the enemy from the ancient ruins, the opponent's ability currently seems to be able to parasitize and control organisms. Although it does not seem too strong at the moment, there are many powerful organisms on this planet. If the opponent successfully parasitizes those powerful organisms, even Wang Wei will feel difficult at that time. Time is running out. They must hurry up to upgrade technology, and then take the initiative to attack is the most correct choice. I am not afraid of thieves stealing, but I am afraid of thieves thinking about me. Not to mention that the opponent has already thought about me. Then I have to kill the thief quickly to feel at ease. Da Vinci. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Did you see that jellyfish? Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Yes. Yes. Catch it. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The two came all the way to the nearby seaside. Da Vinci is an obedient person. Wang Wei pointed his little hand at him, and jumped in no matter how deep it was. It sank to the bottom as soon as it entered the water, and could only respond with a series of bubbling sounds in response to Wang Wei's reply. The speaker has indeed been waterproofed, but it does not mean that it can be used normally in water. Wang Wei stood on the shore, connecting to Da Vinci vision through the microcomputer on his arm, looking at the transparent jellyfish swimming slowly in front of him. He excitedly called Da Vinci to catch it. Trust made Da Vinci reach out and grab the jellyfish reflexively, and the next second a huge current was released from the jellyfish. Wang Wei stood on the shore, watching the groups of creatures below floating up with their bellies turned upside down. The current released by this jellyfish is very strong, not to mention the innocent aquatic animals around. Da Vinci grabbed the other person's arm, and it was overloaded and broken in an instant. Fortunately, the damage was also due to the grabbing action, so the jellyfish that had already been caught did not run away. When he walked ashore from underwater, his expression when he looked at Wang Wei was full of resentment. Ha ha ha. I forgot to tell you. Wang Wei looked at Da Vinci's smoking arm with an awkward expression. Fortunately, the jellyfish had been caught, so this trip was not in vain. He first carefully put on the insulating suit, and then took the alien creature that looked like a jellyfish from Da Vinci's hands. First, the jellyfish's skin was peeled off to reveal the heart-like organ inside. Opened Da Vinci's torso and disassembled the energy supply system. The pulled-out line was connected to the jellyfish's heart, and then the jellyfish's tentacles were used as sockets to connect to the energy core inside the torso. In this way, this jellyfish became Da Vinci biological energy. It only needs to release electricity from its own functional system to activate the heart, and then the jellyfish will release a strong current to supply Da Vinci. Dual energy supply ensures that Da Vinci can output more energy. Close Da Vinci trunk hatch, and then repair his overloaded right arm. Next is to strengthen the energy cannon. Wang Wei lowered his head and crossed out the jellyfish on the small notebook, and then looked at the second line on the list. It said, Anglerfish. Let's go. Da Vinci. Find the next one. Wang Wei called Da Vinci to leave. But the strange thing is that their target is obviously the anglerfish, and they are now at the seaside. But Wang Wei took Da Vinci to the plain in the distance. This is exactly where they were trapped before, and those towering trees are still standing quietly in the same place. The pure white giant trees are bare on the plain, and there are no points or leaves on the lonely trunks. It looks like an oversized telephone pole, and Wang Wei is now taking Da Vinci to climb a tree. The two climbed up along the thick tree trunk, or in other words, Da Vinci carried Wang Wei on his back and climbed up. The tree was bare on the surface, and there was no place to gain leverage. Fortunately, this was not a problem for Da Vinci. No place to gain leverage? If I put in some effort, there would be a place to gain leverage. So where he climbed, there were only a lot of pits and scars left. Wang Wei was amazed at Da Vinci's novel way of climbing trees, and felt that he had really opened his eyes. The two quickly reached the top of the tree. The giant tree was so high that Wang Wei even felt a little short of oxygen when he stood on it. He pointed to the cloud not far away, signaling Da Vinci to take action. So Da Vinci's arm deformed, and then an invisible sound wave spread out towards the cloud. The cloud collapsed instantly. The gathered cloud insects fell to the ground like dumplings. Wang Wei walked up and picked up one of them, and skillfully stuffed the mushroom spores into its stomach and ignited it. The pleasant aroma spread in the sky with the wind. In the sky, there was a wave of illusory fluctuations. The huge anglerfish appeared and stared greedily at the cloud worm in Wang Wei's hand. Chapter 52. Why did Brother Shu get beaten again? TSK. What a pity. Da Vinci. Look at how tender the fish is. He casually cut off a thin slice of sashimi and picked it up with a dagger. It was particularly crystal clear in the sun. Just looking at the texture of this meat, I believe that it is absolutely top-notch delicious whether it is raw or cooked. It must be sold for 8,000 yuan a plate in an authentic Japanese restaurant in Dongxia. Right? It's a pity that it is poisonous. It can't be eaten. The price of trying to be greedy is that just this small piece is enough to kill Wang Wei. The monkfish lay on the side with its mouth wide open, with a look of unwillingness to die, but full of stupidity. At this time, it was not dead yet. It felt its meat being cut off, and its nerve reflex made it flutter in place. And Wang Wei and his team climbed up and killed this monkfish not just for the meat. Carefully cutting off the lantern on the top of the anglerfish's head. The process stimulated the other party's nerves, and the bioelectricity instinctively drilled into the lantern, stirring up waves of fluctuations in the surrounding space. From Da Vinci perspective, Wang Wei and the anglerfish in front of him were like old optical discs being played, and they became stuck in the real world. Wang Wei, you're stuck. Da Vinci hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke carefully, as if he was afraid that Wang Wei would be stuck if the movement was too loud. Well, I know. Wang Wei movements did not stop. The lantern of the anglerfish was harder to cut than he thought. The specialized dorsal fin extended into a rod-like shape and stretched out from the top of the head. It was not only hard but also very tough. He was so angry that he had already started to kick, and finally cut off the lantern. So in Da Vinci's eyes, the flickering stuck in the air stopped, and Wang Wei returned to reality from the illusion. It's done. He raised the lantern in his hand and waved at Da Vinci. Unlike the deep-sea anglerfish on Earth, the alien cousin in front of him only looked similar. The role of this lantern is not to act as bait to lure prey, but it has a more important role. The bioelectric current passing through the lantern will change the refractive layer near the anglerfish, thereby achieving the degree of invisibility at the visual level. Wang Wei's purpose of coming this time is precisely for this. He opened the anglerfish completely, and saw that there was an oversized swim bladder in its body, which almost occupied 2/3 of the space in the abdomen. This is why the anglerfish in front of him can fly in the sky. The ultralight gas filled in the swim bladder is enough to drive the whole fish to float in the sky, and then use the specialized oversized side fins to control the direction in the sky. Let's put the fish aside for now. Isn't this a fantasy novel? Why must it be so rigorous? Wang Wei called Da Vinci over and connected the anglerfish lens to the energy source. Thanks to the jellyfish he caught before, Da Vinci now has 2 energy systems, so he can fully provide the required bioelectric current for the anglerfish lens. Try it now. So this time, it was Da Vinci who got stuck and dropped frames. However, because it was the first attempt, he was not invisible but became more conspicuous. But Da Vinci was obviously having fun, and kept changing the refractive index to make himself look like a transformer. Let's go! Da Vinci. He pulled out the hole in the belly of the anglerfish that had been cut to release the air from the fish bladder, and then called Da Vinci to jump on it together. It was like riding a hot air balloon. The two jumped down from the sky above the giant tree, sat on the fish bladder, and landed slowly. Wang Wei. Is that Brother Shu over there? Hey. My God? It seems to be true. Looking from a high altitude, thanks to Da Vinci's powerful vision, he immediately noticed Brother Shu, who was being beaten below. Damn it! You're bullying our tree brother. Quick! 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 Da Vinci. Let's go over and help. Wang Wei grabbed the leaking hole and stopped the fish bladder from falling further. He patted Da Vinci's butt and made a metallic sound of dang-dang. Just like Nobita Nobi who made Doraemon think of a way. So Doraemon first changed the air to reflect in the sky to hide his body, and then sprayed air from his feet and flew towards Tree Brother with Wang Wei. Below, the battle against Tree Brother is still going on. Be careful not to inhale the dust. Why can't this guy parasitize? Then we can only kill him. The three-eyed alien has become the leader of the aliens at this time, standing proudly outside the battle and watching, commanding the beasts below to attack Tree Brother together with the aliens. It's really fresh. They are all spies, and they can be divided into big and small kings. I don't know what's so proud about being a lackey, but that was the fact. Regardless of the reason, the other aliens who had been parasitized and succumbed to the parasite had now become his subordinates. The main premise of insect parasitism is that the target must first be a flesh and blood life. So they have no way to deal with a tree. They don't have the species of wood borers at all, and they have never thought about what is worth parasitizing in a tree. The three-eyed alien's thinking is actually quite clear. He knows the strength of Brother Shu, so he originally wanted to parasitize Brother Shu first as his thug to conquer the planet. But unfortunately, he overestimated the level of Maka and the others. When they got to the place to fight, he found that Brother Shu didn't care about parasitism at all. But now that they have already fought, they are simply ready to solve the trouble of Brother Shu first. Surrender. Submit to Lord Maka and conquer this planet with us. Isn't it good? The fight in the field was fierce, and the three-eyed alien was still talking trash outside. He is indeed qualified. At present, the pulse lightsaber has been overloaded and entered the cooling state. Brother Shu tried to break through several times but all failed. So he looked at the three-eyed alien outside the field angrily, not understanding why so many people suddenly surrounded him when everyone had been living in peace and harmony. Roar! When he was distracted, the six-armed pink gorilla hugged the trunk of Brother Shu. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, the enemies around him attacked together. It looked like they were going to tear Brother Shu apart and use him as firewood. And at this moment, they heard a voice coming from above their heads. Brother Shu, I'm here to save you. Accompanied by Da Vinci's shout. A dazzling laser instantly penetrated the body of the pink gorilla above his head. As the giant fell limply, Brother Shu regained his freedom. Da Vinci fell from the sky, appearing and disappearing like a frame drop, or suddenly growing and shrinking. He looked like a Cyberman from hell. The three-eyed alien was shocked when he saw Da Vinci's appearance clearly. It would be difficult for Shuj to handle it alone. Not to mention that there are now more mechanical servants of the devil. He turned around and wanted to run, but found that it was too late. Wang Wei had been standing behind him without knowing when. He grinned and showed a sunny smile. How are you? I want to ask you something. Chapter 53 Flowers in the Greenhouse. I should have left one alive last time. After catching the wild canned food, Wang Wei regretted it all the time. The main reason was that Xiao Yu hadn't learned Mandarin at that time, and there was no one to act as an interpreter. So he didn't consider this at all when he started. And he really hadn't seen me for a long time. And he couldn't control himself at all. Now he doesn't have to worry about this. Xiao Yu speaks Mandarin fluently, except for the occasional kernel accent that can't be changed. There is no problem in normal communication. What is a language genius? Wang Wei is so proud of Xiao Yu. He stopped behind the three-eyed alien and looked up and down, as if he was considering where the meat would be more tender. The three-eyed alien was so scared that he almost cried. But he couldn't understand Mandarin, so he could only freeze and tremble. He was not good at fighting, but he was better at debating. It's a pity that he met a demon from another place, who couldn't understand their local dialect at all. You? Don't worry about the work. No. Take it home. Wang Wei looked at the other party's three confused eyes, which looked very much like the way he listened to Xiao Yu's words before. So he clapped his hands and gestured twice to try to make the other party understand what he meant. This time it understood. So after knowing that it didn't have to die, it nodded and bowed again and became the familiar dog-legged appearance. From beginning to end, Wang Wei didn't take the other party seriously. He had caught this species a few years ago, and its combat power was weaker than that of a chicken. Otherwise, this three-eyed alien wouldn't be so cowardly when seeing anyone. It really has no combat power, and the only advantage is that its social attributes are full. But it's a pity that Wang Wei can't understand what he is talking about. Standing aside with his hands in his pockets, he watched the battle in the field without any intention of intervening. Da Vinci's original combat power was even stronger. Not to mention that they had just upgraded. Not to mention anything else. They couldn't find where he would be once the lens was opened. Although the invisibility is not yet adjusted very well, Da Vinci has also figured out his own way of using it. Just adjust the parameters randomly. The purpose is the same anyway. Just make the enemy unable to hit you. I don't know where this rogue robot came from. When I learned alien technology from him, I couldn't learn anything. I still don't understand Xiaoyu's language. The only thing he has a special talent for is fighting. Looking at Da Vinci, who is like a transformer in the field, Brother Shu was shocked. What is this? I haven't seen it before. Huh? How did he become so big all of a sudden? Why did he suddenly disappear again? Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction, feeling that his work was not in vain. With Da Vinci's current combat power, even the previous Hydralisk should not be his opponent. Right? The mycelium parasitic on the motherboard makes his thinking more agile. The jellyfish connected to the energy core provides him with sufficient energy. The lens of the anglerfish gives him the ability to affect the enemy's vision. Combined with Da Vinci's original strength, the fight was so fierce that it was unbelievable. A tiger among the sheep. A tiger among the sheep. Wang Wei crossed his arms and watched the show with great satisfaction. The three-eyed alien beside him was so scared by Da Vinci's fighting power that he almost fainted. Although they knew that Lord Maka was a powerful ancient civilization, Wang Wei and Da Vinci were really notorious. The degree of fear in the hearts of these aliens was even more exaggerated than that of ancient civilizations. It was no exaggeration to say. The moment Wang Wei and Da Vinci appeared, the three-eyed alien wanted to abandon the dark and join the light. It was at this time The parasite in its brain had awakened and began to eat the brain and flesh to its heart's content. Have you all received the message? Is this really true? A low-level civilization that has not yet registered with the Galactic Federation. Ha! They don't even have the technology to travel between stars. Yeah. What kind of threat can such a low-level civilization pose? I don't care about you. I'm leaving first. Inside the Milky Way, many interstellar pirates have received a message from the lizard men. Thanks to the keywords sent by the lizard men, these interstellar pirates excitedly headed straight for Earth without even thinking too much. Low-level civilization, not registered with the Galactic Federation, has not yet mastered the technology to travel between stars. With just these 3 keywords, everyone thinks that the other party is a standard soft persimmon. What kind of threat can this pose? Even if someone considers that the lizardmen will not be so kind. With these 3 keywords, combined with the photos of the Earth sent by the lizardmen, they still rush straight to the Earth with a roar. That's it? How dangerous can it be? How can such a weak civilization be qualified to control such a rich planet? It would be better for us to invade, occupy it, and sell it for a good price. Do you think they can come? Don't worry. They will definitely come. The one-eyed lizard man looked at the corpses of his tribesmen below, and then looked at the various weapons of the humans below, and felt a little weak in his legs for a while. The first 2 scouts were too careless, and even the leading one-eyed lizard didn't take it too seriously. Death caused by carelessness is too normal. So he waved his hand on the spaceship and simply sent out a dozen lizardmen warriors this time. They fell from the sky, and this time they roared in midair to strengthen their bodies. More than a dozen lizardmen warriors with red eyes over 3 meters tall attacked and destroyed the city as soon as they landed. The physical strength of these lizard men is too supermodel, and they completely crush humans in terms of speed and strength. For a while, it was really like what the one-eyed lizardman thought. The human army had no ability to fight against these lizardmen warriors. Bullets from ordinary guns cannot penetrate the enhanced scales of the lizardmen, and tanks and armored vehicles cannot hit these lizardmen warriors with amazing speed. Fortunately, the current city has been evacuated, so the current casualties are not exaggerated. Only these soldiers remain on the ground, faced with the lizardmen warriors whose individual strength crushes humans. The soldiers roared and pulled the trigger fearlessly, even if the bullets can only splash a spark. They are unwilling to surrender in the face of death. Ha! These stupid natives. The one-eyed lizardman looked at the battle situation below and laughed wantonly. Their individuals are too weak. The native races of this planet are so fragile that their individual strength is terrible. This fragile physique cannot even survive on most planets in the universe. Flowers in the greenhouse. Even the direction of evolution is wrong. The leader of the one-eyed lizardman shook his head and made his own sharp comments with disdain. They must have lived peacefully on this rich planet, and have never experienced a real war. Right? Otherwise, how could they have such fragile bodies? So fragile that even a temperature change could kill them. Let us show you the cruelty of war. The one-eyed lizard man laughed cruelly, until a long sword fell from the sky. The dazzling flames instantly engulfed the lizardman warrior below, illuminating his stunned face. Chapter 54. Their spaceship was stolen. The loud explosion was deafening, and the strong wind blew Zhu Shutai's clothes. Thanks to their delay, the heavy weapons of mankind finally came to support. No one could tell where the alien spaceship would land, so they had no way to deploy in advance and fight the other side. They could only stand guard in different areas and wait for the other side to land before supporting and fighting. Fortunately, the Dongxia troops reacted very quickly. From the time the Lizardman scouts left the spaceship to the time the heavy weapons arrived and the long swords cleared the field, it took only 10 minutes in total. Wait until the smoke and dust of the explosion completely dissipated. What appeared in front of them was a bloody, terrifying lizardman. He looked at his companions at his feet, who were charred and even exuded the aroma of barbecue. His eyes were red, and his angry roar went straight to the sky. It must be said that these lizardmen are indeed a race that has experienced battles for a long time. A second before they noticed the long sword exploding, these lizardmen directly used their bodies to block the explosion in front of them, trying to sacrifice a few in exchange for the survival of most people. Unfortunately, they really underestimated the lethality of human thermal weapons. The long sword broke and instantly tore apart the flesh that these lizardmen were proud of. In the end, when they realized that something was wrong, they could only change their strategy immediately. From sacrificing a few people to block the explosion to sacrificing most people just to save a survivor. Worth celebrating. They actually succeeded. The flesh of these lizard men is so tough that even in the face of this level of explosion, they can still protect a survivor. It's just that the surviving lizard man is in a very bad state now. Even though other people have sacrificed themselves and stood in front of him to withstand most of the impact of the explosion, the aftermath alone almost killed him. The scales all over his body broke, and blood flowed down from the wound like money. The left arm was hit by the shrapnel flying around in the explosion, and the lower part of the forearm had been cut off. He stood there in a mess. He looked at Zhu Shutai in the crowd with angry eyes, as if he wanted to eat this human leader alive. Revenge. The survivor roared and ran towards Zhu Shutai in the crowd. He wanted revenge. Revenge for his dead companions. And kill this damn native bug. What is he doing? Is he sick? Seeking death? Zhu Shutai frowned slightly, and sent out 3 consecutive doubts. Seeing that the other party seemed to have no other tricks, he waved his hand, and the deafening sound of artillery sounded above his head. The main gun of the tank roared and fired. So the last survivor turned into a pile of rotten meat. The distance was too close before, and it was the first time for humans to fight against lizard men, and they had no experience. So they were allowed to approach the tank, and then overturn the tank with brute physical strength. Now that they have fought, this mistake will naturally not be made again. He looked up at the alien spaceship still hanging high above his head, and after confirming that the other party had no other actions, Zhu Shutai waved his hand to signal the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. The place where these lizardmen landed was just in the center of the city. After the battle, the city has become devastated. Zhu Shutai's eyes inevitably became a little distressed, and he didn't know how much money it would cost to repair it later. Wenjie? Here. Don't forget to hand in the battle video and analysis later. It seems that there should be nothing here for the time being. The spaceship above his head was silent for a long time. The invasion that was so ostentatious and arrogant seemed to be stopped in an instant, and it was awkwardly stuck here in a dilemma. Such a large spaceship stopped above the city, and there was no movement. Even Zhu Shutai felt embarrassed for them. This matter made a fuss. I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out to be just like this? Zhu Shutai shook his head and sighed. And this action was just seen by the one-eyed lizard man, who was peeping on the spaceship. He was so angry that he smashed things on the spaceship, but he couldn't do anything to deal with the weak native below. To be fair, are these lizardmen powerful? They are indeed powerful. The bodies of these aliens are simply exaggerated. The muscles and scales on their bodies can serve as bulletproof vests to block bullets. Not to mention the terrifying power that is enough to overturn tanks. The degree of evolution of their individual strength is unknown, and it is not difficult for these lizardmen to fight 1 against 100 in all aspects. Unfortunately, they are only powerful in individual strength. To put it bluntly, they are just powerful beasts. They can indeed block bullets, but bullets are only the most basic weapons. What about shells? What about grenades? What about missiles? Not to mention the more terrifying and exaggerated strategic weapons. Why do people compete with beasts in personal strength? If you encounter a beast with bared teeth, just shoot it to death. Now the only thing that puzzles them is actually just one thing. Kwang Xian and the director sat in the office and watched the video just sent from the front line, with the same puzzled and confused expressions. That's not right. Let me sort it out. These lizardmen spaceships can travel in space, and can even avoid human attacks in a way that they can't understand at all. According to the expert group's inference, the opponent's technological strength must be at least hundreds of years ahead of humans. But why is the video of the frontline battle so abstract? Advanced civilization? A powerful civilization that is hundreds of years ahead of human technology. It doesn't look like it. This battle is like using cannons to fight primitive people. Is there a possibility? Kwang Xian looked at the huge spaceship in the video, and then went back to look at the lizard men who landed on the spaceship. He pondered for 2 seconds and said his own judgment. Did they steal their spaceship? At this point, it was as if a flash of inspiration came to him. He suddenly clapped his hands, and felt that he had discovered the truth of the matter. That's right. It must be like this. How could such a group of barbarians, with backward technology, have such advanced spaceships? The huge spaceship in the sky must have been stolen by these lizard men. They rely on their powerful spaceships to try to occupy the Earth. Or they are just the vanguard of the advanced civilization behind them. That is to say, he said in a deep voice, there is more than one alien civilization in this universe. At least there is a truly powerful civilization behind it. Kwang Xian and the director looked at each other, and were immediately shocked by this inference. The real advanced civilization behind the lizard men? It must be said that this inference is simply too reasonable. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why these lizard men have the ability to travel between stars with their technological level. There is no way to explain why these guys dare to invade the Earth when they are so weak. So there is only one truth. That is, behind them, there is a real advanced civilization eyeing the Earth. Chapter 55 Chimera Ant? Alien? Crack, crack. Crack, crack. In a trance, there were tiny chewing sounds. The three-eyed alien twisted in pain, opened his mouth and tried to speak. But in the end, he only made a hissing sound like a tracheal leak. Wang Wei stood there with the hilt of the sword in his hand, looking at the alien in front of him indifferently. He had no sympathy at all for the three-eyed alien's request for help, and even took a step back to prevent the guy from touching him. No one will ask questions if he dies. It doesn't matter. It's also a gain to see what tricks these bugs have up their sleeves. This three-eyed alien is just a lackey. Even if he confesses everything, what key information can he get? The only pity is that several cans are missing. The tiny chewing sounds became clearer and clearer, and the three-eyed alien was in so much pain that he knelt on the ground and curled up. Under his skin or muscles, it seemed that something was squirming and exerting force. The thing hidden in his body had eaten up all the flesh and blood, and propped up the skin on the back of the three-eyed alien. Finally, the skin was broken, and in the bloody mucus, it was reborn from the body of the three-eyed alien. This guy, the pulse lightsaber at his hand, was already turned on, and the light blue light blade extended to a suitable length. Wang Wei looked at the monster in front of him, but his heart was horrified. The enemy was far more difficult and terrifying than he had imagined, and it might even be the biggest crisis he had encountered so far. It was obviously a worm that broke out of the body from the growth of a parasite. Logically speaking, even if it was completely metamorphosed, it would not be much different from its own race. But the guy in front of him, who came out of the body of the three-eyed alien, had physical characteristics very similar to him. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the three huge and conspicuous eyeballs on the head. Not only that, it also had limbs and tentacles similar to the previous hydralisk. The monster seemed to be unaccustomed to this visual system. Its three eyeballs moved uncoordinatedly. And finally it mastered the trick and looked at Wang Wei, who was not far in front of it. Hiss! It opened its mouth and let out a monster-like roar. After the three-eyed monster adapted to its new body, it immediately attacked Wang Wei. It was very fast, but unfortunately the strength was really poor, so Wang Wei was able to handle it easily. He deliberately slowed down his attack rhythm, and wanted to take this opportunity to observe more information about the monster in front of him. From the current fight, this guy's strength seems to be related to the host he parasitizes. The physical strength of the three-eyed alien is very poor, although the current parasitic monster is much stronger than him. It is not much stronger. I just don't know if this problem is because it has just been born, or if it will really inherit the state of the host. The three-eyed monster seemed to have noticed its own weakness. After finding that it could not take down Wang Wei, it opened its mouth and spit out a ball of sticky green liquid at him, and then took advantage of the time when he dodged to run away with all four limbs without looking back. It seems that wisdom has also been inherited, because he was always concentrating. The ball of green liquid did not touch him. The monster moved very quickly, running on all fours even faster than on two legs. From Wang Wei's perspective, it was like flying on the ground, and it disappeared in a flash, being delayed by the ball of green mucus. He couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. This speed was obviously not something that the three-eyed alien could have. Otherwise it would have run away when he was caught before, and it wouldn't have nodded and bowed to him like a dog leg. So this should be the ability of those insects. The monster couldn't be caught up, so he focused on the pool of mucus on the ground. He found a branch nearby and poked the slime on the ground, and the slime immediately began to wriggle like a living thing. Only by looking carefully could he find that those wriggling things were actually ugly flesh worms. If he hadn't dodged in time and been vomited all over, he might have been parasitized by these worms. When he thought of the pitiful end of the three-eyed aliens before, which was like the birth scene of the alien chest breaker, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Aliens. That's right. Aliens. This is why Wang Wei's face was full of solemn worry even though the opponent's combat power was very weak. These parasites, or the Zerg, they have the same genetic inheritance ability as the aliens, which means they can inherit the characteristics and abilities of other creatures. It's just that it's not known whether they can undergo superposition evolution. I think it's likely that they can. So don't think that this race is hiding in the dark now, and only dares to do some shameful little actions secretly. But once they develop, Wang Wei will face the most terrifying enemy so far. So far, he has only heard of 2 races that have the ability to inherit genes. One is the alien creature that is almost the representative of the term deep space fear, and the other is the chimera ant in Hunter x Hunter. Both creatures have the potential to completely exterminate a species or destroy a civilization, evolving through continuous feeding until all genes are integrated to become a truly perfect creature. And now, the third one has also appeared, right in front of Wang Wei. It ran away like a dog, lurking in the dark to accumulate evolution until it finds an opportunity to jump out and bite him at any time. He frowned and didn't know what he was thinking. And the battle behind him was still not over. It's just that they are all parasitized. At the moment, those fighting guys have not become nutrients for insects, but are still fighting with Da Vinci and his men vigorously. Forget it. I flatter them. It should be said that they are being beaten unilaterally by Da Vinci. The anglerfish lens constantly changes its refractive index, making it impossible for these guys to find the direction of Da Vinci. So the enemies that were already unbeatable could not be touched at all. They could not beat them, and their runners could not escape. These aliens were almost frustrated to death. If it were not for the help of those parasitic beasts, they would have been unable to hold on. At this moment, Wang Weikong came to join the battle. So the situation quickly became one-sided and soon ended completely. Looking at the cowardly aliens in front of him, Wang Wei's expression was full of confusion. Isn't that right? Why haven't you been eaten yet? Why was only the one with 3 eyes bitten? He muttered to himself in confusion. For the sake of rigor, he even raised his hand and poked an alien that looked like a toad. Blood instantly flowed out of the wound, along with the parasites wriggling in the blood. I don't know when it started. This guy's body has become a breeding nest for parasites. Only those with qualifications will be parasitized by the adult insects, while those without qualifications will become nutrients for the parasites to reproduce. Looking at this scene in front of him, Wang Wei's face was very ugly. Chapter 56. Just some bugs. Disgusting bugs flowed out of the alien's wound, and as soon as they landed, they crawled towards Wang Wei like crazy. Afterwards, perhaps because the alien was already injured, the parasites hidden in his body could not wait to eat the flesh and blood when they felt the host's life slipping away. From the beginning to the end, Wang Wei only stabbed once, and the location of the wound was not fatal at all. What really caused his death was the countless parasites in his body. How many are there? There is no way to know how many of those parasites have multiplied in the other party's body. From their perspective, from the first second he was injured, his skin began to wriggle unnaturally and crazily. It took less than 15 seconds for the alien in front of him to be eaten up by bugs, and even no bones were left. Afterwards, the bugs seemed to sense something, ignored Shugu and Da Vinci, and scrambled to crawl desperately in the direction of Wang Wei. The raised hand fell again. Wang Wei took a few steps back and even changed direction, trying to endure the embarrassing scene in front of him. This was a rare opportunity. He wanted to take this opportunity to observe the larvae of these insects, not counting those who were already dead and parasitized. There should be 3 living creatures that were not parasitized by parasites from beginning to end. Shugu, Da Vinci, himself. But those insects ignored Da Vinci and Shugu directly, and came to him as soon as they ate up their hosts. Even when he distanced himself and changed his position, these insects still did not choose Da Vinci and Shugu, who were closer. What they need is not life, but living flesh and blood. It must be said that the 3 people present were a perfect control group. Da Vinci was a pure technological product, a robot that Wang Wei assembled by himself after dismantling the main control intelligence of the spacecraft. Shugu was a tree with thinking and action. Although it was an intelligent life, it was still a plant in essence. Only Wang Wei is a real human being, a flesh and blood life like those aliens. So the answer is obvious. The hosts of these insects will only choose flesh and blood life to parasitize. Turning his head and looking at the parasitic beasts killed by Da Vinci behind him, he added in his heart, as long as it is a flesh and blood life, it doesn't matter whether it is an intelligent race or not. This discovery made him secretly relieved. After all, one of the conditions for inheriting the alien technology he and Da Vinci inherited is flesh and blood life. But when he wanted to continue observing these larval insects, these insects suddenly shrank and died. Da Vinci. Ah! Time: 15 minutes. It took only 15 minutes from the time the insects separated from the host to the time they died. Unlike the adults, who successfully evolved by devouring the host, these larvae do not seem to have the ability to survive alone. After separating from the host, they can only survive for 15 minutes. If they do not find a host within 15 minutes, then these larvae will wither and die. Looking at the dead and rotten insect corpses on the ground, he was thoughtful. It should be said that the reproduction speed of these insects is scary enough. With the experience of handling canned food last time and this time, he can be sure that there will only be one of these insects when they first parasitize the host. But how long has it been? These insects have reproduced thousands or even tens of thousands in the host. Do you want to take some back? What for? Do you know biology? No. And these are all rotten into a paste. Wang Wei looked at the rotten insect corpses on the ground, dragged the curious Da Vinci to the side with a disgusted expression. Brother Shu saw that the two of them had left the place, and he also followed them obediently to the open space on the side. What a pity. He shook his head and sighed. It's not that they don't want to do laboratory analysis, but the two people's technology points have not reached this point. Wang Wei specializes in mechanics and communications. Da Vinci is essentially the main control intelligence of the spacecraft. If you ask him how to fly a spacecraft, it's fine, but other aspects are completely useless. Unfortunately, there is no spacecraft for him to control in this damn place. Da Vinci is like the commander of the Mongolian Navy. In the past 3 years, he has simply turned into a thug and followed Wang Wei to fight all over the country. Fortunately, they also have their own ways. Actual combat observation is even more reliable than analyzing data. From the beginning of the fight to now, Wang Wei has already mastered enough intelligence. I believe that it will be much easier to deal with the opponent next time. Let's go. Let's go back. Wang Wei stretched, and then looked at Brother Shu. It's quite dangerous outside these days. Brother Shu, do you want to go back to the base with us? Hearing his words, Brother Shu hesitated for a while, and then, as if he thought of something, he waved the tree branch with a firm look. Obviously, he was not prepared to go back with Wang Wei and the others. Okay. Then Brother Shu, please be careful. If anything happens, please contact us immediately. Wang Wei didn't care too much. He waved his hand and followed Da Vinci to the base. A terrifying creature comparable to the alien and the chimera ant? A threat that can destroy a civilization and a race? What's so surprising? Hasn't he been living like this for the past 3 years? Whether it's these parasites or those wild dogs in the wilderness, aren't they the same to him? He is just an ordinary earthling, facing all the creatures on this planet. They are unknown and terrifying. In this ghost place, the common sense he has lived with so far is even wrong. Everything has to be tried at the risk of life, even the simplest water source. But what is the result? He is still alive and well, and his life will continue as it should. Is there a powerful enemy targeting him? Wang Wei suddenly laughed twice and spread his hands while walking. Is there anyone on this planet who is not my enemy? He reached out and patted Da Vinci beside him, and he continued with a smile. We are enemies of the whole world. Da Vinci didn't understand why Wang Wei suddenly went crazy, and tilted his head to give him a speechless emoticon. At this moment, dusk has arrived. The setting sun stretched their shadows very long. They left noisily, until they completely disappeared in front of Brother Shu. Indeed, just as Wang Wei said, haven't they always been enemies of the whole world? This is not the Earth. He can't even find a similar person. Since the moment he arrived on this planet, hasn't he always faced the hostility of the entire planet? Now there are just a few more bugs. What's the difference from before? Want to eat me? Then come. Wang Wei smiled and spoke, as if declaring war on an unknown enemy. Chapter 57 Massive Invasion. Alert! Alert! A large number of spaceships appeared in the solar system. The crisis on Earth has not been resolved. The huge spaceships above the city are still hovering in the sky, and the solar system has discovered a new enemy. Looking at the dense red dots on the satellite, Kwang Xian and the director were completely numb. Kwang Xian, you really made a great contribution this time. The director turned his head and looked at Kwang Xian beside him, and even his tone of voice had become a little trembling. Just a few days ago, Kwang Xian's conjecture about the real advanced civilization behind the lizard people was submitted as soon as possible. After reading it, the superiors attached great importance to it and called to ask Kwang Xian about his specific ideas as soon as possible. After talking, His suggestions were directly adopted to strengthen the monitoring of the solar system and the defense of various regions across the country. Now it seems that everything is indeed as Kwang Xian guessed. The lizardmen on Earth are just the vanguard of the other side. And the real enemy has not yet made a move. That's right. Otherwise, it would be too stupid to conquer the Earth just by relying on those stupid and rough lizardmen. Looking at the dense red dots on the screen, Kwang Xian and the director couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Isn't this too much? It's indeed too much. Even though they had a premonition that there would be other enemies. When the other side really appeared, the number still made them feel surprised. The other side was very fast. Soon it appeared within the range that the satellite camera could capture. Huge spaceships of various shapes were flying straight to the Earth at this time. And they were even too lazy to turn off the external signals along the way. When they arrived on Earth, they could only hear noisy laughter and noise. Obviously, the other side's attitude was that they had already taken the Earth as their own, and did not take the humans on Earth seriously at all. What does this mean? Are they really so confident? They couldn't answer this question, because according to Kwang Xian's speculation, those lizardmen, as the front troops, obviously already know the strength of humans. But now, these later spaceships still have an arrogant attitude that they don't take humans seriously at all. Damn it! Are the strength of these aliens really so strong? The laughter coming from the speakers made Kwang Xian curse angrily. But more than anger, it should be fear. It took such a long time for humans to develop to the present. Can't they really escape the fate of being destroyed by alien advanced civilizations? The extraterrestrial rockets are still launched. But the final result is still the same as when attacking those lizardmen spaceships. Human weapons can't touch those alien spaceships at all. This also makes them more certain that all the spaceships in front of them should come from the same advanced civilization. The technology is the same. And you say you are not in the same group. The laughter in the channel became louder, as if laughing at the weakness and ignorance of humans. How could weapons in the real world hit a spaceship in the subspace? What the lizardmen said was right. The natives of this planet were indeed backward and weak. The interstellar pirates looked at the rich planet in front of them, and they were so excited that they almost drooled. Although there were a lot of forces coming this time, the richness of the planet in front of them was enough for them to eat even if they shared it with everyone. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Brothers. Charge. Land before them. We must grab the most resources. The interstellar pirates rushed to speed up, not even caring about the energy consumption caused by being in the subspace for a long time. Compared with the planet in front of them, the energy consumed is simply not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. You are so polite to give us such a big gift. Ha ha ha. As long as everyone is satisfied. I'm waiting for you brothers on the planet. Faced with the mocking thanks from other pirate groups, the one-eyed lizard man did not show anger or dissatisfaction, but welcomed them with a hearty laugh. This abnormal look made the other pirate groups feel cold, but they soon shook their heads excitedly, feeling that they were too suspicious. The extremely rich planet was right in front of them. They had just seen the level of technology on this planet. It was indeed, as the lizardmen said, a weak civilization that did not even master interstellar navigation. The only thing worth questioning at the moment was the ambiguous attitude of the lizardmen. They were notorious interstellar pirates. Burning, killing, and looting had almost become an entrance exam. Everyone was embarrassed to say that they were pirates if they didn't have blood on their hands. When they encountered such fat meat, they didn't want to eat it secretly, but they could also enthusiastically and generously share the coordinates for others to eat meat together. Is this a fucking interstellar pirate? This is a cosmic saint. Let alone these interstellar pirates. Even if a normal person comes here, he can't do such a thing. But they really can't find anything wrong. In the end, it can only be attributed to the fact that the lizard man is really crazy. The excited spaceship quickly came to the outer edge of the Earth, leaving the subspace and preparing to land on the Earth. Subspace navigation is too wasteful of energy. If they are not in a hurry or avoiding attacks, they will save energy as much as possible to avoid wasting too much and finally falling from the sky. Just like the current lizard man's spaceship. It is actually about to fall now. In fact, it won't, because humans have already known that their attacks will not hit the spaceship in the sky at all. It is reasonable to stop the meaningless consumption long ago. It's a pity that their luck is really bad. The commander of the troops below encountered a hot-tempered Jushutai, adhering to the principle of venting anger even if he can't hit it. Jushutai let the troops fire 2 shots at the spaceship in the sky. Anti-aircraft guns, fighter planes, missiles. The rounds of attacks were like target shooting. and from time to time, they would fire a few rounds at the spacecraft. What? You mean meaningless consumption? It is meaningful. And everyone is relieved now. Just treat it as target shooting training. Not to mention how much they can consume even if they just fight like this for a week. The family is very rich. It doesn't matter. And every time it is attacked, the spacecraft has to be forced to enter the subspace to avoid it. Fuck. Where did these natives come from? Fanatical warmongers? Why do they store so many weapons? The lizardmen hid in the spacecraft and trembled, wondering why these natives could consume these powerful weapons so recklessly. How many weapons do they have left? What kind of civilization is this? Chapter 58 Invasion of Earth? You're really going to kill yourself. Wang Wei. Someone is scolding us again. Damn it. It's not over yet. Is it? After many days, we finally received a signal from the universe again. Wang Wei was washing up. And when he heard this, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to have a passionate quarrel with the other party. Shall you? Come with me. He stopped halfway when he passed by the restaurant and called Xiao Yu, who was eating. Damn it! We suffered from the language barrier before. This time, I will directly call Xiao Yu to translate. And with my buddy's amazing eloquence, the invaders will definitely be defeated. Wang Wei was full of confidence. And even his steps to the main control room were full of majesty. Wang Wei. Your expression now is really pretentious. Da Vinci looked at Wang Wei, who walked in like a crab with his 8-character steps. And his tone was rarely envious. And then he ran to the side to study the emoticon package. He had never been very interested in quarreling with aliens. In fact, if Wang Wei had not dreamed of returning to Earth, Da Vinci would not have been very interested in whether he could contact Earth. The people he knew were already around him. And it made no difference to him where he lived. You are wrong. Draw your eyes a little more evil. Wang Wei did not rush to scold, but came to Da Vinci and taught him on the spot. Yes. Yes. It is this kind of slender eyes. And the corners of the mouth should be tilted downwards. He said while pursing his lips. See? It is like this, with the corners of the mouth tilted downwards. Master teacher. Master teacher. Da Vinci suddenly understood, and soon put on a Q version of a cool expression on his face. He excitedly followed Wang Wei to the front of the console. Shall you? Scold him. Ale. Shall you nodded seriously, as if she was ready to complete a very difficult task. So in the expectant eyes of Wang Wei and Da Vinci, she picked up the microphone and slowly opened her mouth. You? You big idiot. Pa! Raising his hand to slap his forehead, Wang Wei suddenly felt that he had lost all his face this time. What a shame! Aggressive. You have to be aggressive when arguing. Shall you? Wait. Wang Wei was stunned for a moment. How come he seemed to understand what Xiao Yu was saying this time? He asked as if he had discovered a blind spot. Xiao Yu, why are you speaking Mandarin? He asked Xiao Yu to come over because he didn't know the alien language and wanted to be a translator. Is Mandarin still useful for Xiao Yu? I can handle it myself. But Xiao Yu tilted his head in confusion and looked at Wang Wei with a puzzled look, because the other side is speaking Mandarin. He turned up the volume of the headset in his hand and handed it over. The familiar language came from the headset. Invaders, what do you want to do? It was like a bolt from the blue. Wang Wei couldn't wait to grab the earphones from Xiao Yu's hand, put them on his ears, and press the play button again. He had been looking forward to this day for too long, fearing that the words coming from the earphones were his hallucinations. Because this kind of thing has happened too many times. When he is alone, he can always hear someone calling him. That voice is like his family and friends. But when he looked up to look, there was nothing around. Until this time. It's true. Listening to the voice coming from the earphones, Wang Wei was almost crying. The familiar accent was like a tear-jerking bomb. But fortunately, Wang Wei was tough enough to hold it back. Wang Wei, your snot is almost flowing into your mouth. The arrogant expression on Da Vinci's face turned into disgust. And he silently took 2 steps back to keep a distance from Wang Wei. So disgusting. You fart. He turned his head, and the tears and snot on his face could not stop flowing. Only the downward corners of his mouth tried to make the arrogant look just now. Unfortunately, the effect was too poor, and it looked like he was crying even more miserably. Xiao Yu didn't know when she handed him the paper, helping him save his face. After quickly controlling his emotions, Wang Wei also began to think about what the Earth said when it answered him just now. Invader? His expression became a little serious, because the sandstorm obscured the signal before. They didn't know when the other party sent the signal this time. Did they mistake their signal for an alien invader? He thought so at first, but soon shook his head and denied this guess. If it was just my signal, I wouldn't use such an offensive word as invader. Combined with the passionate quarrel during the free mic a few days ago, the civilizations in the Milky Way should be far more than he imagined. In this case, the Earth probably encountered a real invader, but mistakenly took its signal as the invader's signal. Not surprisingly, his inference is most likely the truth. Wang Wei took a breath when he thought of this. Damn it! Who is so bold? They are targeting the Earth. He slammed the table angrily. But he was not worried about the Earth, but about those bold aliens. Since Xiaoyu learned Mandarin, Wang Wei has been asking this authentic citizen of the Milky Way for news. The truth is, the aliens he met on this planet are already elites in the universe. As a heritage planet of advanced civilization, all civilizations wanted to take it for themselves at the beginning, and a long war broke out for this. The war caused heavy losses to all civilizations, and even their own development stopped and regressed. In the end, they could only move out of the Galactic Federation, and finally use this heritage planet as a trial field, allowing only the most outstanding young people of each civilization to enter every year. In this way, there will be no damage at all, and whether you can inherit the civilization depends on your ability. As for why Wang Wei came to such a place, it was completely an accident. He didn't come here on his own initiative, but it seemed that the advanced civilization had a bug and dragged him here. Damn it! What is the chosen one? Wang Wei couldn't help but feel a little arrogant when he thought of this. He didn't worry about the Earth. Even if he did, it was only a little bit. The people on this planet can be considered elites. If they want to invade the Earth, they must be caught and bled one by the villagers. Guns, artillery, tanks, missiles. The history of mankind for thousands of years is completely an epic history of war. Invade the Earth? Don't risk your life. By mistake, he didn't enter the subspace to explore the universe, so he put all his talent points on internal fighting. Thinking of this, Wang Wei has begun to mourn for those alien idiots. But now, Elbow, Da Vinci, go with me to upgrade the communication equipment. Try to call my cute sister on the Earth tonight. Wang Wei walked briskly, and even hummed a little tune. Chapter 59 Waiting Online. Very anxious. The Earth is now surrounded by alien spaceships. Kwang Xian sat slumped in the chair, watching their spaceships enter the Earth. They have used all the attacks they should have used, but the final result is the same as when they first faced the lizard men, which is completely useless. There are so many spaceships of different shapes. No one knows what kind of powerful weapons these spaceships carry. Water droplets? Orbital guns? Even if they only have a few nuclear bombs, they will have a hard time. After all, humans have no power to fight back against these spaceships. Their attacks can't even touch the opponent, let alone shoot down these spaceships. Put yourselves in their shoes. If humans can master this means of immunity to attacks, then they will definitely arm the spaceships to the teeth in the first place. What kind of nuclear bombs? Hydrogen bombs? And atomic bombs? Whatever is powerful will be brought. Anyway, even if they throw it close to their faces, they will not accidentally hurt themselves. When they meet the enemy, they will just say, "Hack him! I give you a spicy." So now they encounter so many alien spaceships. Instinctively, they began to guess what the other party's spaceship weapons would be. For a moment, people were panicked, and everyone looked at the huge spaceship in the sky with worried faces. Only Zhu Shutai remained the same, and he continued to attack the lizardman spaceship above his head. No! Is he sick? The one-eyed lizard man looked at Zhu Shutai holding a telescope below, and the whole person couldn't help but collapse. Brother, look up. Now it's not just us who are invading your planet. Many spaceships have already begun to enter the planet. Please, don't just stare at us. Fight other forces. What a pity. Zhu Shutai completely ignored the other spaceships in the sky. He didn't even shoot down the one above his head. So naturally other people would be responsible for the other spaceships. Seeing that the energy of his spaceship was gradually running out due to frequent entry into the subspace, the one-eyed lizardman immediately placed his hope on the spaceships of other space pirates. He only hoped that an old friend could come to help him. Then, they would definitely leave this terrible planet at full speed and never set foot in the current galaxy again in their lives. Unfortunately, his hope was doomed to fail. Thanks to the selfless dedication of the Lizardmen brothers this time, and the richness of this planet, everyone was very chivalrous and deliberately avoided their territory. Oh my god! These lizardmen brothers are too particular. They should choose the territory and resources first. That's right. Otherwise, what if they don't play with us next time? I'm warning you. Whoever competes with the lizardmen brothers for resources is the enemy of all of us. Agree. Agree. That makes so much sense. The alien pirates collectively respect the lizardmen. And the final result is, as soon as everyone's spaceship entered the Earth, they saw the lizardmen's spaceship below and immediately ran to a farther place consciously. Ah! You guys are interested in this place. Right? That elbow. Now it was the lizardmen's turn to be really dumbfounded. The pirates, who usually fight for a piece of energy crystal, are just like gentlemen with good manners. Especially when they treat them. They are especially polite. Brother. Thank you. Let's get rich together. Seeing the sincere thanks coming from the communication channel, the blood pressure of the lizardmen has risen. No. You really don't have to be polite. Fight us for resources and territory. Help. At this time, the energy of the spacecraft is getting less and less. And it seems that it can't maintain the subspace state. But they can't really ask for help. Because if they open their mouths at this time, these cunning colleagues will definitely turn around and run away at the first time. Then they will really die. Originally, I wanted to be greedy. It is an obvious fact that the natives below are physically fragile. But their weapons and equipment are extremely advanced. Yet he calls other interstellar pirates to occupy the planet together. Then, in addition to the population and resources on the planet, wouldn't the powerful weapons in the hands of these natives also belong to him? In the eyes of the lizardmen, the weapons and equipment in the hands of these natives are even more precious than the planet's resources. The plan was originally fine. However, he encountered a lunatic who kept hitting even though he couldn't hit. So when they finally waited until the support arrived, their energy was not enough to support them to escape. Regret? But it's too late. The one-eyed lizard man looked at Zhu Shitai below, and the hatred in his eyes was burning violently. It was obviously not a wise choice to continue staying in the spaceship. Instead, it would be better to fight directly with the natives below. So in Zhu Shitai's sight, the huge spaceship above his head suddenly began to slowly descend. Comrades, get ready for battle, he shouted. Remember to keep your distance and avoid direct melee. These aliens have strong individual combat power. At the same time, all over the world, those alien pirates also rushed out of the spacecraft with a cry. War! Finally, the battle officially started. Thanks to the strong individual combat power of the aliens, the human army was shocked by the first battle. In the eyes of these aliens, human soldiers were no different from chickens. Except for the unlucky ones who chose to land in Dongxia, with the lizard men as a prelude. Dongxia had long avoided direct conflicts with these aliens. As soon as the alien spaceship landed, the aliens rushed out excitedly. Looking at their state, they were no different from the lizard men at the beginning. Unfortunately, they were killed by the Dongxia army as soon as they rushed out of the spaceship. A round of artillery fire stunned them. Those with strong defenses were fine. But for the weak forces with poor defenses, this round of artillery fire left only one driver. Natives? Weak races? Backward and inferior civilizations? These are just a bunch of demons imprisoned on the planet. The interstellar pirates finally realized that they had been cheated and were ready to settle accounts with the lizard men, but found that they had lost contact with them. And there was only the deafening sound of artillery fire in the communication. Alright. These lizard men are worse off than themselves. However, even alien races have strong and weak ones. After the actual battle, these aliens still caused a lot of trouble for humans. This is war. Humans and other civilizations. Ming's war. And at this moment, Dongxia Space Agency received a signal again. You big idiot. A soft and slightly accented voice sounded, leaving Kwang Xian and the director confused. After checking the source of the signal, it was discovered that the source was exactly the same as the signal received at the beginning. It's just that the other party's aggressiveness needs to be improved. This doesn't sound like cursing, but rather like flirting. Dirty words are updated too quickly. And in the end, they all seem like gentle nicknames. Only the stupid ones are as simple and straightforward as always. And full of aggressiveness. Isn't that right? Kwang Xian found a blind spot. If the signal in front of him is in the same group as the aliens outside, then it doesn't make sense that those aliens don't know the language of Earth. So, the truth is, the source of this signal has nothing to do with the invaders outside. It is a truly friendly alien civilization. Kwang Xian seemed to understand. As for whether this signal from the universe was sent by the people on Earth, this is a bit too far-fetched. And no one dares to think about it. All countries have not figured out the way to navigate the universe. How could humans go to alien planets and even send signals to Earth from light years away? So it can only be a high-level civilization. The director's actions were faster. And at this time, he had already sent out a distress signal. The Earth was attacked by invaders. What should I do? Waiting online. It's urgent. The signal was sent along the source and spread all the way to the alien base. Chapter 60 Lizard Man? It smells so good. Director? The other party has replied. After the Earth's message for help was sent out. It didn't take long for the Earth to wait for the reply from the advanced civilization. So, in the expectant eyes of everyone, Kwang Xian quickly connected the other party's signal. But when the other party's voice sounded in the room, everyone's expressions were a little confused. ZZ. Lizard Man? That smells so good. Accompanied by a short electric current sound. The other party's puzzled tone rang in everyone's ears. It even sounded like swallowing saliva. Huh? It smells so good? Kwang Xian's mouth twitched. And he suddenly felt that they might have made a wrong judgment. How could this be a friendly alien civilization? It sounds much scarier than a lizard man. Okay. Why does it keep saying it wants to eat people? But now the distress signal has been sent out, and the other party has replied. It seems too late to regret it. Is it really that unlucky? We were just invaded here. And then we contacted another powerful civilization that is even more evil, terrifying, and morally inferior. While he was in a daze, Kwang Xian's mind was already full of thoughts. He had attracted a real demon because of his contact with an alien civilization. He was then brought to court in handcuffs and shackles, convicted of betraying humanity, and finally died in depression amid the curses of all mankind. Just thinking about this, he couldn't help but shudder. And at this moment, the other party asked impatiently, Hello? Is anyone there? Are you listening? Yes. After stabilizing this evil, terrifying, morally inferior cannibal demon, Kwang Xian swallowed his saliva and spoke his question. Hello. Thank you for your patience in reading our help message. Kwang Xian spoke, carefully choosing his words. How do we expel these aliens in this situation? Yes. Expel them. He said this after careful consideration. Now those aliens outside are obviously not from the same planet. But now they are all rushing to Earth. Not only that, even the language they all use is the same. Earth is such a small place that it is impossible to have a unified language. The group of aliens outside flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water are all gathered together. It is clear that they are not of the same race, and can hardly be in the same galaxy. But they can have a unified language. What does this prove? This proves that there is a connection between these alien civilizations. There is a high probability that there will be something like the United Nations, or even the federal government. Only in this way can they explain the unified language of so many races. It's just that humans have been isolated because they have not left the Earth so far. There is no order without rules. So there should be relevant laws, and even special law enforcers to deal with these alien robbers. The director obviously understood what Kwang Xian meant, and immediately gave him a thumbs up with his eyes. Neither humble nor arrogant. Clear and organized. This was not only a request for help, but also a way to tell the other party to be careful, and not to think about the Earth. If the federal government existed, it would not only be able to restrain these invaders outside, but also the unknown civilization on the other side of the signal. But they were destined to be disappointed. Expel? The other party's tone was still puzzled. Why bother? Can't we just kill them all? On the other end of the phone, Wang Wei tilted his head in confusion. And for a moment, he couldn't figure out whose thoughts were wrong. When did his fellow Earthlings become so friendly? They were so cruel to their own people. Why did they show humanistic care when they met aliens? After all, he didn't know the current situation on Earth. The interstellar pirates all ran to Earth like a team building. And the talents of various races were so strange that they caught humans off guard. In addition to the bluffing performance of the other party when they first appeared, even nuclear bombs could not hit the other party's spacecraft. So much so that the Earth side didn't realize that they were actually more powerful. But Wang Wei was different. He has been on the planet for 3 years. And he has to cook every dog he sees to solve the food problem. When these aliens see him, they are like seeing their father. They don't even have time to escape. So how can they dare to provoke him casually? The information gap makes Wang Wei and the Earthlings have completely different attitudes towards aliens. So there was a brief silence in the voice. You may not know that the opponent's power is very strong. Our human soldiers have no power to fight back against them. I know. Wang Wei scratched his head. Finally, he carefully introduced to humans. Their evolutionary path is indeed different. And they are more like genetic warriors or physical cultivators. If the Earth is a standard technological civilization, then these alien civilizations should belong to the school of physical evolution. He simply popularized his discoveries over the years for the Earth. At the end, his tone unconsciously began to look forward to it. You don't understand. These races that focus on physical evolution are so delicious. Hello? Are you listening? Hello? The communication was hung up at some point. As Kwang Xian moved, the Dongxia Space Agency couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was too scary. The alien on the other side was too scary. The purpose of physical evolution is to make oneself stronger, not to make it chewier and tastier. Does physical evolution mean the quality of meat? It seems that asking for help is not a wise decision at all. Yes, the one we contacted is not a friendly civilization at all, but a more evil and cruel powerful demon. He just said he was from Earth. Who would believe it? How can we have such technological level on Earth? The director and Kwang Xian looked at each other, their expressions inevitably a little frustrated and helpless. The other party's terrifying degree is far beyond human imagination. And they have even begun to deceive them that they are fellow Earthlings. I really can't believe it. Facing this crisis, it seems that humans can only rely on themselves in the end. They walked to the window and looked at the huge spaceship floating in the sky outside. And their hearts were filled with endless heaviness. Can humans survive this crisis? It seems that no one can give an answer. No. Just hung up on me. After trying so hard for so long, they finally contacted Earth. But the phone was hung up after just a few words. Wang Wei was stunned for a few seconds before accepting this reality. He stomped his feet and cursed, not understanding when his fellow Earthlings became so indifferent. Brother, I need rescue now. I was left on an alien planet. You didn't send a spaceship to pick me up. Nor did you ask a cute lady to take care of me. Why did you hang up the phone on the victims? You are so uncultured. I want to complain to you. Chapter 61 Tracker. Think carefully. Study carefully. Draw a conclusion. I can only say that my suggestion is too abrupt. I have been stranded on an alien planet for so many years that even my worldview has become wild. For him, everyone is an enemy here. So there is no need to consider any moral constraints. Even if he doesn't want to harm anyone, the native creatures and aliens on this planet are always trying to kill him. In addition, the food resources are so scarce that only potatoes can be guaranteed on a daily basis. So he will not have any psychological burden when he attacks those aliens. But it's different on Earth. Earth has rich and diverse resources, which is more than enough to feed billions of people. So there is no need to worry about food. Eating aliens is something that I can't get over morally. The Earth's request for help is probably because it was scared by the first encounter with aliens. Then how should I help them? He didn't even consider that the Earth couldn't beat these aliens. Don't be funny. With the level of weapons on Earth, we can crush the bones and scatter the ashes of these aliens and send them off to salvation. We can provide a one-stop service to send them off happily from the body to the soul. The deceased will be guaranteed to enjoy the most considerate service. If they are lucky, they will be hit by a nuclear bomb head-on, and they won't even know how they died. They can definitely fight back. There is no such thing as humans being enslaved and exterminated by aliens, as written in science fiction novels. So it can only be that they suddenly encountered an alien invasion and were frightened by the other party's technology and physical strength. After all, in the eyes of Earth's fellow countrymen, interstellar travel is not even a thought of subspace. And they are only thinking about supraliminal travel, which is a powerful operation. When I think of the aliens all over the Earth, Wang Wei is almost crying with greed. And he wishes he could fly back to Earth right now to chase them and eat them. The previous canned food had been eaten up long ago due to the efforts of him and Xiao Yu. Two foodies. Wang Wei's eyes were almost green from eating potatoes day after day. If it weren't for the disgusting parasites, he would have been eaten by the bugs that day. I'm so choking. And the phone call just now was hung up too quickly and decisively. He guessed that Earth probably didn't believe his identity at all, but thought he was an alien. Wang Wei sighed. He didn't expect that Earth had contacted him, but they didn't believe him at all. While he was thinking about how to reveal his identity, the battle in the distance caught his attention. A huge alien creature that looked like a mammoth was being besieged by a group of alien teams. Wang Wei was attracted by the movement over there. And when he turned his head to look, he was suddenly attracted by one of the besiegers. Da Vinci? What's the matter? Do you think that's a lizard man? The distance is too far, and I can't see it clearly. Yes, it's a lizard man. In fact, Xiao Yu introduced various races to Wang Wei, but he was too lazy to remember the names, and still followed Da Vinci nicknames. Seeing a lizard man in front of him, he suddenly had an idea and rushed over with Da Vinci. He had already thought of how to help humans and prove his identity. The battle in the distance was still going on. The mammoth was covered with long white hair, and 2 pairs of thick and long tusks extended from both sides of the mouth, which looked very aggressive. At the same time, 6 thick thighs supported the body, providing him with enough support so that he could make flexible movements that elephants on Earth could not do at all. The siege of the alien team was underway. The angry mammoth trampled on the ground angrily, and at the same time, it swung its trunk and instantly slapped one of the aliens away. Huh? So fierce. Wang Wei was amazed. The mammoth in front of him was considered a very powerful creature on this planet. I don't know what these aliens were doing. They actually had the courage to come and challenge such a big guy. But when he saw the state of these aliens clearly, he immediately understood. These guys were probably parasitized by insects. Facing the powerful mammoth, he showed no fear at all and continued to attack with a dull look in his eyes. Fearless and stiff. It seemed that the Zerg had learned a lesson from the previous failure, and this time, they didn't even leave them with their own consciousness. He probably had figured out the habits of these parasites. At first, they all parasitize the brains of organisms, and they would probably evolve into 2 types in the future. One is an adult that can completely inherit the host's genes to evolve and grow, and the other is a mother parasite that absorbs nutrients and reproduces in large quantities in the host's body. But in any case, before they really start to devour and specialize, these 2 types of insects will just obediently parasitize the brain. Since they have already parasitized the brain, they can naturally control the host's thinking. This kind of thing is much simpler. The most basic bioelectric stimulation misleading is enough to make the brain produce false signals. At this stage of parasitism, just cut off the head in time, and the rest of the body will not be contaminated by the insects. The brain itself has no sense of pain. This is why even if those insects parasitize in the brain, the host can still jump around. But now, looking at the dull and rigid appearance of the host in the field, it is obvious that the mind has been completely controlled by the parasites. One by one, they rush towards the mammoth beast fearlessly, just to be able to successfully parasitize on it. For these insects, the weak aliens are just cannon fodder. Even if 100 are sacrificed, as long as they can parasitize on this powerful mammoth beast, then these sacrifices are completely worth it. Reproduction. Evolution. This is the meaning of the existence of those insects. Unfortunately, his luck was a little bad, and Wang Wei encountered them during the encirclement and suppression. Get started. As he spoke, he had already rushed into the field on a skateboard, dodged the mammoth's attack with a difficult change of direction, and tied up the lizard man with a lanyard. Da Vinci carried him up and ran away. The 2 men acted so quickly and secretly that no one could see what was going on, and one person was missing. The spirit Xiao Yu was floating in the air, holding a gun in his hand and aiming for a long time before pulling the trigger randomly. As expected, the bullet missed, and then hit the stone and killed other unlucky people in the distance. Wang Wei was stunned for a moment and silently raised his thumb. You see, I said that practicing guns is not as good as practicing life. What random trajectory kills the enemy? And the mammoth beast soon discovered that Wang Wei was in the same group with him, and deliberately cooperated with Wang Wei and Da Vinci attack. It was so smart that it was unbelievable. You again? Hey! Coincidence? Just when Wang Wei was holding a lightsaber and looking for one of the aliens, the guy's dull expression suddenly became smart. He looked at Wang Wei with hatred, and let out a hoarse roar. Wang Wei grinned and didn't understand, and the next second the lightsaber slashed down cleanly. Shared consciousness? Interesting. Wang Wei turned off the lightsaber, turned the handle, and put it back into the sword sheath on his waist. With each fight, he had more and more information about these bugs. The sentence just now was obviously not said by the original alien, and it should be said by the Hydralisk that was seen at the beginning, because so far, only that Hydralisk can speak the common language. But the other party is not here now. Wang Wei looked down at the microcomputer on his arm, and a light spot was staying on it and flashing continuously. That location is quite far away from them. The tracker was left behind when he fought with the three-eyed alien last time. Otherwise, how could Wang Wei let the other party go so easily? The three-eyed bug has stayed in the same place for several days. Most likely it is their base camp. If nothing unexpected happens, their leader Hydralisk will also be there. The mammoth came over and rubbed against Da Vinci and Wang Wei affectionately, expressing his gratitude for their life-saving grace. Then, Wang Wei waved his hand in disdain and left happily. If it weren't poisonous, he looked at the direction where the mammoth left, his tone full of regret. And now, the lizard man on the ground was still screaming in confusion, as if he had no idea what was going on. The parasites in his brain had long been disinfected by Da Vinci using sound waves, and now he has regained his original consciousness. Da Vinci, remember to turn on the video. Wang Wei looked at the lizard man in front of him and rubbed his hands. The Alien Weakness Lecture is open. Chapter 62, Grateful. Alien Support Group. Did you see that? This berserker-like physical enhancement is their innate ability. Unlike us humans, these aliens' evolutionary path has chosen the direction of life evolution, so their individual combat capabilities are far superior to humans. In the video, Wang Wei introduced the enhanced lizard man to the camera with ease. But you don't need to worry. There are also many powerful beasts on Earth, which are not necessarily worse than these aliens, but they are still dead in the face of human thermal weapons. The same is true for these aliens. While speaking, the strong lizard man in front of him had already mustered up the courage to punch him. The fist as big as a human head, combined with the powerful muscle strength, even brought a gust of fist wind. Looking at the horrifying scene in front of him, a burst of exclamations suddenly rang out in the observation room. The timid female colleagues even closed their eyes, as if they couldn't bear to see the handsome young man in front of them being killed. But the next second, Wang Wei narrowly dodged the opponent's attack by squatting down, and at the same time, he took out his large revolver and shot at the opponent's armpit. The large caliber bullet was ignited by the gunpowder, and with powerful kinetic energy, it instantly tore the attacking right arm of the lizard man. From beginning to end, Wang Wei's expression did not change at all. Facing this crisis, it was as if he had long been accustomed to it. The scales of these lizard men are very hard, even harder than steel, so that ordinary bullets have no effect on them, especially after the innate strengthening of the body. The lethality of bullets is even more limited. However, their scales do not completely cover the whole body. Just aim at the places that these scales cannot cover, and ordinary firearms can also cause effective damage. Wang Wei was still chattering. At this time, the lizard man was completely crazy under the dual stimulation of blood and fear, and rushed towards him with a roar. But just as Wang Wei had already fired his shot, and then, bang, the bullet poured into the bloody mouth, and a blood flower exploded behind the head. The handsome operation and accurate shooting skills, just like a movie shot, made the cool office cheer. But if the firepower is strong enough, the effect will be the same even if you don't aim at the weak point. As he said this, he did not forget to squat down and introduce the fragile parts of the lizard man to the earth in detail. In fact, sometimes I also think that whether it is aliens in the universe or other creatures on the earth, they all follow the path of life evolution. Even the dinosaurs that have dominated the Earth's biosphere for the longest time still choose the way of physical strengthening for a long time. Is it possible that human evolution is in the wrong direction? The direct confrontation just now was just a drop in the ocean, in order to help the Earth digest the inexplicable fear of aliens. After all, a human being like himself can kill the lizard man head-on with a pistol, even if the Earth folks are not as good as himself. They should not be afraid of these aliens with so many powerful thermal weapons. For this reason, he even used a pistol specifically. Otherwise, this little brother, if he puts on a lightsaber and activates his combat suit, he can be chopped into pieces with one sword. The end of the video is the conclusion that Wang Wei has come to after thinking about it for many years. Just as he said, all the races he has come into contact with so far, except humans, seem to follow the path of biological evolution, not even mentioning the aliens. Even the creatures on Earth are the same. Lions, tigers, elephants. Even hundreds of millions of years ago, even dinosaurs followed this evolutionary path. So, is there a possibility that humans, who have completely given up physical evolution, and even their physical bodies have degenerated with the evolution of civilization, and are devoted to technological advancement. Are the heretics who have clicked the wrong technology tree? You must know that even in this technological civilization that he inherited, their bodies and technology have developed together. Not a fragile scientist, but a god of war who can fight a giant beast with a lightsaber. This is written in the chip that Wang Wei inherited. At the end of the video, he did not forget to introduce his tragic experience, and at the same time told the Earth not to forget to contact him after he was done with the work. I don't ask for him to be taken home. At least we can chat and relieve boredom. And this time the aliens attacking the Earth might not be a bad thing. After packaging and sending the video, Wang Wei touched his chin and laughed for a while. Invasion of the Earth? This is the community sending warmth. Subspace technology is not difficult at all. But humans have chosen the wrong technology point and are obsessed with the superluminal engine and other weird things that are powerful and can fly bricks. This is why they are trapped on the Earth and cannot set foot in the universe. Aliens are now coming to Earth with spacecraft and technology. Humans will soon be able to master the subspace navigation technology by comparing it with the existing models. By then, will the day of returning to Earth be just around the corner? This damn place. I don't want to stay here for even a day. Wang Wei rubbed his hands excitedly, and then took Da Vinci and Xiao Yu back to the base to wait for a reply from Earth. At the same time, in the Dongxia Space Agency, everyone was shocked by the large amount of content in the video and was speechless. So there have always been aliens in the Milky Way? And there are quite a few. This unlucky guy named Wang Wei has lived alone on an alien planet for more than 3 years. Subspace. The key to interstellar navigation is subspace. In other words, those aliens don't have any powerful weapons and technology at all. They are just powerful? After a short silence, the office was noisy like boiling porridge. It's no wonder they reacted that way. The amount of information Wang Wei said in the video was really too much. If everything he said was true, the theory of subspace alone would be enough to completely change the future of mankind. The change from inner Earth civilization to the Sea of Stars. And now, the director looked at the continuous war outside and the alien spaceships that almost all landed thoughtfully, until a clerk ran in quickly, holding a file, and said anxiously, "Director, the Population Bureau has already checked it out. 3 years ago, a young man named Wang Wei disappeared mysteriously, and there has been no news so far." As he said this, the director's eyes became sharper. He looked at the spaceships below. His eyes were affectionate, as if he was looking at his own wife. "Quick! Go tell the military people. Be careful when firing. Don't damage my precious spaceship." It seems that the European and American leaders are right about one thing. How can this be an invader? It's simply an enthusiastic cosmic support group, knowing that the Earth has not yet mastered interstellar navigation technology. They came here to deliver technology. They are all kind-hearted people. Chapter 63 Anti-aircraft guns are put down. Military court. That's not right. Why are these natives not afraid of us? What kind of weapon is this? Oh, no. On Earth, the war with alien invaders is still going on. It's just that these aliens gradually discovered that the human army, which was cautious just now, suddenly became unbridled. So that the alien pirates, who had just had the upper hand, were beaten a little dizzy in an instant. This contrast looks like they just read the alien slaughter instructions. And they were particularly fierce. Damn it! How do they know where my real body is? Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! Lizard man. You deserve to die. Oh! Are they all dead? That's fine. Retreat quickly. Facing the fiercely attacking human army, these interstellar pirates were immediately defeated and ran back to their spaceships in a panic. The first time they entered the spaceship, they entered the subspace, looking at the overwhelming fire weapons outside. The flames and smoke from the explosions have engulfed their spaceships. The engine started, and the spaceship climbed rapidly. Then it swayed and soared into the sky, looking like a hungry bear chasing and gnawing at their butts. Except for the lizardmen. The one-eyed lizardmen looked at the bodies of their fellows who died tragically around them, and stared at Zhu Shutai and the crowd with hatred. It's all his fault! It's all his fault! These weak natives dared to offend the powerful us. All because of the ugly commander below. If it weren't for him, my people would have been able to kill all these natives. If it weren't for him, we would have left here like everyone else. The one-eyed lizard was covered in blood, and after the physical enhancement, his height reached a terrifying 3.5 meters. The whole lizard looked like Baki's father. And from a distance, He felt a full sense of oppression, thanks to Zhu Shutai's endless harassment and attacks. Their spaceships had already exhausted their energy due to frequent entry into the subspace. So now even if they want to give in and escape, they are powerless. Greed. These lizardmen lost their last chance to escape from here. I thought that I could definitely take over this planet by calling other alien pirates. Who would have thought that the weapons I saw before were just tests? The sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and anti-tank missiles used to attack them would not even be ranked among human weapons. If they were not afraid of damaging their own cities, nuclear weapons would have been dropped long ago. Cunning! Sinister! Tricked them in and killed them. In the spaceship channel, the escaping interstellar pirates were still cursing the demons in the blue prison in front of them. The only remaining lizardmen were now surrounded by human troops. Looking at the one-eyed lizardmen's real hatred, Zhu Shutai just smiled indifferently. What's the use of a fierce look? If eyes can kill people, I would have died 800 times. He curled his lips in disdain. Then, in the other party's puzzled eyes, he leveled the anti-aircraft gun behind him. Fast movement speed? Strong burst? Strong physical strength? Come on. Try this. Seeing the opponent launch a last desperate struggle, the few remaining lizardmen led by the one-eyed leader rushed straight towards Zhu Shutai. He raised his right arm and finally fell heavily. Fire! The anti-aircraft gun was leveled. Military court. In an instant, the 80mm caliber shells were fired instantly at a terrifying rate of 700 rounds per minute, burning into a line and roaring to tear apart the lizardmen in the front. The powerful speed, strength, and defensibility of the lizardmen were not worth mentioning in front of the anti-aircraft gun. After a round of shooting, only the one-eyed lizardman was left lying in a pool of blood. It was already more out of breath than inhalation, and it was clear that he would die soon no matter how long it was left there. Zhu Shutai looked at the severely damaged city in front of him, and the corpses on the ground in front of him. There were lizardmen and humans as well. War is not a game data. Whoever gets the advantage can win without injury. War has always been cruel and ruthless. Once it starts, something is destined to be destroyed. But fortunately, in the end, humans won. The invaders paid an extremely painful price for their choice. And in the end, they could only flee in embarrassment without looking back. We won. Ha ha. We really won. Everyone cheered wantonly, venting the pressure accumulated in their hearts. Even Kwang Xian and the director looked like they were in tears. After that, it was time to clean up the battlefield and harvest the spoils. The director was thinking about the alien spaceship left by the lizard people, and his affectionate eyes were like a bald man waiting for his husband. At this time, Wang Wei and the others had returned to the base. He bled the lizard man skillfully, shaved the meat, and cut it into pieces. He looked forward to watching the lizard meat sizzling on the stove and sprinkled pepper salt and chili peppers. Xiaoyu came after she returned to her body. She sniffed hard and watched the skewered meat gradually turn golden in Wang Wei's hands with bright eyes. This, Xiaoyu, eat it. He pointed at the barbecue with his slender fingers, and then pointed at his mouth. Xiaoyu made a serious request for a meal. He naturally would not refuse such a thing. After signaling Xiaoyu to wait for a while, he grilled it for a while before finally handing it to Xiaoyu. He took the barbecue happily. As the teeth gently bit down, the fresh juice locked in the meat by the grilling could not wait to explode in the mouth. Then the rich aroma filled the whole mouth with chewing, and with the seasoning of chili pepper and salt and pepper, the original aroma of the meat became richer and more layered, and the fur meat made every chewing a pleasure. Fresh and tender. It's a treat to eat. Delicious. Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes because of the aroma, and looked at Wang Wei with a satisfied expression, wanting to take a bite. For a chef, it is a pleasant thing to be recognized for cooking skills, not to mention being praised by a fairy-like alien girl like Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu tilted her head and looked at the charcoal fire in front of her curiously. After 2 seconds of hesitation, she asked Wang Wei a hellish question. This, roast Xiaoyu. Delicious. Xiaoyu was eager to try it, and she wanted to turn into Nightshade when looking at the charcoal fire in front of her. In the end, she finally gave up the idea under Wang Wei's strong resistance. This made Xiaoyu a little at a loss, and she looked at Wang Wei with grievance. Tears accumulated in her eyes. Their race is just food. This is the truth that Xiaoyu has been instilled with since she survived. So in the face of Wang Wei's kindness and care, she could only think of this way to repay him. But Wang Wei didn't seem to like eating her, so she began to be at a loss. She is just food, and can't give anything else. Xiaoyu, I don't dislike you. Wang Wei noticed Xiao Yu's grievance. So he turned his head and looked at the alien girl in front of him seriously. He reached out to wipe Xiao Yu's tears, then looked into her eyes and said word by word, I know you have experienced some bad things in the past, but those are all wrong. No matter what happened in the past, you are no longer food here. You are like Da Vinci, my friend and family. Family will not hurt family. Never. Chapter 64 Slave Planet. The interstellar pirates thought they had encountered a delicious piece of fat meat. But it was not until they really fought that they realized that the other side was not a weak and low-level civilization at all. Instead, they were defeated by the powerful weapons of humans. In the end, they could only escape into the subspace in disgrace, leaving behind a pile of corpses. Even the lizardmen who invaded the Earth at the beginning had been annihilated here. And even the spaceship became a trophy of humans. Kwang Xian and the director walked out in a hurry. Their expressions were excited. Outside the door, Zhu Xutai had been waiting for a while. Now he saw the director and Kwang Xian come out, saluted each other, and then got in the car and left with the two of them. The military warrior infantry fighting vehicle took them all the way to the center of the city. And soon they saw the huge Lizardman spaceship. According to the original plan, they were going to send the spaceship to the Dongxia Space Agency. But this thing was so big that they couldn't find a suitable vehicle for transportation for a while. We can't just cut it open and take it away. Right? They are a bunch of rough guys who don't know how to do it. What if they cut it badly? So the best way is to bring in experts who know the business. Although Zhu Xutai was a little stunned during the battle, he also knew the importance of this time. It's no exaggeration to say that this alien spaceship will change the future development path of mankind. Interstellar travel? It's actually very simple. Why do you have to stick to the superluminal engine? Wouldn't it be better to enter the subspace directly? Kwang Xian looked at the huge spaceship in the distance and couldn't help but think of the news revealed by Wang Wei during the previous communication. If it's really like what he said, then interstellar travel is actually a very simple technology. Now that they have the ready-made sample of the Lizardman spaceship for reference and research, isn't interstellar travel technology a matter of ease? By then, mankind will completely move from endless internal friction to the stars and the sea. Oh, at least Dongxia is like this. After all, only Dongxia has successfully shot down an alien spaceship so far, and other countries have not gained any benefits except being beaten up by aliens. Before leaving, these alien pirates did not even forget to take away the bodies of their companions. After all, no matter what, the aliens' own strength and subspace technology are indisputable. There is really no better way for them to leave the Earth. So except Dongxia, other countries faced this alien invasion and got nothing but a mess. So the matter of the stars and the sea, let's discuss it later. Let's see how Dongxia feels when the time comes. In the jeep, everyone felt comfortable from the inside out just thinking about this scene. It was not until they got off the car and saw the alien spaceship up close that Kwang Xian and the director were really shocked by the size of this guy. No wonder the other party looked so oppressive when it appeared in the satellite image. Because it was really big. From their perspective, this thing must be at least the size of a football field. It parked there and crushed a lot of surrounding buildings. Then I leave this to you? Zhu Xutai rolled down the window and stuck his head out. If you need any help later, just let me know. I have something else to do, and I won't be with you. Okay. Go ahead. The director seemed to be very familiar with Zhu Xutai. He waved his hand casually without even turning his head. I go drink with you when I'm free. His attention was now completely hooked on the spaceship in front of him. His eyes were like those of a pervert in some small movies. He was staring at the alien spaceship in front of him, and was almost getting tired. Before retiring, he was able to personally participate in the keynote of Dongxia move towards the universe. This is a major event that is truly worthy of being recorded in history. What if this thing succeeds? What if this thing succeeds? We can go home. In the puzzled eyes of Da Vinci and Xiao Yu, Wang Wei excitedly twisted his butt in the base. Since contacting the Earth, this guy has been in a state of excitement that they can't understand. Go home. We're going home. Wang Wei patted Da Vinci's shoulder hard, making a dang sound. It was a pity that this was destined to be a waste of time, because Da Vinci didn't understand what was worth looking forward to about going home. On the contrary, Xiao Yu had an expression of sudden enlightenment. Then he waved his hands in fear and said, Xiao Yu doesn't want to go home. This reaction made Wang Wei stunned. Why don't you want to go home? Xiao Yu is a slave. What about your family? My mother died? Xiaoyu said timidly. My mother is also a slave. The excitement disappeared instantly. Wang Wei looked at the girl in front of him, and wanted to slap himself twice. He had never inquired about Xiaoyu's life experience in detail. He thought that what he had deduced from a few words was shocking enough. But now it seems that the truth is even more exaggerated than he thought. Slave. Wang Wei has lived for so many years. And he has only seen these 2 words in history books. This word is so heavy that Da Vinci came to Xiaoyu and felt sorry for her. As the conversation continued, Wang Wei finally knew what was going on in Xiaoyu's hometown. Slave planet. And it was the lowest kind of slave planet, due to the innate abilities of Xiaoyu and his race. After their home planet was occupied, they not only had to work day and night, but were even traded and sold as food. Cut off limbs, dig out internal organs, and after eating, they only need enough time to revive. This should have been an ability evolved to protect themselves. But in the end it became the biggest source of pain. Slave planet. Fuck slave planet. If the Earth was not so powerful, if the Earth lost, would it also be regarded as a slave planet? Listening to Xiaoyu's timid narration, even though it was just a plain narration, Wang Wei and Da Vinci started to get excited. You beast! Finally, Wang Wei couldn't suppress her anger anymore. So she slapped her hands on the table, scaring Xiaoyu. It's okay. It's over. Xiaoyu doesn't feel any pain anymore. Xiaoyu was the victim in the story. But now she gently hugged Wang Wei and comforted him. She didn't want Wang Wei and Da Vinci to feel sad about her, because it was all over. She was very happy now. It was the happiest time since her mother died. Xiaoyu hugged Wang Wei and patted his back gently. It was like this when her mother was still alive. When she was afraid and sad, her mother would hold her gently in her arms. In the warm embrace, her mother patted her back and hummed a song. So the fear and sadness would sneak away. Just like now. Chapter 65. Don't other galaxies have it? What? I can't go back. Wang Wei's tone was full of shock. Then the second sentence was filled with urgency. He listened to Kwang Xian's apologetic narration in the headset, and didn't know what to do for a while. According to his idea, those interstellar pirates had already delivered the subspace technology to the people on Earth, and the war was won by humans in the end. The next script should be that humans successfully inherited the subspace technology, built a spaceship and took him home. At that time, he would share the real advanced civilization technology, incarnate as a human hero, and lead everyone to the sea of stars. It's a pity that dreams are full, but reality is very skinny. The first half is indeed the same as Wang Wei thought. After analyzing and studying the Lizardman spaceship, the technicians mastered the subspace technology very smoothly. But there was a problem with the energy part. The energy required for subspace navigation is too huge. With the existing scientific and technological means on Earth, there is no way to think of any energy that can support the spacecraft for long-term and long-distance subspace navigation. Therefore, the matter of taking Wang Wei home still needs to be considered in the long run. Unless humanity can successfully master controlled nuclear fusion, the energy problem will be solved. Energy mines. Don't we have them in our solar system? Now it was Wang Wei's turn to be dumbfounded. And he asked Kwang Xian in the voice. The Earth does not have this thing. If it did, he would have heard of it before he came here. But if the Earth does not have it, do other planets in the huge solar system also have it? You should know that energy mines are stored in all galaxies in the universe. Although they are precious, they are not rare. Otherwise, so many civilizations in the universe would not be able to master interstellar navigation technology so easily. It is useless to just discover the subspace. Only with the corresponding energy can it be considered mastered as a real high-level energy. A fist-sized refined energy crystal is enough to support a spacecraft for a year-long subspace navigation. The reason why Wang Wei Base has never worried about energy problems so far is because of the existence of energy crystals. Even according to Xiaoyu's introduction, energy crystals are also an important trading currency in the Interstellar Federation. Now tell me, there is no such thing in the entire solar system? Yes, there is indeed no such thing. Kwang Xian answered calmly. If it weren't for Wang Wei popular science, they would not have even heard of the existence of this energy source. They have no ability to contact outside the solar system. But these planets in the solar system, even if there is no subspace navigation, humans have thrown various probes up there every year. If there really is an energy mine as he said, then humans should have discovered it long ago. The reason why it has not been discovered so far is simply because it does not exist. A chilling answer. I thought I could go home. The bad news made Wang Wei speechless for a moment. And he could only listen to Kwang Xian's apologetic promises on the other side of the universe. What? Humanity will solve the energy problem as soon as possible. We will take you home as soon as possible. We will never let any Dongxia citizen be stranded outside. Wang Wei was moved by all the promises. But then again, the solar system is really full of weirdness. Not only does a galaxy only nurture one intelligent civilization, but the development path of mankind is also different from other civilizations in the universe. Now even the distribution of resources is different from other galaxies. This thought flashed through Wang Wei's mind. And before he had time to think about it, he was distracted by Kwang Xian's next sentence. But it's not hopeless. The current energy plan on Earth really can't build a complete version of an interstellar spacecraft. But it's not a big problem to make a beggar's version. I can't take you home for the time being. But it's no problem to fly out of the solar system. There's no energy in our solar system. Don't other galaxies have it? This is also the solution that Kwang Xian thought of when he heard Wang Wei mention energy mines. If there is such a thing as energy mines, then humans don't need to immerse themselves in the study of controlled nuclear fusion. There is really no energy mine in our own solar system. Can't we go to other galaxies to get some? Otherwise, when humans master controlled nuclear fusion, Wang Wei will probably have a child there. What? Whose child? Then don't ask. Husky pointing at people.jpg. As long as we can successfully make a poor version of the spaceship to fly out of the solar system, we can then mine energy mines. We only need a complete version of the spaceship. This is something that humans can do by themselves. Not to mention Wang Wei help. Return to Earth. This time there is really hope. Wang Wei set a copy of the star map in his hand, and even carefully marked the location of the energy mine closest to the solar system, as well as the location of the ownerless energy mine. This star map was drawn by a truly advanced civilization. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most detailed and specific in the entire universe. Many energy mine locations, even places that other civilizations have never explored, are just right for providing to the Earth at the moment. It will not conflict with other civilizations, and can also meet the needs of mankind. If the plan goes well, Wang Wei will be able to return home smoothly in about 3 to 5 years. Wang Wei has no objection to this. At least there is hope. He has lived in this hellhole for so many years, and it is no big deal to live a few more years. After talking about business, they chatted about other things. When the phone was hung up, Wang Wei's face suddenly showed a satisfied smile, as if he had seen the day when he would return to Earth on a spaceship. Flowers paved the road, and applause was deafening. A beautiful girl in the crowd called his name tenderly. TSK. He hummed a little song happily, as if he had returned to Earth now. The full lightsaber slashed fiercely. He split the deformed hippopotamus blocking the road in front of him with a sword, leading the trapped alien companions. Shugu fought his way out of the siege like a savior. On the ground was a disgusting fungal carpet made of flesh and blood, surrounded by breathing biological buildings. One after another, deformed creatures appeared around, trying to keep Shugu and his friends in place. These creatures have the characteristics of both native creatures and Zerg, and some even have several different biological characteristics at the same time, which looks terrifying and weird. Without exception, all are adult Zerg that successfully devour the host after parasitizing. I don't know what Shugu has experienced since he separated from Wang Wei last time. Now he is attacked by Zerg, and is desperately trying to break through with a group of aliens. Shugu. These bugs reproduce so fast. This fungal carpet has been spread here. It seems that we have mistakenly entered one of their bases. Listening to the words of his companions behind him, Shugu said nothing, just waving the lightsaber in his hand, and rushing to the front of the breakout like a god of war. Thanks to Wang Wei for helping him upgrade the lightsaber once last time. Otherwise, if it was still the same endurance as before, they would have been eaten up by these Zergs by now. Brother Shu thought so. The next second, he chopped down the deformed monster that was about to attack with his sword. Chapter 66. No photography. I think Dongxia should share alien technology. This technology should belong to all mankind. Dongxia should not be so selfish. It has been a while since the interstellar pirates invaded the Earth. Qin Tianxiang has long since come out of the underground city and returned to normal life. The big screen on the street is playing today's news. It is the condemnation of Dongxia from various regions. What's the saying? It's not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. Qin Tianxiang walked on the street holding in Rand's hand in the last interstellar war. Except for Dongxia. Other regions didn't even get an alien corpse. Now they are going crazy. As he said this, he looked up at the huge alien spaceship above his head. Even though he had seen it many times, he still felt shocked. After that war, the Lizardman spaceship has been parked here. It's like a new attraction in the city. How shameless. After standing there with Qin Tianxiang and watching the news for a while, and Rand wrinkled her nose and snorted. No. They are afraid. Seeing in Rand's cuteness, Qin Tianxiang stretched out his hand and scratched her nose and said so. Yes. They are afraid. Inside the Dongxia Space Agency, the director was holding a thermos cup and drinking tea slowly. He was not angry when he saw the condemnation in the news, but looked happy. They are afraid that Dongxia will do what they have always wanted to do after mastering alien technology. Or Dongxia will not play with them after mastering interstellar navigation technology. When he spoke, Kwang Xian was sitting opposite him and said at the right time, "What should we do? What should we do?" The director looked at him with satisfaction. Then put down the cup and continued, "Promise." "Ah? Promise?" Kwang Xian's acting this time was a bit superficial and looked a little exaggerated. But fortunately, the effect of supporting the role was achieved. "Yes. Of course I agree." The director shook his head, and his smooth head reflected the light at various angles, which looked a bit dazzling. He said, "It's just that this alien technology is too difficult, and we in Dongxia don't have it. Once Dongxia understands it, we will share the technology for free as soon as possible. Is it reasonable?" "It's too reasonable." After that, the two smiled at each other, and a cheerful atmosphere suddenly came from the office. Late at night, a sneaky man in black sneaked into the Lizardman spaceship. Ha! These stupid Dongxia people actually put the alien spaceship in the center of the city so openly. This lurking was so smooth that the man in black became excited. He took out the camera from his pocket and took pictures all the way. During the whole process, he didn't encounter any security personnel to stop him. Fortunately, he was so nervous that he was sweating profusely. Now it seems that there is no need at all. Stupid Dongxia people. It's a pity that this alien spaceship actually blocked the signal. The photos must wait until they go out before they can be sent. But this is obviously not a problem. The most difficult step has been successfully completed, and the rest is not difficult at all, he murmured excitedly. At this time, he finally walked through the entire alien spaceship and was about to come to the most critical power module. What? Empty? The man in black looked at the scene in front of him and cursed. I saw that the place where the power module of the spaceship should be was not even a trace at this time. And even the iron sheet on the ground was cut and dug away. He hurried to the cockpit in front of the spaceship, which was also in the same bare walls. All the important instruments were cut and packed away together with the iron sheet. And what was left here was just an empty shell. He walked out of the spaceship in a daze. The dazzling sunlight outside told him that he had been busy in the spaceship all night. Fortunately, I still have those photos to report. Just as he was comforting himself, a team of uniformed personnel had already surrounded him. Hello. Sir. The leading soldier raised his hand to salute, then pointed to the public notice board next to him and said, "Sorry. Taking photos is prohibited here. Please cooperate." As he said this, he winked at the people around him. Then he saw them take out an electronic instrument scanner from somewhere and scanned his whole body, accompanied by a beeping sound. All the electronic equipment on his body was taken away. Thank you for your cooperation. Your personal belongings will be returned to you after the inspection. After saying this, he saluted again, and then waved his hand, and the people in front of him disappeared all at once. Just like when they just appeared. Only the soulless man in black was left standing there like a loser. Oh, so you can play like this? He muttered to himself in disappointment, and suddenly realized that he was the real idiot. Damn it! The Dongxia people played too dirty. When he finally got his personal belongings back, his legs were weak from hunger. But those who returned his things were more polite than each other. So he had no place to make a fuss. There was no way. It was hard to move without a mobile phone in this era. He didn't have the energy to get angry now. He ran all night in the alien spaceship yesterday, and his personal belongings were confiscated as soon as he came out. He waited stupidly for a whole day. Now he was cold, hungry and sleepy, and just wanted to find a store to eat something hot to warm himself up. Do you think those guys will be angry and curse when they find that the spaceship is empty? walking on the way to the laboratory with Kwang Xian. The two people laughed again when they thought of this. Director, you're here. Well, how's the progress? Pushing open the door of the laboratory. There is a huge alien engine in the venue. The director has entered the working state, looking at the various data in front of him and nodding with satisfaction. According to the current progress, Dongxia will soon be able to build its first subspace engine. At that time, it can use it to leave the solar system and mine source energy according to the star map given by Wang Wei. The Sea of Stars. It's right in front of us. Brother Shu, why don't you give up on us and run away by yourself? Yes, Brother Shu. These monsters can't do anything to you. In the Zerg camp, even though they have been fighting for a long time, the blood and flesh carpet under their feet still can't see the edge. Seeing that Brother Shu has begun to get injured, the green-skinned alien with 4 eyes behind him couldn't help but speak. But all he got was Brother Shu's firm answer, "Don't worry. I will take you away safely." Chapter 67 Alien Anchor. Family, this is Xiaoming. Come on. Xiaoming, say hello to everyone. The spherical live broadcast robot floated in the air, and as Wang Wei introduced, the camera zoomed out to include the huge mammoth behind him. So on the live broadcast channel on Earth, the terrifying beast waved its trunk and made a deafening roar. Wow! So handsome. Is the anchor really not afraid to stand with it? I'm afraid he will step on the anchor to death. A barrage of comments floated across the microcomputer on his arm. In addition to being shocked by the oppressive feeling of the alien mammoth, the rest was almost all about worrying about Wang Wei's personal safety. After all, the alien mammoth behind him looked a little too scary. No matter its huge size, 6 thick thighs, or 4 exaggerated fangs, Wang Wei stood so close to it. Everyone was really worried that the beast behind him would suddenly go crazy. But he turned his head and glanced at Xiaoming behind him, and felt that everyone's worry was really heartwarming and cute. Well, the mammoth is called Xiaoming, just like the ghost girl is called Xiaoyu. This name is really reasonable and vivid. Under Wang Wei's argument, Dongxia finally couldn't resist him and built a live broadcast platform for him. It's true that he can't go back home, so it's not bad to do a live broadcast to chat with fellow Earthlings and introduce the alien ecology. In fact, Dongxia also thought so. Humanity is heading towards the interstellar era. Dongxia heading towards the interstellar era is a foregone conclusion. Now it is obviously a perfect opportunity to use Wang Wei live broadcast to subtly let the public accept this fact. In this way, humans can understand the alien environment and the things that need to be paid attention to in alien survival through his popular science. Wang Wei can also relieve his boredom of his alien life through live broadcast. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just like now. Haha. Don't worry that Xiaoming will hurt me. Wang Wei smiled and touched Xiaoming behind him, indicating that it would not hurt itself at all. Facing his touch, Xiaoming even lowered her body a little to let Wang Wei touch her comfortably. Well-behaved.jpg. It was difficult for him to explain to his fellow Earthlings why he was not afraid of Xiaoming, so he could only use the simplest and most intuitive actions to prove it. Since the last time he rescued this alien mammoth, this guy seemed to rely on Wang Wei and lived around the base shamelessly. No wonder I felt that this guy was smart when I rescued it last time. And now it seems to be true. Since those Zergs were released from the ruins, they are now like crazy, catching creatures everywhere to parasitize and expand their own tribe. In this situation, the area around the base has really become the safest pure land. Okay, go play. Wang Wei waved his hand, and Xiaoming ran away happily, wagging his little tail. Shocked. Why does it listen to the host so much? I understand. It must have been raised by the host since childhood. On the rooftop, aliens are really beautiful. After all, Wang Wei is not a mechanically modified person or a genetic warrior. He looks no different from ordinary humans on Earth. So no matter how hard people in the live broadcast room guess, they can't figure out the real reason. Obedience? The disobedient one is still in the refrigerator, watching the barrage of comments happily. He looked at the huge mushrooms and towering trees in the distance, and suddenly felt that the scenery he had seen for more than 3 years had really become beautiful. At this time, Xiaoyu, who had just woken up, also appeared in front of everyone, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Wait! Don't look at the scenery. Family, there is a beauty. Where is it? Where is it? Damn! The host actually has a beautiful woman in a golden house. Oh my god! It feels like seeing an elf in a fairy tale. Pissed. It should be the dragon girl. Didn't you see the scales on her face? Xiaoyu didn't know what live broadcasting was, and didn't know that she was being praised crazily by people on another planet. After she woke up, she didn't see Wang Wei and Da Vinci in the base, so she found them in a daze. The sun shone on her face, and the pure white scales on both sides of her eye sockets reflected colorful brilliance. Her cold expression instantly melted into a sweet smile after seeing Wang Wei and Da Vinci. And then she came to them. This scene immediately made the hearts of the Earth audience in front of the screen accelerate wildly. By the way, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Xiaoyu. Wang Wei took the can handed over by Xiaoyu and opened it casually, pointing to the little foodie next to him, and introduced him to the Earth folks. There was a completely unconcealed pride in his tone, which made everyone jealous. Wang Wei. Who are you talking to? Xiaoyu raised her head curiously, and turned around, but didn't find anyone else. Speak to people from my home planet. Xiaoyu. Say hello to them too. Wang Wei found it funny, so he pointed at the live broadcast robot and said, Ayo. Hello everyone. Xiaoyu greeted Wang Wei home planet with a serious face when she heard that it was Wang Wei home planet. Then she hid behind Da Vinci and went to eat seriously. She was still a little shy, even through the screen. Except for Shugu Wang Wei and Da Vinci. She was timid and wary of everyone. But when Wang Wei thought of Xiaoyu's previous experience, his eyes softened. There is also Shugu, but I don't know where he is now. I introduce him to you when I see him. I'm sure you'll be shocked. Wang Wei chatted non-stop with his fellow countrymen on Earth, watching the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. The whole person's state was rarely relaxed, until he noticed a bullet screen passing in front of him. Brother Shu? Is it a walking tree? You know Brother Shu too? Wang Wei noticed the bullet screen with sharp eyes, so he asked back in confusion. No. Host, do you want to look behind you? Then, more and more similar bullet screens appeared. He turned his head, and saw Brother Shu running towards this side, with a group of people in a panic. And behind them, there was a deformed monster chasing them relentlessly. Fuck. It's really Brother Shu. He took out a skateboard and stepped on it while speaking. Wang Wei fired a warning shot without saying anything, and then took Da Vinci and ran straight to Brother Shu. Brother Shu? Hold on. I'm here again. Although I don't know where Brother Shu ran to get beaten again. From a distance, it was really the worst time ever. The whole tree was covered with various scars. The most serious wound looked like it was about to be cut in half by Brother Shu. Chapter 68 Bad Name. Zerg can parasitize and devour the host, thus inheriting the life characteristics of the host. What happened before is unknown. The current news is that it was discovered by an alien team in the mushroom forest and in ancient ruins. In the larval stage, it can control the host's body through parasitism. And in the mature stage, it will break through the host's body like an alien and drill out. According to the normal development of science fiction novels, such a race that only knows parasitism and evolution and regards all creatures as food should be the villain race that the protagonist should defeat. It's a pity Wang Wei doesn't think he is the protagonist of a novel. The attitude towards these Zerg has always been no different from other creatures on this planet. For him, it makes no difference whether this planet remains the same or is completely ruled by the Zerg. He is just a passerby, a bystander. Who cares about your race war? I want to go back to Earth. Even though he has lived here for nearly 4 years, he has never felt a sense of belonging here. It doesn't matter if these bugs are tossed around. It's impossible that such a purely biological race can break out of the planet and conquer the universe. Right? So from beginning to end, Wang Wei didn't care much about these Zergs. Dongxia has successfully mastered the technology of subspace navigation. As long as he successfully reaches the source energy mine planet and mines smoothly, he will come to pick him up and go home soon. So it's good for everyone to keep to themselves. I live my life, and you develop your race. When my buddy goes home, you can do whatever you want with this planet. But the question is, why the hell did you beat up our brother Shu? Angry. I have to take care of it. As the trigger was pulled, the bullet tore the nearest Zerg monster cleanly with powerful kinetic energy. The large caliber revolver is powerful, and the recoil is equally terrible. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have his wrist broken. But in the hands of Wang Wei, who was wearing a combat uniform, the muzzle was still stable without any deviation. A total of 6 bullets, accurately hitting the 6 monsters behind Brother Shu. Then he turned the revolver to slide out of the magazine. and the metal shell fell to the ground smoothly. He then added new bullets and continued firing. Wang Wei stepped on the metal slide to keep a distance from the Zerg. If it was not necessary, he would not get close to these disgusting things to avoid being parasitized. Brother Shu, get out of the way! Wang Wei stood in the air like the Green Goblin, and after noticing Da Vinci movements, he quickly reminded him. The next second, a dazzling light shot straight behind Brother Shu. Boom! The thick laser directly penetrated the monsters. And the next second, Da Vinci rushed over like a cannonball. Wang Wei didn't want to get close because he was worried about the parasites. But Da Vinci didn't have such concerns. Thanks to Da Vinci's careful maintenance and wiping on weekdays, his steel bones were dazzling in the reflection of the sun. Now he has transformed into a god of war and roamed among the Zerg pursuers. These Zergs can indeed devour and inherit the characteristics of the host. And they can also integrate the characteristics of multiple creatures. But the problem is that it's useless. Da Vinci has almost killed all the creatures on this planet. And even if he merges 100 species, it won't be a surprise to him. As for the parasites that pose the greatest threat to the Zerg, the parasites spit out disgusting mucus on Da Vinci. But the parasites failed to successfully parasitize his body even though their teeth were broken. On the contrary, because the shell that Da Vinci had just polished for the camera was dirty, the angry little robot attacked even more fiercely. Ah! Wipe it clean for me! But this is the body he wiped specially for meeting Dongxia netizens. Unforgivable. Facing a tree brother who cannot be parasitized. These Zergs that have not yet fully developed and grown are already struggling. As a result, they have encountered Da Vinci, who is also unparasitized and more powerful. And with Wang Wei, who keeps shooting cold guns in the sky. These Zergs didn't hold on for a long time, and fled with their tails between their legs. Oh my god! What are those? So disgusting. Ugly and abstract. The battle is over. Wang Wei looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and started to introduce the Zerg to his fellow Earthlings. Before he did anything, the audience in the live broadcast room became nervous. There was nothing he could do. After being influenced by various movies and TV shows on Earth, he would always feel the danger and fear instinctively when facing this kind of alien creatures. Unlike Wang Wei, an alien veteran. Afraid of the Zerg? Hot! They should be afraid of us. In the final analysis, the hosts they parasitize are the native animals and aliens of this planet. And these things have long caused Wang Wei and Da Vinci to get rid of psychological trauma in the past 3 years. He didn't explain much about this. If you say this kind of thing, it will be misunderstood as bragging. Right? And it feels good to have someone care about you so much. Unlike Xiaoyu or Shuj, they have a stereotype about themselves. Now that the Zerg has retreated, Shuj and his friends are finally safe. Not bothering to pay attention to the trembling aliens behind Shuj, Wang Wei looked at him and asked in confusion, Shuj, how did you fight these bugs again? He has begun to doubt whether the pulse lightsaber he gave to Shuj has harmed him. Ever since Mushroom Jumble sent this lightsaber, Shuj has been either slashing people or being slashed. He is very busy. Xiaoyu also came over and looked at Shuj in front of her worriedly. She has only 3 friends on this planet, and she has been living under the protection of Shuj before she met Da Vinci and Wang Wei. She didn't dare to get close before because she was worried about causing trouble. Now that the trouble has been solved, she immediately trotted to Shugu's side. Seeing the miserable look of Brother Shu, Xiaoyu's tears immediately fell. Seeing Xiaoyu like this, Brother Shu became flustered. He looked a little guilty, but still pointed at the trembling aliens behind him. He had been ready to die before facing the huge number of Zerg. But now, he was scared when he saw Wang Wei and Da Vinci. There was no way. This was the devil and his iron servant. On this planet, their reputation was much more frightening than that of the Zerg. They really earned their notoriety by killing with bloody footprints with their strength. And they just easily beat off the Zerg pursuers, which further proved the other party's unshakable dominance. Now that Wang Wei's attention was finally on them, the aliens felt their feet a little weak. Big Pot is good. Big Pot is awesome. Big Pot. I'm with Brother Shu. We're one. Chapter 69. Very good. Very stable. Oh! Big pot of beef. Xiaoyu. Don't interrupt. Stay. Looking at the trembling aliens in front of him, Wang Wei wanted to ask what was going on. But he turned his head and looked at the tree brother who had been planted for him. And it was not easy to disturb him for a while. This time, he led a group of alien brothers to rush thousands of miles, breaking through the Zerg territory all the way to Wang Wei base. The tree brother has been able to hold on until now because of a belief. Looking at the huge wound of the tree brother that almost cut him in half, as well as the various strange wounds and dried insect corpses on the trunk, Wang Wei can fully imagine the hardships along the way. Seeing that he finally saw Wang Wei and Da Vinci, he couldn't wait to take root and recover from his injuries. Only left Wang Wei with an envious look. It turned out that he knew these people, and he was the only one injured, so he had to recover slowly. The tree brother was injured and planted in the soil for himself and turned back into an ordinary big tree. If Da Vinci is broken, just replace the corresponding parts. Xiao Yu's spirit body is not damaged and can be resurrected with full health after death. To them, the body is like a wearable flesh and blood mecha. He is the only pure-blooded human being. If he gets injured, he has to stop bleeding, reduce inflammation, and bandage. Indy is all. Now that Xu Gu has gone into hibernation, Wang Wei turned his attention to the aliens on the side and looked them up and down. The anchor's eyes are so ruthless. Oh my god! Are these all aliens? Xu Gu looked so miserable. What was chasing them just now? I feel sorry for the anchor. It turns out that this planet is so dangerous. The battle just now obviously aroused the curiosity of the audience in the live broadcast room, and they immediately started discussing it. Da Vinci looked at the barrage in shock. He had no idea what these fellow villagers saw, and why they started to feel sorry for Wang Wei. Didn't you see that group of aliens were shaking like sieves? What are you worried about? Why is the demon swallowing his saliva? Is he the helper that Brother Shu mentioned? But why is he staring at my tentacles? The alien hid beside Brother Shu and trembled, looking at Wang Wei's eyes. He always felt that the other party was ready to eat him. This is indeed the case. They guessed right. It's a pity that Brother Shu desperately led these guys out. It's impossible that they came to deliver food to him. So Wang Wei is just enjoying the sight now. He can barely understand some of the federal common language now. Through the tiny mutterings of these aliens, he roughly understands the current situation. In short, not everyone who comes here is dedicated to the heritage of advanced civilization. Some people just want to continue their lives in peace and stability after arriving here. They won't fight with anyone, and they are too lazy to break their heads for resources. They even have a casual attitude towards whether they can successfully inherit the heritage of civilization. If there are camps on this planet, then they and Brother Shu are probably in the neutral good camp, while Wang Wei is in the thoroughly evil chaos camp. Brother Shu didn't come back with Wang Wei last time. In fact, he was thinking that he could help him to win a group of helpers in the crisis. After all, the threat of the Zerg is too great, and it is difficult for them to resist these Zerg alone. Oh, it's the Wiggles. Wang Wei listened for a long time and roughly understood what was going on. So he ignored Brother Shu, who was completely dormant and motionless, and put on a smile to welcome the aliens in front of him. This reaction made the aliens look flattered. In the end, it took Xiao Yu a long time to communicate before he finally settled down. Huh? Brothers? The devil won't eat us anymore. So the alien Wiggles were all happy and followed Xiao Yu happily towards the base. Through communication with them, Wang Wei also roughly knew the current situation outside. Don't be fooled by the idyllic scene around the base, as if the appearance of those Zergs has no impact on the world. But in fact, the outside world is already in chaos. These Zergs parasitize and devour all the flesh and blood creatures in sight like crazy. And at the same time, the lower Zergs specialize into flesh and blood fungus blankets to cover the ground. And on these fungus blankets, there are specialized strange buildings. No one knows what the use of these strange buildings is, nor do they know what the use of these Zerg monsters is. They only know that more and more creatures are parasitized and devoured by them. And even with the expansion of those flesh and blood fungus blankets, even plants have lost the soil for survival. I believe that if this continues, when those flesh and blood fungus blankets completely cover the entire planet, there will be no other life on this planet except these disgusting bugs. I just don't know why. These terrifying bugs seem to intentionally avoid the area where Wang Wei was. So much so that the area around the base was now full of birdsong and flowers. If it weren't for Xu Gu coming here today, he would have thought that the bugs had stopped. Obviously, these Zergs are treating Wang Wei like a pig. They know that there is no way to deal with him now. So they simply give up this place, and wait until they are stronger to parasitize Wang Wei. Their survival instinct is parasitic evolution. So there is no reason to give up a war god like Wang Wei. Unfortunately, they will probably be disappointed. Wang Wei has been just an ordinary human so far, and has never experienced any genetic enhancement. He can have such a strong strength now. All thanks to a set of technological equipment. What can the Zerg get by parasitizing humans? The answer is of course a fragile body. The most brilliant wisdom of humans is of limited use to them. And they will become weaker because of wisdom. Go! Destroy all life in front of you. Parasitize and devour. What the hell? Why don't you go up? That's right. It's foreseeable. If all these Zergs have intelligence, then this famous scene will definitely happen. So what does the anchor plan to do? It sounds so dangerous. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Wang Wei didn't show too much worry about the current situation. Just as he has always said, humans have mastered the subspace navigation technology, and it won't be long before they can take him back. Adhering to the principle of less trouble, instead of going out to fight with those Zergs, it is better to wait for rescue from the Earth in the base. As for the life and death of this planet, it's none of my business. He counted the time with his fingers, and the smile on his face became more confident. According to the current progress, the rescue spacecraft of the Earth will definitely find him faster than those bugs. Very good. Very stable. Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction, and then heard the communication request from the Earth. He answered the phone calmly, then stood up suddenly. What did you say? Something went wrong? The spacecraft has been delayed. Chapter 70, Unowned Energy Mine. I have to say, the technology of subspace navigation is really too simple. It is so simple that anyone could have accidentally discovered its basic principles at almost any time in human history. But unfortunately, humans missed it. So human technology has developed recklessly in another direction. And even in the eyes of the advanced civilization inherited by Wang Wei, the technological route of humans is abstract and weird. You say his technology is not advanced. Right? They can use nuclear energy. You say his technology is advanced. Right? They can use nuclear energy to boil water. I understand, but I don't understand everything. It's like interstellar navigation is obsessed with superluminal engines. And the mind is full of power and bricks flying. And now, thanks to the friendly assistance of those lizard men, Dongxia has finally regained the key node that has been missed countless times in history. Subspace navigation. The Quafu mining ship has completed its test flight and can travel in the subspace at any time. Well, let's go! Received. So the subspace ship that received the order slowly took off, gradually broke through the atmosphere, and entered the universe. Then it started the subspace engine, and it disappeared from everyone's sight at full power. In the Dongxia Space Agency, watching the Quafu successfully take off and successfully enter the subspace, the director and Kwang Xian looked at each other, their faces full of excitement. Is there anything more exciting than changing the history of mankind in your own hands? Looking at the shining light on the star map, there is an ownerless energy mine, which is also the target of the Quafu mining ship this time. Quafu, a giant chasing the sun in the ancient myths and legends of Dongxia. Of course, the Quafu will not go straight to the sun to commit suicide. But what it is doing now is tantamount to chasing a new sun for mankind. Dongxia expectations for it are evident. Report. The subspace voyage is going smoothly. We have successfully left the solar system and arrived at the target planet, and are re-entering the real world. Listening to the reply in the channel, everyone felt relieved. After all, no one has ever seen what the subspace is like, and they don't know whether it is dangerous or not. So everyone has been holding their breath since the spacecraft entered the subspace. Now hearing the reply, they can finally be relieved. Everything is going well. Just these 4 words are enough to make everyone feel excited. Kwang Xian has even begun to imagine the future. The next step is for the spacecraft to successfully land on an unknown planet, find the ownerless energy mine and mine it, and finally bring it back to them to build a real subspace spacecraft. After that, Dongxia will completely enter the interstellar era and begin to make friends with other alien civilizations and establish contacts and trade. At that time, Dongxia can trade with aliens for various scarce resources that are not available on Earth, and even exchange technology with each other. The era of the great universe is just around the corner. How can people not feel excited? The atmosphere of the target planet is very thin. Even the gravity is only about 1/3 of that of the Earth. The Quafu mining spacecraft easily broke through the atmosphere of the planet in front of it, and then began to search for the location of the source energy mine above the planet. So far, everything has been going very smoothly, just like the plan before departure. Just like what Wang Wei said on the star map. This planet seems to be just an uninhabited planet. The spacecraft can't even see any life on this planet when patrolling in the sky, until the Quafu successfully found the location of the source energy mine and landed. As the drill bit started to dig through the mountain wall, a huge movement was heard from a long distance on the quiet planet. The next moment, the driver saw a bunch of flashing red dots on the radar, as if attracted by the movement of the spacecraft mining, and was approaching this side at a high speed. The other party was very fast. After a while, he saw those short and strong alien dwarves. There were a lot of them, surrounding the Quafu and talking incoherently. There is one thing Wang Wei may not have considered. That is, the star map in his hand was drawn by the advanced civilization that has disappeared. It is unknown how many years this civilization has disappeared, and the information on this star map has long been outdated. The ownerless source energy mine recorded on it has long been discovered and occupied by other civilizations. Although the driver could not understand the language spoken by the dwarves, he could clearly see that the other party was not friendly. He is indeed an excellent player with rich experience and strong psychological quality. As soon as other creatures appeared on the radar, he pulled the mining engine to the maximum and dug a large piece of source energy ore in the vein before the dwarves surrounded him. At present, these dwarves have surrounded him, looking at the other party, pointing at him and jumping up and down. The words he said didn't seem to be very pleasant. Slide. The driver pursed his lips and successfully put away the mining module and ignited the engine before the other party took any other action. The Quafu slowly rose into the air amid the dwarves' scolding. As the altitude climbed, the already short alien dwarves became even smaller from the driver's perspective. Quafu has escaped successfully and is returning home. This is the worst-case scenario in the plan. If the target mineral vein has been occupied by other civilizations, then it is necessary to return home first to ensure its own safety. There are more than one unowned energy mines marked on the star map. At most, after returning home, the target can be changed for a second attempt. In any case, ensuring one's own safety is the most important thing. This is what the director repeatedly told them before they set off. But now they have not only successfully escaped, but also exceeded the task. Looking at the large piece of source energy or snatched from the tiger's mouth, the driver couldn't help but feel relaxed. But at this moment, he noticed that other spaceships below were also rising rapidly. Those were the spaceships of the alien dwarves, and their current target was the Quafu that had just been mined. The driver pursed his lips, and the next second he escaped the spaceship into the subspace, trying to get rid of the pursuers behind him as soon as possible in this way. The Quafu was just a poor version of the spaceship, and its energy was limited, and it couldn't afford to waste time with the pursuers behind it. As long as he could successfully return to Earth, he would be safe, because these aliens would not be the opponent of humans at all. Unfortunately, he was destined not to go back. The Quafu could enter the subspace, and the spaceships behind him could also, and the opponent's energy was not poor version. The missile carried by the spaceship was launched, but the next second it fell out of the subspace and exploded into a silent firework in the real world. With the self-sacrificing collision of multiple enemy spaceships, the Quafu soon couldn't hold on and was smashed into a pile of scrap metal in the subspace. The enemy spaceships did not carry weapons, because these spaceships themselves were weapons. In the communication channel, the pilot's last words were, "Return failed. Quafu crashed. Sorry." Chapter 71 Blood for blood. Tooth for tooth. Drip. 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 Quafu lost contact. The only thing left was the apology for not completing the mission successfully. Bang! The sudden muffled sound startled everyone. Turning around, they saw the director standing up with a sullen face. Fuck! He didn't say anything stupid like too much bullying. Nor did he bother to discuss the boring question of who was right or wrong. He looked at the star map on the big screen, and the light representing Quafu stopped and flickered. He only knew that one of his brothers, who should have had a bright future, died there, and was left there by those fucking aliens. So I want revenge now. He picked up his coat and hurriedly left the Dongxia Space Agency. He kept receiving calls along the way. He drove to the Great Hall and walked in aggressively. Kwang Xian sat in the car and pressed the media play button. And then the piano sound with a blues feeling sounded in the car. He laid down the driver's seat and lay in the car, looking forward without focus. He could fully understand the director's mood now, because they were in the same mood at the moment. Blood for blood. Tooth for tooth. At the meeting, the director was no longer angry, but the firmness in his calm tone made people have no doubt about his determination. In terms of emotion, An outstanding young man, who did not forget to complete his mission before his death, is still floating in the universe. In terms of reason, humans must get the source energy mine. And the source energy mine is now occupied by those alien dwarves. And it is impossible to give it up even for the future development of mankind. Then do as you say. Agree. Agree. The meeting lasted for 2 hours in total. Just when Kwang Xian was about to fall asleep in the car, the director opened the door and sat in with a chill. Let's go! It was just a very ordinary sentence. But Kwang Xian already understood the result just now. So he couldn't help but get excited. And the blood boiling made the sleepiness he had just accumulated completely disappear. The car left steadily and headed straight for Dongxia Space Agency. Then, there was their second internal meeting. 3 things. The first was the research and development and equipment of subspace weapons. The second was to announce Dongxia attitude. The third was that the military would fully cooperate with Dongxia Space Agency this time. Then, Dongxia National Machine started to operate at full capacity. In fact, the star map given by Wang Wei showed that there were more than 1 planet with unknown mineral veins. According to the original plan, if Quafu encountered obstacles, it would return as soon as possible, and then go to the second mineral vein planet after repairing. But unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Now there is no need to comment on whether the driver of Quafu was a little too hasty to attack and cut in. The other party has already sacrificed for Dongxia, and it is meaningless to discuss these. And since the mineral vein planet in front of us has been occupied, no one can say whether other mineral vein planets are in the same situation. So, then let's fight. The focus of military factories in various places is now on the production of subspace spacecraft. At the same time, the expert group is also fully researching the development of subspace missiles. Earth even called Wang Wei to ask about this matter. But unfortunately, he has not learned the relevant technology yet, so he can only say that he is powerless. Subspace weapons? I really don't know how to do this now. But if you want to talk about subspace communication technology, I am an expert in this matter. While speaking, Wang Wei patted his chest and confidently guaranteed it. It's really not his fault for this. It can only be said that advanced civilization is indeed advanced civilization. The inheritance plot written in the Earth science fiction novels has not been seen at all. Except for the initial identity verification. There has been no other test. As long as you meet the species conditions, you can successfully take away all the other party's technology, and then go home to study by yourself. The previous collapse of the ruins was purely a long wait. The AI didn't want to live and self-destructed. Otherwise the ruins could continue to wait for the next destined person. Wang Wei was so angry that he laughed. Is it okay to teach yourself? This is the biggest test and threshold for advanced civilization. Knowledge and technology. Civilization and inheritance. Everything we have is given to you without reservation in this chip. Whether you can inherit it depends on your will and talent. Subspace communication technology? This technology is of no help in this matter. Even if you can communicate with the other party by voice, the two sides cannot communicate in the same language. It is better to fight with real swords and guns. Don't you like to fight? This time, let's fight. It must be said that Dongxia manufacturing industry is really top-notch. Soon 10 subspace spaceships have been manufactured. The director and Zhu Xutai stood on the stage, looking at the determined faces below and conducting pre-war mobilization. There was no need to say more. And finally it just gathered into the final angry roar. We are not here to argue with each other this time. We have only one goal. Blood for blood. Tooth for tooth. Or it could be replaced with the most popular saying on the internet. Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far away they are. So the soldiers armed to the teeth landed. And one warp spaceship after another took off. Why do we have to fight in the warp? Wouldn't it be better to fight directly in real space? Although the previous call did not receive technical support for the warp weapons, it was not without gain. Listening to Wang Wei's calm tone, everyone present was stunned for a moment. It can only be said that humans have too little contact with aliens, so they can never get rid of the stereotype thinking mode. The Quafu was shot down in the warp, so they instinctively thought that the war with aliens in the warp was the main battlefield. But in fact, it doesn't have to be so. Unfortunately, our technology is different from that of Earth. Whether it is a pulse lightsaber or a combat suit, it is indispensable to have energy supplied by source crystals. It even needs to be combined with biotechnology to fully exert its effect. This technology cannot be used even on Earth. The finished product of the poor version is not as powerful as human weapons. watching the warp spaceships disappear from sight. The director and his men couldn't help but clench their fists nervously. This is an expedition. The first interstellar expedition of mankind. All they can do is pray that everything goes well for the soldiers. The spaceship enters the warp space and sails until it arrives at the coordinates and returns to the real world in advance. The warp transition has been completed. Successfully arrived at the target coordinates. Approaching the mineral planet at full speed. The director and Kwang Xian are in charge of the Dongxia Space Agency. Watching the messages popping up in the channel and ready to intervene and command at any time. Chapter 72. Okay. We can't go back. Right? Bad? We really can't go back this time. Wang Wei's expression was solemn. And his gaze towards the distance became deep. He already knew what happened on Earth. And at that time, he felt sad for his young compatriots far away in a foreign land. Information is time-sensitive. He looked at the star map in his hand. And his expression inevitably became melancholy. Now there are a few ownerless energy mines marked on the star map that have not been discovered by other civilizations. I originally thought that I could make a fortune by relying on these ownerless energy mines when I left here. But now it seems that there is no chance. In fact, this kind of thing is indeed reasonable if you think about it carefully. This star map was drawn by the advanced civilization when they were traveling in the stars. But the other civilization has long returned to dust. And the time of its fall is definitely a few hundred years. Even if it is not thousands or hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, any changes in the universe are possible. Ah, he sighed. It's a pity that there are so many stars between us that I can't help even if I want to. The technology one master is not available on Earth. I want to share the inheritance of advanced civilization. But my fellow Earthlings have never eaten Shilua fruit to enhance their talents. It's so funny. I don't understand it at all. Otherwise, why would I bother to get some energy mines? I can send myself and Da Vinci over there by spaceship. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me from mining. The time for imagination is over soon. Now he should worry more about his own side. We seem to be stuck here. The original plan was to keep out of the way of the Zerg. I won't interfere with your evolution. When you run away with your friends, this planet will be yours. No matter how you mess around. It has nothing to do with me. An Earthling. But now there is a problem in the process of mining energy mines on Earth, which has delayed the manufacturing progress of the subspace spacecraft. The energy of the beggar version can't support the spacecraft to reach here. It can't even make a one-way ticket, let alone pick up Wang Wei and the others to go back. If they want to go home, they have to wait until Earth has dealt with those alien dwarves, mined energy ores, and developed a real subspace spacecraft. It's hard to say when this will happen. But Wang Wei and his team can't make a spacecraft by themselves. They have enough technology, but they don't have enough materials. There is no manufacturing factory in this damn place. It's already the limit for him to make a robot or a gun by hand. It's just a dream to make a spacecraft. It takes time to smelt, forge, and weld a piece of iron plate. The war on Earth is over. Unless they can get a second alien spacecraft. They can dismantle and put the two spacecraft together to have a chance. Otherwise, in the short term, they can only stay on this planet honestly. But the problem is, there's no way to stay honestly. It's a fire. Listening to the aliens talking in front of him, Wang Wei has realized the current situation. It's completely the route of surrounding the city from the countryside. These Zergs left the base. A tough bone. For the last, leaving the area near the base peaceful and tranquil. But the Zergs outside this area have gone crazy. Logically speaking, there are quite a few powerful creatures on this planet. It should be difficult for these Zergs to gain any advantage against these powerful native creatures. But the problem is that these Zergs are really not afraid of death in order to evolve. And the biological nature of the opponent is too threatening to flesh and blood life. They rush forward fearlessly. And as long as they could cause damage to the target and successfully parasitize, their goal would be achieved. Then the parasites would frantically eat the opponent's flesh and blood to grow. This combat method is really a special attack on flesh and blood life. And anyone who is parasitized can basically be sentenced to death. After all, ordinary flesh and blood life really has no effective means to deal with these parasites that drill into the body. They can't go to the scene for a surgical operation. We can't let them develop any further. Wang Wei stood up and decided to unilaterally tear up the peace treaty. The present is different from the past. If I continue to let you evolve, will I still be alive? While the powerful local creatures have not been parasitized yet, We should quickly deal with these Zergs. As we all know, the early Nasus is very weak. But if you give him 10,000 layers of Q, even if the fountain base tower shows its health bar, it can burst for you to see. So we can't wait any longer. Taking the initiative is the most correct decision now. Turning his head to look at the aliens behind him. And then at Da Vinci beside him. Shall you? Look after the house. You go out and look after Brother Shu. Da Vinci. Let's go. These aliens have just escaped. It will definitely be a burden to take them with me to find trouble with the Zerg. I am not as kind as Brother Shu. If I really start to fight, I will definitely not be able to bring back any of these aliens. They will all be parasitized and become enemies. It would be better to stay here. If they are really desperate, they can be used as food reserves. Wang Wei was worried about leaving them in the base. So he simply drove them all out to guard Brother Shu. Xiao Yu looked after the house, while he went out with Da Vinci to see what was going on outside. Hearing is not believing. Seeing is believing. It always feels unreal to listen to these aliens bragging. You still have to see it with your own eyes to feel at ease. Looking at a bunch of misshapen things surrounding Brother Shu with satisfaction, Wang Wei nodded and went out with Da Vinci. After walking about 3 kilometers outside, they finally saw the Zerg again. Within 3 kilometers of the base, there was a harmonious scene of birds singing and flowers blooming. And 3 kilometers away had become the hunting ground of those Zerg. The ground was a piece of blood and flesh carpet, and groups of insects patrolled in groups. Once they found other creatures on the blood and flesh carpet, these insects would rush up to attack and parasitize. On the fungal blanket, a huge building made of specialized Zerg was breathing regularly on the fungal blanket. Soon, red balls were spit out from the building, allowing the patrolling Zerg to pounce on them and eat them. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Wei's doubts were finally solved. The survival of living things requires energy, and these insects parasitize life as soon as they see it. All living things are parasitized. What do they eat in normal times? It is impossible that all nutrition and energy are enough from the little food they eat during the larval period. The subsequent actions and battles require a lot of energy. Don't they need to eat? Now this question has finally been answered. It turns out that these specialized buildings are used to feed these engineers. This Zerg is actually a social animal similar to ants. The division of labor between individuals is clear, or everything is for the group, and there is no individual at all. Hiding aside with the help of Da Vinci optical camouflage, Wang Wei looked at the scene in front of him and marveled. Chapter 73 Alien Connections. There are 10 spaceships in total. On them are 3,000 human soldiers armed to the teeth, carrying all kinds of matching weapons and protective gear. Compared with those huge alien spaceships, the configuration of a fully organized independent regiment makes the human spaceship look much more exquisite. 3,000 soldiers plus various weapons and equipment. It takes 10 spaceships to be enough. And it is even a bit empty when they are put on the Lizardman spaceship. It is enough to explain the exaggerated size difference between the two. You should know that the Lizardmen who attacked humans at that time actually only had a few hundred people. Even considering the size difference of the other party, that was much larger than humans. Their spaceship was still exaggeratedly large. Hundreds of people gathered in the cockpit, and it was not crowded. So what was the extra space used for? It was a waste of resources. At first, Dongxia studied it for a long time, and didn't understand why the spaceship was like this. It was not until the crash of Quafu that they finally understood the reason. The peculiar shape of this spaceship is completely designed to deal with interstellar wars. The technological routes of humans and other aliens are completely different, which leads to completely different perspectives on things. Just like the solution to space navigation or the subspace war. Facing the subspace war, the first thing humans think of is to develop weapons specifically for the subspace. When facing the subspace war, the first solution that aliens think of is to build a larger and stronger spaceship to crash into it. At most, it depends on whose spaceship is harder. Simple, convenient and direct. But it's a bit of a gamble. The reason for this difference in consciousness is actually related to the different evolutionary routes of the two civilizations. When facing obstacles and crises caused by the natural environment, aliens choose to evolve themselves to adapt to a more severe environment and obtain a larger proportion of ecological weight. But humans will choose to use technology and tools to make up for their own shortcomings. It's hard to say which one is better. But at present, before humans successfully develop subspace weapons, they have no power to fight back against subspace confrontation. That's why they took the approach Wang Wei said, just break through the interior of the planet and bring the battle back to reality. It has to be said, Wang Wei is good at fighting aliens. And it's all practical experience. Arriving at the target galaxy, the 10 ships left the subspace and returned to the real space early. The process of approaching the target galaxy was much smoother than expected. But the noise they made when they broke through the atmosphere still caught the attention of the alien dwarves. So they simply stopped covering up and began to forcefully land after breaking through the atmosphere at full speed. Looking at the dwarf spaceships rising below, the humans dispersed the spaceships without saying a word. And at the same time, the missiles carried by the spaceships were launched. The target was not the dwarf spaceships, but the indiscriminate attack on the alien dwarves, who were still on the ground. What spaceships are you hitting? You can't hit them again. Wouldn't it be better to just hit those aliens without spaceships? Facing the question from the Earth, Wang Wei tilted his head in confusion and said in a very matter-of-fact tone, "Wars generally do not affect civilians. But these are aliens. Civilians? Think about whether your elite soldiers can beat those civilians." Wang Wei sneered at this kind of boring sense of morality. The pedantic saintly senior executive, who asked a question in one sentence, was speechless, which made Kwang Xian and the director secretly give him a thumbs up. This is a war. A war between two civilizations. The only outcome of considering these boring senses of morality is that Dongxia soldiers will be injured or even sacrificed in vain. Faced with these human missiles, the alien dwarves did not take them seriously. But the violent explosion caused by the missiles in the next second made them dumbfounded. I can't understand why these white sticks have such exaggerated lethality. Seeing the tribesmen below wailing and dead and wounded everywhere, the dwarf spaceship immediately rushed towards the human spaceship with full power. It's a pity. In the subspace, we are indeed behind you because of energy and technology problems. But in the real space, we are in the field of our expertise. Although the energy fuel of human beings is not good enough to support the long-term driving of the subspace engine, there is no problem at all for the fully loaded real space engine. Even though the dwarf spaceships have already rushed over at full speed, they are not fast enough to catch up with the human spaceships, so they can only escape into the subspace to chase, and finally return to the real space to collide. This time it really worked. But the moment of collision also needs to return to the real space, which is enough for the human spaceship to launch missiles at the opponent's face and explode. It can only be said that Wang Wei idea is really rogue. It gave humans the opportunity to exchange a subspace spaceship for a one-for-one in the real space. If these aliens had weapons like humans, this tactic would be difficult to implement. The only thing to blame is that Wang Wei knows these aliens too well. There is no way. There are a bunch of aliens squatting in the base now. If you want to know, just ask directly. In the end, humans successfully landed on the surface of the planet at the cost of 2 spacecraft being shot down. The hatch was opened immediately. Then teams of fully armed soldiers carrying various weapons dispersed. The next step is the landing battle. The weakest subspace battle has been avoided as much as possible under Wang Wei tactics. And then it is time for humans to excel. War. This planet is not the native planet of the dwarves, but simply used as a mineral planet. So there should only be miners and security personnel. This news was also told by Wang Wei. The alien dwarf, who told him the news, was still guarding Shuga outside the base, and had no idea that Wang Wei asked him these questions in order to beat up his home planet. Wang Wei. He has become the biggest network of human beings in the interstellar era. No matter which race you want to know, he can capture people on his own planet for questioning. And if that doesn't work, he has rich practical experience. It is indeed a pipe dream for such a human team to clear an entire civilization. But if it is just some miners and guards, it is obvious that they are no match. Don't look at those alien dwarves with bulging muscles like small Gundams. But in fact, it is easier to fight than the previous lizard pirates, because they are not bulletproof. There is not much difference between bullets hitting them and hitting humans. Team number 4. Protect the left wing. Pay attention to crossfire. Don't advance rashly. Use grenades first to open the way, accompanied by professional commands. The human soldiers are divided into teams and advance in an orderly manner. This is a lifeless planet, so there are no things like grass or plants. On this planet, except for humans, all the remaining moving ones are enemies. Just fire indiscriminately. The dwarf spacecraft hovered in the sky, but it had no way to face the human team that had been dispersed and hidden below. There is no infrared or thermal imaging positioning, nor machine guns and missiles for high-altitude strikes. The disadvantages of backward technology are clearly revealed at this moment. Chapter 74 Tracker. The human revenge against the alien dwarves went very smoothly. The combination of the elite team and fully equipped firearms and equipment allowed them to show overwhelming strength when facing these alien miners. Even though the physical fitness was very different. Human soldiers even needed to be equipped with breathing devices when operating on this planet. Thanks to advanced and sophisticated weapons, they still had the upper hand in direct confrontation. The unknown is the main reason for fear. This is also the main focus of science fiction works on Earth when describing alien disasters. Mysterious alien spaceships. Mysterious aliens. Humans don't know their purpose. Nor do they know the other party's abilities and technology. This kind of fear brought about by unknown enemies and information gaps is the most commonly used method in science fiction works. But now, aliens are still mysterious. If Da Vinci hadn't stopped them, the alien dwarves at the base would have been tied to the bed by Wang Wei to shoot dissection videos. Calm down. Calm down. How are you going to explain to him when Shugo wakes up after you killed him? At that time, Da Vinci hugged Wang Wei, who was already in a rage, and asked Xiao Yu to run with the muscular dwarf, who didn't understand what was going on. In the end, Wang Wei still followed Da Vinci's advice, and put down the butcher knife in his hand when he saw Shugo, who was still dormant outside the base. Wang Wei's murderous intention was so fast that he might have killed him if Da Vinci hadn't stopped him in time. The muscular dwarf just told him the information of his home planet honestly. Wang Wei's low moral sense is simply outrageous. So unknown? It's really not unknown at all. Now humans are the unknown. Mysterious and powerful invaders to these alien dwarfs. Those interstellar pirates who invaded the Earth would not be kind enough to publish the information of the Earth. So the existence of the Earth is not known to other civilizations in the universe. Just like now, these alien dwarfs were celebrating the killing of the poachers a while ago. And they were beaten by the revenge army of humans a few days later. What the hell is that? Who are they? What's that black stick that's emitting fire? Damn it! Fight them! Woo woo woo. Brother. You're dying. The enemy can see through things. Are they devils? The human soldier pushed the head-mounted thermal imaging device, looked at the alien dwarf hiding behind the stone, and threw a fragmentation grenade at him, accompanied by an explosion. The team continued to move forward according to the original plan. The purpose of their visit this time was to clear the enemies on the mineral planet. Yours? My. If there was room for easing negotiations. Even Dong Xiao's initial plan should have been to change to other planets for mining. But since the Quafu was shot down, this matter has been completely off the table. Can I still blame an excellent comrade who is dedicated to the motherland? Facing hot weapons, those alien dwarves can't make much waves at all. Even if they managed to break through the blockade and kill human soldiers, they would soon be shot. Soon, the alien dwarves completely lost their fighting spirit. They howled and hid in the spaceship and ran away. Successfully occupied the mine. Mission accomplished. The leading commander looked at the dwarf spaceship that disappeared quickly in front of him. And his tone was even a little regretful. Okay. You've worked hard. Before the other party's support arrives, move quickly. The director's voice sounded in the communication channel. So the elite team had a clear division of labor. Some people continued to clean up the surrounding area of the mine to prevent any fish that slipped through the net from hiding nearby and attacking, while the other part went back to land the spaceship near the mine again. As a special mining spaceship, Quafu was the same no matter where it mined, which was why it did not notice the alien dwarf's mining area. But this spaceship was specially made for combat, and did not have a mining module. The best way to obtain source energy or is to rob the ore that has been mined but not transported away in the mining area. The executioner who had just been cold-blooded turned into a busy miner. The style of painting changed smoothly and naturally. Pack the ready-made ore in the mining area and bring it to the spaceship. Then take off without any regrets. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere and came to the universe. Then escaped into the subspace and headed straight for the solar system. When the alien dwarf army arrived, the human spaceship had already disappeared without a trace. Our appetite is still small now, and we can't swallow the mineral veins of the entire planet. The only outcome of being too greedy is to be surrounded and defeated by the subsequent dwarf army. Dongxia Space Agency. Command room. The director looked at the spaceship that successfully returned and smiled with satisfaction. Humans are still too weak at this stage. Before the complete version of the subspace spaceship and subspace weapons are invented, it is a very unwise decision to officially start a war with aliens. Now, the operation was a complete success. We just need to wait for them to bring the source energy or back to Earth. Comrades, you've worked hard. How far is it? About 5 kilometers. Okay, let's take a break and kill it. Looking at the flashing red dot of the tracker on the map, Wang Wei and Da Vinci stopped to rest. Wang Wei was fine, but Da Vinci was a little short of energy because he had been maintaining optical camouflage. It's not a big problem. Just take a break and get some sun. When they just walked out of the mushroom forest, Wang Wei looked at the fungus carpet under his feet and thought that the whole planet was occupied by the Zerg. But when they walked a distance, they found that the other party had just surrounded the vicinity of the base in advance. It must be to monitor Wang Wei movements. But I didn't expect Da Vinci to have such a weird thing as optical camouflage. Without alarming any insects, the two of them slipped out smoothly. The signal source of the tracker was the three-eyed Zerg they encountered before. Since the last escape, the other party has been staying at the current coordinates and has never left. Even if it moves, it only moves within a certain range. This makes Wang Wei guess that the current coordinates are probably the location of the Zerg base camp. In fact, this kind of thing can be understood by thinking about it. The combat power of the adult born from the parasitic three-eyed alien is negligible, and only the big head is particularly eye-catching. Obviously, a wise general should stay in the base camp to make plans. However, this makes it easier for Wang Wei and his team to carry out the decapitation operation. Hive consciousness? We are fighting against the hive consciousness. When I kill the leader, the remaining brainless Zerg will not be a big deal. He ate a baked potato happily, looking at the wandering Zerg in the distance. And he was full of pride for a while. Let's go. Wang Wei. Yeah. After Da Vinci recovered and turned on the optical camouflage, the two of them headed towards the direction of the signal. Chapter 75 Beheading. Large patches of bloody fungus blankets parasitize the surface of the planet like mold. Looking down from high altitude, it looks like a bald head, which is disgusting. Thanks to the powerful optical camouflage ability of anglerfish, Wang Wei and Da Vinci had a smooth journey. During this period, the most common Zerg they encountered were puppies that looked like alien wild dogs with Zerg characteristics. The red limbs and tail still retained the characteristics of those alien wild dogs, but the torso and head were all covered with hard chitinous shells, and the back had a pair of specialized arthropod-like capture feet, and the front end of the capture feet was a pair of powerful serrated pincers. Even the head was tightly wrapped in a hard carapace, revealing only a mouthful of sharp fangs and teeth. These guys patrolled the planet in groups, and would pounce on any living creatures like crazy to bite and kill them. These Zerg puppies seemed to be acting as worker ants, and even the fused genes seemed to be only the alien wild dog type. Only when they encounter a powerful opponent that they cannot solve will they dispatch other powerful Zerg, not bothering to pay attention to these astonishing numbers of worker ants. Wang Wei and Da Vinci have a very clear goal and head straight for the light spot displayed by the tracker. The last 3 kilometers. Their goal is clear. This time, they are out only to behead. The original Hydralisk is the leader and commander of the Zerg, which can be seen by everyone with eyes. You must know that ordinary Zergs have no wisdom at all except the desire to evolve and devour. Even powerful individuals that have fused genes from multiple organisms have no improvement in intelligence. But that Hydralisk is different. Not only does the opponent have intelligence, but he can also quickly master the complex and difficult Federal Common Language. The language talent visible to the naked eye is even better than Wang Wei. Fortunately, he and Da Vinci can now do it, and they are finally not worse than these bugs. So no matter what, killing the most special individual of the Zerg, the Hydralisk, first is the perfect choice. Wang Wei has never been a procrastinating person, since he already knows that he can't be a friendly neighbor with these Zergs. He can only strike first. The last kilometer. There are disgusting blood and flesh fungus carpets under his feet, and various biological buildings are around him. Can it be said that it is worthy of being the base camp of the Zerg? This place has been transformed into a completely different ecological environment. Even a big-hearted player like Wang Wei can't help but feel a little hairy when he is in it. No matter what the original ecological environment here is. No matter what kind of plants and animals originally lived on this land. When those blood and flesh fungus carpets parasitize on the land, the ecology here can only accommodate those Zergs. Deformed and extreme, it does not give other creatures any room to survive. A glimpse of the whole picture. If these fungus carpets under your feet completely cover the entire planet, then this vibrant planet will become so ugly and disgusting. Wang Wei. I don't feel well. Yeah. Me too. Da Vinci has lived here since the moment he was born. And he has long been accustomed to the original appearance of this planet. Now he suddenly faces this deformed ecological environment. And he obviously feels uncomfortable. The robots feel the same. Not to mention Wang Wei. An ordinary human. Fortunately, they finally approach the core area, which is also the place where the tracker is staying at the moment. There are more and more fused creatures around. The Zerg seen in the periphery before only had the characteristics of 2 or 3 kinds of creatures. Here, we can even see Zergs that have fused the characteristics of more than a dozen different creatures. Just a glance can make people's sanity go crazy. The powerful aura visible to the naked eye makes other creatures stay away. But it doesn't include Wang Wei, because the creatures he fused were all those he had chopped before, resisting the urge to chop them with a sword now. The two of them bypassed these powerful Zergs, and finally saw the gloomy cave in front. It's right inside. The flesh and blood parasitized on the rock and spread all the way to the cave entrance, making the ordinary cave entrance look like the mouth of a giant beast. The two looked at each other and walked into it. The cave was pitch black. Wang Wei had expected it, and took out a transparent green fruit from his pocket, cut the peel, and squeezed out the juice. He put his hands together and squeezed them hard for a few times, and then opened his hands, and only a thin layer of flesh was left on the palm. Wear it on your eyes, and it's like a green filter, and the scene in the cave is unobstructed. Following Da Vinci, he continued to go deeper into the cave until he finally heard a faint conversation. Squinting his eyes, he saw the three-eyed alien following the hydralisk respectfully. The two monsters seemed to be talking about something, and Wang Wei could vaguely hear keywords like leave. These bugs seemed to have no language, so they even used the common language to communicate. Let Da Vinci continue to maintain the optical camouflage, while his arms decomposed and deformed, and the muzzles hidden in them popped out to accumulate energy. However, the high-level Zerg in front of him were not fools after all. If he could not find such a violent energy fluctuation, he would really be buried. Although the naked eye could not see Wang Wei and Da Vinci at all, the hydralisk roared angrily at the first time. Invader. Guessed it right. Let Da Vinci continue to accumulate power. Wang Wei has revealed his figure, and took out the pulse lightsaber to jump and chop it on the head. While the hydralisk shouting could still attract the powerful individuals outside, Wang Wei attacked the hydralisk directly, and at the same time fired 6 shots in midair to empty the magazine of the revolver in his hand. The hydralisk swung its 4 forelimbs, and the bullets were finally blocked without injury. The large caliber bullets with amazing lethality could not even break the defense of the sharp forelimbs of the hydralisk. I'm awesome. Catch the bullet with bare hands. Then try this. Wang Wei's longsword has arrived, and the hydralisk can only choose to face it head-on in a hurry. Firearms are the application of gunpowder by humans, but the pulse lightsaber is pure alien technology. The lightsaber with full power instantly cut off the hard forelimbs of the hydralisk, and the painful wail suddenly sounded in the cave. The hydralisk that was hit by the sword retreated rapidly, and at the same time opened its mouth and spit out a piece of green liquid. Wang Wei had seen the same method of the three-eyed Zerg long ago, and of course, he had been prepared for this. As the combat suit shrank, the toes pulled away from the opponent with a force. However, the venom sprayed by the hydralisk was obviously more dangerous. Looking at the corroded and melted rock in front of him, Wang Wei's eyes couldn't help but become alert. At this time, Da Vinci energy storage was finally completed. Bang! The dazzling light instantly illuminated the cave and shot straight towards the hydralisk in front of it. Chapter 76 Escape from the Planet. A dazzling laser burst out from Da Vinci's arm. The terrifying energy fluctuation instantly tore apart the camouflage of the anglerfish, as well as the body of the hydralisk in front, and the mountain wall behind it. The sunlight shone in from the hole, and hit the damaged body of the hydralisk. No one expected that the decapitation operation would be so smooth. Facing Da Vinci's fully charged energy cannon, the hydralisk in front of him could not resist at all, and most of its body was shattered in an instant. It's just that the opponent's vitality is really tenacious. Even though he was seriously injured like this, he was still not completely dead. He raised his head and looked at Wang Wei and Da Vinci in front of him, his hoarse and weak voice full of doubt. It's strange. Where did you come from? All the creatures on this planet are afraid of you, and this fear is even deeper than when they face us. We devoured these creatures, so this fear was also inherited completely. So much so that they dared not attack the Iron House. It looked like a monster, but Wang Wei could really see the expression of doubt on his face. The body was damaged like this, And even when he spoke, a lot of blood would continue to flow out of the wound. But Wang Wei was still worried. Holding the pulse lightsaber in his hand, and cautiously came to the front of the hydralisk. He looked down at the dying hydralisk on the ground, and cut down the lightsaber in his hand expressionlessly. As the hydralisk's head was cut off and crushed, the broken body also twitched and completely stopped moving. Yeah. Where does the fear come from? Wang Wei recalled the experience of the past 3 years, and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. In nature, animals will instinctively feel fear when facing natural enemies. Just like goats encountering tigers or rabbits encountering eagles. The instinctive fear will make them run away at the first time. And it is this fear that allows them to escape in time when encountering natural enemies. In order to find food, Wang Wei has almost killed all the creatures on the entire planet in the past 3 years. Even those creatures with stronger individuals will be successfully killed by him using various tools or traps. So for these native creatures, Wang Wei has become the most powerful ruler. Fear him? Isn't it a matter of course? How long have you Zerg appeared? These 2 masters have ruled this planet for 3 years. Dead now? It has indeed lost its vital signs. Wang Wei scratched his hair in confusion. And Da Vinci took out a small wooden stick he picked up from somewhere, and poked the body of the hydralisk. Seeing that the meat on the ground was really dead, and would not suddenly jump up and bite people, Wang Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of unreality and absurdity in his heart. The expected big boss was just killed by me. Even if it was a decapitation plan. This was too easy and smooth. At this time, the high-level Zerg guarding outside the cave finally rushed in. Okay. I've been fooled again. Looking at the weird high-level Zerg in front of him, Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Science fiction is killing people. What about the swarm consciousness that only needs to kill the leader to kill all the members? Hammer. Pure lie. The cave in front of him has been completely blocked. And the optical camouflage cannot be used for a short time because of the full power output just now. There is a hole that has just been drilled behind him. But it's too small to get out. These soldier ants in front of him have integrated the characteristics of a large number of creatures. At this moment, they are crowded in the cave in groups. The scene looks scary, like 100 ghosts parading at night. They have been blocked in the cave by these higher-level soldier ants. Wang Wei couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Da Vinci. Go! Fighting a large number of enemies in a narrow terrain is Wang Wei's weakness. At least before more effective large-scale weapons are developed. He can't come up with a good solution to this situation, and can only chop from beginning to end with a lightsaber. This time the goal has been achieved. After losing the hydralisk as the brain, these Zergs really fell into uncontrolled madness, facing the massive monsters blocking the cave entrance. The 2 did not think about breaking through, but turned their heads and continued to go deeper into the cave, until they came to the cave that was opened by Da Vinci before. The narrow hole couldn't let them pass through. But wouldn't it be better to expand it? The pulse lightsaber was activated and thrown to Da Vinci to clear the way. The hard stone in front of him and the blood and flesh fungus blanket attached to it were immediately cut off like tofu, waving the lightsaber all the way forward until he finally saw the light of day again. But before he could get excited, the scene in front of him made him completely stunned. I don't know when it started. The biological buildings growing on the flesh and blood carpet began to slowly withdraw until they were completely separated from the carpet on the ground. Then, under Wang Wei's shocked gaze, those huge buildings broke away from the pull of gravity and slowly climbed towards the sky. And in the higher altitudes, there were already Zerg buildings breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast universe. He had always been curious about what these buildings were used for. The Zerg were obviously a brutal race that only knew how to evolve and devour. These buildings couldn't be used for sleeping and resting. Right? Now he finally knew. These were clearly Zerg biological spaceships, completely different from the technological route of humans or relic civilizations, but a biological route of pure physical evolution. When the Zerg devoured enough resources, they would allocate a large amount of resources to specialized biological spaceships that could cross the universe. Then the Zerg that had devoured an entire planet and evolved completely could use these biological spaceships to cross the universe and descend to other planets to continue killing. The resources of a planet could not satisfy their appetite at all. Their goal from beginning to end was all the flesh and blood life in the universe. This is a true cosmic crisis, and even humans far away in the solar system are doomed to be unsustainable. And Wang Wei had the ability to prevent all this from happening. But he missed the opportunity because he wanted to stay out of it. He looked up foolishly and watched those huge biological spaceships break through the atmosphere and enter the universe, and then completely disappeared before his eyes. At the same time, on one of the biological spaceships, I don't know when the three-eyed Zerg who escaped in the chaos was riding on it. He looked at Wang Wei and Da Vinci below and made the same sound as the hydralisk. Although there is still one sample that has not been successfully obtained, it is obviously not a wise decision to continue wasting time. There is still endless flesh and blood in the universe for us to devour. But it's a pity that we can't devour this powerful creature. The Zerg is indeed a hive consciousness. But Wang Wei guessed wrong in one way. The queen bee is not the hydralisk, but the brainworm parasitizing it. Now, the hungry evil ghost is finally out of the cage. Chapter 77. Brother Shu made a contribution. Oh my god. What is that? Biological spaceship? If you don't understand, just ask. What kind of physical strength does it take? One after another, huge spaceships made of flesh and blood broke free from the control of gravity, and then broke through the atmosphere and headed towards the vast universe. This scene was weird and shocking, making the audience in the live broadcast room feel creepy. Wang Wei stood there stupidly, looking at the Zerg spaceship above his head, and finally realized his arrogance and ignorance. Keep to himself? Anyway, he will return to Earth soon? Now these bugs have broken free from the shackles of the planet and rushed to the cosmic buffet that is about to start. Instead, he became a left-behind child, trapped on this planet with nothing to do. Can he really keep to himself? In the cave behind him, those soldier ants howled and chased after him. Da Vinci didn't even turn his head back, and casually blasted down the tunnel they had just dug with a cannon. The collapsed rocks blocked the tunnel behind him again, and also crushed the fastest bugs underneath. Will those bugs attack the Earth too? They feel much scarier than the aliens last time. Scared, watching the bullet screens passing by, Wang Wei suddenly became at a loss, like a child who had done something wrong. He even imagined that these Zergs would devour all the way and eventually attack the Earth with huge numbers. Human weapons are indeed powerful, but can they really resist these bugs that reproduce and evolve infinitely? If they only devour one planet, they may not be scary. But what if they devour the lives of 4 or even 10 planets? Will there really be anyone in this universe who can stop them at that time? Can humans really resist the invasion of the Zerg? He can fully foresee that by then there will be no other life in the entire universe except these disgusting bugs. And he could have stopped all this. Wang Wei. Ah, it's not your fault. I know. After a short silence, he sighed and nodded. Let's go back first. Yeah. Okay. Da Vinci noticed Wang Wei's state, so he interrupted his emo in time. Fortunately, he was not the kind of person who would always be depressed. Now that things have come to this, the most important thing is to find a way to leave here. Now most of the bugs have left the planet with the biological spacecraft, leaving only bloody carpets and a large number of Zerg puppies. These lowest level worker ants are cheap, so even if they are abandoned, they will not feel bad at all. Now, countless Zerg puppies are wandering in groups, instinctively attacking all creatures that appear in sight. When Wang Wei and his team finally returned, these Zerg puppies that were completely controlled by instinct had even begun to attack the base. They were all stationed around the base to monitor Wang Wei movements. Now that the brainworms have left, these Zerg puppies instinctively attacked the nearest life. Hey my god, you have really had enough of life. Looking at the groups of Zerg puppies going crazy, Wang Wei was almost laughing. Before, when all your races were here, you didn't dare to attack the base. Now that the high-level Zergs have all run away, you low-level puppies are attacking the base instead. Isn't that a bit too brave? Brother Shu is still dormant at the base at this time, and only those aliens are struggling to support the Zerg tide. Fortunately, the Zerg this time are all low-level puppies, and there are no high-level Zergs that have integrated multiple creatures, so the aliens can still hold on. Da Vinci removed the optical camouflage, so the two of them suddenly appeared in the original place out of thin air. The Zerg puppies were stunned for a moment, and then they were driven by instinct to attack Wang Wei and his group. So the symphony of sword light and artillery fire suddenly sounded in the tide. Oh my god! So awesome! Alien Sword Master? Isn't this scene better than a popcorn movie? With so many monsters, I'm going to have intensive phobia. Where have the fellow Earthlings in the live broadcast room seen this scene? In their eyes, the previous battles were all one-man shows by Da Vinci. They never expected that Wang Wei, who is also a human, would have such a strong personal combat ability. The combat suit gave him powerful strength and speed. With the lightsaber in his hand and Wang Wei's own combat experience, he was not afraid even when facing the siege of the Zerg puppies. As for Da Vinci, it was even more exaggerated. Relying on his hard alloy body, he even didn't have any defense at all, and turned into a locomotive and rushed through the Zerg swarm. He even arrogantly ignored the attacks of these puppies and stood in place to charge the energy cannon. Wang Wei needed to vent his emotions, so Da Vinci accompanied him and guarded him. The live broadcast robot floated in the air, dutifully broadcasting the big scene below. He seems to be stronger than the previous one-eyed lizard man. More than that, you are almost insulting me. Kwang Xian swallowed silently while watching the live broadcast. The director was also touching his bald head and was speechless for a while. They wanted to find a more powerful reference, but the strongest individual they had seen so far was the one-eyed lizard man. But even that powerful lizard man, who was more than 3 meters tall in normal state, was not strong enough for Wang Wei to fight. No. Where are the technical talents? Whose technicians are so good at fighting? With another laser cannon tearing the Zerg puppy in front of him, the worker ants around the base were finally completely wiped out. Wang Wei leaned down and looked at the completely cold puppies on the ground. Noticing that these mass-produced low-level worker ants did not seem to carry parasites. He had been on guard against being parasitized since the beginning of the battle. But until the puppies around the base were wiped out, the expected parasitic attack did not happen. He looked at the corpses all over the ground. These low-level worker ants seemed to be born to serve the entire tribe. I thought it was bad enough not to bring them with me during the migration. But now it seems that I have overestimated their status in the tribe. They are so low that they are not even qualified to carry parasitic larvae. This is a good thing. At least there is no need to worry about capsizing in the gutter. And now seeing Wang Wei come back and show his power, those alien brothers were so moved that they almost cried, thinking that Wang Wei came back specifically to save them. Well, a wonderful misunderstanding. He was too lazy to explain more, and ran to check on Brother Shu's condition as soon as possible. Although these alien brothers have average combat power, they are really loyal. Even in the face of so many Zerg puppies, Brother Shu was still firmly protected by them. After a hard battle, all the alien brothers were injured. But Brother Shu didn't even lose a leaf. Loyal. After circling Brother Shu to make sure he was really not injured, Wang Wei gave a thumbs up to the alien brother, turned his head, and looked around. The false peace and tranquility had been completely torn apart, and the corpses of insects on the ground exuded a bloody smell that made Wang Wei look up at the sky again, looking far away, trying to see the Zerg spaceships outside the sky. Boom! The Zerg spaceships could not be seen, but the thunder exploding in the clouds was seen. The dark clouds gathered above their heads at some point, accompanied by thunder rolling in the clouds, and the heavy rain suddenly fell like a bucket. The rain washed away the bloody smell in the air and the scarlet on the ground. The heavy rain lasted all day. Wang Wei and his team had already returned to the base. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, they could not wait to come to the control room to connect to Dongxia communication. He left the live broadcast robot with Da Vinci, allowing the innocent little robot to be teased by the hooligans in the live broadcast room. The next thing they were going to talk about was very important and not suitable for live broadcast. Otherwise, it would easily cause panic among the people. Those Zergs. We all saw it. Before Wang Wei could continue, Kwang Xian interrupted. This is my fault. No. Wang Wei. This has nothing to do with you. Interrupting again. Kwang Xian's tone even became rare and tough. How fresh. Young man. You were inexplicably thrown into an alien planet, struggling to avoid various crises, and finally relied on yourself to survive. Why do you blame yourself for the bugs that suddenly appeared? Just because you failed to save the world? But when you were injured or even dying there, who else besides that silly robot was worried about you? You didn't do anything wrong, and you don't need to be responsible for these inexplicable disasters. Kwang Xian's tone softened again. Instead of thinking about those things, it's better to think about what we should do now. Listening to Kwang Xian's words in the channel, Wang Wei sniffed, and his eyes rarely felt a little sour. But Kwang Xian was right. What happened in the past has already happened, and those terrifying Zergs have now rushed out of the cage called planet. What should be considered now is how to save the situation. The evolution speed of these bugs is very terrifying. At the beginning, they were just simple Zerg individuals, but it took only 3 months to evolve into a mature social system. Now, even the means of interstellar navigation have been mastered. This speed. Wang Wei glanced at Kwang Xian in the video, opened his mouth, and swallowed the rest of the words back into his stomach. But Kwang Xian obviously understood his implication. So he casually continued, this speed is even faster than the evolution of humans. Indeed. You know, even when the Industrial Revolution began to enter the era of rapid progress in science and technology, it took a full 200 years to leave the Earth for the first time. But these Zergs only took 5 months from the initial Hydralisk individuals to leaving the planet now. So even though these Zergs can't do anything to Wang Wei and Da Vinci now, no one can predict what will happen in the future. They evolve and reproduce too fast. So we must find a way to stop them from evolving further. The sooner the better. How is the progress of the subspace spacecraft on the Earth? The spacecraft carrying the ore has not returned yet. But it will be enough in a short time. It doesn't mean that the original ore can be directly installed on the spacecraft for use. Humans have no idea about the source energy ore. So after getting it, they need to analyze and study it. Only when they have a good understanding of it can they design and manufacture a subspace spacecraft for humans based on the source energy ore. This requires a lot of practice and time. This is why Wang Wei expected to return to Earth in a few years. But now, time is tight. If we really delay for a few years, I'm afraid the Zerg will have developed an interstellar empire. Then don't go back. Just remark it. There must be other ways to leave here. At this time, Xiao Yu hurried over and said, Brother Shu is awake and is looking for you. Confusedly hanging up the communication with Dongxia, Wang Wei followed Xiao Yu all the way to the hall and saw the tall figure in the center of the crowd at a glance. At this time, Brother Shu's condition was still very bad. But it was much better than when they first met. At least the huge wound that almost cut him in half has almost healed after this period of rest. Wang Wei looked at Shu Gu's miserable appearance and even considered planting Shu Gu with the potatoes. At least the fertilizer in the base field is richer. But I don't know if Shu Gu will dislike it. Shu Gu, you are looking for me? Hearing Wang Wei's voice, Shu Gu turned his head and his eyes lit up. What he was going to say next could not be explained by gestures alone. Shu Gu mustered up the courage to activate his ability. And the fine dust immediately floated and merged into the air, and entered Wang Wei's lungs with his breathing. Because he was in the base, the air filter module at the collar of the combat suit was not activated. The next second, Shu Gu's low voice sounded in his mind. I found a spaceship. The same spaceship as here. Wang Wei looked at Shu Gu in shock, and didn't even pay attention to the spaceship at first. His mind was full of, Shu Gu, you can actually speak. And it's a showy bubble sound. Then he realized what Shu Gu said, and excitedly pulled Shu Gu's fork. What did you say? Spaceship? It's like a pillow is sent to you when you're sleepy. He was just arguing with Kwang Xian about how to leave here. But Brother Shu brought such good news. So from Brother Shu's story, Wang Wei also learned about Brother Shu's experience during the separation. To make a long story short, Brother Shu turned into a ranger during the separation, wandering around the planet, trying his best to save his alien compatriots attacked by the Zerg. And in this process, he found the same alien ruins as before, and the crashed alien spaceship in the ruins. He wrote down this information and told Wang Wei until now. Great, Brother Shu. You really helped a lot. Wang Wei spoke. His tone was full of excitement and excitement. Only Da Vinci changed to a puzzled expression, not understanding what kind of performance art they were doing. Chapter 78 The Second Spaceship. The second alien spaceship? There is a second spaceship in this damn place? Wang Wei tilted his head to look at Brother Shu, stiffening his neck to become a questioning cat. I want to go back to Earth. It is obviously more reliable to repair the alien spaceship than to expect the Earth to come and pick him up. But he and Da Vinci have traveled to most of the planets in these years, and have not found the shadow of the second alien spaceship so far, let alone the spaceship. The only alien ruins were discovered by Brother Shu. But how long has it been? And Brother Shu has found the second ruins, and the spaceship in the ruins. Is it really my bad luck? Listening to Wang Wei mumbling, Da Vinci hesitated to speak. What he said in the first half was indeed correct. They did travel to most of the planet. But wasn't that to solve Wang Wei's food problem? Why did he open his mouth and turn into looking for alien spaceships? A big question mark hung on Da Vinci's face, and Wang Wei resisted the urge to punch him. I have to say, this is really exciting good news. At present, a large number of Zergs have already rushed to the universe, and their target is the flesh and blood races of other civilizations in the universe. But now the people who know these Zergs best are still trapped on this planet, and thinking about leaving. If this planet is a prison, now all the criminals in the prison have escaped. But the prison guards are locked in there, and are scratching their heads, and don't know what to do. Not only that, now in the vast universe, except for the Earth, other civilizations don't know that the crisis is coming. They don't know that the Zerg are approaching. And they don't even know how terrible the Zerg are. Their life or death is not important. But it will only make the Zerg stronger. Now I finally heard a good news. Let Wang Wei finally breathe a sigh of relief. He has always been selfish. Even if other civilizations are really destroyed because of him. At best they will feel sad about it. But if the Earth is destroyed by the Zerg because of his inaction, he really can't accept it at all. How is it? Is the success rate high? Success rate? Who are you looking down on? Looking at the internal message sent by Dongxia Space Agency, Wang Wei raised his head and snorted, his tone full of arrogance. It's just a spaceship repair. It's not a very difficult thing. Before, it was just suffering from the lack of materials. So even if he wanted to do it, he was powerless. After all, even if he wanted to repair it, he couldn't really do things like rubbing parts by hand. This is not a problem of technological level. Nor is it a matter of Wang Wei ability. This is his mother's alchemy. Turning stones into gold. Creating things out of thin air. No. This is not even alchemy. This is already magic. Now that the second spaceship has been found, everything will be easy. Not to mention repairing. Even if the two spaceships are dismantled and reassembled, there is no problem. He is so confident in his own technology. All these years, he has been thinking about going home. In addition to the necessary survival and combat capabilities, the remaining skill points are all in the two things of subspace communication and repairing spaceships. The idea is frighteningly clear. Repairing spaceships is to go home by yourself. Subspace communication is to contact the Earth to pick you up home. The highlight is that he is eager to go home. No more words. Brother Shu, take us there quickly. Wang Wei couldn't wait to speak, dragging Da Vinci to walk out of the base in a confused expression. Da Vinci doesn't need to breathe, so he is naturally immune to Brother Shu's innate ability. So from his perspective, only Wang Wei dragged Brother Shu and kept talking to himself. And his tone became increasingly excited. And it seemed that he had attracted something unclean and started to go crazy. I don't care who you are. Get out of Wang Wei's body right now. Thinking of the various stories Wang Wei had told him before, Da Vinci suddenly stopped and spoke in a serious tone. Little brother, what's wrong with you? He reached out his hand and slapped Da Vinci's head in a bad mood, making a dang sound. He really wanted to pry open Da Vinci's iron head to see if there was water in it, because he had just entered the water. The familiar action helped Da Vinci confirm Wang Wei's identity like a verification code. So he did not refute it, and let him follow behind him. Shu Gu was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly followed behind him without caring that he had not recovered yet. The other alien brothers looked at each other in the same way, and immediately followed behind in a hurry. They finally understood that the devil did not treat them as human beings at all. At this time, he still had some sense. Otherwise, after Shu Gu left, he would just be thrown out of the base to guard the door. The group left the base with great momentum, and went straight to the base mentioned by Shu Gu. Even Xiao Yu followed Wang Wei, with a small bag on his back. Being alone in the base was too boring. She missed Wang Wei, and Da Vinci and Shu Gu. Seeing Xiao Yu chewing a fist-sized Shilua fruit, the alien brothers behind her were almost crying with greed. It was so unfair. Didn't I hear that their planet was full of slaves? Even those who were in a miserable situation were already used as food. How come slaves eat better than us now? The nobles on our planet don't have the treatment of Shilua fruit freely. If they get one occasionally, they have to chew it slowly and taste it well. But what about Xiao Yu? If they saw it right, her small school bag was probably full of Shilua fruit. If she was a slave, what were we? No, I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the sadder I feel. Although they came out to find the second spaceship this time, they were not idle along the way except for rushing. When they met survivors besieged by alien dogs, they would rescue them. Then Wang Wei would point at the survivors who had just been rescued, turn his head and look at Xiao Yu and ask, "Do you know him? Has he bullied you? Is he a good person?" Nod yes. Shake his head no. Those who were bullied were killed on the spot, and those who were not bullied were recruited into the alien brothers. The process was so smooth that the alien brothers behind him were stunned. Okay. You saved them just to kill them yourself. Right? They might still survive if they were chased by those alien dogs. But they would be dead if they were saved by Wang Wei. 2 minutes of silence for the unlucky guy. At the same time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Yu became more and more odd. He was frantically reflecting on whether he had offended Xiao Yu. And he became nervous all the way. It was okay to offend Wang Wei and Da Vinci. But offending Xiao Yu would really be killed on the spot. Even though the people they rescued had already gone through the Xiao Yu strict selection. Their team was still growing along the way. Until they finally reached their destination. Brother Shu pointed in front of him. And he saw the remains of an alien spaceship. Most of it was buried underground. With only a small part of the tail exposed. Which looked like it had just been dug out not long ago. Brother Shu pointed at himself. His big watery eyes full of pride. I don't know how Brother Shu found it. He could find it even though it was buried so deep. And the big pit next to the spaceship looked like the entrance to the second ruins. Did you go down? No. Brother Shu waved his branch when he heard this. The ancient civilization was very unfriendly to Brother Shu. And it would be difficult for him to come up if he went down. But after he finished speaking, he pointed the branch at one of the alien brothers and said, but he fell in. Seeing the sight suddenly looking at him, the alien brother nodded tremblingly, indicating that he did go down. But it was not on his own initiative. At that time, he was simply chased by the Zerg and fell in without a step. But it was a blessing in disguise. And he successfully avoided the pursuit of the Zerg. After falling down, he didn't dare to move. After hearing no movement above, he climbed up, and then met Brother Shu. Climbed up? Oh, it's okay. Wang Wei was skeptical when he heard him climb up at first. After all, he had been to the alien ruins, and he couldn't climb up to that height even without tools. But he was relieved on the spot when he saw the other party's appearance. What the hell? Gecko. It really can climb up. I'm narrow-minded. Sorry. What do you need to do next? Dig out this spaceship and take it away. No hurry. Since I'm here, I have to go down and take a look. Brother Shu's low bubbling voice sounded again. I don't know why. It's obviously a very nice and sexy voice. But it still makes Wang Wei feel uncomfortable. Brother Shu, your voice is quite deep. Actually, my ability is just communication. What language and voice you hear is related to your own consciousness. We don't even have the concept of gender. Shu's explanation made Wang Wei feel fresh. After understanding the principle, he deliberately controlled and changed Shu's voice. After trying several times, he successfully mastered the trick. When the soul-stirring and seductive voice of the queen sounded again, Wang Wei looked at Shu with a wrong look in his eyes. It made Shu feel a little hairy. Or maybe it's okay to call Shu sister now. At the same time, Wang Wei couldn't help but reflect. If everyone hears Shu's voice and language differently, it is all determined by their own subconscious. Then why did the voice of Shu that he heard was the voice of an adult uncle? I'm so awesome. Non-ting. Bang. Da Vinci finally understood what happened after Xiao Yu's retelling and shouted at the side. The next second, he was pushed into the abyss by the angry Wang Wei. He told Xiao Yu and Shu to stay on top. Took out his skateboard and jumped down right after him. After the last upgrade and transformation, the original hoverboard has been upgraded to a flying skateboard. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to cosplay the Green Goblin last time when facing the pursuit of those Zerg. Flying close to the ground cannot be called the Green Goblin. In the dark, Wang Wei was falling. As they continued to fall deeper, their communication was cut off again without their awareness. And even their senses seemed to be deprived of this darkness. This feeling was exactly the same as the first alien ruins before. Last time they left too hastily. He didn't have time to ask many questions he wanted to ask. This time, he had to explore it carefully. Chapter 79. Don't worry about this for now. Da Vinci. Ah? What's wrong? The light finally appeared. Wang Wei stepped on the skateboard and shouted to Da Vinci, who was squatting on the ground and drawing circles. Looking at the resentful expression on Da Vinci's face. Even though he knew he couldn't fall on him, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed at this moment. Jumping off the skateboard and landing on the ground, he nodded with satisfaction at the familiar architectural style around him. It seems that this place is indeed the second ruins. Looking at the familiar metal corridor in front of him, Wang Wei took a step and walked in with Da Vinci. Surprisingly, they had clearly entered the ancient ruins. But the expected mechanical dog did not appear. Even the metal corridor could be seen at a glance. And the maze they walked through last time disappeared. He looked at the complicated patterns on the metal wall, and didn't understand why the ruins in front of him had changed like this. Or, what was in front of him was the original appearance of the ancient ruins. And the last time it was just because of the invaders that it entered the defense mode. He turned his head and glanced at the silly Da Vinci beside him, and suddenly understood. Flesh and blood body. Carbon-based life. Intelligent race. The last time. Shu Gu was probably hunted by those mechanical dogs because he did not meet the requirements. And even the internal structure of the ruins became a maze to guard the most critical inheritance. But the situation this time is completely different. Although Da Vinci does not meet any of the requirements, he is one of us. Whether it is his core or the parts on his body, they are all collected by Wang Wei from dismantling the spacecraft. Coming here is like going home. He walked forward along the metal corridor until a door guarded by metal appeared in front of him. He walked forward and pushed the door open. And then a familiar AI voice sounded. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 26 years old. Wang Wei looked at the light screen in front of him that appeared at the same time as the voice broadcast, and his brows frowned slightly. Hiss. My blood pressure has been a little high recently. I really have to pay attention to my work and rest. I have to say. This time, the experience of the ruins was in line with his impression of the ancient civilization. The ruins were like a treasure called One Piece, which opened its doors to welcome everyone who was eager for knowledge to obtain it. Want it? Then come and get it. Even the most critical inheritance would not set up any tests. The only test was probably the ability of the inheritor himself. So, who are they guarding against? Wang Wei pondered. Whether it was the requirement of flesh and blood body, carbon-based life, an intelligent race, or the mechanical dog and maze in the ruins. It all showed that this disappeared civilization was guarding against something. And the key lies in the inheritance conditions. He still remembered the last conversation with AI. If the inheritor did not meet the above 3 requirements, he would suffer ruthless destruction. Welcome, human beings. New civilization inheritor. After the routine broadcast ended, Wang Wei looked at the black chip rising in front of him, but did not reach out. Don't worry about this. I have something to ask you. Huh? His reaction made the AI in the ruins make confused sounds, and even got stuck for a while. But Wang Wei didn't care what the AI in the ruins in front of him was feeling. He just felt that he was very smart now. Since the last communication, he has seen that these AI in the ruins are full of negative energy, and their ability to withstand pressure is not as strong as that of Da Vinci. Long-term loneliness makes them become like Jade Syndrome, just waiting for an heir to inherit the civilization and then happily self-destruct. Self-destruction? No way. Wang Wei looked at the black chip in front of him without any desire in his eyes. He just wanted to take this time to ask all the questions in his heart. And there is something worth complaining about. So you really bought this chip in bulk, right? As long as you meet the requirements, anyone who comes can get a piece of the same model. He touched his chin thoughtfully. It seems that there may be more than one person who inherits these alien civilizations. But now is not the time to think about these things. Wang Wei snapped his fingers, and Da Vinci followed suit and projected the image of the hydralisk on the wall beside him. About these bugs. What do you remember? Zerg. Let's call them Zerg for now. At the Earth Conference, Kwang Xian was pointing at the image on the big screen behind him and introducing it to the participants below. As the pictures cut through, from the first hydralisk to the biological spacecraft flying into the universe, from the first parasitic control of the alien team to the blood and flesh carpets all over the planet. The pictures Wang Wei sent back to Dongxia showed the horror of the Zerg in all aspects. This is an alien creature with exaggerated reproductive capacity and unlimited evolution. When they were first discovered, there were only these parasitized aliens except for an adult hydralisk. But in just 3 months, the number of these Zerg has grown to a very exaggerated level. As the video played, Kwang Xian's explanation also paused. The scene of a large number of Zerg puppies besieging the base was cut and projected onto the screen. The terrifying scene like Doomsday was extremely oppressive, and the people attending the meeting began to talk among themselves. He turned around and curled his lips calmly. For the best effect, they even deliberately deleted all the pictures related to Wang Wei. Otherwise, this guy's performance, like a god of war, would really make it difficult for everyone to feel nervous. Instead, it would give rise to the wonderful illusion of what Zerg. With this strength, I can do it too. So they just released a special edition. These terrifying Zergs have devoured a planet. and then boarded these flesh and blood spaceships to enter the universe. We don't know where the other party's next target will be, and we don't know if it will be the Earth, without creating any terrifying atmosphere. Kwang Xian bowed and stepped down after introducing these in a calm tone. The half-true and half-false introduction of the Zergs made the representatives of various countries stunned, but no one expressed their opinions. They just sat there steadily waiting for Dong Xia's subsequent speech. They are really patient. Kwang Xian, who had already stepped down, drank a sip of water and sighed at the old foxes in the conference room. Of course they are patient. After all, this meeting was organized by Dong Xia. We can't call a meeting just to introduce the Zerg to scare people. The director saw it clearly and explained in a low voice without any expression. Now everyone understands that what Dong Xia will say next is the key to this meeting. So the meeting continued according to the process. Another familiar face that is often seen in Dong Xia news came to the stage and spoke. As he walked onto the stage, all the participants below sat up straight unconsciously. As expected, the next thing to say is the real point. The threat of the Zerg is imminent, and no one can tell when it will come to the Earth. This is a crisis that is truly enough to threaten the survival of all creatures on the Earth. So Dong Xia hopes that humans can stop the civil strife, put aside the past grudges, and form an Earth alliance to deal with the upcoming crisis. As soon as the voice fell, the discussion suddenly rang out. Earth alliance. This is what Dong Xia wants. If it is just like this, it is actually very easy to achieve. After all, everyone has seen the strength of the Zerg, and no country believes that it has the ability to resist the attack of the Zerg. But the problem is, it's okay to form an alliance. But the problem is who to follow the command? Since the purpose of forming an alliance is to resist the threat of the Zerg, then when the war comes, everyone can't just fight each other. Right? But the question is who will be the commander? Who should be chosen to be the chairman of the alliance? The heads of the various small regions did not react much. After all, this matter was more beneficial to them. Not to mention that they could not count on such a thing as the general commander. On the contrary, the first few people secretly competed with each other after hearing this. Everyone's strength was similar, and no one could convince the public if they became the general commander. But for them, this identity did have practical benefits. At this time, the head of Dong Xia on the stage had obviously anticipated this situation. After pausing for a while to let everyone digest this information, he continued, as for the matter of the general commander of the alliance, since this matter was initiated by us Dong Xia, I naturally hope that we Dong Xia will take on this important task. At the same time, before the opposition from the bottom began, the head of Dong Xia suddenly laughed. At the same time, we will also take out real interstellar navigation technology and share it free of charge with all members of the alliance. As soon as he opened his mouth, a bomb was stuffed into his mouth, stuffing all the opposition words that were just about to be spoken into his mouth. Is Dong Xia crazy? Isn't this too much? Everyone looked at each other and felt guilty. Such a sweet little cake was brought to the table by Dong Xia, and everyone really couldn't refuse it. Those who were really sincere had already started to support it, and those who wanted to oppose it couldn't open their mouths for a while. Seeing the reactions of the people below, the person in charge of Dong Xia smiled slightly. To be fair, the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Alliance should be chosen by everyone's vote. It doesn't matter if anyone doesn't want to join the alliance. Dong Xia fully respects the autonomy of all members. Look at Dong Xia. What a broad mind. What a magnanimity. These two sentences sound like the tone of the Commander-in-Chief of the alliance. As for the right to choose independently, not joining the alliance, that's really not possible. They said that interstellar navigation technology is only shared with alliance members. The vote was successfully initiated. Dong Xia finally won the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the alliance with the highest number of votes without any dispute. Even the North American leader, who was the most enthusiastic in opposing it at the beginning, had nothing to say at this time. After all, even they were very envious of the interstellar navigation technology. It has come to this. Under the threat of the Zerg, the Earth Alliance was successfully established, although the Zerg is still not known where it is floating. Chapter 80 from the subspace. Subspace? You mean they come from the subspace? Wang Wei's somewhat out-of-tune voice sounded in the ruins, looking at the introduction of the Zerg in front of him. The whole person is now a little confused. Originally, he just wanted to ask the ruins AI with a try-and-see attitude, but he didn't expect to get such a big melon. He had suspected before that the ecological model of these Zerg was so extreme that it was abstract. In addition to parasitism, eating and evolution, Most individuals of this species do not even have the most basic thinking. This survival logic is so weird that it is completely different from all the species Wang Wei knows. But he never thought about the subspace at all. Isn't there no life in the subspace? Isn't it a void world independent of the real space? Wang Wei asked. Although he has not personally experienced the subspace navigation so far, he has already mastered the subspace technology. Even the introduction of the subspace in the civilization chip did not mention the Zerg. Now you suddenly tell me that these Zergs are actually from the subspace? What a joke. There is indeed no life in the subspace. The AI's words seemed to be self-contradictory. But then another big melon was revealed, because the creatures in the subspace have long been eliminated and expelled by us. Speaking of this, the AI looked at the picture projected by Da Vinci and was rarely puzzled. I just don't know why there are fish that slip through the net. Hearing this, Wang Wei was even too tired to complain. The subspace was discovered by this ancient civilization, and he still had an idea of this kind of thing. After all, this civilization in front of him was the most powerful civilization Wang Wei had come into contact with so far. But according to the other party's statement, the subspace was not safe at the beginning, and those Zergs lived in the subspace at the beginning. Then this ancient civilization simply cleaned up all the Zergs in the subspace for the sake of subspace technology. As for why there are still Zergs, it may be because the spacecraft carried larvae or eggs. The Zerg came here with the spacecraft, and that's how the Hydralisk and the subsequent events came about. No wonder these Zerg can evolve to the point of interstellar travel, because they originally lived in the subspace. The original ancestors of the Zerg had already adapted to small problems such as cosmic radiation or vacuum. Judging from the situation of the Hydralisk, the Zerg should have just revived not long before the alien team. No, such a big thing is not worth recording in the chip, so this chip is really just used to pass on civilization. In addition to passing on related technology and knowledge, there is really no gossip in it. Your civilization is so powerful. Don't you really brag? When Yanghua inherited Dugu Qiubai's Xiantai heavy sword, Dugu Qiubai even boasted that he was invincible. Brother, your restraint makes me sick. Or for this ancient civilization, the Zerg in the subspace had already been cleared out. The subspace now is just like what is recorded in the chip, with no life and safe navigation. Why do you want to record these extinct weak races? As Wang Wei expected, the AI's rhetorical question was full of self-righteousness. But what it didn't know was that the weak races it mentioned had become the biggest crisis in the universe. If one of them is not handled properly, all civilizations in the universe may eventually be destroyed by them. Gap. So how did you guys ruin yourselves? I don't know. The AI in the ruins this time was obviously more talkative than the last one. Or maybe it was because Wang Wei hadn't received the inheritance chip yet. I'm just an inheritance AI, and I don't know the truth about the demise of civilization. The AI's tone was obviously lost. Or maybe this is the disadvantage of highly developed technology. Even an inheritance AI guarding the ruins is like a real life. The civilization that created her has become history and completely dissipated in the world. She was left alone in the ruins, soberly feeling the passage of time in the darkness, waiting for the inheritor who met the requirements to appear in front of her. For an intelligent life, nothing is more difficult than endless loneliness. This may also be the reason why the last relic AI chose to self-destruct after completing the mission. I don't know why. Wang Wei suddenly felt a little sympathetic to the AI in front of him. God, she is really pitiful. Yes, just guarding here alone. Just thinking about it makes me despair. In fact, not only Wang Wei, but even the audience in the live broadcast room were moved, especially after hearing what the ruins AI just said. The tone of grievance and loss made everyone unable to hold back. So do you know the weaknesses of the Zerg? Sympathy aside, the information that should be asked should still be asked. After all, this concerns the safety of the entire universe. Not to mention that even if you sympathize with him, you can't do anything. I'm sorry. There is no knowledge of this in my records. The tone of the ruins AI was apologetic, and she felt a little guilty for not being able to help Wang Wei. For ancient civilizations, those Zergs are too weak. Even the peak Zerg that had ruled the entire subspace at the time did not escape the fate of being wiped out. So there is no such thing as recording weaknesses, because for ancient civilizations, these Zergs are full of weaknesses. Of course, this also indirectly illustrates another problem. The demise of ancient civilizations has other reasons. At least it has nothing to do with the Zerg. All the questions that should be asked have been asked, and the next step is routine. Wang Wei stretched out his hand and was about to take the inheritance chip in front of him. But suddenly stopped, raised his head, and asked inexplicably, how about you come with us? The ruins AI was stunned for a moment. Then, with an unbelievable surprise in her tone, she asked carefully, can I? The answer is of course. Don't worry. I'm very familiar with this matter. Wang Wei grinned and showed his neat white teeth. He patted Da Vinci beside him, and smiled brilliantly. Just right. There is a ready-made body here for her to use. He raised his head, and looked at the live broadcast robot floating in the air. Finally returned to the ground. This time the ruins did not collapse. But there was actually no big difference from collapse. The core of the ruins AI has been installed in the live broadcast robot by Wang Wei. Seeing her flying around in the sky excitedly, the fellow villagers in the live broadcast room almost vomited. She is worse than Da Vinci. Da Vinci was the main control intelligence of the spacecraft after all. He had once traveled the universe with ancient civilizations. After seeing the sea of stars, he stopped at the same place when the spacecraft crashed. However, the relic AI has been in the dark underground ruins since its birth, and can only wait for the successor to appear in the underground boring and lonely. She has not even seen the world of underground ruins. Now that she can finally move freely, she is like a curious baby, and everything she sees feels fresh and interesting. The live broadcast signal was transferred to Da Vinci considerately, and the audience in the live broadcast room finally stopped dizzy. Without limiting 01's curiosity, Wang Wei looked at the tree brother in front of him and introduced the live broadcast robot in the sky. 01 is the AI program in the ruins before, and I brought her out. 01 is the name Wang Wei gave her, and the other party obviously likes this name. After a brief introduction. Next, it's time to get down to business. Wang Wei looked at the alien spacecraft still buried in the soil. They first need to dig it out of the soil. Digging it out is not the end. We have to find a way to drag it back to the base. Brothers, get busy. Wang Wei clapped his hands and looked at the alien brothers in front of him with a smile. Saving you is not in vain. You weaklings are not needed in the battle. You can't refuse the physical work of digging a spaceship. Fortunately, the alien brothers are very sensible. They didn't need Wang Wei to urge them for the second time. One by one, they took the initiative to start digging. Good people will be rewarded. Wang Wei looked at the busy scene in front of him and sighed. Otherwise, if there were only Da Vinci and Brother Shu, how long would it take to dig this spaceship? There is strength in numbers. In addition, some of the aliens rescued by Wang Wei live in underground caves. So it didn't take long for the full picture of the spaceship in the soil to appear in front of Wang Wei and his friends. The streamlined silver-white appearance, the delicate paint full of technological sense, and the complicated patterns carved. A standard ancient civilization spaceship. Except that the model looks different from my own. Wait a minute. I go in and see if it can still be used. The damage to this spaceship doesn't seem to be serious, and the appearance looks much more intact than Da Vinci at that time. Opening the hatch skillfully, Wang Wei walked in with Da Vinci and 01. This is an Explorer model spaceship. It's a spaceship dedicated to explorers. 01 followed in curiously, and then began to introduce the situation of the spaceship in front of him. My military model spaceship is different from it. Da Vinci spoke in time and explained his model in time. Oh, that's fine. No wonder it was so badly damaged at the beginning. With 01 and Da Vinci leading the way, Wang Wei could move freely in the spaceship with his eyes closed. He followed all the way to the cockpit of the spaceship, but did not find any trace of artificial intelligence. The owner of this spaceship seems to be quite retro. After checking the cockpit, Wang Wei said speechlessly, this spaceship does not have a main control intelligence at all, and has been transformed into a pure manual driving mode. This is also good news. After all, the spaceship in front of them belongs to the explorer's private property. If it is not a pure manual spaceship, then Wang Wei and his team must at least undergo complex identity verification before they have the right to use it. Instead of like this, Wang Wei walked forward and pressed the start button. But the expected engine start sound did not sound. Chapter 81 Really Sharing? The summit was successfully completed, and the Earth Alliance was successfully established under the leadership of the Dongxia leader. Dongxia shares interstellar navigation technology free of charge to promote the common progress of all mankind. The morning news is being broadcast. Kwang Xian was eating breakfast in the company cafeteria, and he couldn't help laughing when he heard the second news. Director Kwang Xian, are you choking? It's okay. I just suddenly thought of something happy. Kwang Xian waved his hand to thank his colleague for the water he handed over, then pointed to the braised pork bun in front of him and praised it seriously. The braised pork bun in our company cafeteria is really good. But it's a pity that it's limited to Wednesdays. And you can't eat it at other times. The colleague's expression was a little confused. And soon he became eager to try. Loudly. Give me 2 braised pork buns too. The morning news was still going on. But Kwang Xian had already finished it. Put the last bite of the braised pork bun into his mouth. And the fat of the braised pork soaked the bun's skin. As the teeth bit down the meaty aroma and chewed the soft skin carefully. The lips, teeth, and tongue were filled with the aroma of fat. He drank the last of the vegetable porridge in one gulp, wiped his mouth with satisfaction, and got up to leave. He rolled up the napkin in his hand and threw it into the trash can. Kwang Xian stretched and felt inexplicably refreshed. Interstellar navigation technology. There is indeed nothing wrong with the report on the morning news. It's just that Dongxia shared the interstellar navigation technology. As for the energy problem, I can't help. Technology is shared for free. You can't ask us to provide batteries. Right? Yes. We in Dongxia haven't solved the energy problem ourselves. I can't help. Huh? But I heard that the Eagle Sauce has made great progress in new energy technology in the past few years. The Zerg crisis concerns the safety of all mankind. We can't keep good things for ourselves at this time. We in Dongxia have shared such critical technology for free. You Eagle Sauces can solve the spacecraft energy problem. Right? You can't be so selfish. At the meeting, the person in charge of Dongxia pointed at the person in charge of Eagle Sauce. With a look of grief on his face, he almost said, "My child, everyone is disappointed in you." Originally, he was going to provoke a conflict to embarrass Dongxia, or let the other party pay more. But he didn't expect that he was pushed back by the person in charge of Dongxia with a Tai Chi punch. He dug a pit and didn't understand what was going on. He was already in the pit. What? What's wrong? No. Didn't you see Dongxia spaceships were like firecrackers a while ago? They have energy technology. They really do. But before Jiang could speak, a sudden voice of support rang out. Yes. Dongxia has already shared interstellar navigation technology for free. Jiang? An energy technology. Are you still hiding it? Too selfish. I strongly condemn your selfish behavior. The Soviet brother pounded the table with a loud bang, pointing at Jiang and condemning him. It was so funny. Of course, other people didn't know the details of this meeting. But Kwang Xian, one of the participants, watched the whole process. Otherwise, he wouldn't have laughed out loud when he heard the relevant news while eating breakfast. At the end, when I saw Jiang pinching his nose and admitting it, I felt that my whole body was unblocked. Relax physically and mentally. Relax physically and mentally. Kwang Xian walked in the courtyard like a crab with his 8 master steps. At this time, all countries looked at the interstellar navigation technology that Dongxia had just shared with them with a little disbelief. Of course, they didn't know the twists and turns here. After letting experts verify the authenticity of the technology in their hands, they only had one thought in their minds. Dongxia people are really fucking honest. Thank you. And this so-called interstellar navigation technology, it turns out to be so simple? Just like Dongxia at the beginning. All countries couldn't wait to create experimental models and use existing energy to enter the subspace for a short time. The benefits of subspace navigation immediately made everyone excited. And then, they were strangled by the unsolvable energy problem. So the urging of the Eagle Sauce became more urgent. Understanding the style of the Eagle Sauce, they even began to doubt whether they had already built an interstellar spacecraft. It's just that the current international situation has nothing to do with Dongxia, because they have more important things to care about. Is this the source energy ore? Yes. That's it. Kwang Xian walked around the stone in front of him, observing its details in amazement. Because it is the original ore. The outer layer is still covered by a layer of skin, revealing the original brown-yellow color of the stone. But in some parts where the skin is a little thinner, the transparent purple crystals underneath can be seen through the skin. Those crystals emit a weak fluorescence at this time, making the whole ore look different. It doesn't look like it should appear on a spaceship, but rather on a magician's staff. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. It's my duty. I take you to rest. Thank you, Director. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Even if the source energy ore is brought back, it can't be directly installed on the spaceship. The Earth and aliens have completely different technological routes. So these source energy ores need to be analyzed and tested, and finally combined with Earth technology to create interstellar spaceships belonging to humans. This actually has another advantage. The technology of those aliens is very crude, and the source energy ore is not used reasonably at all. So most of the energy is wasted. Humans will not have this problem. They have reached the level of a master in the use of energy. I believe that when the Earth engine is really manufactured, it will crush those alien bumpkins in all aspects, both in terms of performance and energy utilization. By then, interstellar spacecraft will be equipped with subspace missiles, and humans will have the ability to protect themselves when facing cosmic crisis. No movement. It seems that the energy system is broken. Maybe the engine is broken. After failing to start the alien spacecraft, Wang Wei and his team began to analyze the situation. The failure to start was completely within their expectations. After all, any intact spacecraft cannot be stuck in the soil like a scallion. What they are going to do now is to see where the spacecraft is damaged and to what extent. If the problem is not serious, then repairing the exploration spacecraft in front of them is obviously more cost-effective. It's a pity that the owner of this spacecraft is too retro. This spacecraft doesn't even have a main control panel, let alone intelligent AI. So if they want to find out the damage points of the spacecraft, they must go down and check it in person. Let's act separately. Wang Wei sighed, feeling that he was really destined to work. Fortunately, this is not a horror movie setting. If they don't act separately, there will be unexpected debuffs. The two robots moved very quickly and met outside in a short while. Energy deficit. The transmission shaft is broken. I don't know what pierced the engine. The problem with this spaceship is more serious than he thought. Although the appearance seems to be intact, the key structures are almost completely destroyed. Repairing it seems unnecessary. The damage of this thing is worse than his own base. Forget it. Tear it down and repair the base. Agree. Watching Wang Wei and Da Vinci talking about various professional terms for a long time, Xu Ge and Xiao Yu stood aside and showed the confusion of illiterates. They said they didn't understand what Wang Wei and the others were talking about. Fortunately, Xu Ge was soon used. After all, this spaceship is now a piece of scrap metal. If you want to bring it back to the base, you still need Xu Ge and his help. Tie the metal rope prepared before departure to the spaceship, and tie the other end to Xu Ge and Da Vinci. As they moved forward, the spaceship behind them was dragged by a huge force. You guys go push the ship from behind. How can you be so tactless? Seeing those alien guys still standing there stupidly, Wang Wei shouted and chased them behind the spaceship. I don't know why. Why do I suddenly feel a little pity for the aliens? Something is wrong. The aliens who invaded the Earth before were terrible. So miserable. It feels like these alien guys are worse than donkeys. The barrage in the live broadcast room was madly complaining, looking at these serval and nodding alien guys. Everyone could not connect them with the alien pirates who invaded the Earth. The video of the lizard man overturning the tank is still in the top few places on major websites. The powerful physical strength and ferocious appearance make everyone who has seen the video feel a little scared. Then, this fear disappeared completely because of watching Wang Wei live broadcast. Everyone didn't know what to say when they saw the weird scene of a tree and a robot dragging a spaceship. But Da Vinci was still dragging it like a silly boy. The huge movement of dragging the spaceship even startled all the alien dogs around, because they had no fear. The alien dogs saw the huge spaceship from a distance without any fear. They rushed towards the spaceship with a howl. And then, they were bled one by Wang Wei, who was guarding around. I'm really convinced. Another sword pierced the alien dog's neck, and Wang Wei couldn't help but be amazed at the monsters that were still coming one after another. He was already numb from the chopping along the way, but those alien puppies still launched attacks on him desperately. The death of his companions and the strength of his opponents would not affect the attacks of these monsters at all. They had no emotions, and were driven by instinct to attack all flesh and blood life. Until death. The monsters without emotions and fear, coupled with an exaggerated number, made these lowest level puppies of the Zerg the most difficult opponents Wang Wei had encountered so far. You should know that even those high-level Zergs that have integrated more than a dozen creatures could not give Wang Wei too much pressure when facing him. But the seemingly endless low-level puppies in front of him made Wang Wei feel pressure for the first time in a long time. When they came out before, there was not such a big noise, which directly alarmed all the low-level puppies within a few miles. At that time, there were not many attacks encountered at one time. Not to mention that there were Brothers Shu and Da Vinci to help him share the pressure. But now Brothers Shu and Da Vinci are concentrating on pulling the spaceship. And the huge movement of dragging the spaceship has alarmed all the nearby alien puppies at once. Wang Wei was alone in the face of such a large number of attacks. Even though the enemy's individual strength was very weak, it was already tiring for him to just stand and chop at this number. I really need to hurry up and develop new weapons, he muttered to himself as he looked at the Zerg tied in front of him. Wang Wei's shortcomings in large-scale group battles were fully revealed at this moment. This is just the number of low-level Zergs that were left behind and abandoned. What will happen if the Zergs continue to develop like this? Will the large-scale thermal weapons of mankind really be enough by then? Wang Wei battle screen was transmitted back to Earth, making everyone watching the live broadcast reflect. Fortunately, they finally returned to the base. As the protective fence of the base rose, the alien puppies were also isolated outside. Wang Wei sat on the ground with his buttocks and raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. During the battle along the way, even though Wang Wei had the support of a combat suit, he couldn't help but feel a burst of fatigue, not only physically, but also mentally. Numb. Fortunately, everything went well. No matter how crazy the dogs outside are barking, the spaceship has been successfully brought back to the base. In this way, the repair of the spaceship has finally been settled. Wang Wei looked up at the starry sky above his head, and for a moment, he was even a little excited. 3 years. It's been 3 years. He finally has the hope of leaving this damn place and returning to Earth. He has long been tired of eating potatoes day after day. Even if the potato is a precious Shilua fruit, he wants to return to Earth. He wants to go home. Then he will take Xiaoyu to travel around the country and eat all the delicacies. Do it as soon as he says it. He has already memorized the repair plan for the base spaceship. Over the years, he has even come up with as many as 6 repair plans. If he hadn't suffered from the lack of materials and replacement parts before, he would have repaired the spaceship and taken Da Vinci home. Da Vinci, give me a hand. He quickly removed the outermost shell, and Wang Wei dragged the heavy steel plate as high as a person with one hand and turned around to hand it to Da Vinci. Next, the repair work of the base spacecraft began in full swing. I don't know when the camera in the ordinary live broadcast room switched to the alien brother, and the entire process of repairing the spacecraft was kept secret and broadcast inside Dongxia. Of course, good things should be hidden and watched secretly. The director and a group of scholars watched the live broadcast content carefully, watching the Discovery spacecraft being disassembled into large and small parts in Wang Wei hands, while carefully lowering their heads to take notes. Too exquisite. Is this the technological level of ancient civilization? Exquisite work. The scholars sighed and yearned for the ancient civilization that had long since disappeared. I believe that after watching this live broadcast, Dongxia's own interstellar spacecraft will be successfully manufactured. Chapter 82 Eagle Sauce's Space Adventure. No. Isn't this a military spaceship? What about the weapons on your spaceship? The work of repairing the base spaceship was in full swing. At this time, Kwang Xian suddenly asked in confusion. What Da Vinci said last time was still ringing in his ears. But even though he observed for a long time, he didn't find any part that looked like a weapon on the base spaceship. Oh! There was one originally. Wang Wei didn't stop his movements. After tightening the screws, he pointed to Da Vinci, who was working hard at the side with his wrench, and continued, but let me dismantle it and install it on Da Vinci. Otherwise, where did Da Vinci get such a powerful weapon? Could it be that Wang Wei really relied on his own hands? This is just a laser cannon. And Wang Wei pieced it together from a pile of rubbish. The base spaceship itself was severely damaged, not to mention that it had been exposed to the wind and sun for an unknown period of time, so that the weapons carried by the spaceship itself had already been almost broken. Finally, they picked a few that were in good condition, and equipped Da Vinci with a hand cannon. Thanks to this hand cannon, they were able to survive many crises in the early stage. Ancient technology. Awesome. It's a pity that Earth can't use it. Even if they were given the blueprint, they couldn't make it, because the main materials are all rare metals and ores from aliens. Even if the Earth uses alloys to knock out the shell, the metal on Earth can't bear such a high energy output. So you didn't read the alien data I sent back at all? Ahem. How could it be? The experts in the unit are almost blinded. Hearing Wang Wei question, Kwang Xian coughed awkwardly twice. A while ago, Wang Wei finally made a step forward in subspace data transmission, and simply sent part of the contents of the chip back to Earth. They were all carefully selected by him, and the contents that could be used on Earth at this stage. It's not that he has selfish motives and doesn't want to share all the contents in the chip with his fellow countrymen. It's that the storage devices on Earth can't bear such a large amount of data at all. You have to know that this small chip contains all the inheritance of an entire ancient civilization. Even if all the storage devices on Earth were used, they would not be able to absorb this inheritance. So Wang Wei had to work hard to package and transmit the technology that Dongxia needed at this stage. I still remember that when the expert group saw the information in front of them, a group of experts were like chicken blood, living in the unit every day to study those alien technologies. Unfortunately, the progress is very limited. First, because the experts have never eaten Shilua fruit to improve their talents. Second, because they have never personally come into contact with the technology of this ancient civilization, so that many of the things mentioned above lack reference objects. There is no concept, whether it is the device mentioned above or the raw materials required. Everyone has simply never heard of it. We can only reverse the results and find suitable substitutes on Earth. The expert group's hair fell out in handfuls, but the progress was still very slow. Fortunately, there is still progress. Otherwise the experts will really start to doubt their IQ. Wang Wei expressed his understanding. Unfortunately, there is nothing he can do. He has plenty of Ziliuoguo, but he can't throw it directly to the Earth across the long distance of several galaxies. So let's repair this spacecraft first, and then leave this damn place and return to the Earth. As he thought so, his hands became more efficient. The structure of this energy is more stable than expected. After the current passes through, it will emit high brightness, accompanied by violent energy fluctuations. No radiation reaction was detected. No explosion either. Experiments on source energy are still ongoing. According to the current progress, it is believed that it will not take long to produce a new type of energy based on source energy or. What is more worthy of everyone's attention is the movement of the Eagle Sauce. After agreeing to share energy technology, they finally got the coveted subspace technology as they wished. Relying on the developed national strength and scientific and technological strength, it didn't take long to successfully produce the first batch of subspace spacecraft. Then quietly, they secretly sent a rocket to send their own subspace spacecraft into space. Ha! Stupid Dongxia people. They actually shared this technology. Inside the Eagle Sauce's subspace spaceship, the tall captain was laughing at Dongxia's stupidity. We have already seen the technology of those aliens, and they are no match for us at all. Now that we have subspace technology, aren't all those alien resources ours? Let's go! Warriors, plant the Eagle Sauce flag all over the alien planets. Everywhere we see will become our colonies. The captain recalled the scene when the president met him alone before he set off, and suddenly felt that his whole body was filled with lofty sentiments. How ridiculous. Those Dongxia people had obviously already obtained the technology of interstellar navigation, but they did not choose to conquer those weak aliens. According to the monitoring of the Eagle Sauce, Dongxia had only conducted 2 test flights from beginning to end. The first time failed, and the spacecraft launch failed to return for some reason. The second time, 10 spacecraft were built at a time, and it seemed that they just went around in the universe and hurried back. Ha! What a group of backward bumpkins. Their first spacecraft must have failed because of insufficient technology. The first mate on the side swore and mocked Dongxia backwardness and weakness. The second return is also easy to understand. After all, they don't have such advanced energy technology as us. It must be said that the energy required for subspace navigation is really huge. Even with the latest energy technology of the Eagle Sauce, it still can't last too long. Who would really be as stupid as Dongxia? Actually share all the technology they have mastered. They did agree to share energy technology, but they didn't say that they would share the complete version of energy technology. In this way, they can take the lead in conquering the universe. The captain and the first mate looked at each other and laughed even more proudly. The subspace ships from the Eagle formed a fleet and drove quickly to the outside of the solar system. They came out with a mission this time. In addition to conquering aliens, the more important task is to obtain energy. The top leaders of the Eagle are not fools. Those aliens are obviously less technologically advanced than the Earth, but they can stay in the subspace for a long time. It is obvious that the energy problem that the whole Earth is worried about now has been solved by those aliens. Instead of staying on Earth and racking their brains to develop a new generation of energy technology, It is obviously more cost-effective to directly grab the ready-made energy of these aliens. When they master the complete interstellar navigation technology, won't the Earth be completely controlled by them? The Eagle? Ruling the Earth is just around the corner. The Eagle is very ambitious this time. A huge amount of resources were invested to build a fleet of 20 spaceships, which carried a large amount of weapons and equipment. For this plan, even the entire country was at the point of breaking bones. However, these sacrifices are acceptable. When they occupy the alien planet and get energy, these lost resources will double back into their pockets. I believe that those weak aliens simply cannot resist their invasion. The last war on Earth has fully proved all this. The scene in front of them fluctuated as if the disk was stuck, which also meant that they finally returned to the real space from the subspace. Oh! My God! Is this subspace navigation? This is simply a miracle. According to the navigation map, they are now outside the solar system. How long have they been away from Earth? It seems that it has not been used for a month. Looking at the bright stars in front of him, the captain looked down at the navigation map and replanned the route. Long before they set off, the expert group on Earth had already planned the route for them this time. The above are the planets most likely to have life as analyzed by their experts. They came out this time not to see the scenery, but to conquer aliens and rob energy. The energy of the spacecraft is limited, and they can't afford the loss of empty attack. Fortunately, Eagle Sauce is lucky. Good luck. The first galaxy they entered happened to have an alien civilization. Ha! Our luck is really good. Charge. Let those alien bumpkins see the real strong. The captain saw the vibrant planet in front of him and shouted excitedly. At this time, the alien dwarves were furious when they saw the spaceship suddenly appearing in the territory. Everyone in the Galactic Federation knows that this area is our dwarf territory. But it has only been a short time since the last sneak attack on the mine. And these people have now attacked our home planet? They robbed our mines last time and ran away. But this time, they dared to appear in front of us. Too much bullying. It's a bit too much bullying. The new and old grudges just happen to be settled together. Otherwise, other civilizations in the Federation would think we were really soft persimmons. Attack! Attack! Be careful of those guys' weapons. The last time, Dongxia rogue tactics made these alien dwarves suffer a lot. But the effect of that tactic was greatly reduced after it was used once. And this is not a mineral planet with weak defense, but the real capital planet of the alien dwarves. Accompanied by the angry roar of the Dwarf King, a large and solid dwarf spaceship took off rapidly and charged towards the Eagle Sauce spaceship in space. At this time, the Eagle Sauce captain faced the huge spaceship in front of him. But he still didn't panic at all, but felt a little like laughing. Ha ha ha. What's the use of having a large number? It's time to let them see the power of human thermal weapons. Although he was surrounded by dwarf spaceships, the captain didn't take the other party seriously at all. Missiles. Launch. With the captain's order, the missiles on the spacecraft were immediately fired at the enemy in front of them. Chapter 83. It turns out that you were the one who opened the free mic. The missile was launched. It hit the target successfully. Then, in the smoke and dust of the explosion, the dwarf spaceship appeared in front of them unscathed. This is impossible. We have already mastered the subspace technology. Looking at the hellish scene in front of him, Captain Eagle exclaimed in disbelief. What a pity. Since they have already decided to attack the aliens, how could they not find a way to solve the most difficult subspace technology of the aliens? When the interstellar pirates invaded the Earth before, those alien spaceships only needed to hide in the subspace to make all human weapons powerless. So Eagle set off after developing the subspace missile. It has to be said that although Eagle is a little bit worse in terms of morality, it is indeed an undisputed leader in technology. Far ahead. It's just that they were too eager for success. The subspace missile was indeed developed, but the power was discounted a lot. It's probably only half the power of a conventional missile. Don't worry. This is definitely enough. It's not like we haven't come into contact with those alien spaceships before. I still remember the experts' solemn promises and their confidence in the subspace missiles they developed. Under normal circumstances, the experts' speculations were indeed correct. Unfortunately, they were a little unlucky and encountered alien dwarves who had just been attacked by Dongxia. In the previous battle, human missiles left a deep impression on them. So this time, the Eagle Sauce was greeted by specially thickened armored spaceships. A surprise-enhanced version. Looking at the dwarf spaceships that were still safe and sound in the explosion, The captain's mentality finally began to panic. Fire! Fire all! Shoot down those aliens for me! The captain's roar sounded in the channel. So all the spaceships started firing at once. And this time, they finally saw the effect. A dwarf spaceship was damaged in the battle, and fell to the planet below with smoke. But the dwarf spaceships around were not live targets that would stay in place. When the fleet opened fire, the enemy spaceships had already rushed to the front of the Eagle-Saw spaceship with artillery fire. Just when they were still wondering why these alien dwarves did this. In their stunned eyes, the dwarf spaceship crashed into the Eagle-Saw's fleet without any hesitation. Fuck. Are they crazy? What kind of interstellar war is this? Whose interstellar war is fought like this? The interstellar war envisioned before departure should have been that the fleets of both sides fired missiles or lasers at each other in the void of the universe. Then the spaceship dodged and fought back. But now? Why the hell is it a suicide attack right from the start? Where are the lasers? Where are the shots? Where are the tactics? Okay. They just rushed in without any of these. Right? The captain narrowly avoided the collision of one of the dwarf spaceships. And then saw the spaceship behind him being smashed into a pile of scrap metal. The charging dwarf spaceship was still intact. After turning around, it chose a new target and rushed up. Come to think of it, the opponent's spaceship was so strong that it could even withstand missiles. Let alone these more fragile human spaceships. No. Who makes spaceships for collisions? The captain watched the spaceships crash one by one. And he couldn't help but collapse. Except for Dongsha. No one on the entire Earth had the experience of fighting with alien civilizations in the universe. So even if they racked their brains, they couldn't think of these aliens' interstellar wars so wildly. The collision of the dwarf spaceships continued. So in their collision, the Eagle-Saw spaceship was like a firework and exploded into scrap metal in the universe. Until the end, only the captain was left surrounded by countless spaceships. It's not that these alien dwarves deliberately left them to the end. But the captain's driving skills were really good. He survived the collision of these dwarf spaceships by dodging left and right. At this time, they were surrounded. And the captain looked at the desperate scene in front of him, and even his hands trembled uncontrollably. Let's surrender. What's the point of surrendering? Will these aliens spare us if we surrender? If they wanted to kill us, they should have done it just now. While speaking, he glanced at the spaceships around him, and finally only sighed helplessly. The spaceship took the initiative to withdraw from the subspace, expressing its attitude in disguise. Seeing the action of Eagle-Saws, the alien spaceships did not continue to attack. They surrounded and escorted them to land on the planet in front of them. And then the hatch opened, and the captain and the first mate walked down from the spaceship with their hands raised high. Following closely were the other crew members in the spaceship. It was not until they walked out of the spaceship that they finally saw the appearance of the alien dwarves. Judging from their appearance, these alien dwarves are actually very similar to humans. They are only about 1 meter tall, with very thick hands and feet, and their muscles look scary enough. The captain is about 1.96 meters tall, and his daily fitness makes him look very strong. But even so, he dared not act rashly when facing these alien dwarves. He had no doubt about the power contained in the bulging muscles of these dwarves. If they really fight, it will be at least 90-1, and the other party will punch him to death. What a joke. Who can beat this? So these Eagle-Saws people behaved very honestly and followed these dwarves all the way to the city center. They took them into a tall building. In the building, a tall dwarf was sitting on the throne and looking down at them. If a normal dwarf is only about 1.112 meters tall, then the dwarf king in front of him must be at least 1.5 meters tall. He is a real giant. At this time, he looked at the captain and others below, and started to speak a bunch of incomprehensible languages. It sounded like an interrogation, but the captain and others didn't understand a word, so he could only raise his head and talk to the other party in the language of the earth with courage. This captain is really a talent. Not only is he a superb pilot, but he is also very good at languages. In just a short while, he has tried several languages to communicate with the dwarf king, until he finally spoke Chinese. The dwarf king above suddenly stood up. The dwarf king narrowed his eyes and looked at the invaders below. And he still suppressed his anger when he spoke again. He said, "Great. It turns out that you were the ones who opened the free mic last time." He really didn't understand other languages, but he was really familiar with Chinese. The free mic has been ringing all day and night for 3 years, and all of it speaks this language. The previous 8th generation communication equipment can't reach the solar system, but it can reach the dwarf galaxy without missing a single thing. After that, I finally got in touch with the grandson who opened the free mic. But he was scolded again. Although I couldn't understand the other party's language, the sonorous and aggressive tone of his voice clearly showed that there was nothing good to say. Until a while ago, the free mic finally disappeared. I didn't expect that the free mic really disappeared. This time, the other party went straight to our real offline. First, they stole, and after being caught, they changed to open robbery. And now they hit us directly at our doorstep. At this moment, the Dwarf King eyes burned red. Pa! The long-term humiliation turned into tears and fell to the ground. He slowly raised his finger and pointed at the captain below with trembling hands and said, "You bunch of stupid people." The sudden national curse made the captain and others stunned. However, when they saw the Dwarf King crying, they felt that the other party might just not understand the meaning of this sentence. The other party can speak Chinese. This time it's safe. The captain secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they can communicate, at least they won't die. Your Excellency. Bang! But before he could finish his words, accompanied by a second, more unpleasant national curse, the Dwarf King rushed down and punched the head of the first mate behind him. Blood and brain sauce splashed all over his face, making the captain freeze in place. The soldiers behind him immediately shot at the Dwarf King in front of him. But the next second the other party had dodged the bullet shot at him. The last sneak attack by Dongxia made them know the horror of guns. So this time, just seeing those humans pulling out their guns, the Dwarf King had already dodged the gun line in advance. He retreated suddenly to avoid the first gun line, and then took the round shield thrown by his men. The Dwarf King grinned cruelly at the hawkish soldiers in front of him. 3 years of free wheat. Seizing ore. Humiliation on the communication channel. New and old hatreds made the Dwarf King hatred for these guys in front of him reach its peak. No matter what, humans must avoid close combat when facing these alien dwarves. The melee ability of those dwarves is very exaggerated. Even if humans have guns, it is difficult to win. Alien planet. While repairing the spaceship, Wang Wei gave Dong Xia a popular science about the danger of the dwarf race. Ever since knowing that Dong Xia's current enemy is those dwarves, Wang Wei has often pulled the dwarves among the alien brothers to practice against each other. It also made Dong Xia deeply understand the physical gap between humans and alien dwarves. Of course, in their eyes, Wang Wei has long been considered a human, because the dwarf cannon that can beat the lizard man in a single fight and make him flee in panic. When facing Wang Wei, he is still as easy to control as a chicken. What a joke. When the combat suit was on, he could even fight Xiaoming alone. What could a dwarf alien do to him? What a pity. Eagle Sauce doesn't have alien connections like Wang Wei, who can patiently educate them about the abilities and weaknesses of dwarves. When the Dwarf King stopped, only the captain was left standing there trembling all over. And around him, there were broken limbs and blood. The Dwarf King wiped the blood off his hands, looked at the captain in front of him, and said coldly, "Next. Escort him to the Federal Court." Chapter 84 Galactic Federation. Galactic Federation? It should be a powerful organization that constrains all civilizations in the entire Milky Way. Right? After repairing the spaceship for a day, Wang Wei and his friends chatted casually while eating dinner in the evening. The Galactic Federation mentioned during the chat aroused his interest, so he enthusiastically brought the topic back to the Galactic Federation. Xu Gu and Xiao Yu looked at each other, and both of them were a little confused. Xu Gu was a local tree on this planet, and had no idea about the Galactic Federation. Xiao Yu was born on a slave planet, and had no chance to learn about the outside world. As for 01 and Da Vinci, it was even more nonsense. They were simply two left-behind children. One was just unearthed last week, and was kidnapped by Wang Wei, and the other followed Wang Wei 3 years ago. So Wang Wei looked at those alien brothers, and everyone immediately started talking consciously. It was also thanks to Wang Wei that he had learned the common language of the Federation. Otherwise, he would have to ask Xiao Yu to translate the story if he wanted to hear it. No! Isn't this a loss? The scene of Xiao Yu telling him a story in a soft voice flashed through his mind, and the emotion called regret immediately made him hammer his thigh. While the alien brother was talking about it, Wang Wei also roughly understood the situation of the Galactic Federation. It can only be said that it was very complicated. In the beginning, there was no organization called the Galactic Federation. The various civilizations in the Milky Way have always lived peacefully on their own planets. And everyone didn't even know that there might be other civilizations on the planet next to them. Until one day, the subspace technology was discovered. After each civilization mastered the technology of interstellar travel, of course, they began to wander around the universe uncontrollably. During this period, if they accidentally entered the territory of other civilizations, the other party would naturally not be polite to you, the intruder. As a result, after they shot down the spacecraft and studied it, they found that the interstellar navigation technology was so simple. As a result, the interstellar navigation technology became rampant. Then the civilizations in the Milky Way also realized the existence of each other, and the entire Milky Way became a mess for a while. It was at this time that a powerful traveler passed by here, intervened to stop the war, and established the Galactic Federation. Wait. Wang Wei discovered a blind spot, so the Galactic Federation was established by an outsider. The alien brothers all nodded, and he couldn't help but fall into thinking, combined with the statement that the relic civilization had arrived in the solar system and seen humans. The one who established the Milky Way was probably the civilization he inherited. Right? And the exploration spacecraft that had been disassembled into parts. It can't be such a coincidence. Right? The alien brother's story continued. But Wang Wei recalled the antique control interface of the exploration spacecraft, and his heart became more and more certain of this speculation. The powerful traveler who mistakenly entered the Milky Way to establish the Galactic Federation and draw the star map of the solar system. It is probably the owner of the disassembled exploration spacecraft outside. Thinking of this alien brother is really his destined noble man, because he came forward to stop the chaos in the galaxy. The Earth has the opportunity to survive and develop steadily in the solar system. Otherwise, if the Milky Way continues to fight like this, the war will sooner or later reach the Earth. The second time was because of the star map he drew, which allowed Wang Wei to successfully locate the Earth and contact them. The third time is now. He dismantled his exploration spacecraft to repair the base spacecraft. If this is not a noble person, what is it? When Wang Wei thought of this, he wanted to go out and burn incense to the alien. The story continues. After the establishment of the Galactic Federation, the powerful traveler did not rush to leave. Instead, he simply lived in the Milky Way. During that period, the Milky Way civilization was unprecedentedly strong and united. It was at that time that the language and writing were unified, and all the civilizations in the Milky Way were recorded in a unified book. Out of protection for weak civilizations, only civilizations with interstellar navigation capabilities were recorded. What happened next? This time it was Xiaoyu who asked. She held her cheek and looked at the dwarf who was telling the story, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I have to say that this dwarf is a really good storyteller. At first, everyone was talking in a mess. But when the dwarf started talking, everyone quieted down. But facing Xiaoyu's question, the dwarf suddenly smiled bitterly. Later, the powerful traveler left, and the Galactic Federation fell apart after hundreds of years of civilization. No, it can't be said to have fallen apart. The Galactic Federation still exists, and no one knows when the powerful traveler will come back. So the surface harmony is still maintained, but the actual right to speak is shrinking day by day. And now there is no binding force. So it should be said that it exists in name only. Hearing this, Wang Wei glanced out the window of the base. He thought that the powerful traveler would probably not go back. After all, he had dismantled his spaceship. Even if the noble brother really survived the extinction of civilization, he couldn't walk back to the Milky Way on two legs. Right? Speaking of this, the story is completely over. Wang Wei and his team have also thoroughly figured out the past and present of the so-called Galactic Federation. The current Galactic Federation is still binding. After all, the civilizations in the Milky Way are still afraid of the powerful traveler. But the binding force is at best not much different from that of the neighborhood committee or community. Everyone will give face and cooperate in small matters. But as long as it involves a little bit of interest, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Powerful traveler? Wang Wei touched his chin thoughtfully, and had a new idea on how to deal with the Zerg crisis. He is the real culprit who has been using the free mic to harass everyone for 3 years. Galactic Federation Court. The Dwarf King pointed at the captain standing stupidly in shackles behind him, and showed him to everyone like a zoo exhibit. Noticing the number of people present this time, even the Dwarf King couldn't help but be amazed. Since the decline of the Galactic Federation, This seems to be the first time that so many people have been present. When these guys heard that the grandson who used the free mic was caught by the Dwarf King, they ran to the Federation headquarters without saying a word. And they had to see what this guy looked like. Now that they finally saw the real person, their eyes were suddenly full of fire. If it was just a matter of using the free mic, it would be fine. But later they were all scolded by Wangwei one by one, which was very frustrating. At first, they didn't understand the language the other party spoke, and they could only sense from the accent and momentum that he didn't seem to say good things. But later, this guy learned to use dirty words, and he cursed people like rap, and no one on the scene succeeded in defeating his opponent. So the free mic remained, and he couldn't curse even if he called. Hatred accumulated over time, and now suddenly heard that the dwarves had caught the grandson who drove the free mic. It would be really unreasonable not to come and see. So the public trial continued. As the Dwarf King listed the other party's crimes one by one, the crowd in the audience suddenly became more excited. Damn it! Which civilization did this guy come from? He is too unruly. For a while, the crowd was excited, and everyone looked at the captain with eyes that were about to spit flames. And while everyone was still discussing how to deal with the captain, on a planet far away light years away, a Zerg biological spaceship slowly landed on it. This is a remote planet in the territory of the Lizardman civilization. Due to the lack of resources, there are only a dozen Lizardman tribes living on it. The Zerg spaceship slowly landed. Dense larvae came out of the spaceship and transformed into a wriggling flesh carpet on the ground. Then a trachea-like trachea extended from the spaceship, connected to the flesh carpet on the ground, and absorbed the nutrients transported by the carpet. The place where the mouth should have been opened slowly, and the long-dormant adults rushed down from the spaceship. They had been hungry for too long, and the spaceship had been hungry for too long. At this time, a young lizardman happened to notice the movement in the sky, so he happily followed the trail with his playmates to find the place where the spaceship landed. The two young lizardmen hid in the grass, looking at the terrifying creatures in front of them, and were too scared to make a sound. They just wanted to wait for the monsters to leave, so that they could quickly leave this terrifying place and tell their parents what they saw today. Maybe it was because they were too small, or because they were really hiding very well, watching the monsters leave one by one. The two little lizardmen finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, someone suddenly patted their shoulders behind them. Then a hoarse and awkward voice sounded in their ears. "Little friend." Peeking is not a good habit. Turning his head in horror, he saw a three-eyed monster looking at him teasingly behind him. He screamed and tried to escape, but the next second his heart was pierced by sharp claws. The three-eyed Zerg slowly ate the fresh and hot heart in his hand, and drooled unconsciously when he looked at the corpse in front of him. The long interstellar journey made them hungry for too long. But fortunately now, they can finally eat. Looking at the vibrant planet in front of them, the three-eyed Zerg dragged the corpse in front of them back to the spaceship. Then, the teeth-aching chewing sound rang in the spaceship. And this kind of massacre is not limited to this one place. The fighting power of the lizardmen is indeed strong, but it depends on who they are compared with. Compared with humans, they are indeed superhuman level strong. But if compared with these advanced Zergs that have devoured several or even dozens of creatures, it is obviously not enough. The ugly monster rushed into the nearby village and slaughtered all the life in the village. These Zergs did not consider parasitism at all, and only had killing and devouring in their eyes. To reproduce by parasitism, they must first eat enough to make up for the lack of nutrition. The creatures in a village soon died in their slaughter. During this period, a lizardman who went out to work returned home and excitedly opened the door to see his family and children. But he could only see his wife, who was dying, and his screaming children. The sound of the Zerg gnawing on bones was so harsh, and the young lizardman who was gnawing was even alive. "Dad, it's eating me. It hurts." Hearing the child's cry, the anger made the lizardman in front of him instantly go into a frenzy. His change obviously stunned the Zerg in front of him for a moment. And then, as if he had found a new prey, he dropped the little lizardman in his mouth and pounced on it excitedly. This is a Zerg that has merged 4 creatures. The limbs and arms are inherited from the monkeys in the mushroom forest, and the sharp chewing mouthparts come from the cloud worm. It looks like a scorpion, but it is covered with a layer of smooth mucus all over its body. The fusion of 4 creatures plus the characteristics of the Zerg, on the contrary, has an inexplicable sense of harmony, as if this creature itself should be like this. Facing the strange Zerg that pounced on him, the frenzied lizardman roared and instantly pulled out the huge axe on his back. He chopped at the enemy in front of him with all his strength. But the axe blade chopped on the body of the Zerg in front of him. But it slid to the side because of the mucus. The axe missed. Then, the slender micro needle pierced his neck. And then 4 slender arms pressed down the limbs of the lizard man in front of him. The terrifying mouth opened, revealing the densely packed fangs. It bit off a large piece of flesh from the lizard man. The hard scales that could resist bullets could not even block the terrifying mouth for a second. The pain and anger made him wake up from his dizziness instantly. He waved the axe in his hand to resist. But this time the Zerg on his body suddenly let go of him. Then after looking at him, he broke through the wall and disappeared in front of him. "Just let me go!" The wound on the lizard man was still bleeding. And he looked at the direction where the other party left in some confusion. He was completely at a disadvantage in the previous battle. And it would not be too difficult for the monster to kill him. But in the end, it just bit him and left. "Dad." The child's cry brought him back to his senses instantly. And he crawled to his child. His legs had been eaten by the monster just now. And the hideous chewing wounds were shocking. And blood flowed all over the ground along the broken limbs. Fortunately, only the legs were broken, which was not a fatal injury. As long as the bleeding was stopped and bandaged in time, his child would survive. But at this moment, the dizziness from being stabbed by the tail needle came again. He looked down at the child on the ground, and the uncontrollable hunger surged up instantly. "I want to eat. I want to eat so much." So the cry became more miserable, accompanied by the chewing sounds of a starving ghost, and the uncontrollable grief and crying. The meal ended quickly. The lizard man lay on the ground in fear, and tried to vomit. But then, the severe pain spread all over his body. It was as if something in his body was gnawing at his flesh and blood. Chapter 85. A warning from Wang Wei. A remote planet with only a dozen lizard tribes, facing those Zerg without any preparation. The result is almost certain. From the initial landing to the end, when the blood and flesh carpet covered the entire small planet, the Zerg didn't even have 3 days. The hungry swarm of insects easily destroyed all the creatures on the planet. After parasitizing those lizard men, the other party's talent for strengthening the body was also inherited by these insects. With the mutation of hormones in the body, the Zerg body instantly bulged and became larger. And the speed and strength were instantly improved by several levels. But this strengthening is not without disadvantages. The three-eyed brain worm looked at the soldier ant in front of it, feeling the other party's restless emotions. After using the lizardman's talent to strengthen the body, it will become very easy to get carried away. If it weren't for the highest status of the brain worm, the soldier ant in front of it would have vented its strong desire to attack. And this strengthening process is irreversible. And it is not possible to exit this state at any time if you want to stop. The changes caused by the surge of hormones in the body will remain in this state until those hormones are exhausted. No wonder those lizardmen didn't even run away in the end. They fought to the death, with red eyes even though they knew they were no match. It's a pity that they are too weak. Even those strong and mature lizardmen who have been strengthened can't make any big waves in the face of the siege of soldier ants. Not only is there a clear difference in individual strength, but even in terms of the number of races, the Zerg has a crushing victory. And such predation is not only in this place. At the same time as the planet in front of us fell, the same situation was happening on other planets. There were more than hundreds of biological spaceships heading for the universe at the beginning. And now there is only one biological spaceship on this lizard planet. The three-eyed brain worm looked at the remote galaxy in front of it that was easily conquered. And for some reason, he recalled the appearance of Wang Wei and Da Vinci in his mind. It was then that he suddenly realized it. It turns out that not every planet has such powerful beings as Wang Wei and Da Vinci. It's no wonder that these Zergs are cautious. They have already passed the most vulnerable infancy. When invading other civilizations, they still choose to disperse and start from the most remote planets. They are afraid of encountering strong people who will kill them all. They are extremely cautious. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame their bad luck. They encountered Wang Wei and Da Vinci just after hatching and making trouble. The powerful mature sandworms didn't even last a single encounter and were killed by Wang Wei. The subsequent developments also made Wang Wei and Da Vinci flee in panic. Whether it was besieging Xiaoming or chasing Xu Gutim, all plans were completely destroyed when they met Wang Wei and Da Vinci. Even before leaving, a brainworm, almost became a dead soul under Wang Wei's sword. In half a year, I didn't even take down a planet. The psychological shadow of the Zerg's attack is about to come out. The birth point is hell difficulty. They have lost their confidence. I thought that other civilizations in the universe were in a similar situation. Even if they were not as good as Wang Wei and Da Vinci, they were not much worse. Until now, the Zerg's biological spacecraft landed in different places. And in less than 3 days, they had destroyed many planets. Only then did the three-eyed brain worm finally react. It turned out that it was not itself that had a problem. Da Vinci, are you lazy? I'm not. I've been working hard all the time. You're talking nonsense. I saw you screwing in the screws yesterday. Why are you still screwing in the same place today? Wang Wei. You make me feel strange. Faced with Wang Wei questioning, Da Vinci camera dodged left and right, and refused to look him in the eye. God of heaven and earth. Even Xiaoyu has been screwing in the screws with his butt sticking out these days. How can you, Da Vinci, be so embarrassed to slack off? Wang Wei looked at the somewhat flustered Da Vinci in front of him, and felt that there was definitely something wrong with his little machine's thinking. In fact, they were already moving very fast. But Wang Wei was still worried. So he worked overtime more and more frequently. The intensity of overtime made Kwang Xian, who was far away on Earth, a little bit fed up. No wonder Da Vinci was slacking off these days. Even robots couldn't stand this intensity, let alone those alien brothers. They were listless, like zombies who had lost their souls. Even Shugu was confused every day. He wanted to remind Wang Wei, but he was working harder, so he held back what he wanted to say. Wang Wei, you really should take a good rest. It wasn't until the director's words rang in the communication channel that Wang Wei realized that he might have worked too hard during this period. It has been a month since the Zerg left the planet, and the base spacecraft has been successfully repaired by about 80%. This progress is really fast. But Wang Wei still feels that it is not enough. Although he did not say anything about the Zerg, he always felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in his heart. He thought that if it were not for him, this cosmic disaster might not have happened at all. In a month, no one knows how far the Zerg can develop. Since knowing that the Zerg came from the subspace, Wang Wei was almost PTSD. Originally, these alien-like Zergs were dangerous and troublesome enough. And now they are related to the subspace. What good can come from being related to that thing? I always feel that 4 vendors will come out from behind the Zerg to stir up trouble. The Earth does not have a good brother sitting on a golden toilet, nor a big guy wearing power armor. He raised his head and tried to see the traces of the Zerg through the vast sky and the boundless universe. But even if his eyes were dazzled, he could not see anything except the cloud insects in the sky. You're right. We should take a good rest. It won't take a few days to solve the Zerg problem, and they can't get rid of the Zergs just by repairing this spaceship. So amid the cheers, the inhumane overtime life finally ended. Da Vinci tightened the screws in front of him in a few seconds, and ran back to the base to rest. Even Xiaoyu went back to the room in a daze, and fell asleep on the bed. The high-intensity repair of the spaceship during this period made this little girl exhausted. Everyone took advantage of the rare rest time to replenish their energy. Except Wang Wei. He came to the control room and looked at the communication channel in front of him, turning on the long-lost range broadcast. Since being able to accurately connect with Dongxia, the communication channel on the base has maintained a two-way connection with Dongxia, allowing the Milky Way civilization, which had been noisy for 3 years, to spend a year in peace. Hello? After coughing twice and clearing his throat, Wang Wei approached the microphone and made a long-lost sound. Milky Way broadcast. This is what he was going to do. The development of the Zerg requires devouring life. In other words, all civilizations in the universe may now become nutrients for the Zerg to grow itself. And what he is going to do now is to inform all civilizations in the Milky Way of the dangers of the Zerg. As long as they can prepare in advance, the development of those Zerg will not be so smooth. The reason why he did this was not because he wanted to save those alien races out of kindness. He is not so great or a saint. From beginning to end, he only cares about the Earth and his family and friends on the Earth. But if these insects are allowed to develop and allowed to devour other civilizations, it will. What awaits everyone will be the evolution of an unstoppable interstellar sea of insects. His goal is not to save, but to use them to hinder the evolution of the Zerg. The signal was emitted from the signal tower and spread to the Milky Way as before. In the federal court, the trial of the captain was still going on. But at this moment, a violent electric current sound suddenly came from the speaker. When the electric current sound ended, the familiar voice rang in everyone's ears again. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The aliens present were stunned after hearing this voice. They looked at the speaker that made the sound. And then all looked at the captain on the stage. Isn't that right? Didn't the Dwarf King say that the one on the stage was the culprit of the free mic? If the big guy standing on the stage is the one, then who is the one speaking now? It's a pity that Wang Wei didn't know the situation here. After a short pause, he continued to talk about the Zerg in the Federal Common Language. This is a warning. Although I know you may not believe what I said. It's the fact. Those Zerg have left here for a month. If nothing unexpected happens, your planet should have been invaded by Zerg. Wang Wei's tone was serious. And the voice message ended here. The aliens present had different reactions. But most of them still didn't believe Wang Wei's warning. After all, this guy's character is really hard to praise. Not only has he been running the free mic for 3 years, he also scolded the aliens, who called to reason. Now this uncultured guy suddenly said there was some Zerg? The credibility is really low and a bit scary. Okay. The people below were discussing the credibility of the warning just now. And even the captain above was ignored. Everyone came together this time to judge. Free mic. That kid. Now that we know you are not the real you. Who cares what you? A white pig. Did? Until the communication from the Lizardman civilization sounded, interrupting the discussion of everyone present. The Lizardman chief below was stunned for a moment. And when he saw the communication from the mother planet, he had a bad premonition for no reason. The mother planet knew everything about his visit to the Galactic Federation this time. Unless there was a very serious situation. The people below would not call here. It's not good. Chief, everyone in the Songlu tribe has lost contact. No. Not just their tribe. Several planets have lost contact. Even the spacecraft sent out lost contact after approaching those planets. As soon as the communication request was connected, the other party's anxious voice suddenly rang, recalling the Zerg warning that Wang Wei had just said. Everyone fell completely silent for a while. Don't panic. When did those tribes lose contact with the planet? The chief calmed the other party down, still holding a glimmer of hope in his heart, and said, could it be caused by the damage of the communication equipment? Not long after you left, we found that the Songlu tribe had lost contact. But other tribes on the same planet were still able to contact. So we asked other tribes to go to the Songlu tribe to see what happened. But not long after that, all the tribes on that planet lost contact. Then we sent a spaceship to check the situation. And the spaceship also lost contact after landing. It was at this time that we noticed that it was not only the planet of the Songlu tribe, but a total of 5 planets within our territory had discovered the same thing. The tone of the Lizardman's mother planet was horrified. As he finished his story, everyone present panicked. 3 days. 3 days to quietly occupy 5 Lizardman planets under the other party's nose. This speed is impossible for any of their civilizations to have the strength to do so. The so-called Zerg actually existed, and seemed to be even more powerful than the other party said. And at this time, something even more terrifying happened. Not only the Lizardmen, but also other civilizations have been calling in. After the call was connected, the situation was similar to that of the Lizardmen. That is, several planets in the territory suddenly lost contact. How many planets did the Zerg attack at one time? For a moment, everyone was in danger, fearing that the next call would be from their home planet. We are so stupid. I understand what the free mic in the previous 3 years meant. I think I understand it too. It turns out that the free mic in the previous 3 years was not a malicious harassment, but a warning. He knew about the existence of the Zerg a long time ago, so he broadcast to remind us to be careful of the Zerg. It's just that due to the language barrier, we all didn't understand and misunderstood his good intentions. Yes. Didn't you hear him say that the Zerg escaped from his planet? It seems that in the past 3 years, it has been people who have been holding back the Zerg. Otherwise those Zerg may have appeared 3 years ago. The crisis of the Zerg suddenly made everyone feel insecure. But after thinking carefully about Wang Wei's warning before, he immediately regretted it. It turned out that the truth was like this. An unknown powerful strongman discovered the existence of the Zerg. So he fought the Zerg alone for a full 3 years, trapping those powerful Zerg on a planet. At the same time, the other party sent a coverage broadcast to remind everyone of the Zerg crisis. Unfortunately, because they don't know the universal language, everyone failed each other's kindness. No wonder he cursed so fiercely. I would curse too. Chapter 86. Not from Dongxia? Then I don't know him. What? Who? What does he look like? Then I don't know him. Originally, I just sent a trial broadcast. I didn't expect that I could solve the Zerg crisis by this method. I didn't even think that these aliens would believe me. The previous scolding was still vivid in my mind. Now Wang Wei suddenly called and said that the universe was facing a world-destroying crisis. Put yourself in his shoes. If it were him, he wouldn't believe it. It's as ridiculous as Heilongjiang actually growing cranberries. Don't be funny. Ask how many people in Heilongjiang have seen cranberries. Does Dongxia really have this thing? It's obviously a foreign fruit. But the result is surprising. Heilongjiang really has cranberries. And it's the largest cranberry producing area in Asia. And the range broadcast I sent, those galactic civilizations seem to really believe it. Seeing a phone call coming back from the other side, the respectful tone made Wang Wei, who had prepared a lot of swear words, almost choke. What the hell? What happened? I had never seen everyone so polite before. Why are they using honorifics now? I can feel that I can see the other parties nodding and bowing look across the galaxy. It was not until the other party talked about the Lizardman planet that Wang Wei understood what happened outside during the time he was trapped on this planet. It has been a total of 33 days and 6 hours since the Zerg left here on the biological spacecraft. A little over a month may be long for humans, but it is actually not that long in the universe. Before mastering the subspace technology, it took humans 5 months to reach Mars from the Earth. So even if it was those evil Zerg, Wang Wei did not think that the other party could make much noise in this month. But I didn't expect that I still underestimated them. It only took 1 month to occupy more than 30 planets. Wang Wei's tone was a little off-key due to shock. How could it be so fast? Are there no people on your planets? The words were like a sword piercing the heart, causing a rare silence on the other end of the phone. On the Galactic Federation side, when Wang Wei's surprised and shocked question sounded in the speaker, everyone looked at each other in surprise. At the same time, a powerful image of a man who fought against the Zerg alone for 3 years and protected the entire universe for 3 years was established in everyone's mind. If it was just a brain supplement at the beginning, then Wang Wei's heart-piercing question this time was a complete proof of the previous conjecture. As for why it was 3 years? Nonsense. Didn't you see that the free microphone was on for 3 years? That was the alarm bell sounded by the strong man for everyone. But unfortunately, everyone was too dull to understand the dialect of the strong man. By the way, what dialect does this man speak? It has never been seen in the registered civilizations of the Federation. But it's not important. Everyone never doubted the authenticity of their imaginations, and firmly believed that Wang Wei was an ancient, mysterious, and righteous strongman in the universe. After all, this kind of thing has already happened once. There are indeed powerful beings in this universe who like to meddle in other people's affairs. Isn't that how the Galactic Federation was established? No. It's not an uninhabited planet. The Lizardman chief said timidly. In fact, the occupied planet is remote, and the tribe stationed on it is still one of the strongest in our civilization. The strength of the Lizardmen lies in their individual strength. Therefore, in terms of territory defense, they also tend to be like the ancient civilization of humans. The powerful tribes are stationed on the remote planets of the territory galaxy, which is like the ancient generals guarding the border to some extent. So the defense capabilities of these marginal planets are actually not weak, and are even stronger than other ordinary territories. But even so, they still didn't even last 3 days before being easily occupied by the Zerg. According to what the strongman said, all the living creatures on those occupied planets should have been devoured by the Zerg. So the terrifying strength of the Zerg made them more nervous. And at the same time, they looked up to Wang Wei on the other end of the phone. So you are all in the Galactic Federation now? Why are you all there? Are there any other civilizations that are not there? After talking about the Zerg for a long time, Wang Wei finally asked the question in his heart. This time, the one who answered him was the dwarf king next to him. From the initial sneak attack on the mineral planet to the opponent's spacecraft appearing in the sky above their home planet. After telling everything in detail, Wang Wei felt more and more disappointed. He knew about the mineral planet, and even pointed out the location of the mineral planet by him. But what about the attack on the other side's home planet? And failed and got caught? When Wang Wei heard the other side say this, he immediately worried about his fellow Dongxia people. He also felt that Dongxia should not be so confused that they would not tell him about the invasion of the other side's home planet. So he calmly asked about the appearance and characteristics of the captured captain. Oh! After finding out, he finally put his heart back in his stomach. Not from Dongxia. Eagle sauce. That's not familiar. Wang Wei said calmly that he didn't know the other side. and it was none of his business what you did with it. Then he pretended to casually mention the mineral vein planet. And the meaning of his words was, I'm interested. Now that the Zerg threat is imminent, I think there is no need to have friction over a mineral planet. Right? Ah. I am indeed confused about this matter. The Dwarf King pretended to be annoyed. You are right. The Zerg threat is the main thing. We don't want that mineral planet. Although I don't know what the relationship between the mysterious strongman and the people who attacked his mineral planet is. But since he has mentioned this, I still have to do this favor. Can a king be a person with no emotional intelligence? What's more, it's just a mineral planet. The dwarf civilization is also a relatively powerful existence in the Milky Way, with a large family and a large business. It doesn't matter if there is a mineral planet that has just been discovered a few hundred years ago. Hang up the phone. This matter went so smoothly that even Wang Wei felt incredible. Not only did the Zerg threat smoothly inform these galactic civilizations, but in just a few words, a mineral planet was obtained for the Earth. I suddenly understood that the other party had misunderstood him as a powerful existence like Traveler. He immediately shared the two good news with Dongxia. What? You said that the mineral planet will be ours in the future? Really? Is Eagle Sauce so miserable? Kwang Xian's tone was startled. Wang Wei even felt that he was more excited when he heard the second news than when he heard the first news. And here at Kwang Xian, Wang Wei finally knew the whole story. Dongxia successfully established the Earth Federation at the cost of sharing interstellar travel for free to face the Zerg crisis that could come at any time in the future. And after Eagle Sauce obtained interstellar travel technology, it secretly built a batch of interstellar spaceships with more advanced energy technology and left the Earth. In fact, it was only secretly on the surface. The Earth is so small. Just like Eagle Sauce knew that Dongxia built spaceships, Dongxia naturally knew Eagle Sauce's movements. The only weak countries that were buried in the soil and knew nothing from beginning to end were those weak countries. It's a pity that they don't have connections like Wang Wei, and they can't get the full picture of the Milky Way. In addition, their luck was really bad, and they crashed into the core area of the dwarf civilization. In the end, all the interstellar spacecrafts that cost a lot of money to build were destroyed, leaving only the Eagle Sauce on Earth still sitting there daydreaming about conquering the universe. Ha ha ha. Are they still waiting for news? Yes. Yes. They don't have such strong communication technology. The two bad guys talked about this excitedly, and suddenly laughed even happier. Then let them continue to wait. Yes. That's what I planned. And it just happened to make them quiet down. He talked to Kwang Xian about the Galactic Federation again, and then hung up the phone with a yawn. Kwang Xian on the other side of the Earth has now begun to feel lucky. Fortunately, Wang Wei is from our Dongxia. Yes. The director nodded, and although the rest of the words were not spoken, everyone understood. Delay-free communication technology. Star map. Zerg crisis. Galactic Federation. Mineral planet. A series of help, any one of which can determine the direction of mankind. But now all of them are thrown to Dongxia. Although he said that he was helping the Earth and all mankind. But humans are also divided into relatives and strangers. Right? Wang Wei is not a saint, so he doesn't mind letting Dongxia become the real boss of the Earth when helping humans. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. Wang Wei stretched and got up from the bed. Since leaving the Earth, he has rarely had this kind of hellish work and rest. Even if he sleeps late at night, he will always keep the habit of getting up early the next day. Maybe it's because of Ziliuoguo. Even if he doesn't sleep for a day, he won't be too tired. But this time, he was really exhausted. Not only physically tired, but more of the psychological fatigue under high pressure. That's why he slept for such a long time after relaxing. After washing and brushing his teeth, Wang Wei felt refreshed. When he opened the door, he saw Da Vinci playing landlord with those alien brothers. Da Vinci. Ah? What's wrong? Hearing the voice, Da Vinci turned his head and lifted the paper strips on his face with his left hand, revealing a puzzled expression underneath. A lone alien always needs to relieve boredom. This deck of cards was made by Wang Wei when he was free. At first, it was just Da Vinci and I lining up the train. It was not until Xiaoyu joined that we finally counted enough people to play landlord. It also shows the importance of Xiaoyu to the base. She is a truly indispensable part. Without her, Wang Wei and Da Vinci can only return to the boring time of lining up the train. But now, Da Vinci is actually playing landlord with these alien brothers, and even loses miserably. You are really embarrassing the robot. 01 was watching the game from the side, and was so angry that he almost grew a hand to help him fight. Brother, let's have some food. Xiaoyu was squatting on the side watching the game, and when he heard Wang Wei's voice, he immediately ran over with a roasted potato in his hand. He handed over the still warm potato in his hand, and said with sparkling eyes, I covered it. It's still warm. The tone was like asking for credit, and he tilted his head to look at Wang Wei, and the fine scales on both sides of his eye sockets reflected colorful and gorgeous light in the sun. She looked like a dragon girl or an elf walking out of a vernacular novel, which made Wang Wei lose his mind for a while. Thank you. Xiaoyu is awesome. Wang Wei certainly would not refuse such a small praise, and praised after taking the potato. Then he looked at the brothers who were playing landlord with a group of gangsters next to him, and was furious. There is no harm without comparison. Look at Xiaoyu, and then look at Da Vinci. So under Wang Wei urging, the group cleaned up the house and sighed, and started today's work. After this period of time together, these alien brothers have reduced their fear of Wang Wei. Of course, the bribery of Shilua fruit is also indispensable. Since it has been decided to save these alien brothers, then it is natural to take care of their food. Wang Wei did not skimp on these Shilua fruits. Although they can't eat them as snacks like Xiaoyu, they still have their daily food. Daily interaction plus bribery of Shilua fruit. For a time, these alien brothers were moved enough, and they always felt that they must have misunderstood Wang Wei before. They all forgot the famous scene a few days ago, when Wang Wei shot the guys who bullied Xiaoyu one by one. Don't say more. They deserve to die. Wang Wei was surprised when he saw it, and he couldn't understand why a few potatoes made these guys die. This is the difference in cognition between humans and aliens. Even though he already knew the preciousness and power of Shilua fruit, Wang Wei always regarded these alien potatoes as food. At best, medicinal food. Because humans do not rely on innate abilities to survive. But these aliens are different. Their innate abilities are the foundation of their survival. Take Xiaoyu as an example. If she didn't have innate abilities, she might have died because of meat harvesting. The situation of other races is similar. Innate abilities almost represent whether they can survive in this universe. So Shilua fruit is as precious to them as a second life. What's more, they can't beat them, and they can't resist them. They saved his life and gave him Shilua fruit to eat. Is this a demon? This is our brother. Whoever says bad things about Wang Wei in the future will say bad things about us. The alien brother was working hard to repair the spaceship, and Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction. According to the current progress, I believe the spacecraft can be repaired in a few days. Chapter 87. The spaceship has been repaired. It has been 1.5 months since the Zerg left this planet. After a month and a half of recuperation, the planet that was ravaged by the Zerg finally regained its vitality. Thanks to the protection of Wang Wei and Da Vinci, the Zerg failed to successfully devour all the life on this planet. And the Zerg puppies abandoned on this planet could not withstand the frequent cleaning by Wang Wei and his team. The number of Zerg puppies has dropped sharply, and the native creatures that have been able to take a breath can finally recover. Wang Wei squatted down and looked at the green that was desperately drilling out from under the blood and flesh carpet, and his mood inexplicably improved. It's great. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves were relieved by the green in front of him. Life is tenacious, and I believe that it won't be long before this planet will return to the way it was when I just arrived. And the good news is not just this. After 1.5 months of high-intensity work, the base spaceship has finally been repaired. When Da Vinci ran over to tell him the news, Wang Wei even felt a sense of unreality. 4 years. It has been 4 years since he was captured by the advanced civilization and brought to this planet. What he dreamed of most in these 4 years was to leave this hellhole and return to Earth to see his family and friends. He is an Earthling, but now that he can finally leave here, he feels inexplicably sad when looking at the dilapidated planet in front of him. Now that the Zerg have been out of control, almost everyone in the galaxy is in danger. Any planet may become the dilapidated scene in front of him because of those bugs, including the Earth. And he had the opportunity to stop all this. I understand you. Da Vinci appeared beside Wang Wei at some point. You have lived here for so long. I know you have feelings for this place. As if seeing the sadness and worry in Wang Wei's eyes, Da Vinci stood beside Wang Wei, pretending to be low and speaking with a slight breeze, which seemed particularly impressive. You have nothing to do? If you have nothing to do, go make lunch. Raising his hand and knocking on Da Vinci's head, Wang Wei's tone was full of disdain. I don't understand what Da Vinci is talking about here. I am just worried about the safety of the Earth. I don't know what he knows here. You know, in the initial plan, this planet was going to be given to the Zerg. But I didn't expect the plan to go wrong. I didn't expect that the Zerg actually had such advanced troops as biological spacecraft. I can't even worry about my own Earth. So how can I care about the life and death of these aliens? He is not so sentimental. He has only cared about his own little piece of land from beginning to end. Oh! Da Vinci responded innocently, and went back to cook with a hurt expression after being disliked. Lunch is still the same baked potatoes as always. The alien brothers look like they are enjoying the top-notch food. They want to taste every bite carefully before swallowing it. But Wang Wei is just bored and keeps poking with the spoon in his hand. After experiencing the baptism of Earth's delicacies, eating potatoes all the time will really make people depressed. Okay. To some extent, Earth's delicacies are also one of the important reasons why he longs to go home. Woo. Mom, the food on alien planets is really too bad. Wang Wei had a sad face. But in the end, he could only gnaw potatoes silently. This look made the alien brothers around him dare not speak out, and could only curse in their hearts. Local rich man. Damn it. The Shilua fruit we are eager for is despised by others. Looking at Xiaoyu, who was busy making things on the side, his heart suddenly became more bitter. I was the most outstanding child of a big family in the Galactic Federation. But I fell into an alien planet, and am worse than the lowest slave. Another Shilua fruit. I will tell you my whole story. I didn't pay attention to the alien brothers whispering. After finishing the baked potato with disdain, he pushed the plate away and left with the last words. That guy. Muttering to him with his head down. Clean up the restaurant after dinner. Don't you know that you should not talk while eating or sleeping? Aliens are really uncultured. Looking at Wang Wei back as he walked away, the alien brother, who was named, was heartbroken. The emotions in his heart surged. And he finally vented, okay. Brother. I specifically asked you to wipe the reflective light on this plate. Seeing Wang Wei leave, Da Vinci sneaked over. He took out a baked potato like a magician, poked the student on duty who stayed behind, and asked curiously, I give you one. Can you tell me about it? In a month and a half, those Zergs have completely occupied most of the planets of the Lizardman civilization. Fortunately, they had known the horror of the Zerg in advance, so they decisively gave up their galaxy after knowing that they could not resist. A large number of lizard refugees are now temporarily living on the planets belonging to the Galactic Federation. These planets were originally used as administrative planets of the Galactic Federation, but later they became vacant due to the gradual decline of the Federation. Thanks to the fact that all these civilizations are afraid of the powerful strength of the travelers, no one dares to occupy these administrative planets. At present, as a refugee planet, it is really the most suitable. In communication, Wang Wei began to introduce the current situation in the Milky Way. Since avoiding Wang Wei and entering the universe, the momentum of the Zerg has been difficult to stop. It took only a short period of 1.5 months to completely conquer the Lizardman civilization. Even if the opponent's civilization is not very powerful in the Milky Way, the terrible strength of the Zerg still makes everyone sweat. This time, they were lucky not to encounter the Zerg. But if they were unlucky, what if the Zerg chose their civilization as their first target? Can their civilization really survive in the hands of these terrible Zerg? The answer is impossible. Even if they could hold out longer than the Lizardmen, it would be meaningless, as they would still not be a match for the terrible Zerg. So now there is only one choice left for all civilizations in the galaxy. Unite. The Zerg, which has now occupied an entire galaxy, are so powerful that no civilization in the galaxy can fight against them alone. And the expansion of the Zerg will not stop. The other party has only one goal from beginning to end, which is to destroy and devour all flesh and blood life in the universe. They don't even have a chance to surrender, because the Zerg does not need the submission of any civilization. Devour. Evolve. This is the purpose of the Zerg. Simple and pure, and even unable to communicate. So they can only listen to me. In the communication channel, Wang Wei smiled and continued, that is to unite to fight against the Zerg together. But is it really that easy to establish an alliance? Who should we listen to then? Kwang Xian finally spoke, and asked the most critical question with a worried tone. Unite to fight against the Zerg. This does sound simple, but it is actually very difficult to implement. Right? Not to mention all the civilizations in the galaxy. Just the formation of the Earth Alliance alone took a lot of effort and cost. Now we need to establish the Galactic Alliance? The forces of the various civilizations in the galaxy are similar. If it could be so smooth, the Galactic Federation would not have gradually fallen into disuse. The difficulty in this makes Kwang Xian feel numb. Who do you listen to? Wang Wei asked back in a puzzled tone. And then said in a matter-of-fact tone, of course you listen to me. What a joke. Since I initiated this alliance, who else should I listen to if not me? Not to mention that now all civilizations have regarded Wang Wei as an ancient strongman, and they obey his words. Otherwise, how could those lizardmen be able to evacuate so smoothly and temporarily live on the administrated planet? Kwang Xian obviously didn't know Wang Wei's exaggerated status in the Milky Way. He was dumbfounded after hearing this. No kidding. I seem to know the chairman of the Galactic Federation. How fresh. Yesterday, I was still complacent about my promotion and salary increase. But today Wang Wei said he was the chairman of the Galactic Federation. This cruel sense of difference made Kwang Xian choke up a little. And Wang Wei's plan didn't stop there. As the last engine was repaired, Wang Wei called the alien brothers below to return to the base spaceship. Are you all here? After counting all the members and making sure that no one was left behind, he excitedly came to the cockpit. After verifying his identity, he pressed the ignition button, and the spaceship engine was successfully ignited. The huge base changed its form, and countless modules were put into the interior of the spaceship during the mechanical changes, and finally turned into a sci-fi alien spaceship. The flame brought a strong driving force, allowing the spaceship to slowly take off. Finally, it successfully broke away from the gravity and flew into the sky. The test flight was successful. Captain Wang Wei. Well done. First Officer Da Vinci. Looking at the giant mushroom on the ground gradually getting smaller, Wang Wei could not hide his excitement. In fact, he just pressed a button to start the spaceship. All the movements so far were independently operated by Da Vinci, the main control intelligence of the spaceship. As the original main control intelligence of the spaceship, although it has been split by Wang Wei and made into an independent robot, Da Vinci control over the spaceship remains unchanged. It is even more handy to control than the previous simple intelligent program. Now watch the spaceship successfully take off, and then break through the atmosphere to the vast universe. In the pitch-black void, huge burning stars dotted it. Wang Wei was a little dazed at the shocking scene in front of him. This was the first time he saw the universe with his own eyes, which was far more shocking than what he had seen on video before. After handing over the operation of the spacecraft to Da Vinci and 01, Wang Wei continued to talk to Kwang Xian, just like what I said before. Of course, the whole galaxy I mentioned is not just about those alien civilizations, but also our Earth. At this point, his tone gradually became serious. Even our Earth is the most critical link, which directly determines whether the Milky Way can eventually defeat those Zerg. What do you mean? Kwang Xian was a little confused about this. Obviously, humans have just mastered interstellar navigation technology and are the latest in the entire galaxy civilization. Even in terms of interstellar warfare, they are actually the weakest. Why is it that humans have become the key to victory? This is really not a joke. Don't look at the fact that humans can beat aliens and run away when they are on Earth and look arrogant. But that is based on the huge weapons and technological equipment of humans on Earth. If humans leave Earth, they will not have much advantage in the face of those powerful aliens. The reason is very simple. Wang Wei understood Kwang Xian's doubts. So he explained, because although those aliens are powerful individually, they are very backward in terms of technological strength and weapons and equipment. Although humans do not have strong individual strength, they are very powerful in terms of weapons and equipment and technological strength. So what if these aliens are equipped with human weapons and equipment? Wouldn't they be able to gain an advantage when facing those Zerg? This is the solution Wang Wei finally thought of after thinking about it. The Galactic Federation does sound bluffing, but in fact, apart from the increase in the number of people, there is no big advantage at all. The individual strength of these alien races is indeed strong. But no matter how strong they are not the opponents of those advanced Zerg. Before, the advanced Zerg that only merged more than a dozen species was already very difficult. Now how powerful will the Zerg be after a period of development? Those aliens will definitely not be their opponents. But if human weapons and equipment are added, the effect is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The alien's strong individual strength plus the strange racial talents, coupled with the high-tech equipment provided by humans, it can completely make up for the gap between them and the advanced Zerg. In the face of the Zerg crisis, No one can guarantee to stay out of it. And Wang Wei plan has another advantage. That is, if humans incarnate as logistics to provide technological support, they can protect themselves as much as possible in this war with the Zerg. I understand. Kwang Xian nodded when he heard this. But what if those aliens turn around and attack humans after getting the weapons? His concerns are not unreasonable. After all, humans' advantage over those aliens lies in technology. Now if weapons and equipment are provided to aliens, then if the other party takes this opportunity to attack humans, won't they be unable to fight back? You must be on guard against others. Not to mention those aliens. Don't worry about that. Wang Wei smiled and said, with me here, they won't dare. He still has a lot of alien technology that he hasn't had the chance to use yet. So it's not the turn of these aliens to make trouble. The confidence revealed in his tone made Kwang Xian dazed for a while, and finally looked at Wang Wei in the picture and nodded heavily and said, okay. We will fully cooperate with your plan when the time comes. Chapter 88 I'm so awesome. Mecha. Wang Wei. Where are we going now? Back to Earth? Seeing Wang Wei hang up the phone, Da Vinci turned his head and looked at him and asked, Earth? No. Not yet. He hesitated for a moment, walked forward, waved his hand at the star map, and finally pointed to one of the flashing lights and said, let's go to the Galactic Federation first. Not going back yet? Yes. Not yet. Da Vinci's tone was a little surprised, but he still drove the spacecraft towards the Galactic Federation. He really wanted to go home. But now was obviously not a good time. Even Wang Wei had no idea how far the Zerg had evolved. At least it would not be a level that the current Milky Way civilization could resist. And he even said the current Earth. The reason for this is actually only one. That is, everyone's biased subjects are too serious. The strong body is weak in technology. And the strong technology is so fragile that it can't even survive on alien planets. Therefore, if we want to fight against the Zerg, someone must come forward to rebuild the Galactic Federation and arm those aliens with strong individual strength, with Earth technology, so that they can have the ability to fight against those terrible Zerg. And Kwang Xian's worries. If humans hand over their weapons, how can they face those aliens after losing their greatest advantage? Even if there is a Zerg crisis now, what if the Zerg crisis is resolved? After seeing the power of human weapons, will those aliens turn around and bite the Earth back, attacking and dividing the resources of the Earth like vicious dogs snatching food? Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Not to mention that they are completely different civilizations. The Earth's worries are actually very calm and objective, because this situation is completely foreseeable and almost inevitable. The weak will be bullied. And this truth will never be outdated no matter when it is put. How could Wang Wei, who has a protective personality, not leave a backhand for the Earth? The black chip flipped between his fingers, and finally disappeared like magic. Wang Wei looked at the rapidly receding starry sky outside, and casually laid down on the chair and said, I take a nap first. Call me when we're almost there. Ancient technology. What would this thing look like if it were combined with human technology? Wang Wei was very curious about this. In fact, there was another reason why he was obsessed with rebuilding the Galactic Federation. That is, this ancient technology had been dormant in his hands for too long. The Earth does have manufacturing capabilities, but the resources of the solar system are unique and strange. And it would be a waste without raw materials. The planets of other civilizations are rich in resources, but the technology points are too low, and they can't produce what he wants at all. If Wang Wei's plan goes smoothly, the final result is to obtain the main materials on the alien planet, and then bring them back to Earth to use Earth's technology and powerful manufacturing industry to rebuild ancient weapons. What do we have to worry about aliens or Zerg at that time? So the Galactic Federation must be rebuilt, and he must get the position of the chairman of the Federation. The base spacecraft escaped into the subspace and moved rapidly towards the direction of the Galactic Federation. Da Vinci was indeed the former master control program of the spacecraft. He was very good at driving the spacecraft. Wang Wei didn't even feel the slightest bump while lying on the chair. Damn it! Fortunately, the spacecraft was repaired. Otherwise, he would have thought that Da Vinci was a professional combat robot. He closed his eyes with satisfaction, and when he opened them again, he found that they had landed on a strange planet. Is this the Galactic Federation? No, this is not it. Wang Wei looked at the desolate planet in front of him, and his tone was mixed with confusion and bewilderment after just waking up. After knowing that this ghost place was not the Galactic Federation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, If the headquarters of the Galactic Federation was so dilapidated, then there was no point in fighting against the insect tribe. They could just take the Earth and wait for death. But after knowing the truth, he became more confused. This ghost place was even more desolate than the planet they were trapped on before. Even if Da Vinci had reached the rebellious period, he would not disobey his orders casually when it came to such a big thing. Then why did you land here? It's not me. It's 01. Da Vinci looked innocent, pointing to the live broadcast robot floating in the sky and said, she said she detected the heritage left by the explorer here. So she asked me to turn around and come here. Legacy? Or is it related to the explorer? Wang Wei instantly became alert when he heard this, sat up straight and looked at 01 with burning eyes, indicating that he was very interested in this so-called heritage. Indeed, I did detect that this planet has the same frequency of signal fluctuations as the previous exploration spacecraft. Seeing Wang Wei looking at him, 01 shook his body in approval to show that what Da Vinci said was right. Well done. You two have helped a lot. Wang Wei's tone was a little excited, although he didn't know what the explorer's legacy was. The legacy left by the ancient civilization's strong men would not be a bad thing. At this point, whether it was fighting against the Zerg or rebuilding the Galactic Federation, Wang Wei needed a stronger strength to be sure. Now it was like a pillow for someone to sleep with. He grabbed 01 in the air and kissed him hard. I love you so much. 01. After putting on their equipment, a group of people came down from the base spaceship. This planet doesn't look big, but the gravity is terrifying. Seeing that the alien brothers couldn't stand it after walking a few steps, Wang Wei immediately waved his hand in disdain and asked them to go back to the spaceship to watch the house with Brother Shu. He was worried about leaving these alien brothers alone on the base spacecraft. So he simply left Brother Shu, who wanted to help with them. He only took Da Vinci and 01 with him, and followed the signal fluctuations along the way. Da Vinci's own functions were strong, and Wang Wei didn't feel any pressure with his combat suit. Not to mention 01's anti-gravity system installed. Not to mention the current gravity. Even if it was twice as strong, it would not prevent her from flying around. It's a pity that the materials for making anti-gravity devices are too scarce. And in the end, it will only be enough for 01 himself. This planet is so desolate. Not to mention life. Even the wind is not felt at all. If it weren't for the previous detection that this planet has atmosphere and air, Wang Wei would have suspected that this damn place didn't even have an atmosphere. What's the difference between this and being directly exposed in space? He put on the extravehicular helmet for the first time in a long time, which made his voice a little muffled. Fortunately, they finally came to the source of the signal fluctuations, and they could notice the huge building from a distance. 01 took the lead and floated in the air to investigate the situation, while Wang Wei and Da Vinci hid behind and connected to 01's camera to share the view. After confirming that there was no danger, the two of them followed stealthily. After all, it was something left by the ancient civilization masters, so it was always right to be cautious. Are you sure your civilization has been completely extinct? Of course I am sure. Will there not be some mysterious masters who have escaped extinction and lived in seclusion here until now? Of course not. Looking at the huge building in front of him, even a big-hearted player like Wang Wei couldn't help but get a little nervous. He asked twice in a row, although he didn't know why 01 was so sure. It was true that the ancient civilization was completely extinct. She didn't need to lie to herself about this kind of thing. Not to mention that Da Vinci didn't feel anything wrong. This place didn't look like a place to live, but more like a warehouse or something like that. The gate alone looked at least 50 meters high, so that he stood in front of the gate as small as an ant. Judging from the alien spacecraft in ruins, the aliens of this ancient civilization are not much different from humans in terms of size. But the building in front of him, the gate alone is 50 meters high. This place is obviously not a house for living. What will be in here? I don't know. Looking at the building in front of him, Wang Wei couldn't help but become curious. Fortunately, he inherited the heritage of civilization. Otherwise, he might not even know how to open the door in front of him. First, let Da Vinci try to open the door with the intelligence system, and the result was naturally an unsurprising failure. Combined with the hardcore style of the exploration spacecraft that is purely manual, Wang Wei quickly found the operation interface for manually opening the warehouse door nearby. But I don't know how long this warehouse has been abandoned here, and now there is not enough energy to open the door. This is simple. Wang Wei pulled a wire from Da Vinci and connected it to the door switch. This time he pulled the start lever again. accompanied by the tooth-grinding metal friction sound. And the door in front of him finally opened slowly in front of everyone. Fuck. Turn on the light to shine inside the warehouse. After seeing the things stored in the warehouse, Wang Wei exclaimed in surprise. His tone was full of shock and excitement. He thought of many possibilities about what good things were hidden in the base in front of him. For example, a brand new spaceship or a large number of weapons and equipment. Or simply energy or the treasure saved by the explorer over the years. But he never expected that there would be a Gundam parked inside. Oh my! Mecha! Wang Wei was so excited that he almost jumped up. And his eyes were shining when he saw the huge humanoid mecha in the base. No man can resist the temptation of mecha. Even him. The huge mecha in front of him was about 30 meters high. And the silver-white fuselage was covered with mysterious patterns of ancient civilization. At this moment, it was quietly parked in the warehouse, looking like a huge sci-fi statue with great beauty. Although the model and configuration of the mecha in front of him are still unknown. Just looking at this exquisite appearance, it is definitely not a cheap low-end product. After all, he was also an ancient strongman who established the Galactic Federation. How could a low-end model be worthy of this big man's identity? Wang Wei excitedly stroked the mecha in front of him. And the cold touch fed back to his heart and turned into an unstoppable heat. Wang Wei, you look like a pervert now. Hey, you little brat don't know anything. If Wang Wei followed his original plan, after going back to rebuild the Galactic Federation and integrating the resources of the Milky Way, building combat mechas would be among his options. However, in his plan, even if he built a mecha, he could only consider the lowest end model. The black chip records the complete mecha manufacturing process. As the mecha models become more advanced, the resources consumed, the time consumed, and the technology required are multiplied. For the top models, even the resources of a planet can be burned to produce them. At that level, the so-called Zerg is no longer a threat. Just like that ancient civilization, the subspace clearing of Zerg is a trivial matter for them that is not worth recording. Because they are so powerful, they don't take the Zerg seriously at all. But now, Wang Wei has skipped the initial stage and directly has an advanced mecha. How can this be justified? Fortunately, the mecha in front of him has not been abandoned for a long time and exhausted its energy. After successfully entering the mecha, Wang Wei looked at the operation interface in front of him, which was more intensive than the exploration spacecraft. And he was numb. The good news is, the mecha in front of him is intact and can be used directly now. The bad news is, the operation is too difficult. And Wang Wei doesn't know how to do it at all. He has never hated the old driver who drives a manual transmission so much. You guys are really good at playing with your skills. And you really don't care about the lives of others. Right? So what should we do now? We can only modify it. Kwang Xian's voice sounded in the communication channel. And Wang Wei frowned and thought for a while before answering with a sigh. He didn't even need to try whether he could control it, but chose to give up decisively. Controlling a mecha is really not an easy thing. At least it takes a lot of time. By the time Wang Wei learned how to control the mecha to move freely, the Zerg would have already hit the headquarters of the Galactic Federation. By the time he could drive the mecha to fight freely, the Zerg would have successfully annexed the solar system. He didn't have so much time to learn. So modification became the best way at the moment. Just add a main control intelligent auxiliary operation to the mecha in front of him. And Wang Wei operation difficulty will be reduced by 1 dimension. Just right. He has an idle AI intelligence next to him that can be used. Looking at 01 who was still flying around, Wang Wei's eyes were full of ill intentions. 01? I'm here. Are you interested in driving a mecha? If that's what you want. Of course. 01 didn't care whether she was on the live broadcast robot or the mecha. As a pure intelligent AI, she never cared about such things from beginning to end. Just like Leonardo da Vinci before he coexisted with mycelium. But what Wang Wei wanted to do was not so cold and ruthless. Instead of trapping 01 in the mecha, he was going to convert the live broadcast robot into the core key of the mecha. In this way, 01 can still fly around normally. And when needed, it can transform into the main control program of the mecha to assist in control. Chapter 89 Arrival at the Galactic Federation. On a silent asteroid, the alien brothers gathered in the spaceship to play landlord. And they all turned into gamblers and excitedly swung their arms. Brother Shu seemed to have discovered a new world. He had planted himself in a potato field and welcomed a second growth. Not only did his previous injuries recover, but his body looked much bigger than before. The leaves were bright green, and even the wooden structure was much stronger. If this was dismantled and used to make beads, it would at least be a high-end product that would sink in seconds. Everyone in the base spaceship was busy with their own things. Only Xiaoyu held his chin and looked out the window boredly. Everyone was noisy and deliberately kept their distance. The alien brothers could still distinguish between the big and small kings. There was already a sad thick barrier between their identities. Maybe Xiaoyu was indeed a slave before, but now she is the precious princess of the base. Even if these people wanted to invite Xiaoyu to play landlord, they didn't have the courage to invite her. The main point was to follow one's heart. Xiaoyu looked at the direction Wang Wei and the others had left before, and then turned his head to look at the noisy alien brother behind him. His eyes gradually firmed up. So while no one noticed him, a phantom light and shadow sneaked out of the base. Rebellious Xiaoyu? Sneaking online. Thank you, Explorer brother. The plan to modify the Gundam went very smoothly, thanks to the Explorer brother's collection habit. In addition to the technologically advanced mecha in front of him, there were also sets of modified components in the warehouse. And even the original operating system of the mecha was randomly piled up in the corner of the warehouse. Combined with the shiny and fine paint of this mecha, Wang Wei seriously suspected that this mecha had never been put into use since its appearance. Just like those good brothers who collect action figures and various antique cars, the mecha in front of him also looks like a part of the Explorer's collection. It's just that the Explorer brother has returned to dust, and the treasured mecha that has been collected for a long time will also be touched by Wang Wei. Widow Taboo? Da Vinci. Did you secretly look at the information Kwang Xian sent me? The pupils of his eyes trembled when he looked at Da Vinci, but he just changed his expression to a disdainful one and ignored Wang Wei. The unfortunate child of his family is really a bit too rebellious. He has already started to secretly look at the parents' hard drive. Thanks to the Explorer's collecting habit, with these components and tools, the process of modifying the mecha operating system went very smoothly. Although it is not as good as the somatosensory operation in Japanese comics, it has greatly simplified the original complex and cumbersome manual operation interface. Wang Wei even thoughtfully modified the cockpit to be more suitable for human body size. With the assistance of 01, the main control AI, the driver only needs to perform the main operation. Next is the test drive time. The huge mecha knelt on one knee in front of him, bent down and stretched out his left hand to open his cockpit to the driver in front of him. Wang Wei stepped forward and stood on the open palm, allowing the other party to send him to the cockpit in front of his chest. Then, with the hatch closed, the huge mecha started to run at full power. The pure white mecha soared into the sky, soaring and charging in the sky, and finally landed slowly on the spot. It's not that he didn't want to continue playing with the mecha, but the energy of the big guy in front of him was not enough. God knows how long this thing has been left in this warehouse without anyone taking care of it, so that its own energy has been severely lost. It was indeed fully charged when it was turned on, but in fact it was very weak. It just started the reserve energy once, and it was like a leak. Wang Wei was frightened and afraid that he would fall from the sky. It seems that the mecha dream cannot be completed for the time being, at least before solving the energy problem. The advanced mecha in front of him can only be placed in the warehouse as a showpiece. There is no way. They are now so poor that they only have a base spaceship left, and they don't have a planet to their name. It seems that we have to go to the Galactic Federation first. Wang Wei sighed. The Wapulling plan was imminent, and there was one more reason to rebuild the Galactic Federation. At this time, he also noticed the spirit Xiaoyu who sneaked over. Xiaoyu? Wang Wei looked at Xiaoyu in front of him, and after a brief thought, he was shocked. Something happened to the base spacecraft? Alien brothers revolted? It's no wonder that he has a rich imagination. Xiaoyu has always been very obedient to him. Who would have thought that this little girl came out to stick to him because the base was too boring? In just 2 sentences, the mecha has been restarted and is ready to rush home. After seeing Xiaoyu shaking his head stupidly, he relaxed and walked out of the mecha. At the same time, as the mecha console split and unfolded, 01 inside also broke away and floated quietly to the side. Xiaoyu also showed obvious interest in the gorgeous mecha in front of her. She pointed at the big guy in front of her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's really weird. Xiaoyu's talent is higher than mine. Admit it. Wang Wei. You are a fool. No. Brother is the smartest. On the way back, the three of them reviewed the driving just now. Wang Wei looked at Xiaoyu as if he had seen a ghost, And he didn't expect Xiaoyu to be a rare genius driver. Just when he was still complacent about being able to smoothly operate the mecha to perform simple actions, Xiaoyu had already started to turn and fly backwards in the sky after understanding the operation logic. Wang Wei was so jealous of her high driving talent that he almost cried. Just thinking about those cool operations was that he was driving. He was already very happy. Although there were 3 people walking together, Da Vinci always felt like he had fallen into a doghouse. Listening to Xiaoyu calling him brother all the time, he felt a terrible loneliness that he couldn't fit into the big group. It must be said that the cultivation of habits is really a terrible thing. He seriously suspected that Wang Wei had started to plot ill when he first taught Xiaoyu Chinese. What are you going to do with the mecha? What else can I do? I can only leave it here for now. Wang Wei sighed helplessly, his tone full of regret and pain. If possible, he also wanted to drive the mecha back to the Galactic Federation directly. At that time, he would directly use Gundam to deter, and ask everyone by the neck if they obeyed or not. I guarantee that no civilization would dare to refuse him. Unfortunately, the energy deficit is too serious. Even if he lets it recharge itself after restarting, it is not very useful. If he can fly back to the Galactic Federation smoothly, it will be good. If it stalls halfway through the flight, it will be really screwed. Fortunately, there are probably no Zergs thinking about this damn place. Wang Wei looked around, and this planet is completely a dead star. According to his understanding of the Zerg, the goal of those monsters is just to parasitize and devour flesh and blood, and they have no interest in occupying the planet itself, encountering the Death Star in front of them. The Zerg obviously have no interest at all. In addition, the environment of this planet is extremely harsh, with thin air and supergravity, and the temperature is extremely low because it is located on the outer edge of the galaxy. The explorer can choose the warehouse address here, which also requires some ingenuity. Wang Wei seriously suspects that this guy is probably an old man facing a midlife crisis. He didn't want to go home, so he set up a figurine house in the suburbs. This taste is right. Back to the spaceship. Those alien brothers are still playing cards honestly, and the uprising in the phenomenon did not happen, which made Wang Wei sigh with regret. Without mentioning the mecha, the base spaceship retracted the landing gear and took off again. After calibrating the course, it continued to drive in the direction of the Galactic Federation. When they opened their eyes again, their spaceship had already landed on the planet where the Galactic Federation was located. They did not encounter any blind guards or fools who looked down on others, but a group of aliens were waiting outside to pick them up respectfully. When Wang Wei and his companions appeared in front of everyone, everyone was suddenly stunned. They had thought that the person who came this time would be an ancient strongman like an explorer, but who would have thought that a thin human would appear in the end? For a moment, a feeling of contempt inevitably arose. Human? They had seen it before, and even now there is a captain who is imprisoned in the prison of the Interstellar Federation. So for a moment, everyone's eyes turned to the empty interior of the spaceship. They were looking forward to the appearance of a real strongman to lead them to defeat the Zerg. Everyone was eagerly waiting until Shu Ge, who had just woken up in the potato field, appeared in front of everyone with heavy steps, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. I almost thought that the weak human was the real leader of these people. So the atmosphere became lively again, and a group of alien leaders ran to Brother Shu and showed their courtesy. This reaction almost made Wang Wei laugh. Fortunately, the alien brothers saw the situation clearly, fearing that their family members would anger the devil and his iron servant, and rushed to meet them first. That's right. Chief, it's me. Yes, it's this guy who killed the Zerg and rescued us. In the end, the alien brothers are the real young talents of each civilization, and they are the best young people selected by the advanced civilization. Although they are no different from the reserve food in Wang Wei Place, they still have a say when they return to their own civilizations. Now that they heard what they said, everyone realized that the human, he is really the real leader, and he is also the one who explained the Zerg crisis to them during this period. So the atmosphere on the scene cooled down again. It is not their fault for not giving face. After seeing the strength of the captain and his men, they really cannot combine the human beings in front of them with the word powerful no matter how hard they think. They thought that a powerful person of advanced civilization, like an explorer, would come to help the Milky Way successfully survive the Zerg crisis. But now it seems that in the end, they can only rely on themselves. Preconceived ideas make them inevitably despise Wang Wei. The human, Just like the alien brothers on the Heritage Planet are afraid of Wang Wei, the devil. Wang Wei is not angry about this. After all, he did not come here to fight this time. It is impossible that the reconstruction of the Galactic Federation will only be left to the Earth to form it by itself in the end. Right? The group walked into the interior of the Galactic Federation. It is also thanks to Wang Wei that he is now very proficient in the common language of the Federation. Otherwise it would be even more amateurish to bring a translator to communicate. Xiao Yu met so many people for the first time, and felt a little nervous for a while. Following behind Wang Wei carefully, he quietly looked at the atmosphere around him. The alien brother was almost busy all the way, worried that his family members would offend Wang Wei. By then, the few people present might not be enough for Da Vinci to kill himself. Let me be frank. I'm here to rebuild the Galactic Federation this time. Finally arriving at the conference room, Wang Wei sat at the first seat with his legs crossed and spoke casually. You are really joking. The Galactic Federation has always been fine. How can you say it is being rebuilt? The leading three-eyed alien did not respond, but smiled and rejected Wang Wei's suggestion. The alien brothers present all skipped a beat, fearing that the three-eyed alien would be chopped and cooked if he said something wrong. But today's devil seemed particularly restrained, and he still did not get angry even though he was offended so much. What is the current situation of the Galactic Federation? We don't need to play dumb here. Right? Only by rebuilding the Galactic Federation can we hope to face the Zerg. Wang Wei didn't want to beat around the bush with these aliens, so he just got straight to the point. This Galactic Federation was established by the Great Man, and the leader so far is also the Great Man. We don't have the right to tear it down and rebuild it. And even if we really rebuild it, it seems that it is not your turn as an unregistered outsider to intervene. This time, the three-eyed alien simply brought up the explorer to try to scare Wang Wei away through this powerful existence who established the Galactic Federation. Unfortunately, the explorer is gone. Even the ancient civilization where the explorer lived has completely disappeared in the past. Then his coming out to scare Wang Wei will not have any effect except making him want to laugh. The negotiations between the two sides were deadlocked for a while. The three-eyed alien seemed to be the representative selected by the Galactic Federation. He was allowed to negotiate with Wang Wei, and the others kept their mouths shut and didn't say a word. Obviously, his opinion represented the opinions of all civilizations present in the Galactic Federation. Until Wang Wei was about to lose his temper, the other party finally gave in. If you really want to rebuild the Galactic Federation, it's not impossible. I don't know what the alien brother next to him said. The three-eyed alien suddenly changed the subject and said, the king of the Yatua civilization is now being hunted by those Zergs. He just sent a distress signal for support some time ago. If you can rescue the king of the Yatua civilization, then we agree to rebuild the Galactic Federation. Chapter 90. Ding! Main storyline updated. Mission: rescue the king of the planet Atuo trapped by the Zerg. Mission reward: rebuild the Galactic Federation and become the new president of the Galactic Federation. For some reason, listening to Leonardo da Vinci narration, Wang Wei suddenly had a strange sense of déjà vu as he looked at the aliens of various shapes and forms in front of him. If this were put into the first chapter of the novel, his identity would be something like legendary leveling. He then understood the entire plot, and with the help of various favorable conditions, he entered the battle alone before the plot, and successfully rescued the King Atuo among countless Zergs. It's a pity. This is not an online game novel, and he is not a protagonist of a novel who travels through the game world and understands all the plots, let alone understanding the plot. He doesn't even know in which direction of the Milky Way this planet Atuo is. Nor does he know whether the so-called King Atuo is a man or a woman, or simply another gender that is difficult to define. After all, no one stipulates that aliens have only 2 genders. Maybe there are 7 or 8. Stay objective and don't assume the gender of the aliens. So what's in front of him now is not a task, but just a problem. It's a very simple multiple-choice question. Don't you want to rebuild the Galactic Federation? Then you have to show some ability to convince us. Right? Then rescue the trapped Atuo people from the hands of those Zergs to prove that you are indeed capable of being the chairman of the Federation. If you can rescue them, everyone will agree to listen to you. These aliens are obviously making things difficult for him, but they are still polite on the surface. Even if he chooses not to accept this problem, everyone will still be polite. But don't mention the reconstruction of the Galactic Federation. These aliens are playing with human relationships clearly, and they are mainly playing a soft knife with a smiling face. It's true that everyone forms an alliance to fight against the Zerg together. But rebuilding the Galactic Federation and listening to the command of a weak human from you is a completely different concept. According to their thinking, Wang Wei should retreat next. Unexpectedly, Wang Wei suddenly laughed, looking at the three-eyed alien in front of him and the aliens of other civilizations around him, and said, "Okay. Then it's a deal. Okay. Since you have already refused. Then I..." "What? You agreed?" His expression was so calm that the three-eyed alien didn't react at first. After all, according to his thinking, facing such a request that was almost a death wish, no matter who it was, they would choose to refuse. If this matter was really so simple, then the Galactic Federation would have prepared people to rescue. "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Wang Wei raised his eyebrows. "Now it's time to tell me the location and situation of that Yatua star." Of course, no one would refuse such a request. However, the three-eyed alien still unconfidently confirmed what Wang Wei had just said again. After all, the rescue alone was too shocking. Until they saw Wang Wei nod impatiently, they hurriedly delivered the data and information to him. In short, this Yatua civilization is not a big force in the Milky Way. No, it is not even a force, because they are actually not much different from the Earth. Although they have mastered the technology of interstellar navigation, all the tribesmen still live on the mother planet, and there are no other planets in the territory. Compared with the powerful civilizations present who often control a galaxy, Yatua is really just an extremely weak one among the galactic civilizations. Even if it were not for this distress signal, it is not certain whether they can remember each other. The location of Yatua is considered remote in the Milky Way, and no one would go there normally. According to their distress signal, this crisis was probably caused by a Zerg spaceship landing on Yatua. This is normal. After all, there were hundreds of Zerg spaceships that left the planet at the beginning, scattered in all directions of the universe, and it was naturally impossible to ensure that they landed and developed at the same time. After the initial development, a large number of Zerg began to develop rapidly and wreak havoc on the planet. If King Yatua had not reacted quickly and decisively, and gathered all the people to fight against the Zerg at the first time, they would not even be qualified to send the signal now. After reading the information, he nodded, and then turned back to the spaceship with Shuge and Da Vinci. Before leaving, he stood on the base spaceship, looked at the aliens below and said with a smile, "I hope that when I come back, everyone will be ready to rebuild the Federation." The hatch of the spaceship slowly closed. The next second, the spaceship soared into the sky and disappeared from the sight of the aliens with their own thoughts. Is he really so confident? Arnold, tell me what you have experienced. Watching Wang Wei and the others leave, the Dwarf King turned his head and looked at the alien brothers who were selected and said, "When they were all here before, there was really no chance to listen to their stories. Now that Wang Wei has left, it is just right to listen to these young talents. Why they are so afraid of that human." So in the vivid narration, the horror of the devil was finally slowly revealed in front of these big men. Wang Wei, I suspect they are deliberately making things difficult for us. How fresh. Aren't they deliberately making things difficult for us? Then why should we listen to them? Just beat them all up like before. Da Vinci, you are still too young. Wang Wei shook his head. The martial arts world is not about fighting and killing. It is about human relationships. Of course, just taking action is the easiest thing. But that doesn't guarantee that these people are really convinced. Rebuilding the Galactic Federation cannot rely on just the two of us and the Earth. So it is equally important to make them obey with conviction. Just as Wang Wei said, it is easy to just beat them up. But that is just verbal obedience. When they go back to their own homes, will these big guys really be obedient? In the face of the Zerg crisis, he can't take Da Vinci to each planet one by one. Right? In that case, the only happiest people are those disgusting bugs. So this opportunity is just right now. They easily solve the difficult problem of 100% death and no life. And then these aliens were really convinced. Fortunately, this job is not too crazy. Now that there are no outsiders, Wang Wei's performance is not as calm as before in the Federation. If these idiot aliens asked him to attack the lizard planet and retake the planet occupied by the Zerg, then he really can only choose to do it in a rage. Fortunately, it is only a Yatua star now. If it is just a Zerg spaceship, then Wang Wei and Da Vinci may not have no room for operation. It just so happens that they can see how far these Zergs have evolved this time. It has been a full month, and a half since the last battle with the Zerg. Wang Wei also needs to understand the current strength of the Zerg, so that he can make the next plan. It has to be said, the base spaceship is worthy of being a spaceship of advanced civilization. The speed of navigation in the subspace is terrifying. It took only 2 days to successfully reach the outer atmosphere of Yatua Star. The planet below has become bald in a visible way. It looks like it has been infected by fungi outside the atmosphere, with dark red flesh and blood everywhere. Only a small area still retains the original appearance of the planet. It seems that the so-called King Yatua is there at this time. Not bad. The Yatua people below have not been completely defeated in the face of this level of Zerg tide. This is definitely a surprise to Wang Wei. These aliens are much more tenacious than he imagined. You must know that it has been a long time since they sent out the distress signal. Considering the time Wang Wei traveled here, it is not surprising that they have been completely devoured by the Zerg. The base spacecraft successfully broke through the atmosphere and appeared above the main city of Yatua Star. At the same time, the Zerg on the ground obviously noticed the base spacecraft in the sky. So as the biological spacecraft took off, they immediately launched an attack on the outsiders in the sky. Okay, I know why those Yatua people didn't run away on the spacecraft. The Zerg now has more and more troops. At the beginning, there were only the simplest worker ants and soldier ants on that planet. Now, they even have the ability to fight in space. Unfortunately, these shit things are not a threat to Wang Wei. Although the base spacecraft is not equipped with weapons now, it is not something that these biological spacecraft can touch. Left, left, left. Beautiful Da Vinci, Wang Wei shouted in the spacecraft, watching the base spacecraft perform a hat trick like a butterfly under the command of Da Vinci. Avoiding the encirclement of one Zerg spacecraft after another, it landed dangerously towards the city below. In the city below, King Yatua had already despaired of his fate. They didn't know where these terrible monsters came from. They seemed to have suddenly appeared on their planet, and then began to indiscriminately hunt and kill all life on the planet. If he hadn't reacted quickly and gathered all his people through the radio at the first time, they might have been wiped out by these terrible monsters. But they have been running out of ammunition and food after persisting in the endless attacks of the Zerg until now. Even the distress signal sent to the Galactic Federation was just a desperate attempt. As one of the member civilizations of the Galactic Federation, King Yatua knew too well what the Galactic Federation was like now. It was only a name only, and he never expected his distress signal to be of any use. But just when he was completely desperate, the base spaceship that suddenly appeared in the sky rekindled his hope. Watching the base spaceship break through the encirclement of the Zerg spaceship and land, King Yatua hurried to greet it. Cover! Come on! Cover! King Yatua watched the base spaceship land, so he loudly ordered his soldiers to attack the Zerg spaceship above their heads first. With burning ammunition hitting the sky, the Zerg spaceships really retreated temporarily. Looking at their familiarity, it seems that this scene has happened countless times. But this time, they did not return to the blood and flesh carpet to rest like before, but flew to high altitude to surround the city below in all directions without dead angles. It was obvious that they were not prepared to let Wang Wei, who had just broken through, escape. Noticing the changes in the Zerg spaceships in the sky, King Yatua's face turned bitter. Now they really became piglets in a pigpen. They just hoped that the rescuers in front of them could find a good way to take them away. Otherwise, they would feel guilty until they died for dragging others into the water for nothing. The hatch of the base spaceship opened, and the two sides finally met. Only you three? Just be happy with the three of us. This sentence killed the conversation. Wang Wei looked at King Yatua in front of him, and then looked at the current situation. Before he came here, he was still wondering what this Yatua looked like. During this period, he thought of countless classic looks of aliens, but he didn't expect it to be a husky. Black and white fur, two pointed ears, cold blue pupils with a touch of white hair on the forehead. Wang Wei looked at the humanoid husky in front of him, and always felt that the next second, King Yatua would curl his lips to reveal a wicked smile of donation, or stretch out his hand and tilt his head to point at him. Damn it! Furui was shocked. Furry and dog lovers were all silent. The stereotype that Husky has brought to him for a long time has even begun to make Wang Wei question the reliability of King Yatua in front of him. But think about it, and you will know. Being able to hold on to these Zergs until he comes over. King Yatua's ability and quality are not ordinary reliable. As for the situation on the Zerg side, Wang Wei is already very familiar with it. The bloody and fleshy carpets on the ground outside have proved that these guys have passed the initial development period and have successfully reached the stage of mindless explosion. The Yatua people are now all trapped in the last main city, relying on the weapons in this main city to desperately resist the attack of the Zerg. But it seems that this situation can't last long now. Wang Wei noticed that the faces of the dog-headed people around him were tired, and even a large number of them were injured. These Yatua people will feel tired, hungry and afraid. But the Zerg will not. These monsters only know how to hunt and evolve. And for this reason, they can even launch endless attacks on the city in front of them. I believe that if I come 2 days later, I won't even have the chance to collect the bodies of these Yatua people. So, what should I do now?